generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Yeah.
Alien, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead backs, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeler. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on,
group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids, where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB. Secret society, trying to keep the Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of our FID. Chips to make you slip into submission, become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, autocyclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body. But I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the army.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we have a sort of, experimental program to present to you in which we talk about the anatomy of craft, artifice, mechanics, the origins of the architectonic, right? And by architectonic, I mean the art of making symbols, right? And it's a primary form of technique, right? And if we get around to elul, right? He's going to talk about how many different forms of psychological, social, human, and machine-based techniques, right, have been essentially combined, right, within one sort of institution within society, right, which is propaganda, right, and the creation of the symbolic reference frame, right, very important architectonic procedure, right. So we have a very sort of experimental show here, right, bringing to you, right, where we talk about the nature of the architectonic, right, and which is the art of making symbols, as we said. Now, to quote Lewis Mumford, man is a symbol making animal, right. So I mean, it never gets old to say these things, to present these things, in my opinion, highly relevant statements and insights. But I'm going to move to an idea by our friend here, which is in this book here, called Cybernetics, or Control and Communication in the Animal and in the Machine. Now, I think it's interesting, right, that he combines systems of organization, right, in both animals and machines, right? So he can apply the idea of cybernetics not only to machines, right, but also to biological systems, right? And within biological systems, he can apply it to the nature of mind, right? And within the nature of mind, he could apply it to natural systems as well, right? As done in the work of Gregory Bateson, right? So we have the extrapolation of cybernetics, not just in the realm of nature, right? The techniques that exist in nature, but also the techniques of man, which coincidentally is the title of the legendary work by Lewis Mumford, right? But yeah, interestingly enough, we're talking about the proliferation of the essence of technology, right? Okay, how did man come to be ruled by his creations, right? And some might say, well, that's not even true, right, to begin with, right? And maybe there's some good arguments for that, right? But in the whole, right, it's logically possible, right, for us to be enslaved by our own creations. Let me present a idea that I said on a public forum just the other. Whoops, almost fell. Almost dropped my laptop there. Sorry, excuse me. But yeah, give me a second here, folks. Let me pull this up for you guys. Let me sort of enlarge this page here, right? Okay, let me enlarge this page here, okay? And we'll pull up this Twitter page, right? Okay, where I have more in the past than previously speaking, right? But I did broadcast some of my thoughts and opinions there, right? But yeah, the machine, like, that's what I look like without a beard. But anyways, yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, right? But I said this the other day, right? Collect some of my thoughts here. I said the paradox of technicide, right? 2 people actually liked it. Can you believe it? Holy smokes! On the techno platform, the techno-liberal platform, such as Twitter, 2 people actually liked it. The irony of that is mind-boggling. 26 people actually looked at it, And I bet they didn't like what they saw there. They just kept moving. No, let's not engage with this. But two people engage. One of them is my friend on the bottom there, Rewilding Pete. He's an OG. Okay, he loves to talk about the danger of technology. He says nature becomes stable because of its inefficiencies. I love that comment. Okay, it reminds me of something I saw recently, or I presented recently, right? Which is this little image here, right? Right, chaos from order. You're in right. They ruin the order, right? And yeah, the fact is that nature does become stable because of its inefficiencies, but complexity imbues assimilation, right? The more complex a machine is, right, the more parts it has, right? Okay, the more the operation is decided in advance, all right? The more complex a technique, the less it requires of the human agent, right? But anyways, that's sort of a sidetrack for now, right? But I've talked about that many times, but it says here, the paradox of technicide, rejecting technological advancement, poses danger of falling behind the curve. Yet new forms of technology may inherently pose a risk to existing forms of civilizational architecture, right? Technology as a whole can cause a post-human system to emerge, right? So these are some of the things that we have to consider today, right? Okay. The capacity of our creations, because what we create creates. Okay. And life is activity, not production, right? Okay. We decide what we do. We don't decide what comes of what we do, anyways, right? Okay. You are entitled to your actions, not the fruit of your actions. Okay. As it says in the Bhagavad Gita, right? So, yeah, we have to consider, okay, that activity, right, has to come back to human-centered behavior, right? Okay, now, all embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, folks, right? So I'm sort of a priest of an earlier way of life, right? Okay, foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks, right? We have to become armed, right? Okay, how much technology is necessary to live a good life, right? We're in a spiritual battle, folks. Okay, they're rebuilding the Tower of Babel, creating a monoculture, combining all world languages, right? Okay, conformity in our age is nothing more, nothing less than conformity to the technological system, right? Okay. So where will you turn, right? Other than look at the tools we manifest and create and use, and look at creation itself. Look at the metaphysics of creation itself, right? And try to gather, right, a similitude of creativity among our fellow man, right? Okay, that can elevate the human condition, right? Instead of tailor human beings, right, to the machine system, right? Anyways, we're faced with techno-liberalism. It's not right to call it liberalism. Liberalism makes no sense without the objective power structure which supports it. It's techno-liberalism, right? Get it right, chump, right? Or don't speak, right? Because we're losing time and we're losing ground, right? Okay, where people try to divert the topic, right, into other areas, right, into specters, right, that we cannot attack, right? Okay. And indeed, there's controlled opposition. People are shadow boxing. All right. Let's move on, right? Biotechne, right? If you think that human beings and machines are no different, right? Okay. I may agree with you. Right? I don't think that machines and humans should be combined, right? Okay, but there's people who think that machines and humans are no different, and they have a word for that. Okay, it's called biotechne. Biotechne. Okay, biotechne. All right, before I move on, I've been talking to you for 10 minutes about different things, items, and introducing different things and the structure of the show. Right, I'm gonna go into the chat here and see who's here. Blessings, Reddington. Thank you for joining, brother.
What's up, bro?
Now, what's going on, homie?
Made my first tune. It's all right, I guess. Apparently, some people's ears have bled, so I didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, I got some like soothing music, not the remixes. The remixes are never that soothing. I mean, yeah, I got a little bit of soothing, relaxing music for you guys. I have some other questionable remixes that I made sound interesting. I mean, blessings are Pole. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that, my friend. I know there's a lot going on over there. Truth or Cops holding it down over there. I don't know if you guys watched Night Shift. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, we should be here up until 3 a.m. Eastern time, at least, so we could bring you certain material. I think that'll be like 7 hours or something, like 6 or 7 hours or something like that. We'll play some replays, right? We made an interesting show yesterday with trad culture. Okay, we'll play our breakdown of some material he wanted to cover with Jay Dyer.
I meant to watch that stream, but I was so tired I just conked out.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. Yeah, we'll replay it for those who missed it. I know people were not expecting us to go live like that, so it's okay if you missed it. We'll represent that, right? Because it was not supposed to be on my channel anyways. The thing is that Traditional Culture Preservation Society was having technical difficulties, so I was happy to host it here because we wanted I wanted to just continue with the breakdown, and I knew we could just share the screen on my channel, and we could go into it. So please support my friend Traditional Culture Preservation Society at JR Busk Reading Room. We'll drop his link later too, and present that here. Okay, but I greatly appreciate you guys because that's only going to be available on our channel here. And yeah, we'll play some interesting material for you guys. We have some interesting material lined up. We recorded tons of material. Okay, blessings to Bex. Okay, blessings Jasoon. Okay, Zephyr, peace be with you. Televised Apocalypse, peace be with you, homie. Mike, strange. Yeah, peace be with you. The other Mike, blessings. Okay, Austin Murphy, blessings. Enslaved by Truth, blessings. OTW, blessings, sir. Mama Sue Lee, thank you for being here. Okay. Dogma Free, blessings, brother. Toilet Bowl Earth, I appreciate you. Name isn't important. Blessings. Truther Cop, what's up, homie? Dogma Free, blessings. Televised, we got Jake in the house. Yeah, thank you, homie. Yeah, Dr. D Head, what's going on, brother? I appreciate you. Ragamuffin, what's going on, homie? I appreciate you, my friend. Got Browns boy. Okay. And we got Aaliyah. Blessings. Peace be with you. Thank you for being here.
And Joe
I appreciate you. Joe Mills. What's going on, homie? Yeah, thank you for being here. And yeah, I still got to edit that last episode we did on Tuesday. But yeah, I'm going to summarize a lot of the material. I don't know if summarize or expand. We'll see what happens. You know. But yeah, the thing is you know, I'm talking about biotechne is a word of the day. All right. And I think it's a rather strange word. Why? Because it combines humans and machines. Okay. Now, humans and machines are separated by a third thing, which is technique. Okay. Now, technique is the mediation between the human and the machine. Okay. In all sense of the word, right? In terms of the quote unquote philosophy of Jacques Ellul, if you could term it that, right? I think Jacques Ellul's work is notable in that it's post-philosophy, right? In a lot of ways, right? And it's a beginning of a sort of neo-cynical view, right? You know, in terms of techno-liberalism, right? And the myth of progress, right? So we're looking at the ideas of biotechne. Biotechne is a word that combines machines and humans, as I keep saying, right? Okay, and in that, it's very, very misleading, right? Because artifice itself, right? Okay, what is the difference between the artificial and the organic, right? Well, everything that we create comes from nature itself, right? Okay, so all technology, as Dr. Skirbina says, is a second order nature, right? Okay, as I have said on this show, right? Technology is God-made nature, right? And the technology we make is man-made nature, right? Okay. Okay, technology, okay, that's made by God is nature, ostensibly, right? Or otherwise, right? If we believe in a creator God, and some of us don't, right? Some of us don't, right? Okay. That created the world ex nihilo, right? There's different orders of creation in terms of a creator God, right? Okay. In terms of philosophy, right? God could have created the world out of nothing, right? Okay. And then there's the question of, did God create nothing? Right? That's a question. Okay. Was something already there and God simply molded it? Right? That's another question. That's what the Platonists and the Aristotelians believed, right? They believed the universe was eternal, right? It wasn't until the modern world, right, where they saw that all the matter in the universe seemed to have originated, they concluded, from a single point, right? That they followed the idea, right? Okay. It's up until recently that they followed the idea that the universe was actually eternal, right? Okay. So a lot of people don't know about that, right? But it was technology that changed science, right? They had advancements in technology that caused them to change their understanding of how the universe worked, right? Technology starts to guide science, right? Okay. Now, this is a hitherto unforeseen move. Okay. Because before, science and culture and philosophy and religion used to guide technology. But now it's technology that guides culture and economics and the religious ideas of man, right? Okay, why? Okay, because man, living in a secular age, right? A lot of those ideas didn't take root in the time when the scientific age took root, right? But it needed the industrial age for those ideas to seek proliferation. In other words, science had to offer to man replacements for those gifts offered by nature for them to finally come to the conclusion, right, that science finally surpasses religion and we can finally act on the basis of a secular morality. It was technology that paved the way for secular humanism, not the other way around, strangely enough, right? Those ideas had taken root, right? But the proliferation of the ideas, right, had not taken root in a society that was predominated by religion. Once technique took root in the civilization, then all of a sudden, secular humanism became the predominant mode. All right. And this idea of technological change being steady, right? No. Technological change was very slow in its development until the 1800s, and then it suddenly developed, suddenly transformed, right? Society, right? Okay, so this idea of a myth of progress, right, is totally false, right? I'm getting so off track. But the idea I want to talk about, okay, is biotechne. Okay, not an idea that I believe in, right? That I'm just sort of elucidating, right? The relationship between technology and humans, right? Why? Because inundated in a world where technology is the objective form of power, technology is the method of communication, right? And technology is becoming a sexual selector, right? The algorithm is choosing who meets who, right? Okay, we're finally beginning to see right the true power of technology, right? So it's the one thing we take for granted in the age where we're inundated by technological means, right? Okay, and technology creates means according to Elul, right? I want to get to Elul, right? There's lots of ideas that preliminary concepts, right? Such as biotechne, right? Okay, Weiner, right? Now, it's important to note that this, okay, book, Cybernetics, okay, written very close to the time that the Technological Society was being written, right? Okay, this book is about control and communication in the animal and the machine, right? So it's about two things, combining two things, technology and the communication arts, okay? Now, I went over so many ideas, okay, about how there's a dialectic between mind and language. Now, if you missed that, I'm sorry. I feel sorry for you because I didn't label these episodes. So you'll have to dig through the archives, right? But the fact is one day I will label them, right? But I did a very important presentation on philosophy of math and philosophy of language. And the major question, okay, between math and logic is what is the relationship do they have? I mean, what relationship do they have to the mind? Are they inherent to nature? Are they inherent to the mind? Right? Okay, there's philosophers who pose a dialectic between nature and mind. Okay, with the idea of control and communication within the animal and the machine, right? That consists of how we interpret signs from nature, right? How we create signs and symbols in order to communicate, right? And organize human society, right? In other words, organization and logic combined, right? Which is really logic and rhetoric combined, right? Okay, by rhetoric, I think Aristotle really meant the symbolic mainframe, right? Okay. But you know, Weiner, he says, interesting new attitude both in engineering and in biology. In engineering, devices of similar character can be used not only to play games and to perform other purposive acts, but to do so with continual improvement of performance on the basis of past experience. Okay. I shall discuss some of these possibilities of this book. Biologically speaking, we have lost at least an analog to what is perhaps the central phenomenon of life. For heredity to be possible, for cells to multiply, it is necessary for the heredity carrying components of a cell to be, the so-called genes, to be able to construct. This is the main part. To be able, okay, the genes have to be able to construct other similar heredity carrying structures in their own image. Okay? He says, it is therefore very exciting for us to be in the possession of a means. Notice he used possession of a means, right? To describe the technological edifice. Okay, so then you'll understand what ellull means. No pun intended, right? By the idea that technique creates means. Technique is the ensemble of means. Technique is the complexification of means towards a particular end, right? It's a total ensemble of means that one dedicates to a particular task, right? Okay? So it is therefore very exciting to be in possession of a means by which engineering structures can produce other structures but function similar to their own, right? He's using biology as a image to create technology, right? Okay, and then he furthermore states, right? Actually, it's not on this page. It's on a different page. She says that, okay, it has been found out that unless some learning device is employed, the programming of a rigidly patterned machine is itself a very difficult task, and that there is an urgent need for devices to program this programming, right? Rigid and structured pattern machine needs devices to program the programming. Otherwise, the human component becomes too exhaustive, right? You need too much manpower in order to run a single machine. Okay? Two machines can send information between each other without being controlled by a human, right? Okay, this is communication, right? The two machines may not be able to interpret the symbols on each end, sent on each end, right? Okay? Human communication requires language and meaning and grammar and other such structures, right? Okay, but communication, okay, is just the spreading of information between 2 points. It's dissimilar from language itself, right? Language is a different stage of communication. It's a broader sense of communication, right? This is the sense in which Norbert Weiner means the word communication when he says control and communication in the animal and in the human. All right? Okay, they are encoding the language, right? They're encoding symbols, okay? What more can I say? What more can I say? All right. He said the concept of learning machines is applicable to those machines which we have made ourselves. It is also relevant to living machines that we call animals, he says. Now here comes his ideological bias. Okay? So that we have the possibility of throwing a new light on biological cybernetics. Here I wish to single out. Okay, he said biological cybernetics, right? Here I wish to single out, among a variety of current investigations, the book by Stanley Jones on cybernetics. He says, notice the spelling of living systems. Okay, he says, in this book, they devote a great deal of attention to those feedbacks that maintain the working level of a nervous system, as well as those feedbacks which respond to the special stimuli. Since combination to the level of the system which particular responses is considerable extent multiplicative, it is nonlinear and involves considerations of the sort we have already brought out. The field of activity is very much alive at present, and I expect it to become much more alive in the near future. The methods of memory machines and of machines that multiply themselves, okay, he says, are dependent on a high degree of specificity, right? Okay. But yeah, it's interesting. He's talking about self-organizing systems and their implications, right? Okay. And this is in cybernetics, right? Okay. And if we move to the idea here, right, in terms of nature, right, applying cybernetics to nature, let me go to Kurzweil, which we're going to look at much later. And we're closing out our discussion on Kurzweil, hopefully today, right? Okay, so we could return to Kaczynski and the work Technological Slavery. Okay, but I also want to read a work after I'm done reading the Scribina section, right, on Bill Joy, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. And look at his TED Talk, because Kurzweil mentions it several times, right? This is what Kurzweil says. He says, non-biological intelligence's growing double exponential rate will vastly exceed biological intelligence well before the middle of this century. In my view, however, the non-biological intelligence should still be considered human, since it is fully derivative of human machine civilization. Okay.
It's rather interesting.
Very interesting, weird statement, right?
So now, why would you want to characterize that as that?
Why even call it non-biological then?
Yeah, right.
What's the distinction, right?
I sense a ulterior motive with that.
Yeah, greetings, my friend. Blessings. Thank you for joining. Twilight.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah, what's going on, homie?
Good to be here, man.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. It's good to see you, my friend. And yeah, it says yeah, he says the merger of these two worlds of intelligence is not merely the merger of biological and non-biological thinking media, but more importantly, one of the method of organization and thinking. Notice the words method of organization or thinking. That is exactly what technique is. That's the level that technique operates. On the level of method or thinking itself, right? And let me go to this. He says these technologies will become so integral into our health and well-being that we will eventually become indistinguishable from our machine support systems. Well, I mean, in the words of Weiner, animals are machines, just like Descartes said, Deus ex machina, right? That's where the language itself comes from, right? The Latin phraseology, right? Okay, so everything is alterable, right? Humans are alterable, nature is alterable, Animals are alterable. Animals can be transformed into machines. Nature can be transformed into machines, right? What else do we have? We have information itself, the total plasticity of content. The content is totally fucking plastic. It has no meaning. It's totally it's overloading contextualization so that the content is totally plastic. It's context with no content. All right. So here it goes. He says that, okay, the first era of communication, said Poole, was the speech. The second, writing. The third, printing. And other forms of making multiple copies of phonographs and photography. And now the fourth era, all media become electronic. Right now, he says, and most electronic media are becoming digital. He wrote this in 1985, right? Telephones, radio, TV, recorded music began their lives as analog media. Every note the listener heard was a smooth, direct transform of the music in studio, but each of them now gradually becomes wrenchingly in the process of becoming digitalized, which means becoming computerized. You see a difference in the different surfaces of long playing records and compact discs, record grooves and wavy lines. Okay, tracks of CDs are nothing but a sequence of distinct pits. Analog is continuous. He says digital is discrete. Let me go back to Weiner, right? Because he makes it. He talks about something interesting. Okay, he says, okay, the Brownian motion function in the case of electric circuits can be generated physically by the shot effect. This shot effect is a phenomenon of irregularity in electric currents, which arises from the fact that such currents are carried not as continuous stream of electricity, but such currents are carried not as okay, I'm sorry, I just read that as a continuous stream of electricity, but as a sequence of indivisible and equal electrons. He says, thus, electric currents are subject to statistical irregularities, which are themselves of a certain uniform character and can be amplified up to a point which they constitute an appreciable random noise. Okay. So you need a device that can detect the generation of this random noise, right, to correct the flow inside of the circuits themselves, right? Okay, so circuits do not operate in perfect regularities, right? Anyways, let's go back to this idea. So that goes back to the notion of machines programming other machines, right? But anyways, he says analog is continuous, digital is discrete. Weird statement. He says, with digitalization, all of the media becomes translatable into each other. Computer bits migrate merrily, and they escape from being from their traditional means of transmission. It's weird that he used the word traditional. A movie, phone call, letter, or magazine article may be sent digitally via phone line, coaxial cable, fiber optic cable, microwave satellite, the broadcast air, or physical storage medium, such as tape or disc. If that's not revolution enough, he says in 1985, Stuart Brand, with digitalization, the content becomes totally plastic. Any message, sound, or image may be edited from anything into anything else. Okay. And he says later, all transmission will become digital in the future. Okay. And all right. Psychological manipulation and plasticity of content. Okay, so now let's move to Ellul. Okay, and so this is finally where I've come to, right? To Ellul, right? And he's saying, right, Okay, material techniques of communication, psychological techniques, commercial techniques, techniques of authoritarian government, all combine to produce the important phenomenon of propaganda, right? So this ideological milieu of techno-liberalism, right, that is produced through technological means, right? Okay, the idea and institution of a monoculture. Let me go back to this. Okay. Look at what he says here.
Kaczynski is basically anticipating the Internet of Things.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is this is Elul now. You know, but yeah, it says artificiality, technique is opposed to nature, art, artifice, artificial, technique as an art of creation of an artificial system. This is not a matter of opinion, he says. The means of man at the disposal of the function of technique are artificial means. Okay. He says technique destroys, subordinates the natural world, right? And eliminates the natural world. It does not allow the world to restore itself. And he says, or even enter into some symbiotic relationship with it. Okay, he could not disagree with, with Kurzweil more about the role of technique, about how different it is, right, from the biological state of humans, right, and how we cannot enter into a symbiotic relationship with it, right. Whereas Kurzweil states it's very easy for man to enter into a symbiotic relationship with machine. There's no difference between biological intelligence and non-biological intelligence, and also, one day there will be no sense in which we'll be able to tell the difference between the two. But yeah, go ahead, Lilith. Blessings.
That was exactly. If you remember when I was talking about the original Telestic viewpoint, that was exactly what I said. That it's the difference between the imitation and the lack of symbiosis, and that I couldn't agree more. That's why I appreciate a little too. So that's why I like that you have them side by side. It's perfect.
Yeah, we're gonna be. We got a video of Elul too, so we're gonna be bringing that up. And we've been watching this video of him talking about the ideas in the documentary, "The Betrayal of Technology," and I got some music for you guys too. So we'll get to some of that in a minute here. And I want to get to some ideas about the effect of technology on the economic framework.
Earth. Yeah, you were a fool. You were definitely a fool, because Machine Lies is not only brilliant but also very humble, and just an overall good dude. So yeah, blessings.
Yeah, and then we'd let me get up in this this idea from Kurzweil. Okay, I'm gonna move back from I'm gonna go from Kurzweil to Orwell, okay, and then to and then back to Elul. And his views on how automation transforms the capitalist system, right? And creates a sort of pseudo communism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
for the record, I respect very few people.
Yeah, I appreciate you, brother. And
no problem, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but it says here, hold on. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. All right. Okay, actually it's on the last page here. He says one profound trend, and this is about and Kaczynski and Elul predict a lot of these things, right? He says one profound trend already well underway that will provide greater stability. Greater stability. Okay, greater stability from what, I wonder? Is it that the technological status of man is causing social upheaval? Right? Of course it is, right? That's why they need stability, right? So, you know, the technological mainframe is causing instability, right? So he says one profound trend, okay, to provide greater stability is a movement from centralized technologies to distributed ones. Oh, great. Right. And this is the idea, right? In techno-liberalism, the movement is to a sort of corporate socialism, right? Okay. Okay, obviously, we're already living in a world where corporations act as pseudo-governmental entities, international corporations, right? They do corporate espionage. They have their own private security firms, right? Okay, and they engage in techno-feudalism, right? He says centralized technologies involve aggregation of resources such as people, cities, building, energy, nuclear power plants, liquid, natural gas, oil tankers, energy pipelines, transportation, and other resources. Centralized technologies are subject to disruption and disaster. They also tend to be inefficient, wasteful, harmful to the environment. He says distributed technologies, on the other hand, tend to be flexible, efficient, relatively benign in their environmental effects. The quintessential distributed technology is the internet. You see why they're fostering communications technology, right? Because it leads to a sort of techno-socialism, right?
It's a
Okay.
setup.
Yeah, it's a setup. Yeah. Putting all your eggs in one basket. I mean, and he thinks that that's not disaster, right? I mean, a single virus could spread through the entire system and wipe it out, right? But he wants to make everything digital, right? Essentially, just as Stuart Brand was predicting, everything in the future will become digital. Right now, let's go to Orwell, right? Let's go to Orwell. He's got some interesting thoughts. Okay, in his Road to Wigan Pier, right? Okay, this is in chapter 12. He says, socialism is bound up more or less inextricably with the idea of machine production. Socialism is essentially an urban creed. It grew up more or less concurrently with industrialism. It has always had its roots in the town proletariat and the town intellectual. And really, he should say city. In that time, they colloquially, the city was the town. Okay. Okay. Obviously, this is a sign of urban sprawl, right? That a town, okay, what they considered a town back in the day was what literally we consider a city today, right? So, yeah, you know, things are growing much more complex. I mean, but it says it has always had its roots in the town proletariat, the town intellectual. It is doubtful whether it could have arisen in any but industrial society. Granted, industrialism, the idea of socialism presents itself naturally, he says, because private ownership is only tolerable when every individual or family or other family unit at least is at least moderately self-supporting. But the effect of industrialism is to make impossible for anyone to be self-supporting, even for a moment. Industrialism, once it rises above a fairly low level, must lead to some form of collectivism. Okay, not necessarily to socialism, of course. Conceivably, it might lead to the slave state, of which fascism is a kind of prophecy. And the converse is also true. Machine production suggests socialism, he says. But socialism as a world system implies machine production because it demands certain things not compatible with the primitive way of life. It demands, for instance, constant intercommunication and exchange between goods of all parts of the earth. It demands some degree of centralized control. It demands an approximately equal standard of life for all humans and probably a certain uniformity of education. Okay. Now, Now let me show you guys. He's in Elul. He couldn't agree more. He says it is automatism of technique. Okay, with its demand that everything be brought into line with it that endangers capitalism and heralds its final disappearance. Heralds its final disappearance. Okay. This is an accurate criticism and reveals two things. First, that we are correct in speaking of automatism. If the situation of capitalism is indeed as described, it is so because the technical progress acts automatically. The choice between methods is no longer made according to human measure, but occurs as a mechanical process which nothing can prevent. Capitalism, in spite of all its power, will be crushed by this automatism. Second, that for the men of our time, this automatism is just and good. Fools. He says, if communism can make this critique of capitalism a successful springboard for propaganda, it is only because the criticism is valid, and it is valid because everything can be called into question. God, first of all, he says, except technical progress. There is nothing left to do but wonder at a mechanism that functions so well and apparently so tirelessly, but above all else, no finger must be laid upon it, nor its automatism interfered with. It is this, the headway of technical progress becomes automatic when the modern man renounces control over it and cannot bring himself to raise his hand against it. It is so as to make the choice himself. This, then, is the first aspect of technical automatism. Now we'll move to self-augmentation and monism, two other aspects of how technique takes over, takes control of human agency, and creates a interconnected system. But we're going to play some music, and we invite obviously commentary and stuff. We're going to drop the link here in about 40 minutes. Blessings, guys. Let me see who's in the chat here. Seems like a lot has transpired there. See. Okay, yeah, we got this channel, Cyber Caliphate, the new channel. Please go ahead and subscribe there before we get totally taken off this medium, right? TML, Twitter. Yeah, perhaps if you have a Twitter, it's a good idea to go ahead and look at the Twitter, right? Alternative means of communication there, right? Okay, blessings to the brother Jack Talcott. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir. Lurking in the background. Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate you very much. Death to compromise. Yeah, thank you. But I hope you guys enjoyed that little rigmarole, right? About technique and ideas in biology, human society, and the extrapolation of control and communication, and how the economic sector is totally under the guise of the control of technique. Blessings. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. This is one of my great friends here. I greatly appreciate you, sir. Look within. Blessings, sir. I mean, Dr. E. That's one of my great friends here. Dr. E. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, my friend. That's very true. Forms, exactly, Jake. Blessings. Okay, we got DeFreak in the chat. Thank you, my friend. Blessings. Person, turquoise, crowd, surf, finger, red, number 1. What the hell? Is that a code? Some kind of code?
No, StreamYard isn't
yeah, no,
loading the symbols correctly. But it is a type of code, yeah.
Yeah, blessings. TML. Genius. It's a genius. Dude. I'm on with 2 different accounts. Blessings, brother. I appreciate you, Michael.
So is that Mike from earlier? I'm getting
Yeah, that's Mike who calls into the show.
Yeah, I know
one of the
Malzahn,
best.
but it looked like there was like a third mic emerging, but
Oh,
I
that was
guess it
another.
was
Yeah,
just him.
yeah, that's the Italian guy from Jack Talcott.
That's
Just
Mike P. But
yeah,
there was
Hey, buongiorno.
just a mic earlier,
yeah.
so I don't know which one it was.
Toilet Earth, blessings. You know, I think you fooled Sleeper Cell Girl. Blessings. I mean, stoner coughs. Yeah, we got a little of that going on. Islam is politically hijacked. I have to agree somewhat with that statement.
Yeah, that's
Controversial
sad.
for me to agree.
It's in pretty much every religion.
It's unfortunate.
Every
It's
religion.
unfortunate.
That's right. Every religion's politically
Yeah,
hijacked.
yeah,
Or
that's true.
subverted on some level.
Yeah, I mean,
It's that's why I make a distinction between religion and faith.
oh
For
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, politics is. I mean, let's talk about culturally hijacked. They were culturally hijacked before they were politically hijacked.
That's true too.
For sure, yeah.
So, yeah, so that's also a thing. Culturally defiled, let's say. Vinny
Yeah.
Pots and Pans, blessings, brother. Peace be with you,
Man,
sir.
pots and pans.
Pots and pans. Hey.
I need some pots and pans plug-in for my
That's
beats.
most of my issue with religion is the politics and the like you're saying the cultural like that's most of my issue.
Yeah, we'll turn that on in a minute. We're gonna get some music in here. We're gonna move on with the Lul reading. And man, I can't believe it took me an hour to say all that. I was thinking that was gonna take me like 30 minutes at the very most.
It's like some kind of time travel.
You should know better, man.
Really? Yeah, I know.
By now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I mean, there's just so much to say. I mean, but yeah, we'll figure it out. But we're trying to smooth it out. See, if you conglomerate all of these presentations, you'll notice lots of repetition on the main principles. I mean, and the themes. I mean, and then the repackaging and ironing out of those same issues and themes over time, right? So yeah, I mean, it's been a very coherent presentation from the last 20 episodes. If you guys really put it all together in terms of the opening with the Jacques Ellul, right? But yeah, definitely. But yeah, here's some.
I think so.
Yeah, but yeah, here's some music for you guys, man. We'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, I think you guys will like this one.
Yeah, they always depict Muhammad as a terrorist, and that's bullshit. I've read the Quran. I have it right now, actually, in PDF. I used to have a physical copy of so many books, and when I moved, I lost everything.
Yeah, we could talk about it because
I had the Bhagavad
obviously,
Gita, I had everything.
yeah, I have an interesting work called "The Justification of the Use of Terror" in terms of Robespierre and the French Revolution.
But
right?
But I know the history of Islam, and there wasn't Islamic terror until recently. It didn't exist.
Yeah, it was.
A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of this stuff was invented in the French Revolution, and also by Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin, when he blew up the King David Hotel. You guys could look into it.
Yeah,
right? But
that was one of the first. That was one of the first
T groups. Yeah, we gotta say
history.
T. Yeah, we gotta say T. But because we might get shut down for that. But yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. And he was
I'm actually not sure. I'm actually not sure. Might be soft censoring myself, but yeah.
I mean, it could be. It's better to tread carefully.
Yeah, tread lightly.
They decide every day what you can and can't say. So who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one of the first T attacks. Like in modern times, I don't know, like in history, but in modern times, that was one of the first.
Yeah, he even said that he was the
and
first.
He was a small hat.
He admitted
too,
it.
So.
Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, he admitted it big time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, Menachem Begin, and yeah, actually, recently Jimmy Carter passed away. You know, who organized those? Well, he's not the. He is also Brzezinski and all these people. You know, but yeah, in the Camp David Accords, and then after the president of Egypt got assassinated. You know, you guys got to learn this history, man. It's very interesting. You know, history of the Arab and Israeli wars. Before they bury the history completely, it'll disappear. It'll disappear. They'll rewrite everything that happened. They'll erase the history of the Nakba. They'll say it's Arab terrorists. And these, so, you know, I said it. Yeah, but anyways, Winds of War, Technicians, remix by you know, Vinny Paz, and then I have a song by Apathy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I hope you guys like this. Blessings.
And Vinny Paz, his family, he's Italian.
Yeah.
Straight out of Philly.
I'm setting the example. And what I've done is going to be puzzled over and studied.
Prepare for the verbal war. The hologram advanced physical form. Manifest the universal mind into the law. Traveling land, I stand on sands of chemical vibrations. The math, heat of light departed in wrath. So where you gonna stand when the Elohim return? 7 great sages throughout the ages say you burn. It's my turn to shine. I redefine the crystalline biological structures implanted in your mind. So I find the deaf, dumb, and blind, and bless them with science and leave the blind ones behind. Descending into this ball of mass in the form of rain. The verbal hologram brings pain. So rearrange the degree of a wave that brought you to darkness. Take hold and rip out your soul from your carcass and rise away like a sham. The verbal hologram is the verbal avalanche. One last chance to replan and overstand. Before the hologram said you can't the Holy Land. So ask your man when he returned where I sent him. The plan was to kill God and reinvent him. Practicing black magical tactics like voodoo. Attacking like the 7 deadly warships of the voodoo.
Give a sight to the blind. The dumb are mostly intrigued by the dumb. Give a sight to the blind. The dumb are mostly intrigued by the dumb. Give a sight to the blind. The dumb are mostly intrigued by the dumb.
I bring forth the mighty you, the mind you, the powerful Zapadra, the darkening behind you, the biblical Omega Man, the Ashtar command. I came to bring mortals, the Barak to be glad. So here I stand on the 4 corners of Stonehenge, traveling through portals, the thunderbolt battles, the Lord of the Immortals, the steel of the 7, the rising of the demon, the lost books of the Bible and forgotten books of Eden. The heathen will burn like ferocious, handed the holy tablets like Moses, the blackening of roses will send you through the edges of the land, the emerald tablets of North the Atlantian, the hands of the mighty Lion of Judah will throw you through the triangular portals of Bermuda, exploring the hologramic aspects of consciousness for aliens to devour. Orthodox first relativistic equations for power. The shower of acid rain brings pain to the land. You cannot kill what you cannot see. The verbal hologram.
Don't ask me. I don't know him any more than I do the thousands that died at Saw.
It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly. Wow.
Yo, what the fuck are y'all thinking? Letting apathy get on a mic? That's like unleashing a fucking atomic bomb. Yo, this is self-titled, the motherfucking mother molester. Yo, apathy, rip the spines out these niggas.
Spit an incredible verse, your head'll reverse and burst. So blood chemical squirts all over medical shirts. Professional works of art spark exceptional words. Short circuit lights and cause an electrical surge. Rhymes shine like lights off of pieces of ice. My speech is precise, slice like psychokinesis and fights. Rhymes reaches heights of beacons and satellites. Where man can scan Venus and find pieces of mic. My feet is tight with genius light. Spit with the speed of light. Strike in the night. Strip you of your Adidas right. You see this and you bite cause you couldn't beat this hype. I'ma torture your wife while my fist squeezes the vice. Which unleashes the spikes. Raise leeches of mice right on the peaches and spice. Till she screeches with fright. The meanest to recite reaches for the weakest device. And releases to the people say Jesus, he's
amateur when I slap slackers and backpackers. My rap shatters your whack matter forever. Clever, but still better with skill to sever your head, so bet that I'm ill. On the best records, erected and rip it and wreck it. I erupted and ruptured your rap labels, built into wreckage. Respect it, cause apathetic is magnetic, electric, effective, and known to charge negative when I said it.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. I'm electrically charged like jumper cables got attached to the mic. Jacker, you bite, I got a black gap with a sight. I sat upon a satellite last Saturday night, beefing with a space rapper till we battle for mice. I could think about you making shatter platinum and ice. You try flattery and apathy will flatten you twice. Just to obtain the fame or be half as nice, you'd have to train every day twice for half your life. Every MC I see wanna be live as me. I'm at the level of perfection that you strive to be. I got insight, don't even need my eyes to see. All knowing, nothing on earth surprising me. I'm on some fly shit, on some old open up your eyes shit. Superhero for rap, never be the sidekick. Cats try to see in my mind like they were sidekick, but I kick the rhymes with spine shatter when I spit.
Spectacular.
Spectators are left spellbound, helpless like women rape victims being held down. I'm like the nuclear facility in meltdown, radiating physical, making your spirit hellbound. Coming from CT, rocking in 3D, throwing root beers in your fridge for trying to see me.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun.
Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun.
Just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Blessings. There's a couple of mixes I put together. I made over 100
Yeah,
mixes.
man.
Yeah.
That's
the
dope.
music.
I haven't heard self-titled like that. Was dope.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what we're talking about here is propaganda and how it works on the mind and how technology is evolved in the distribution of mass propaganda. So we turn now to Jacques Ellul. I mean, you know, and let me read a little bit of Ellul before I open it up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have no idea. We did some sort of you know, I mean, it's not my idea. It's really trad culture. He wanted to do a hit piece on Jay Dyer, and we got his little fanboys in the chat. You know, so so I don't know. They're still leaving me little messages. So I'll go ahead and respond to that in the morning. But you know, better to join the show. You know, we'll be dropping the link here in 30 minutes. You know, anybody who has questions, you can come up and address us. You know, definitely. But yeah, here is some ideas of Ellul, right? He says propaganda, a new technique, right? Combining techniques of communication, psychological techniques, commercial techniques, which is economic techniques, okay, techniques of the authoritarian government, right, which are political techniques, okay? So social, material, psychological, commercial or economic, and also political techniques all combined in the art of propaganda. Isn't that fascinating? Technology seems to have an integrated function, right, in regards to mass psychology and propaganda, right, according to Ellul. And he says, independent of all the rest of the necessarily produced as a consequence of the, he says propaganda, which represents itself as a new technique independent of all the rest, and necessarily produced as a consequence of the preceding phenomenon. Started reading at the wrong stage there, right? But yeah. Okay, so he's saying this idea of propaganda is independent of all of these various phenomenon that produce the propaganda itself, but it's a necessary consequence of them. To reiterate the point, Okay.
What's up?
Blessings, brother.
What's good, Unseen?
What's up, fellas? What you reading from tonight? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Yeah, we're on Elul, page 91 of the Technological Society. For people who have the book, read along. You know, obviously there's many PDF versions probably available online. John Wilkinson translation. You know, you might as well get you one. I mean, but yeah, before they erase them from the earth, they're able to do that now, right? But yeah, it says here, the second law of self-augmentation explains the characteristic of the technical movement, which has engaged the attention of contemporary sociologists. This is the unevenness of technical development. Enormous disparities exist not only in the various global areas of technical expansion, but also in the field within the various sectors. Technique progresses more rapidly in one branch than in another, and certain retrogressions are always possible. To Frankl, this unevenness of the development is the key to the disturbances of the equilibrium and the social difficulties of the technical phenomenon. Provokes, according to Frankl, if all branches evolved in the same rhythm, there would be no problem. Frankl's view, certainly too simple, is probably not inexact. However, it explains little. In fact, these clashing rhythms cannot be altered because of technical automatism. Right now, he says, okay, that cannot be known with certainty even a short time in advance in what quarter a new technical invention will be produced, precisely because such inventions are, for the most part, the results of self-augmentation. Okay, he said you can't halt progress by force. Okay, so there's no means of bringing these rhythms back into harmony. The role of the individual is progressively weakened. The final point is to make in discussing self-augmentation is that technique and its development poses primarily technical problems, which consequently can be solved only by technique. The present level of technique brings on new advances, and these in turn add to existing technical difficulties and technical problems, which demand further advances still. This is a concrete problem in town planning. A large city supposes a concentration of means, transport, air control, traffic organization, and so on. Each of these permits the city to grow even larger and promotes new technical advances. Okay, hence urban sprawl, right? Remember Orwell, right? He said that, okay, socialism is an essentially urban creed, and it's based on industrial production. Okay. And he says here, this is a concrete problem in town planning. A city supposes a concentration of means, transport, air control, traffic organization, so on. Each of these permits the city to grow even larger and promotes new technical advances. For example, to make housework easier, garbage disposal units have been put in to allow the garbage to run off through the kitchen sinks. The result is enormous pollution in the rivers. Okay. Actually, this problem countered by the creation of the EPA by the Environmental Protection Agency by Carter, who recently died, right? And he made the Safe Water Act or whatever, right? Okay. So yeah. Okay, so the idea here, he's talking about that, you know, you need means of purifying the rivers so that water can be used for drinking. A great quantity of oxygen is required for bacteria to destroy these organic materials. And how shall we oxygenate rivers? It's an example of the way in which technique engenders itself. The mechanization of administrative work in the business offices raises the problem of necessarily different kind of organization. It is not merely a question of replacing human beings with machines or speeding up the work of bookkeeping, for example, but rather of affecting operations of a new type, which must be integrated into a new kind of organization. For example, the organization of the whole system of inventory analysis with its four functions of entering, grouping, totaling, and comparing becomes necessary. An ensemble of new techniques must be elaborated, without which the machine in question would be good for nothing, resulting only in Okay, pseudo systematization, he says, quote unquote, pseudo systematization. What a great term. This okay, yeah. But yeah, he says the implication of self-augmentation becomes clearer. The individual's role in less and less important in the technical evolution. The more factors there are, the more readily they combine. The more evident is the urgent need for each technical advance for its own sake, efficiency for the sake of efficiency. Okay, to quote Orwell again, right? Okay. Proportionately greater advance for its own sake, with the expression of human autonomy proportionately feebler. Excuse me. Human beings are indeed always necessary, but literally anyone can do the job, provided he is trained to do it. Henceforth, men will be able to act only in virtue of their commonest and lowest nature, and not in virtue of they possess and superiority, excuse me, of the individual and individuality. The qualities which technique requires for its advance are precisely those characteristics of technical order which do not represent individual intelligence. And here we enter into another area, the nature of the technician. Okay, the nature of the technician. Okay. And let me move now to the betrayal of technology by Elul. Okay. I guess they're going to show us a commercial. I'm glad I didn't put that on the screen. Okay, let me see where we're at. Okay, so he's talking about an increased sense of nihilism. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. We were past the part where he like walks out to his little house here and shows us his little collection of books. And yeah, actually, let me start with that part. Elul in his study. This is cool. Place to start. Blessings. Introducing Jacques Elul.
Juke.
Yes. And we're only a little bit of this documentary left, so we'll see.
Je suis violemment critiqué, par exemple aux États-Unis, en disant ça, c'est parce qu'il est calviniste. Alors, calviniste, c'est être pessimiste, etc., etc., etc. L'ennui, c'est que je ne suis pas calviniste. Bon, ça, ils n'ont rien compris à ma théologie. Mais enfin, ça n'a pas d'importance. L'autre chose, c'est que vous comprenez que être pessimiste dans une société comme la nôtre, ça ne peut conduire qu'au suicide. Donc, il faut être optimiste. Il faut aller passer ses jours de congé au Disneyland. Alors là, on est optimiste quand on va au Disneyland et qu'on y trouve de quoi ne plus penser à rien. Autrement dit, l'accusation d'être pessimiste, c'est une accusation qui consiste à me dire vous empêchez les gens de dormir tranquilles. Laissez donc les choses marcher, ne vous en occupez pas, dormez tranquille, et puis ça marchera comme ça pourra. je ne voudrais pas effectivement que mon discours soit trop pessimiste et soit trop fermé. Et je voudrais expliquer que l'homme étant encore un peu un homme, ayant encore des besoins humains, étant encore capable d'amour, étant encore capable de pitié, étant encore capable d'amitié, eh bien, cet homme va, est-ce qu'il va le faire, est-ce qu'il ne va pas le faire? Prendre conscience de cette détermination par la technique, de cette suppression de ces obligations dans lesquelles il est engagé, de ces conditionnements techniques. S'il prend conscience, alors...
Okay. I think he's raised a very important point, right? Your freedom depends on your awareness of the situation, right, of being enslaved by technology, right? So he says in the beginning, he says that he'd like to take an optimistic look, right, in terms of, right, the idea that freedom is dynamic. It's not a vested interest. It's a dynamic goal, not a vested interest, right? Okay. And that it has to be continually preserved, right? The truth is a living truth. Goodness is a living spirit, right? The fact that these ideas have to be continually renewed, continually refreshed, continually preserved requires a sense of vigilance and a sense of patience, right? In order to engage with the greater idea of things, right? So your freedom actually begins with realizing, you know, your own limitations. You know, and he actually says in the preface that freedom is in, you know, is in a reaction to a necessity, right? Freedom can mean nothing if it's not in response to determinisms and necessities, right? So it's a fascinating concept, right? But yeah, his idea that, you know, that because he talks about the system and explains the domination and control by the system, people label him a pessimist, a nihilist, right? Somebody who, you know, is looking at the negative side of things too often, right? The people who enjoy the system, right, and are enslaved by it, they don't notice their own slavery, right? The most enslaved people think they're the freest, and this is really how it's working, you know. But yeah, you know, it's a bad situation. But Elul points it out quite clearly there. But yeah, people say, you know, because Calvinism is strongly opposed to free will, right? The strong philosophy against free will, right? Okay, so you know, and so does Martin Luther. He's not too keen on free will either, right? So so they have a complex idea against it, right? The idea is Paul and taking out the idea of James and good works, right? Martin Luther said the epistle of James is an epistle of straw. He wanted to take out books from the Bible. This is all true. But yeah.
Seems kind of strange to be vehemently against free will. So it's like you're predestined to vehemently protest free will. Or something like that. Calvinism is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. He made a lot of good points there, though. A lot of people that think they're free are slaves for sure. There's no question about that. The most enslaved, because if you're if you're completely free and liberated, like most of the woke world, you know, but you have no control over your own mind and desires, then you're just a different kind of enslaved, believing you're free. So, you know, it's just Instead of not having choices, you have so many choices that you just you have no control and you have no self control, and so it's like a drug addict or some it's like an addiction. Really any kind of addiction, whether it's power, money, sex, whatever. It could take any shape, any form. That's not freedom at
Oh
all.
yeah, this is something that even Plato wrote about. That somebody could be enslaved to their desires, and
Yeah, this
so
is what
their
Buddha.
freedom, yeah, their freedom
This
could
is
be
what.
self-destructive,
Yeah,
self-destruction.
yeah, absolutely. It's like the best way to destroy somebody is to give them everything they think they want. If they're not
Oh yeah,
if they're not mentally prepared for it, that will destroy them. And that's what
oh
happens
yeah,
to celebrities and all that who are
oh yeah.
naive
Yeah, that
and
that that's the kind of people they choose. Yeah, the best way to destroy
yeah,
a fool is to make them king for a day. Yeah, absolutely.
right,
They
right.
choose the guys that are extremely malleable, that they could change their personality every 5 minutes.
Mhm.
They get those people that are totally
Yeah,
Project Monarch operated, and right, they just can
yeah,
switch it on and off, and they're just like, So yeah, this is the deal, right? I mean,
Slavery by consent, That's like
yeah,
the
yeah,
whole
yes, exactly,
Aldous Huxley type thing he was talking about.
exactly,
We're
exactly,
enslaved to our toaster ovens, man.
exactly, unseen, exactly. Yeah, yeah. People have
yeah,
this idea that if they have, infinite choices and, they can do whatever they want, that somehow they're free, and nothing could be farther from the truth. Uh, you have to have a strong mind and a strong will to be able to operate in that environment. And that's why people get into Hollywood or they become so-called elites or whatever, and if you're not or a millionaire or whatever the case may be. That's why these millionaires have people that like watch their money for them because you have too many choices. You go insane. Like this is
yeah.
why.
A
Even,
perfect dictatorship which have the appearance of democracy, a prison without walls in which the prisoners would not dream of escape, a system of slavery where through consumption and entertainment slaves would love their servitude.
yes, yes, exactly.
100%. Yeah, it's like Rousseau said I think in the 1700s, where he was writing that, today men think themselves free, but are everywhere in chains,
Yes,
and literally he said, that to be sane in a world full of madmen is true madness. To the mad
yeah,
the insane man is not the man without reason, but the man who has lost everything except reason. And check this one out. Elul. He says freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest, but a prize continually to be won. Okay. The
yeah,
more the moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinisms. Okay, he is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom. Okay, in the modern world, the most dangerous form of determinism is the technological phenomenon. It is not a question of getting rid of it, but an act of freedom, of transcending it. How is this to be done? I do not yet know, he says. Okay, but he says this book is an appeal to the individual sense of individual morality, responsibility, right? We got a not a fan of Rousseau, huh? Interesting. I love Rousseau. But yeah. As compared to Hobbes and Locke, I think he was right. He said if it weren't for the printing press, the works of Hobbes and Spinoza would be relegated to the dustbins of history. Definitely. I mean, which is very interesting statement. I think it's true. It's the popularity of such works. I mean, there'd be different works that would be popular. It's because of technology that these things have pervaded throughout the mass conscience. 100%. Things like philosophy and science. Okay, they're inextricably linked to the technical phenomenon, as I've demonstrated over and over in our preliminary presentations on the show. Okay, we looked at the theological scope, we looked at the science and philosophy and all that jazz, right? But anyways, we're talking about here the nature of the technician and how he's totally enslaved by technique. He says, this decisive evolution, the human being does not play a part. The technical elements combine among themselves. They do so more or less spontaneously. In the future, man will apparently be confined to the role of a recording device. Okay, he will note the effects of techniques upon one another and register the results. Okay, a whole new kind of spontaneous action is taking place, and we know neither its laws nor its ends. In this sense, it is possible to speak of the reality, quote unquote, of technique with its own substance, its own particular mode of being. Okay, the life independent of our power decision, the evolution of techniques then becomes exclusively casual. It loses all finality. Okay, we're going to move on to some music here in a little bit, right? But I first want to talk about the nature of the technician in elluls, right? He says this is what amounts to such as Alfred Sauvy mean what they say that, quote, by a slow reversal, production is more and more determined by the wishes of the individuals in the capacity as producers, then by their decisions as consumers. Okay. In reality, it is not the quote unquote wishes of the quote unquote producers which control the quote unquote technical necessity of production. Okay, which forces itself on the consumers, he says, right? Anything and everything which technique is able to produce is produced and accepted by the consumer, right? And as we saw in the introduction, right? Ellul said all consumption is a spectacle, right? Okay, so obviously this idea of technique increasing the sense of voyeurism in these social relations, right? Obviously society is ruled by screens now, so you have a almost repulsive sense of voyeurism afoot, right? But yeah, the belief that human producer is still master of production is a dangerous illusion, says Ellul. And this is what he's saying in the 60s, right?
Chasing
Technique
the
is
phantom, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he says technique is organized in a closed world. He's hitherto demonstrated this in various forms in economics and culture, right? And we've demonstrated it by explaining what he says in our previous shows, right? But he says it is based on human ignorance. Okay, he says that technique utilizes what mass of men do not understand. Okay, as Charles Carmichael says, quote, the worker cannot understand the workings of modern industry, unquote. The individual, in order to make use of technical instruments, no longer needs to know about its civilization, and no single technician dominates the whole complex any longer. The bond that unites the fragmentary actions and disjointedness of individuals coordinating and systematizing their work, it is no longer a human one, but the internal laws of technique. The human hand no longer spans the complex of means, nor does the human brain synthesize man's acts. Only the intrinsic monism, and this is what we're getting to, the monism of the technological system, right? In other words, the interconnectedness of techniques, the assimilation of different forms of technique under a single guise, right? And the creation of an autonomous system independent from man's relation to nature. Okay. So this is what we're coming to, right? Okay. We've been trying to get to this point in understanding what Ellul is talking about, right? And this is where he opens up the discussion on this idea, right? He says, of technique assures cohesion between human means and acts. Technique reigns alone, a blind force, More clear-sighted than the best human intelligence, this phenomenon of self-augmentation gives technique a strangely harsh aspect. It resembles nothing other than itself. Okay, and this is what the thinker John C. Lilly talked about when he talked about the solid state entity. Okay. Okay, increase complexity and assimilation. Okay, hand in hand.
Who
right,
was
and on the
Lilly?
psych. I'm sorry, what was that?
Who was John C. Lilly? I recognize the name.
Yeah, he did like experiments on dolphins and stuff. But yeah, he invented the idea that you could control human emotions through electronic frequencies, right? But yeah, this idea of increased complexity and assimilation pairs off psychologically on the societal level with the increase isolation and collectivism, right? But yeah, anyways, he says here that technique multiplies its own self. It resembles nothing but itself, right? So this idea of self assimilation, right? Self augmentation, right? Technique simply is. It undergoes no modifications in the movement, which its being and essence, which is its being and essence. Sorry. Okay, he says it is only locus where form and being are identical. It is only form, but everything conforms to it. Here, technique assumes the particular characteristics which make it a thing apart. A precise and well-defined boundary surrounds it. There is that which is technique, and that, and then there's everything else. He says, okay, which it is not. Whoever passes this boundary and enters into technique is constrained to adopt its characteristics. Technique modifies whatever it touches because it is itself untouchable. Remember, he said everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, right? Creates new means, right? It says the intelligences of art or war come nowhere near as that of technique, he says. No more then does the industry of ants or bees, a hybrid but not sterile being and capable of self-generation. Technique traces its own limits and fashions its own image. Wherever the adaptations, nature, or circumstances demand of it, technique remains self-identical in its characteristics. And its course hindrances seem to compel it to become not something else, but even more itself. Everything it assimilates strengthens in it its traits. There's no hope of seeing it change into a fine and gracious being. It is neither Caliban nor Ariel. I don't know who those guys are, right? But it has been able to take Ariel and Caliban into the unconditioned circles of universal method, now monism, right? And I'm going to read this paragraph, and then I'm going to see what's going on in this chat, and then I'll proceed from there. Okay, but yeah, we're on page 94 in Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, right? And yeah, we're working our way through this very fascinating and foundational work on the technological system and how it operates, right? And how humans get reintegrated into a society that's ruled by machines. Thank you for joining us. We're on a section now called monism, okay, in which Jacques Ellul's discussing the proliferation of technique, the interconnectedness of technique, the creation of a world system. Okay, and we're living in a time where you have an international world economy that's linked up through the communication systems, right? Okay, so you have a world system based on technology today, right? Most people are very hesitant to make that analysis. Very strange. I think more people that would be honestly making that assessment, right? But indeed, there are only very few that have dared to make the assessment. Right? It's not popular to critique the technique. Okay? It's not appropriate to bite the hand that feeds you. Some say. Monism, which has many implications, by the way. Okay. When we get to Scribina, okay, this idea is huge, right? And his idea of naturalistic monism and the pantechnicon. Okay, indeed, science is monistic because it says everything is made of matter. I don't know if you guys knew that. That ideologically speaking, philosophically speaking, science says there's but one substance, which is, pretty ludicrous, because how can it study anything, right? It's kind of like trying to go between Parmenides and Heraclitus, as we've said so many times. But yeah, monism, this idea that came from Parmenides, but not just from him. As me and my friend Twilight here talked about many times, it actually comes from animism. Right, that they didn't believe anything was really matter. They believed it was all spirit.
That's right. The ether, which is what Darwinism and all these materialist philosophies were created to counter.
I just thought about this because Neurojack was asking me, about Orthodoxy's position on animism, and yeah, we would say that the material and the spiritual are equally
Yes.
as important.
Yes.
So it's not one or the other with us.
Right. That's what we believe too. They're one and the same. They're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
So monism, and I talked about some of these ideas at the beginning of this presentation here. But yeah, we'll go to like 2 hours and 22 minutes because it's also 2:22, right? And then I'll play some music because of all the twos, right? It's gonna be raining twos in this bitch, so we'll just get, so we'll take our second music break at 2 hours and 22 minutes in the transmission here, if you want to call it that.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
Exactly. Monism. Okay, so we've looked at many ideas. We've looked at self-augmentation. Before that, we looked at automation. Okay, the automation of choices. Okay, by the development of efficiency, and the ruling out, through efficiency, of the diversity of forms and technical design, right, led us to the development of self-improvement within various technical means, right, which is kind of like invention, spontaneity of invention. Right now, Ellul is talking about how different techniques become integrated within the system as a whole, right? And that's why he's given this long sort of speech about how man's no longer in control. Okay, because he's finally going into this, going into the main stuff. Every time I say that, I lose like 2 viewers. Babies. Babies.
It's
babies. Intellectual midgets. Oh well.
Yep.
And
Yep.
It says the technical phenomenon, embracing all the separate techniques, forms a whole. This monism of technique was already obvious to us when we determined on the basis of evidence that the technical phenomenon presents everywhere essentially the same characteristics, and it is useless to look at for differentiations. Okay, I'm actually sorry. I actually do have to drop the link here. So we'll go to this concept of monism, perhaps with the audience, and yeah, we're dropping the link here. I'm going to pin the link. Okay, and I'm going to look at the chat as I said I was going to do earlier, but I never did. So,
You know why?
yeah,
You know why machine lies? Because people don't want to believe they're not in control, and they don't want to believe they have to give up their toys to
yeah,
they don't want to
seize
have to
control.
believe they
Yeah,
have to give up anything. You
yeah, that's
know,
right.
they like their ice cream, they like their sugar. You know, they want to keep.
We'll just sit back. We'll just get freer over time. It's like, yeah, right. And it's not.
Yeah. Now it can be used constructive. Matter of the method. You know it. And this whole thing, this whole transhumanism is the ultimate goal is post-humanism, which is after human, which it's called human 2.0 because it's a replacement. The whole point is the complete nullification of the individual, so the individual ceases to exist, and ultimately the human ceases to exist. That's the goal.
Yeah. Then we got Talcott. It says, interesting idea. Technology is built based on known sciences, yet technology changes the sciences that are known. Exactly. Thank you for listening.
And then also the nullification of the spirit, and to put it in other terms, the nullification of God. So they create a new God and then merge with it.
Yeah, it looks like Jasun there is agreeing with you.
Becoming God without God, you know?
Right.
And,
Yes, exactly.
And then this whole, like, this all came out of the Enlightenment with like this idea that a utopia.
You mean the Endarkenment?
Yeah, something like that. Well, because you look at somebody like Plato, they never like thought about like a utopia. They thought that
Not
would
at
be
all.
absurd. That there could even be a perfect world. It was, because men aren't perfect, and we never will be. So even to try to obtain this supposed perfection and this peace, it's a false peace. And
Plato thought the world was already perfect. We just didn't understand it as perfect. We couldn't understand the perfection of it. So Plato would roll in his grave, because Plato thought that what we saw were forms, or what we saw were we didn't see the essence. We only saw the forms. So from Plato's perspective, it was perfect. The creation was perfect.
Yeah.
God was just unknowable from the perspective of human understanding. It wasn't that it was unknowable completely. It was just that it was only through revelation that we could understand it.
Yeah, well, we would say like the energies are knowable, and
Right.
the essence is unknowable.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying, just in a different way. So yeah, he would agree. If he was here, he would agree.
I think so.
So yeah, yeah. No, I've studied Plato quite a bit, and he got his from Heraclitus and the Persian philosophers, and they were pretty much all saying the same thing. If you really look deep into it, Tao, the Ching, Lao Tzu, they were all pretty much saying the same thing. The logos, it's all pretty much the same. If you really take a step back, it's just different cultures, different different ideas. Like we talked about the primordial Chinese, how they even had like the characters. We were talking about that. It's a similar story. We talked about the perennial philosophy and all that. So yeah, this idea that somehow man can be perfect is absurd. In our current condition, we're not, and as you said, we never can be.
Yeah, well, it's all about what this idealistic efficiency that doesn't exist.
So if I just heard right, do you think man claims perfection?
No, these people do.
Okay. Who are these people?
These transhumanists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Again, I'm an Islamophobe, so I know the Quran claims perfection. What is it? 5.3. Today we have perfected your religion. But okay, so the transhumanists claim perfection. I'm not even sure who transhumanists are. And Machine Lies, when I said, oh no, not Rousseau, I didn't mean like I don't like Rousseau. I don't think what is the blank slate, empiricism is a good philosophy.
Well, I think that was Locke, not Rousseau.
That was Locke. I thought Rousseau was a contemporary of Locke, and it actually came from Francis Bacon, I think.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not as well versed in the philosophers as you are. But I was just saying, wow, you got a lot of range. You go from Lao Tzu to Rousseau, and I don't know if you saw my next comment. I said next he'll quote, Chief Seattle.
Yeah, yeah, I love the Native Americans as well. We have some Native American friends, some notable ones. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, very interesting philosophy of life that they have. I mean, I'm more in line. I mean, I think that the idea. I mean, if you read, I mean, there's a notable work called Hay Ibn Yaqsan. That's written by an Islamic philosopher, right? That was a contemporary of Maimonides, right? And he was actually in a court. Yeah, yeah. He actually taught in a court with Averroes, right? The jurist, right? And this is in the Almohad Caliphate, right? And this work, he talks about a man, right, seemingly by legend, that ended up on an island alone, right? And he's raised by a deer, right? And when the deer dies, he sort of cuts out the heart of the deer to figure out where the source of the energy was coming from, because he notices that something changed when it died, right? So he determines that the source of energy is not in the heat that he finds in the heart there, right? And he thinks that there's got to be a spirit there, right, within the deer, right, which he sees as his mother, right? So he sees nature as his mother, right? So this play, sort of, philosophical story, Hay Ibn Yaqsan, it actually really influenced Robinson Crusoe, the great, legend, right? Yeah. So, and I think Rousseau was very influenced by those types of writings, right? So, this idea of a return to nature and the critique of Enlightenment philosophy, right? Very interesting ideas, and I think fascinating ideas. I think ideas that couldn't have come from the Islamic world, right? Because the Islamic world takes science and technology for granted, right? Because they weren't close to its development, right? So, it's fascinating that the most interesting critiques of Western civilization could come from people like Rousseau and Nietzsche, right?
Yeah.
Who are the greatest patrons of Western learning. It's quite ironic, actually. I know.
Right. Have you ever read the Incoherence of Philosophers by?
Yes, I read parts of it. Yes, I've studied parts of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty major work.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the Incoherence of the Incoherence by Averroes. By Averroes.
Yeah, right. Averroes and Al-Ghazali argued back and forth.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Between who was right. Between Al-Ghazali wanted to dismiss the Hellenistic philosophers, I guess, and Averroes was like, no, we can't throw all this out. But what's the one line in there?
Yeah, you got to read.
Fire doesn't burn the cotton. Allah burns the cotton.
The
Yeah,
German existential
just
philosophers had a lot of knowledge, a lot of insight. The existential philosophy, existential psychology, which
well,
Nietzsche
actually,
would be part of that. Heidegger would be part of that.
well, actually,
Fichte would be part of that.
yeah, well, actually, interestingly enough, Ghazali's ideas influence Hume's view of causality because he was
Yeah.
pre-Hume in his idea of causality because he said that if you say fire burns cotton, right? Ghazali says it's fire and then Allah's will and then cotton burning, right? So he says there's actually three things that happen, not two things, but people are mistaking cause for correlation. And that's the
Right.
same thing that Hume claims because he says in between atom smashing, there could be something else much more fundamental to the atom smashing that caused things to happen, right? So
Hell,
he
even
says that if you think that two atoms smashing, this billiard balls smashing into each other, cause things to happen, you're a fool because you don't
right.
understand that just because you observed something, that doesn't mean that you observed a cause. You could have just observed a,
Right.
a correlation, right?
Right.
Between
That's the
two things.
thing. That's the thing in itself too.
Yeah, and then there's Aristotle says, well, there's four types of causation. So now you're getting cooking, right? Because what type of cause are you actually talking about, right?
Right. And I would agree, obviously, that nature is our mother from an animistic perspective.
Oh yeah, I mean, even from a biblical perspective, it seems that way. Right?
Well,
From
I
a
mean,
reality perspective.
I mean, I would definitely agree with that, but
I mean, because we're made of the clay of the earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But in terms of and obviously humanity is one.
Yeah.
So I believe that.
But that's been negated and ignored in modern times. But yeah, for sure, I would definitely agree with that. I would say it's pretty clear that it's there.
Yeah, I think we all had one father and one mother.
Right.
And I think they were made from the clay of the earth, for sure.
49:13. In the Quran, right? We are made from a single pair, 49:13, but of different tribes, so we may learn from one another.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, people like that one because it's against world government.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't you?
Well, what is world government but world mind control?
Right.
And isn't that what we're talking about in the first place, is the separation of the mind and the reality, and how we've separated those two things, but they should really be brought back together? And that's where freedom really lies, or does not lie, as the case may be.
Right. Yeah, I would say that's valid.
I mean, the more I've been researching into the Tao, and I've been listening to quite a bit of what is it, Alan Watts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get into him. Yeah, we're gonna get into him. We got some mixed feelings about him. Yeah, he's interesting.
He's an interesting character. However, what he says about the Tao, I can't disagree with. And the more focused we become on the ego, the more diluted into things we become.
If you like Alan Watts, there's Jiming Xing was like the leading Taoist at Alan Watts's at Berkeley or whatever.
Yep.
So Jiming Xing is a little bit more, I think, closer to the original like Chinese text than Alan Watts. But
yeah, the thing with Alan Watts is that he's a perennial philosopher. So he's very readily combining ideas from Mahayana Buddhism, Zen philosophy, right, Neoplatonism, and he's also combining the ideas of Gurdjieff and Ouspensky, which were his teachers, right? And yeah, it's fascinating.
Wasn't he originally like a Methodist or something, and then like got kicked out or something?
I think he's misunderstood though. I actually do like Alan Watts quite a bit. He's kind of misunderstood. If you really want to understand him, you got to watch his. Well, actually, someone made a video of it. It's a very long lecture, but someone made a video of it, and it's basically how far out would you go? I think is what they labeled it, and he basically talks about the dream that we're all in. Like if you were the divine and you wanted to, convince yourself that you weren't, and you watch that and you'll get an idea of what he's really about because he's kind of a trickster too. So if you understand like Zen koans and all of that, like they'll teach you things to make you ask questions. It's not really necessarily like an answer or a direct teaching. It's a teaching that makes you kind of question what the hell they're saying. So that's one thing about Alan Watts. He's not my favorite, but to say that he wasn't like an influence in my development would be a lie. So I do like Alan Watts. Like I said, he's not my favorite, but
Oh shit! What is this, Truther? Is this no hide laws?
I do respect him. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
We got Truther pushing no hide laws out here with Tikkun Olam and the
no.
emoji.
Yeah, Father Seraphim Rose was a student of Alan Watts, and what he said was that after he joined Jiming Xing's class, he thought that Alan Watts was sort of kind of like a pseudo, kind of guy that sort of rode a wave all the way to the end, and I don't know. That was his viewpoint of him.
Well,
aren't we all riding the wave?
Well, that's understandable because he became Orthodox. So I completely understand and respect that. Alan Watts went the other direction. He became a Zen Buddhist, So I can understand that. Everybody has their path, So
I think the reason he said that was because the guy was supposedly like a really bad drunk, and like all his philosophy really didn't work out for him in the end because he just he put on a show for people on the outside, but he was pretty miserable from what
It sounds like most people.
Him, I mean, I'm not trying to like.
Well, I'm not sure about his personal life or how long, if that was like towards the beginning or towards the end or where, when and where that was in his lifetime. But, and then again, like Nub said, that's pretty much everyone, you don't know what someone does in their personal life unless they tell you or someone else tells you, so I never get too wrapped up in that because you never know who anybody really is, so
whose fire alarm is going off?
I don't know.
You might want to address that. At least we know the batteries are good.
Yeah, it's not an alarm. It's like a truck or something.
Now we've got the office in the back. Who is that?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but
I
I'm gonna
muted
move
myself, so I don't know.
I'm gonna move to a musical break
and Wolf.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute everybody and move to a musical break. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you guys for being here, and yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Machine Lies, if I may say real quick, I appreciate your open forum and freedom of speech.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you.
A documentary on it's called Bloody Cartoons on the Danish cartoons, and anyway,
the fatwa.
The fatwas and
those idiots protesting about crazy.
And Salman Rushdie's guy just got convicted, not sentenced, but anyways, I appreciate your freedom of speech.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you. Yeah,
have a
thank
good
you.
one.
Yeah. Yeah, and also God bless America. Yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, inshallah.
Yeah, exactly. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Allah Akbar.
Aloha snack bar. Shout out to the brother Ken before the storm. I mean, one of the homies. But yeah, let's go ahead and move to some music, and we'll be back in a little bit, guys. Okay, with some Tao. Yeah, with some Taoism. Everybody's excited about
let's
the
go.
topic. Yeah, they're already excited
My
about the
favorite.
topic.
My
Let's do it.
favorite.
Yeah, exactly. We'll read 1 and 2 again. Why not? And we'll figure it out. Thank you, guys. Blessings.
Carbon-based life forms, big ups.
How does it feel to be an icon?
665 represent.
What was that?
I don't know. But just by the way, it's 665. Everybody thinks it's 666. 666 is not carbon. It's a derivative of carbon. It's carbon 14, which is not actually carbon. Yeah. Just thought I'd mention that.
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for rubber nipples. I'll tell you what, though. Do you have any rubber walrus protectors? Call the police.
Call the police.
Yeah, I don't. And truthfully, the number of the beast is 616 in the original Bibles.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are
No,
supposed to
no,
do.
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Why has it got 33 right next to his face, eh?
Yeah.
Didn't notice that before.
Having knowledge is evil. Yep.
It's having the form of knowledge but denying the power thereof.
What does that even mean?
I think that's like a lot of presuppositional apologetics is like form of knowledge.
Well, no,
but
that's just
denying
ignorance.
the power.
Well, presupposition isn't ignorance, really, because you're presupposing an answer without actually getting into what that is. Like you're assuming. But you're not actually getting any new information. You're just assuming it beforehand, which is the height of ignorance. So in other words, you're assuming you're right without investigating.
Speaking of smoke detectors, the smoke detector here just went off. I just woke up everybody. That was
Bro,
sick.
it's like a chain reaction, bro. Because that wasn't mine earlier, and then mine went off, and now yours went off.
Yeah,
Bro,
well,
it's like
Brown's boy was in the chat saying that. You know how I know we're not in hell is because hell doesn't have smoke detectors. And like, I looked down after it, I was like, "What the hell is going on, dude?"
it's a sign, bro.
Beep.
Red alert. Red alert, man.
Well,
The
if you
spirit
think
is
about
talking.
it, the Bible itself, to my knowledge, it doesn't really talk about hell being like a fiery place. It's more the absence of God.
Yes,
I
I
mean,
would agree
we can
with
talk
that.
about Dante's Inferno, but like even the story of Jesus, if it
Kinda
happened
both.
allegedly, right?
I would.
He was definitely saying that he was away from the Father, and that would be
Yes,
hell.
I would agree with that 100%.
Well, the
And
way
I
we
would,
understand
and
it,
I would also say that it's not really a judgment. It's something that we do to ourselves willfully. We willfully reject God.
right? So what we would say is that God, Orthodox would say that God is everywhere and fills all things. So
Yes.
he's even in hell with this person. His energies are there, but they hate God so much it almost burns them up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
It's
I would
like
agree with that.
they hate the love of God. It's burns them.
Yeah, I
So
won't. I won't.
they
I won't
use
troll
like
you. I won't troll you. I completely agree with that, Unseen. Real,
so
real,
it's like
real talk.
the way we look at it is like when they describe like this burning in
Yeah.
the scriptures, it's like they're using physical words to
Right.
describe spiritual a spiritual reality or something. Like that's
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a yearning for God, but you can't be like it you know. It's like a yearning, like because
yeah.
you're like empty inside. You have no like. It's like all the goodness is gone. It's like because God is all the goodness in the world, and now that's all gone. All that's left is fear and pain and death and destruction and you know that's what's left. You know, because that's because everything that's good in the world is of God, and so that's what you're left with. That's kind of how I see it. It's like absence of God is absence of everything that's good in the world.
You said what? Get some meat? Yeah, I did. Shit.
So it's like you become incompatible with that. You willfully become incompatible.
Yeah.
Right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind
Um
of how I've always seen it since I was a kid. No one told me. It's just I just kind of always felt like that made sense to me. It's like you have willfully drawn a line in the sand and said, I don't want to be a part of this. You
well, there's
know?
a saying, amongst the desert fathers, it's like if you don't want God in this life, you won't have him in the next, right?
Right.
And there's a story from Saint Macarius of Egypt where he stumbles across the skull in the desert, and the skull starts speaking to him, and the skull says he was a pagan priest of that time, and Saint Macarius asks him, well, what's it like where you are? And he says, we're lined up in head high flames, and we can't turn our heads. We have to stare at the back of each other's heads because there's something like that, a part of. It's like hell is there. You don't have any connection with even other people because man is created in the image of God. So you're just kind of sort of standing and staring at the back of somebody else's head. So I don't know. That's what he says in the text.
So
But
it's
as you
kind of
said,
allegorical.
right, as you said, it's allegorical language.
Well, yeah, but it's a spiritual reality. So it's like
Right.
the language is describing a reality we just don't necessarily understand. So
Sure.
right, yeah. So it's not fully allegorical, as in you get what I mean. So
Right. Right. I think I get what you're
it's
saying.
some
Yeah.
in between that. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Because they do describe some burning there and some flames there. Now, what that looks like, I don't know. But
I think this transhumanism is a type of hell.
I think it's just another word for eugenics.
Oh, it's way beyond eugenics.
well, in the scriptures, it says that men will wish for death and they can't
Exactly.
die or something.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. Well, because unseen, it's essentially not even it's essentially immortality of the flesh with no spirit.
Right.
So you're trapped in a false reality with no spirit. So you know, because you have no free will. Because if you're part of some hive mind, you know, that someone else has a remote control over, what the hell is that? You know, what the hell is that?
Death of the spirit would be eugenics, the uh, transforming into something unnatural, something
Well,
abominable.
well, no, it's not death of the spirit because the spirit can't die. It's trapping the spirit.
Allegorically.
That's the problem. Is it can't die. It's immortal. But it's a loss of the spirit because an immortality of the flesh. But but that's it. And so, like you said, they would pray for that. That was one of the verses that always got me when I was younger. That and this idea of why the hell it says that Satan would be bound for 1,000 years, but then he would be released again. I always thought that was the strangest verse, and no one ever talked about it. And
Except Rocky.
I know unseen. Well, you know what? Rocky has a point. He just I think he has a very assumptive understanding of what that means.
Well,
But
the way we look
honestly,
at it is this: is that that you know, his being bound is sort of he's restrained, right? And
I
that
actually do think
restraining
we're
factor is monarchies, right, in the world. So the czar would be considered like this restrainer of evil in the world, right? And when he's taken out by the provisional government in Russia, there's no longer anything holding them back from ascending the hierarchies of the church and taking over and setting up heretics in those places. Because what the czar would do if somebody did like something like that, or a monarch would do, is that they would aid the church in ridding the church of a heretic. They can no longer do that because of the way the system's set up now. So he's free to sort of, you know, reign in the world, you know, so unbound from this sort of chains. You get what I'm saying? That's the way
yeah.
we look at
Well,
it.
I'm certainly not going to argue with you, and I'm certainly not going to get too deep into it, and I'm certainly not going to say too much. But let's just say that this idea of the little season, what it talks about in Revelation 20, okay, it's been okay. Like I've always had this. Like I said, that verse has always been one that really, even when I was younger, I was like, what does this mean? And when I used to go to church and I would ask about it, everyone's just like, oh, don't worry about it, you know. And ever since I was a kid, I was like, this. I feel like this means something. Like it's really important. Okay. And let's just say, like, it came back on my radar, and it was funny that Rocky mentioned that. And even though the way he like, let's just say the way he um discussed it, I felt was a little assumptive and kind of, I don't want to say poorly delivered, but yeah, I don't really know what else to say. But let's just say there's about 70 verses, man, that it Jesus is basically saying this will come to pass soon. You know, no one here shall taste death. Like there's about 70 verses like that. Okay. And
Okay,
it
so what does he
actually
mean
got
by
me,
that, though?
it got me personally looking back at the scriptures, okay, recently. All right, to the point to where I don't want to like give the wrong idea, but it almost feels like something's been working on me a little bit. All right. So
I would
I,
start
I
reading those commentaries. So there's an app
but
called the Katina Bible app, right?
but
And
just hear me out though, man.
I'm hearing, I'm hearing.
Just hear me out because I want you to know this, all right? And I'm not trying to change anything, your views or anything, but I'm just saying give this some thought, all right? Because we know our history's been messed with, okay? So there's evidence, all right, what's called stigography, okay? You know about flamenco and all that. his information is pretty solid, but there's also evidence that he was part of the elite himself at some level. All right, but there's this other guy who does stigiography, which basically shows that there's different like samples. Okay, so basically what it is there when you have different time periods. Okay, those different time periods will show different deposits and different samples that will show the wear and tear of those different time periods. You understand? So like the different time periods will have evidence of the different strata, basically. Okay, well, he went to 30,000 different places, okay, to see like, what was, the evidence of those different time periods. And of those 30,000 different places that he went to, um when he actually did the tests, these are scientific tests, how many different variations do you think he found in those 30,000 different places?
0.
0. So what that means is in the 1,000 years that he tested, 700 years there were 0 variations, which means in common language, and I'm paraphrasing a lot because this is a lot to get into, it all happened at once. Okay, and what's really interesting about this is there was a time frame, okay, where there were all these, and this will be interesting to you, Unseen, and this is part of why I'm telling you this. There were all these visions and accounts of, and this really stood out to me because I found something like this a long time ago and it came back on my radar. uh there were all these accounts of these miracles that were happening, and people were saying, oh, it's just fan fiction, it's just folklore, it's, all this other stuff, and not only miracles but cataclysms, things that were happening in the sky, earthquakes in diverse places, just like it says in Revelation, right? And volcanoes and all this crazy stuff, and then also uh you know miracles, of saints and whatever else, that were all happening at the same time, right? And they found, all these places that were like buried, or places that weren't, that were buried, that were like coming back up, or places that were liquefied and then buried. And this was all covered up. But they found this like Roman architecture all over the planet. Okay? So it's quite possible that the Roman Empire was actually global at one point, and it was the final beast. And there's a lot to get into. Okay, so you have to like look at all this different evidence, because it sounds crazy at first, but when you start to put this all together, it's like, whoa, wait a minute now. What is all this? Why would they cover this up? Because if we had 700 years added to our history, okay, which it's pretty much undeniable when you really look into it, all right? And there's all these cataclysms that occurred all at once, okay? And all this history was all at once, and it wasn't spread out. Like the fall, basically the fall of Rome happened instantaneously. It wasn't this successive period, okay? And all these things occurred simultaneously. Then what in the hell really happened? You know? And I'll stop there. But there's a lot of evidence, and I have plenty of literature and videos to back this up. And it's funny because this dovetails into a lot of other research I was doing that was completely unrelated. As well. So it's just really wild. And this idea of what I was telling you about, like the difference air pressure that we had like in the past and all that, and the technology that was around, was ties into what people call Tataria, but it's kind of misunderstood what that really was. And it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, the fact that there was like so much like orphan trains and all that, like what that really was, the beginning of the Enlightenment, but yeah, I'll stop there for now.
All right, so this verse, it's 16 and 28. And what he says is, assuredly I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Right? Okay, so when I go to the commentaries, I'm going to go to Theophylact Orchard. And what he says is, he says that he had said that the Son of Man would come in his glory so that they would not disbelieve him. He says, quote, there will be some here who would see as far as they were able the glory of the second coming in the transfiguration. At the same time, he shows what great glory will belong to those who suffer for his sake. For as his flesh shone like lightning on that occasion, so in due proportion will the saints shine forth then at his second coming. Here he is hinting at Peter, James, and John, who he took with him on the mountain and showed them his kingdom. That is the future condition which he would come, and both he and the righteous would be radiant. He is saying, therefore, quote, some of you here shall not die until you have seen my be transfigured. See then that this is those who stand firm in goodness, who see Jesus radiantly transfigured, and they are ever advancing in faith and in commandments. So basically, when he went onto the top of the mountain and he was transfigured and he seen Moses and Elijah, this was what he was talking about, right? But that's misinterpreted to say, well, you know,
How do you know it?
Second coming.
How do you know that's misinterpreted? Were you there for the actual interpretation, or is that your assessment?
Yeah, but bro,
did you not just hear me? I said that I'm reading from commentaries from the saints that are explaining the verse.
Okay, were they there for that verse to be explained, firsthand account, witness, testimony?
Well, does it need to be firsthand account, or does it need to be taught and handed down?
Yes, absolutely.
So we have it from 368, we have it from 420, we have it from 407.
Okay, so what out of those people, who was firsthand account?
Apostles. They were directly
okay, who was firsthand account that saw Jesus himself?
The apostles, and then they taught people.
Okay, if that's the case, then it would not be the scripture according to John or according. And if that's the case, then all of the stories would be much more identical. I find very much so fallacy in what you're saying.
You know what I think is ridiculous about this narrative here is that they'd have to be identical. It's just this idealistic, you know, over like super correct ideal of reality. If you've seen a crime and your neighbor's seen a crime, you might see different perspectives of the same crime, and you're not going to have the same exact story. So that's ridiculous.
And you would definitely not speak of a first-hand account witness. Absolutely, because it's ridiculous. You're claiming something that you have no
see two different perspectives. It's ridiculous that two people.
No, it's ridiculous that you're going to. If we're talking about a crime, the only crime is the fact that people believe in this fairy tale. That's the crime.
We'll see how much of a fairy tale it is. You know, we'll see.
Okay, we will. And we will. And nothing happens as a. Until then, it's a fairy tale.
Say whatever you want, man.
I will. I mean, you have no first-hand account testimony outside of the Bible whatsoever.
Sure, we do.
Let me guess. Jesus wasn't around for 60 years until after the fact. Great stuff. First-hand testimony.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you held that same standard to any other historical figure, you wouldn't believe in them either. So.
I don't believe in them either.
You don't believe in Alexander the Great?
Do I believe in him? No. Do I believe that he existed? Most likely. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of first-hand account testimony outside of his right.
What's going on here? You're like being like.
Great stuff. Go to the low blows. Great stuff. Great stuff. So is there anything wrong with autism? Wouldn't that be if I were autism or if I were autistic, then wouldn't I be considered to be created in his image and therefore he would be autistic?
No, because we're in a fallen world. So what happens in a fallen world, things happen that aren't and the perfection that God created because the sin has entered.
That's a narrative.
It's hilarious that his voice is.
What is the great sin that I committed?
I didn't say
Yeah,
anything about
botting
your
a little
sin,
bit.
man. I don't even care, dude. Do what you want.
Of course you don't. I don't really care either. I just find it funny because you guys claim it's true, and yet have
Almost like auto-tuned.
this is.
Auto-tuned out.
Yeah, you cutting out numbers. Yeah. Whoa.
No,
Was this many?
I get what you're saying, bro, but this is the thing. There's like 70 verses that are like this, where it's like this will not happen, and you know, you know, either it'll be like this is the time is nigh, you know, this will not come to pass, you know,
Right. Well,
before you
in
die.
each of those verses, there's context to them, right?
There's yeah, but the context is for the people that were there at that time that he was speaking
Right.
to.
At the
And then they
time.
taught
In
people that
Right.
context. And they taught people that context, and those
And then it
people
became
wrote
out
down
of
commentaries
context
on
as soon as it happened.
it. Well, how do you know that they didn't? I mean, it's kind of stupid to
How do you
say,
know
like,
they did?
just because there's written
It's
epistle.
kind of stupid to both would be true. It's kind of stupid and it's kind of not stupid because one of us is correct at the end of the day, and neither one of us can prove our point because
Sure, I
you
can.
weren't there and I wasn't
could
there.
prove my point to you, but you would have to
Then
do
where's
the
Jesus?
reading. You would have to read.
I
what
have done the
exactly
reading,
there is.
sir.
Look, man, I'm not gonna just sit here and like have you just talk over me, man. I'm not doing this shit, man. It's annoying.
Great stuff. You gonna call me some more names?
Have you guys considered you could both be right? Maybe.
Well, he couldn't not exist and exist at the same time. And it really doesn't matter who's right. It's a matter of pointing a narrative as if it were truth when it's merely your belief that it is true. I have many beliefs that I'm sure you would disagree with. Doesn't mean they're true, doesn't mean they're not true. It means it's my belief.
I'm not arguing with you, man. I don't have anything to say to you, really. I don't care.
That's a
what
good
you
thing.
think.
That's a good thing. I just find it really ridiculous that Christians claim to be people that speak truth, but have no truth about their book. Like, there's very little, if any, proof of any of it. Maybe some of the Old Testament, I'll go.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife, she, we have a dear friend named Mrs. Fan who's from Taiwan, and she had a lot to do with helping, my wife with a lot of things. But yeah, anyways, it was interesting how, my wife always imitates her because she's a Christian. So she always talks about how she'll always give preference to Christians over other people. And she'll be like, he's a Christian. So yeah, we love that lady. She's great. She's a great, blessed lady. But yeah.
And I'm not saying Christians are bad inherently. I'm saying
they're
that
great.
if you
Yeah, they're
propose,
blessed. Yeah, they're excellent.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm saying like I
one
don't
of my
know
best
all of them.
friends-
So
No, one of my best friends was a Christian. Real talk. Before he died, definitely. But yeah, here we go. To the Tao Te Ching.
some words of truth.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, they're about Christ, by the way. The way.
Yeah, there
Sure they aren't.
Oh,
That's
there's
why
one
it was
that's
written
coming up.
way before.
Well, there's one that's coming up that's very much.
Keep manifesting, demon.
Oh, so now I'm an autistic demon. Great stuff.
Yeah, and a bitch.
Oh, and a bitch. What a Christian you are. Where is that in the Great Commission? Go for out to all the nations, calling them the autistic demon bitches. Is that in there? Okay,
Let's just
so you're
relax.
not following your book.
That just came from me, bro. No.
So you're not following your book. So why should I if you're not willing
I don't
to
care
do it?
if you follow the damn book. Burn in hell about it.
But you aren't doing it. So that's
Yeah,
the
we
problem.
we gotta move on now. Definitely. But yeah, we're you know, we definitely gotta move on, Holmes. I mean,
Of course
get
we do.
fixated. No, yeah, book one of the
Otherwise-
Tao Te Ching. Do you want to talk about it or not?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do it. Yeah, chapter 1. I mean, the way that can be followed is not a constant way. You know, so there is an idea about, essentially it's about this idea of being connected to desire, and also this idea about naming and division. So if there's one, it's really without definition. One is mysterious, right? And the idea that definitions and names and distinctions, they help essentially, define things, but only after having separated them from the one. So you're not really elucidating what the mystery is. You're just elucidating what the divisions are, right? Which you're actually creating, right? So all division, comes from perception and trying to separate things, right? So, you start with desires and you end with no desires, right? The idea is that you want to merge with the dust, merge with oneness, soften the glare, merge with the dust, merge with the oneness, the uncarved block, natural simplicity, and harmony with the Tao, right? So so yeah, it says the way that can be followed is not the constant way. The name that can be named is not the constant name. Okay, essentially to name something is to limit it, right? Okay, and what begins, it doesn't necessarily name itself. Okay, so it says nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Named, it is the mother of the myriad creatures. Okay, so creation comes through names. Okay, nameless, right?
Did you just say nameless?
Yeah, Wu Ming, nameless.
Interesting.
Yep, one of the central themes, Wu Ming and Wu Wei, two central themes within the Tao. I mean, and it goes with this idea of without form and without name. This idea of nama and rupa. I mean, we're going to talk about in Buddhism, right? And then it gets combined in the Zen tradition. So we're not going to be done reading about the Tao just because we're done reading about Lao Tzu and Shang Tzu. We're actually going to cover more about it in terms of the Zen philosophy, because Zen philosophy is a reflection on the Taoist philosophy in many respects. So we'll be reintroducing those concepts. So at this point, they're part of the foundation of how we're looking at things. But yeah. Oh no, he's not trying to start drama. He's just a sort of a snappy fellow there. Right? But yeah,
I'm not starting drama. I was not the one starting drama. I'm just questioning. Just questioning. If that's drama, then we've got problems in today's society, but we do, so.
Well, yeah, of course we do. That's evident.
Right.
We'll have to assume that one, but
right.
But yeah, but yeah, Jen, blessings, and also Denise, blessings. Thank you for being here. Aaliyah, thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate you. We got a couple people in the chat here. You know, I want to acknowledge. Thank you so much. Insane thinking. You're not insane living in this world. Definitely. You know, 100%, my friend. Yeah. Hashtag Neo Antifa. You know, support the homie Star Fox. You know, we met him recently. I mean, yeah, definitely. Neo Antifa, his organization. I mean, but yeah, anyways, you know, desire comes from a need to know. You know, desire is separation from the one, right? So the whole idea of desire comes from names, right? So the name is something that comes from limitation itself. Right now, creation begins with names. Right now, obviously, there's a thing that starts before creation. Okay, what starts before the myriad creatures, right, is heaven and earth, right? Heaven and earth themselves had a beginning. I learned all of this from reading 4 fucking lines. All right, literally. I mean, right? I mean, it's all packed in there. I mean, right? You know, I'll read it again. A way that can be followed is not a constant way. A name that can be named is not a constant name. Nameless, it is the beginning of heaven and earth. Named, it is the mother of the myriad creatures. Always eliminate desires in order to observe its mysteries. Always have desires in order to observe its manifestations. These two come from unity but diverge in name. Their unity is known as enigma. Okay, that's not 4 lines. It's like 8 lines. But yeah, anyways. I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean? You guys get the picture. I mean, there's a lot packed in there. I mean,
You
but
know,
yeah,
this sounds like a book that I've read before, but not that one that he was talking about. Just saying.
oh, it will in a minute. Trust me.
But it doesn't today. And like you just said, if it's got to be one consistent.
Well, I have to clarify because I have said in the past, because it's very interesting that the idea of logos, right, and the idea of the word, right, and in terms of God said and then there was, right, so that is all very relevant, I mean, to this discussion, because creation begins by naming things. Now, when creation came into existence, right, God taught Adam the names of all the things, right? So knowledge is consistent with knowing the names of all of creation, right? So
I thought the story went that Adam named them himself, not that he was instructed to name them.
I believe that it says that God taught Adam the names.
I would have to look at that.
It's like he was divinely inspired to give the names to the animal. For example, like a serpent designates some sort of wisdom, even in the name serpent. You know, he was at a higher level of understanding because he was in direct communion with God at that time. So yeah, I would say that God gave him. There's some synergy there.
Yeah, there was like a telepathic communication going on.
Wait, did you just say synergy?
Wait, did you just say, dude, shut up to me, man. Don't talk to me.
I thought we were on a panel to have a discussion. Now you're getting triggered.
There was like a telepathic communication that was going on. If you look at the Bible from a mystical perspective, there is some overlap between it and the Tao. There's actually a book called The Tao of the Nazarene that I actually sent to Machine, and there's also the Tao of Christ that gets into this. If you look at it from a mystical perspective, there's some overlay, but organized religion kind of.
Yeah, we're gonna go over these on a Tuesday stream. We're gonna go over the Christ, the Eternal Tao, and the Crowleyan translation. So we're gonna like go back and forth between those two and see, you know, where you can, you know, align it with the Christian teaching, where it can diverge into totally dualistic and Heraclitean message of transforming things, right, and alchemical idea, right. So so obviously there was lots of Taoists who went on to kind of practice alchemy, and they said that the Tao was trying to teach people about eternal life, and they created lots of concoctions, which they ended up drinking, and it ended up being the last thing they ever drank. So I mean,
whoops.
I love this
so there's
shit.
lots of, so there's lots of instances of Taoism. There's some type of squeaky there, Nubs. You gotta mute yourself. Listen.
It
Here,
sounds
hold on.
like some little
Yeah.
yappy dog.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like an animal. But yeah, this whole idea about the Tao, and alchemy, there's lots of people who abused it and came to superstitious ideas and everything like that. Just like, there was what was that thing that the church was selling? Where you could like buy something and like forgive your sins or something.
Indulgence.
Yeah, indulgence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Religion.
They still do it. They still do it.
It was religion.
Oh, really?
That's what they were trying to sell.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, they turned Taoism into a type of religious thing, and that's when it kind of got a little weird, and it got a little awkward.
Because Lao Tzu didn't consider it a religion; it was just a philosophy, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a
Right?
way of
Yeah,
life.
I mean that's how I see it. That's how I see it. I mean, when I see the statement similar to Socrates in chapter 71, where he says, have knowledge of your own ignorance. I mean,
Yes.
I think that is philosophy. I mean, that is a formula for philosophy, in other words. I mean, so right.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
I'm pro philosophy and faith. I'm anti-religion.
I'll agree there.
Yeah. Religion is politics. That's the difference.
Religion is actually the Tao talks about religion.
Yeah.
And what it is. It's the cage.
Well, check this out. It
Yes.
says that the named and the unnamed, right? That there's something that's created, there's something that's uncreated, right? And it says that these two come forth in unity but diverge in name. Their unity is known as enigma. Within this enigma is yet a deeper enigma. Okay, the gate of all mysteries, he says. So, he's kind of almost anti-philosophical as well. You know what I mean? So he's kind of very interesting thinker. You know what I mean? Because I would classify it as cynicism, because ultimately you're using philosophy to implode philosophical concepts. All right.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like I wouldn't say it's necessarily anti-philosophy or cynicism. It's kind of like Nietzsche, and also, I mean, Zen is in a way too. Like all true philosophy and spirituality is kind of that, because what it's telling you is ultimately you don't need anything.
Right.
That's really what it's telling you. It's not that it's anti anything. It's just that it's showing you that all roads really lead to nowhere. And what that means is that you don't really need anything. The real teaching is you. That's really that's what Alan Watts was trying to tell people. So really what it's ultimately telling you is you don't need anyone. You don't need a priest, you don't need a church, you don't need a guru, you don't need that's really what it's all leading you towards.
You
And
mean
that's
there's
what
not a
all
savior coming to
Except
save us
Alan
all?
Watts was
or...
a guru, and when he talks about the Tao, he says that man follows the way of the earth, and the earth follows the way of heaven. And by contrast, man should follow the way of heaven. And what is the way of heaven? And the Tao is kind of saying God without saying it. You know what I mean? I mean, what else could it be? An ordering principle before time itself?
Well, yes. But when you really understand what it is, and you understand what he is actually saying,
logos.
It's something that once you understand it and you get it, there's nothing more to know. Like it's the simplicity. It even talks about this in the Bible, that man will be confounded by the simplicity of Christ. That's essentially a verse.
If anything,
that's why
go ahead.
Jesus came to abolish the law, and he says that people are the fools would confound the wise.
Well, because the law itself, they saw themselves just through the law, where the law was supposed to point out how unjust they were.
Wait, so you mean, let me make sure I have this correct. You mean that the law is the religion of the thing, and the Christed part would be the faith of the thing.
Well,
He
there's
says
a
those who. Oh, sorry.
So there's a sense in which that the law was an issue because it was religious, but it was the wrong. There wasn't the spirit to the law.
Well, how do you explain Psalms 89 then? That talks about, or that's coming from the Creator's perspective, saying, "This is my law. Follow it. Do not change it. Do not do anything
that's not the
outside of
issue,
my
is
law."
not following it. The
That's
issue
what
is using it the wrong way and not understanding the spirit behind the law. Instead they went by the letter of it. So that was the issue.
Okay. I wonder if they
there's a
would have called
separation
Jesus
there.
autistic.
I'd call you autistic 1,000 times.
Well, that's because you have no faith, sir.
I have faith that you're autistic.
See what
That is your
all
faith.
these all these teachers what all these teachers were trying to say, whether it be Buddha, Lao Tzu, Jesus, at least from my perspective, okay, is that once you understand the teaching, that's it. That's it.
You
Like
mean
that's
that, like
really
that
it.
verse? You mean
It's
like
a
that
matter
verse
of
in the Bible that says that you should put the words upon your heart and not
yes.
necessarily need a book?
Well, how do you do
Well,
that?
Oh,
well, it's
God.
once you
You live it.
understand it, you're circumcised in the heart. Yes, it's
Right.
not
You walk it.
circumcision of the body, but circumcision of the heart. It's Second
Tight.
Corinthians. It's Second Corinthians.
Isn't it
It's been a
2:10?
while. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, but then you
11.
got Christ establishing a church. So why do you do that?
2 Corinthians 11.
How do we know he did it?
Because he said he did.
Well, the word
Okay,
is actually
but
ecclesiast. It's actually the word is actually ecclesiastal, and it means a gathering, together. If you go to the original Greek, it's
Right, and that's a
ecclesiast.
church.
It's
no,
Well,
Yes.
that's not a church.
There's
It's a
7
gathering
churches mentioned
together.
in Revelation. What are those?
There's also 7 churches that were mentioned in a fever dream.
Yeah,
So
I think we're getting a little carried away. The main concept that I'm trying to highlight here is in terms of the Tao, right, and its connection to Christianity. Right, I think that was your original query, right? So I think in terms of that, I could say a little bit about that. In terms of the ascetic practice, right? The idea of being against knowledge and too much philosophizing, valuing wisdom, right? And the wisdom,
I
the
love
wisdom of the sages, right? And
right.
and
Well,
this type of
yeah.
idea, and
I
also,
love it.
yeah, of course, what's not to love, and the whole idea in terms of going into natural simplicity, and the idea how simplicity and sincerity are naturally linked. Now, there's also ideas where it may differ, in terms of it's not a religious document. It's very much not trying to present itself as a religious document, right? So yeah,
Right.
so there is the long and short of the ideas there. You know what I mean? And also in terms of a if you wanted to make it a religious document, it would overvalue nature, where I don't think the Christian teaching overvalues nature or harmony with nature or any of those ideals, right? Whereas in terms of simplicity and asceticism, it would go with the Tao. So there's a lot of ideas that we can get into,
Well,
right?
St.
But
Anthony said something like this to a philosopher. He said, the philosopher came to him and said, "Why are you staying out here in the desert with no books?" And he said, "Philosopher, look around you. This is my book." So the ascetics have a very similar approach that
yeah, definitely.
learning comes through some form of, it can be learned through created things of God's creation.
Yes.
Yeah. So here we'll go to 2. It says, everyone in the world knows that when the beautiful strives to be beautiful, it is repulsive. the more you know, essentially, you know, you try to become beautiful. You know what I mean? Otherwise, there's a natural beauty, you know, and there's also an overpowering of beauty, meaning that there's a beauty in mystery, you know. So there's this idea of, you know, kind of giving too much, you know, as you know, Lao Tzu says, the five colors blind the eyes, right? But it says here, you know, everyone knows that when the good strives to be good, it is no good, right? So this idea of striving to be good, not having natural goodness and natural simplicity, right? Now it says to have and to lack generate each other, difficult and easy give form to each other, long and short offset each other. Okay, so the cyclical patterns. Okay, there's cyclical patterns to balancing the world, right? Where there is polarity, right? Okay, there things switch around. I mean, you know, and it says note that and rhythm harmonize each other. Right now, this point is salient, right? Because it's pointing out the idea of how, you know, this idea that there's an actual pronunciation to things and articulation to things in terms of their logic and structure, right? But also there's a way that you know, they're organized, you know, so that intelligence that comes from organization, right, and not just in the ideas that are expressed within the individual parts, you know, so there's a
Wouldn't that
lot of
get into
ideas.
discipline?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
And
isn't
just
discipline? Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Isn't discipline from the Latin disciple, which would mean pupil or student, meaning there's a higher thing that is teaching, yes. But at the
Yeah.
same time, then it comes down to the lower creature.
Yeah, there's opposites, but there's no opposition in the Tao. You know what I mean? So that is one of the main points that he's trying to get into. You know, so if you want to sharpen your self, you know what I mean, you don't want to dwell on either the sides, right, of either differences or harmony, right? But it says this is why the sage abides in the business of non-action. You know, engage in all things, right? Practice teaching that is without words, right? Okay, they're returning to simplicity, and they have primal virtue, and the primal virtue is about you know, going beyond praise and blame, you know, paying attention to, you know, what, you know, the action requires and not what comes of, you know, the action. So this idea of non-mediated, non-utility based, you know, acts, you know, where, you know, it's not for anything, right? And so he says they produce without possessing. You know, they act with no expectation of reward. When their work is done, they do not linger, and by not lingering, merit never deserts them. You know, so yeah, it's fascinating what he says. So we went over these chapters last time, but yeah, I'm gonna move forward here because in 4 it's gonna get very, you know, very Christ-like. I mean, in terms of what it says here, you know, in this
Well, wait a
particular
second. The Tao was
yeah,
written way before the Bible ever existed, so it wouldn't be Christ-like. It would be Christ is being Tao-like.
right, right. You have animosity towards the Christian teaching, that
No, I have an animosity towards people that claim things that they cannot prove.
Right, right. But what part of the Christian teaching do you think is unprovable?
The fact that Christ existed.
Oh no, he
It says in
definitely
the
exists.
Bible. It
He
says in the
definitely exists.
Bible to prove with 2 or 3 witnesses and to prove all things. And if there's a proof, that means if the Bible is being the source of contention, we can't use the Bible to make the argument because you can't use the argument to make the argument. So it would have to be outside of the Bible. A firsthand account testimony is what the Bible requires. So I'm going based off of a biblical narrative.
I think you're getting hung up on semantics.
Circular
Quite
reasoning
possibly.
isn't semantics.
Yeah, I think it's just a general idea, you know, you could say Christ never existed, you could say Lao Tzu never existed, you could say Pontius Pilate never existed.
Absolutely.
Right?
You could say all these
But
people.
what does it get you? Almost nothing.
At the end of the
you know?
day, truth.
You can say Abraham
Truth
Lincoln
for
never
what?
existed.
Truth for what? I mean, you still don't know.
That's the truth. We don't know.
Yeah, but how is that truth?
Because
Ignorance is not truth.
Every wise man knows that he does not know.
Okay.
Like that's right out of the Tao.
So yeah, but you said Christ never existed. You didn't say you didn't know.
In my understanding, he never did.
Yes,
I
but
can't
that
make
is
the
very
claim that he
different
never
from
did,
saying.
and
Yeah, but that is
you're
very
right,
different
you're
from
right.
saying you don't
And
know.
I need to correct my words.
Of course. But see, this is this is the idea because that will be quickly detected. In terms of just logical.
Well, logically, when I heard that this happened on Talcott earlier, Richard Dawkins was saying, "Oh, Jesus didn't exist. Life exists. You are here. Nations exist in people's heads. Things exist. They exist because people believe in them. That's the bottom line. There's no need to argue and
But
debate.
that doesn't mean they actually happen though.
I
Just
think-
because I
I think-
believe in it.
Look, I think he existed because of the attestation. There's a little bit of a static there.
Twilight,
little,
I think your
your
audio
mic
is
is wigging
getting staticky.
Yeah, it's wigging out. But yeah, the attestation. Like for example, the attestation of Socrates, right? Like you can't prove that Socrates existed from Plato, right? Plato's Socrates is definitely made up, right?
Yeah,
but the idea of Socrates, Twilight, your mic is totally wigging out. I hope you get that fixed. But yeah, in terms of Lao Tzu, yeah, I think he's going to fix it. Blessings. But yeah, in terms of Lao Tzu, Unseen read a very interesting passage about Min Xing, this author he's pointing out, about Lao Tzu. And it's like 400 BC. It's like we have to just go with the people who wrote about it at the time, right? If we're going to look at the historical analysis. So, in terms of, I don't make such a big to-do about it because, look, if we don't know, we don't know. And it's more likely to assume that, because the fact is that these historical figures that everybody wrote about, they're probably more real than normal people, to be honest. Because just so the volumes of works that were written about, there must have been, so like say you make up a lie. It's more probable that a myth is made up off of a real person than off of just total fabrication. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. Your mic is still shit.
What? It's been fine the whole time. I don't understand.
It's getting a little, I don't know. Maybe
Earlier, I had to switch from the fucking cell phone signal to Wi-Fi directly, like literally on Talcott's. I don't. That maybe what's happening here.
It's been.
let me try to.
I just don't get it.
Okay,
'cause
now it's
been-
fixed. Now it's
what?
fixed.
Really?
Yeah, now it's fixed. Yeah, all of a sudden it's fixed. Yeah.
Huh? Yeah,
You guys
it's been
hear?
fine the whole time. So that's
Yeah, it's
okay.
fixed
Well,
now. Yeah,
okay,
blessings.
well,
Yeah.
okay, well that's cool. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you had a little demon in your wires, and
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, yeah. I actually, as much as I've looked into mythicism and being an occultist and all that, getting into paganism, and I actually do believe Jesus existed, and I'll tell you why. The fact that so many people go so far out of their way to disprove him and hate him and despise him, and the mainstream loves to hate him and mock him and all this other shit, like there's something to that, okay? And also, I think that organized religion has kind of created a caricature of what his teachings were and what he was really about. And I honestly think that they have evidence and they've buried it. So I honestly think it's a full blown conspiracy. So I have some very interesting ideas on what it is, but I actually do believe he exists. In fact, I'm almost sure of it. So it's interesting.
Personally, I have more a problem with Christians than I do with the idea of Christ.
Well,
Because
yeah,
the idea of Christ, what he came to do is he came to teach about love and joy and peace,
right?
and like those are
Yeah.
all things that I can get down with.
No, I completely. I
But-
can tell by the way you're talking. We have similar ideas on that. It's really upsetting, honestly. It really pisses me off too. That it's like,
Well, it's disgusting.
dude, what the fuck are you? What the fuck are you reading? Like, what do you understand? Like what he said? Why aren't you following what he said? Why are you following what everyone tells you he said? Why aren't you actually reading what your book says? Like, no. I get it, dude. I completely
Well,
understand.
not only that,
And
but
I think people are misunderstanding your intentions.
Well, hold
and
on,
that's
hold on.
upsetting.
No, Nubs is about to take this to a different level here.
I would say that when I hear verses that say, "Consider it all joy, my brethren, to face various trials and tribulations while suffering in my name," but yet all of a sudden now I'm autistic, I'm a devil. Like, where is that
Right.
consider it all
Right.
joy?
Right.
Like, that's
right.
opposite of what
Yeah.
that man allegedly preached. Completely,
Yeah.
100% opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I went into the Great Commission. Where
Right.
is that in there? It's
Right.
not.
Yeah, see, even when I was a Christian, I never once told anybody they were going to burn in hell. I never once really judged people. I never once, I never understood that. Never. It's always been foreign to me. And when I stopped being a Christian, I just, it's always baffled me. Like I never
If
got it.
Christianity didn't have Christians, it would be a great religion.
There are some real ones, I've met that were
Sure.
really amazing people, but
Sure.
the vast
And I'm
majority,
generalizing.
the
Yeah,
majority though, I get it, man. It's really sad. Like if more, really adhered to what it was truly about, like we would live in a beautiful world.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of opinions. Some might say, there's a lot of opinions, in terms of the origins of European civilization, and the Christian teaching. Absolutely. I think that, Europe, the unification of the European tribes almost seems impossible without, the dissolution of this Roman rule and the spread of Christianity to Europe. Now, this whole idea could not have really been made possible without Paul's whole concept of spreading the message to the Gentiles. Right? Because if he couldn't spread the message to the Gentiles, how would the church spread to Europe and all this idea? So the idea of 1,500 years of rule, and some might say that, Christianity, the whole idea of Europe may have been, Europe could have been conquered by Islam, if it wasn't for Christianity. All right. So, who knows?
Well, that's why Ashkenaz converted right there, because the Muslims were coming up through the land of Ashkenazi and he converted to Judaism because he did not find justice in Christianity, nor did he find justice in the Muslim religions.
Well, hold on a second. I wouldn't go that far. I think the pagans were just fine, to be fair. But of course, that's a hot take because everyone thinks the pagans were evil. But I would
They
make
were
the
not.
argument. I would make the argument that's far from true.
And what about if Christianity spread to places like India? I think it would have been very different. I mean, right? Because
But
oh yeah.
Instead of Islam,
but I would
spreading
say
there,
that it wasn't
right?
Christianity that was the problem. It was the Roman
Thomas
Catholic.
allegedly went there.
It was the Roman Catholic Church that was the issue. So I will make that addendum, and I would say that Islam also
Are
wasn't
you
the
the
problem.
issue in your life, bro? Are you the issue in your life? Is what that's what that question proposed. I'm sorry, interrupt.
We're all the issue in our lives.
Well, it was sure, yeah, that's also true. But I'm saying on a mass scale, like the Roman Catholic Church was a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they started slavery, for Christ's
Yeah,
sakes.
look at how obsessed you guys are with Christianity. You guys don't like it. That's all you guys want to talk about. That's interesting, isn't it? But yeah, what about the Tao Te Ching? I mean, right, chapter 3 we're on here. I mean, blessings to you guys. I mean, it says here, not paying honor to the worthy leads the people to avoid contention. Fascinating.
Oh, damn, that's a great. Oh, dude, repeat that, please.
Not paying honor to the worthy leads the people to avoid contentions. He's going against merit.
I am paying homage to the worthy. I'm not paying homage to the non-worthy.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. Well, then you're a wiener. But yeah, the idea here is, if you go into this whole concept, then right, you can go into, that he's against knowledge, he's against wisdom, he's against, the appearance of goodness. He's against this whole notion of merit and honor. Being the apex of social relations, even right. So obviously, an excess of freedom is nothing more than an excess of slavery, to quote Plato, right? And he says, not showing reverence for precious goods leads them not to steal. Not making a display of what is desirable leads their hearts away from chaos. This is why the sage brings things to order by opening people's hearts and filling their bellies. Okay, so this idea of, making people's desires few, right? Therefore, having an open heart, and this idea of purity of heart coming with simplicity, as well, also this whole idea of, filling the bellies, that's about knowing contentment. Right, so it's about having few desires, not letting desires cause chaos in your heart, right? And about having few, and about having, contentment, right? He says he weakens the people's commitments and strengthens their bones. Okay, that means he gives them a tough resolve, right? But he makes them sort of open to new commitments, right? So the people are ready for anything, right? Okay. And they have powerful resolve, right? That means they can, remain sturdy through a tough situation. I mean, right? So this is the best kind of people to have. Now, obviously, the sage works with the people. The sage acts as he's barely even there, and rules the people by letting them rule themselves, right? So,
yes.
He's very much, in
the background.
Yeah, he's very much ruling through the people. All right, at this point, all right. But it says that they make sure that the people are without knowledge or desires. Okay, and that those with knowledge do not dare to act. Okay, so those with knowledge do not dare to act. Okay, so this idea of not having standards of knowledge or goodness, right? Okay, so that people can, you know, sort of try to trick others through cleverness, right? And it says sages enact non-action and everything becomes well ordered. Okay.
I think what you're talking about right there is why Prometheus was so chastised for giving knowledge to humans. Because it's a burden. It's a burden and it is a slavery within itself.
Dead on target, bro. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Dead on
You know,
target.
the gift and a curse. I mean, the creative potential. I mean, that's what this entire show. If we didn't say that, right? Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. I mean, but yeah,
That's
it says the way is like an empty vessel. The way that can be followed is not a constant way. Remember, right? Okay, I mean, obviously, a vessel, right, that is put to use, right, is already filled. You know what I'm saying? So the Tao is, you know, not focused on use, right? Okay, so yeah, I mean, the way is an empty vessel. No use could ever fill it up.
And
what is
I
an
was trying
empty
to say,
vessel?
well, hold on. It's a,
Go ahead.
and I'm about to fucking steel man your position here in some regard. It's about responsibility, the ability to respond to your surroundings and having vigilance over your vision. So much so that nothing false can enter it.
Oh yeah, that's what it says next. It says the way is like an empty vessel, no use could ever fill it up. Vast and deep, it seems to be the ancestor of the myriad creatures. It blunts their sharpness, untangles their tangles, softens their glare, merges with their dust. Deep and clear, it seems to be there. I do not know whose child it is. Now this is the part that sounds Jesus-y. It says, it is the image of what was before the Lord himself. Interesting, right? It says,
that's in the Gospel of Thomas too.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm talking about?
Well, you gotta get it from somewhere.
Yeah, Gospel of Thomas has some very interesting lines. The whole thing about the lion and the man eating the lion. You know what I'm talking about?
I like to pick up a stone. I am there.
You read the Gospel of Thomas?
Oh yeah,
a couple times.
Yep.
That's one of the very few books I've read.
Yep.
The Book of
There's a
Aquarius,
reason.
right? Wait. The Book of Aquarius. That's that one. It's the same text, or like the Aquarian Gospels.
No, the Aquarian Gospel is something different. That's Levi Dowling.
Oh, okay.
That's
I misspoke
that's
there
a
earlier.
lot later. Yeah, the Gospel of Thomas is closer to the other Gospels time, and it actually says some sayings that are in the other Gospels too, but it's rejected by the church. And then the idea of Levi Dowling, he was a theosophist who channeled the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, where he claims that Jesus traveled to India. I mean, to talk to a priest named Ravana, I believe. But yeah, very fascinating work by Levi Dowling, who was like, he believed in animal magnetism, and you know, he was like a theosophist. And
What the hell
very
is
strange
animal
character.
magnetism?
It's like he believed that you know, you know, the thing that made you conscious was electromagnetism.
I used to steal so much, and I stole from Barnes and Noble, and one of the few books that I stole was that one, The Animal Magnet, and I never fucking read it, but I totally understood the meaning.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, that theory is going around a lot. I mean, but yeah, definitely in that popular series on YouTube called Spirit Science, where they try to combine science and spirituality. They have that as a concept in there. But yeah, anyways,
isn't
that alchemy?
Video.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty easy.
Wait, what is?
Isn't that alchemy? The mixing of science and spirituality.
Maybe to a certain extent. I mean, I'm talking about more of a modern synthesis, right? But yeah, I guess in a old hat. But I think that alchemy, I guess we could say it's pre-science, right? But yeah, for all intents and purposes, to make things clearer to people. Obviously, there's no actual compartmentalization of knowledge. There's, in older times, I mean, they didn't consider it different from science. But yeah, let's, but in chapter 5, and we're actually covering a lot of ground here. We're on chapter 5 at about 4 hours and 20 minutes into this presentation here. We'll take some music break, and then I'll move to Kurzweil. And just like last time, we'll look at a video and we'll read some information about his about what he thinks about the future of humanity. We had Mike come up here, and he said that he barely knows what transhumanists are, right? So this is why we're covering these ideas, to show you guys what the idea of transhumanism actually means. What type of ideas is it suggesting? Are they radical? And all that sort of thing. And we have a little bit of material there in terms of that. But here, chapter 5, we're in chapter 5 of the Philip Ivanhoe translation of the Tao Te Ching. And he says, heaven and earth are not benevolent. Okay. So it says that they treat the myriad creatures as straw dogs. Okay. It's kind of like another idea of a ritual vessel. Right? Sages are not benevolent. Okay, they treat the people as straw dogs. Okay, it's like ceremonial puppets, essentially. Right?
Wouldn't that be religion?
Oh yeah, he's talking about kind of religious. He's talking about religious ceremonies.
Yes. That's, again, the law that Jesus spoke against. See, again, I don't have a problem with Christ. I have a problem with religion. So, just again, to make that triple clear.
But you guys are dogmatic, right? In terms of
no, anti-dogmatic.
Anti-dogmatic and correcting
I'm
the record.
dogmatic about being anti-dogmatic. Yes.
Well, I would
absolutely.
say, we'll see. I think you'll notice, and I think most people will notice, I say very little about my own opinions. I've been able to conduct this show very successfully. I mean, without saying very much about, here and there you might hear a splash of insight of what I may consider about a few things. But
that's actually one of the biggest things that attracts me to this channel is your willingness to let all of us speak.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Nubs. Blessings. And I appreciate you too.
I just had an insight. We should cover the Nag Hammadi at some point. I think that would be really interesting.
Sure.
We should definitely
joint presentation. Yeah, joint presentation on that. I read a few of those.
Because I just realized you probably have.
Yeah,
and I know I have.
Yeah, I read Thunder, Perfect Mind. That's a notable one.
So, check out the Trimorphic Protonoa. I think I sent you the Gnostic Scriptures, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Another really good topic that I would definitely like to see on this channel would be the tablets of Thoth.
Oh yeah.
Oh, did we? Yeah, I would dive in on that one. That's for
sure. This is the type of stuff that, me and Twilight could do some great presentations on, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah, it says here, that is not the space between heaven and earth like a bellows, empty yet inexhaustible. Okay. He says, if you work with it, more will come forth, and excess of speech will lead to exhaustion. It is better to hold on to the mean. Okay. It says in chapter 6. Okay, this is the idea that is relating to these ideas that that the Tao produces without possessing. It's acts without expectation of reward. It compares this to the valley spirit, right? And the valley spirit okay, is akin to two items, right? It's akin to the space in the valley itself and the water, okay, that basically created the valley, right? And obviously the slow erosion over time, right? So the whole idea of the valley spirit and the water, so this idea of, moving through, he's obviously trying to suggest the notion of the union, okay, of types of two opposing forces, right? One of hardness and one of extreme suppleness, but the suppleness overcomes the hardness, right? So this is a situation that he's continuously describing, okay? And now he talks about the enigmatic female, right? So he says the spirit of the valley never dies, right? She is called the enigmatic female. The portal of the enigmatic female is the root of heaven and earth, he says. Okay? As an unbroken gossamer thread, it seems to be there, but use will not unsettle it, he says. Okay, in chapter 7, he says, heaven is long-lasting, earth endures. Heaven is able to be long-lasting, and earth is able to endure because they do not live for themselves.
I just want to say that I love me some enigmatic. I can't even fucking say the word. Enigmatic females. I love them.
Yeah, right. Is that true, right?
Absolutely.
Right. The more
We can
mystery there
tell
is,
you
right, the
love
more
them.
enigmatic. Well, it's true though. You know that.
I'm just busting his balls.
Yep.
Well, it's true though.
I
that
know. I'm just messing
mystery.
with you.
That mystery actually adds to beauty.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
110%.
fascinating. I mean,
110%.
and yeah, so there's a lot of aspects to that Lao Tzu is touching on. And he says that and he's talking about that that heaven and earth don't live for themselves, right? So this idea, right, of sort of self-effacement, but instead of that quality, right, that actually tries or strives, right, to use other things for gain, right? So he's saying that the quality of self-effacement is sometimes superior to the second quality, right, that tries to use up nature and the qualities of others and try to use people and use situations, because he says if you pay attention to nature and heaven and earth, and like Nietzsche says, it says that he says in and Thus Spoke Zarathustra that nature, every fall you see the leaves fall and nature is killing everything so that everything can grow stronger, right? Saying that nature loves things enough to sacrifice them so that they can grow bigger and stronger. That the mother sort of crushes everything so that it can grow again.
Yes.
Right. That it's sort of ruthless in how it does this. All right.
Yes.
So,
How is growth possible without resistance?
Exactly. That's something that needs to be applied to reality itself.
Yes, absolutely. And when I say reality, or when you say reality, what I'm thinking of is within one's own self.
Yes.
Because we are the only reality that we can have any stand within.
Well, the inner reality,
like I can't.
The outer
the inner
reality,
reality becomes the outer
reflection.
reality.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
yeah, and he says, this is why sages put themselves last yet come first, treat themselves as unimportant and yet are preserved. It is because they have no thought of themselves that they are able to perfect themselves. Chapter 8, the highest good is like water. So compare this to chapter 6, the valley spirit, right? Okay, in 8, he says the highest good is like water. Water is good at benefiting the myriad creatures while not contending with them. Okay, it resides in the places that people find repellent and so comes close to the way. In a residence, the good lies in the location. In hearts, the good lies in depth. In interactions with others, the good lies in benevolence. In words, the good lies in trustworthiness. In government, the good lies in orderliness. Okay, so see, all of these activities are done for the sake of something else, is what he's trying to say, right? Okay, in carrying out, yeah.
I find it very interesting that all of those things are referred to as temporary things, like residency. Residency is a temporary thing.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And
Very good.
government
Yeah.
is a temporary thing.
Right. Yeah,
Like
that's what,
every
yeah, that's
single
exactly
one.
right. Right. Yeah, and he says in carrying out one's business, the good lies in ability. In actions,
Right.
the good lies in timeliness. That's a very interesting one. Right. It says only by avoiding contention can one avoid blame. Chapter 9, to hold the vessel upright in order to fill it. To hold the vessel upright in order to fill it is not as good as to stop in time. If you make your blade too keen, it will not hold its edge. When gold and jade fill the hall, none can hold on to them. To be haughty when wealth and honor come your way is to bring disaster upon yourself. To withdraw when the work is done is a way of heaven. Second time he said that. Earlier he said, let me go to this. He said when in chapter 2, that you produce without possessing. You act without expectation of reward. When the work is done, you don't linger, right? And you don't look for merit from having completed the work, right? So it's all there, folks. Chapter 9, he's talking about, again, the ritual vessel, right? And the idea of, the outer, realm of trying to fulfill what's in the outer realm for desire, trying to use something for the sake of fulfilling your desires. He says you'll never be able to, protect that situation, because you'll always want more, and you'll never be able to protect what you gain. So he's saying it's a fucking useless quest to try to go down that route. And now we're on chapter 10 here. This is the last one I'll read. And maybe we'll start at chapter 11 next time, and hopefully Unseen will be here. This is the one that me and him have went over tons of times, chapter 11. And chapter 12, 13. Yeah, it gets very interesting, folks. It gets very, very interesting from here on out. But yeah, I'll read this one, and then I'll open this up for discussions. Obviously, the link is pinned. Thank you so much to the 20 people who are here watching. I know there's lots of shows that you can be watching Saturday night, but you're here, listening to a show about Jacques Ellul and the Tao Te Ching, and people participating in discussions on these various topics. So I greatly appreciate you guys. Right? And obviously, this is a public forum discussion and a sort of experimental type of transmission here. Right. But yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying the presentations on Ellul that are now become the central theme or central push of this show material. But yeah, here's chapter 10, guys, and then we'll move on to Kurzweil and his sort of ideas after we take a little musical intermission here. It says, chapter 10, embracing your soul and holding on to the one, you can keep them from departing. Okay. Keep them from departing. Right.
concentrating your key, your vital energies, right? Attaining the utmost suppleness. Can you be a child? Cleaning and purifying your enigmatic mirror. Can you erase every flaw? Okay. What is the enigmatic mirror? That's the heart, folks, right? Caring for the people and ordering the state. Can you eliminate all knowledge?
Is it the heart or is it the memory that the heart holds?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Memory is, you know, I mean, the heart is way more than memory. I mean, right? And God is more than love. I mean, definitely. I mean, right? But to quote Sun Ra, right? But yeah, but I definitely understand the sentiment, right? But it says, caring for people and ordering the state. Can you eliminate all knowledge? When the portal of heaven opens and closes, can you play the part of the feminine? Comprehending all within the four directions, can you play? Can you reside in non-action? To produce them, to nurture them, to produce without possessing, to act without expectation of award. Okay, this is the second time he said that as well, from the second chapter, chapter 2. Right. That's why I focused in on that line several times because, and during these readings, I focused in on that line several times because he repeats that line several times throughout the Tao. Right. So to not think that that idea of non-mediated, utilitarian acts, right, where, the purpose of the act is contained within the action itself. Right. And it's not done. And how every action is done for the sake of something else. So trying to get something from it is losing touch with the way. I mean, so yeah, I mean, he says to produce without possessing, to act without expectation of reward. And, I mean, to lead without lording over. Such is the enigmatic virtue. So there's this idea of enigma, this idea of mystery that you saw in chapter 1, where he's described the female that way. He's described virtue that way. Very interesting, folks. Very interesting philosophy of Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching. Blessings. That's all I have for that today.
I gotta ask, Zephyr, what are you working on?
I was doing this one.
Oh wait, what? I wasn't even looking at
What
my
is
screen. I
it
didn't even.
though? Like, what are you working? Is it like a scratch pad or?
The scratch board.
Okay.
I'm trying to make this one kind of 3D. See, it's like.
I wasn't even looking at my screen. I didn't even know you were here, Zephyr. What's up?
Hi.
I've just been sitting here multitasking. I wasn't looking at my screen. I didn't even know you were here.
That one while we were here.
What's going on?
Not much. This is my
Hi-
newest one. Blame
How
is
you,
lame.
how you
Make
been? We still got to chat.
we do.
I
We'll catch
got
up.
I got busy and yeah.
Me too. I've been neglecting all my duties.
Yeah, we will though.
I did hear you piping up for some of your duties, so you didn't miss all of them.
Those aren't my.
Oh, that's just the shit, huh? You get that? Duties, shit. I had to.
Haha.
Oh Lord.
Fucking dad joke.
Oh god.
Oh Lord.
Those are worse than dad jokes.
That's C humor, man. I expect better of you, bro. I expect better of you. Do better. Do
You
better.
sound so much like Balderson. It trips me out every time I hear your voice, dude.
Who, me?
Yes, you
He's
guys have.
not Balderson.
I know. It's like, but whenever I hear you, I'm like, is that Baldy?
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, you'd probably trip out because like he sounds so much like you. I mean, I have bad eyes, but my hearing is really good. And I'm like, what?
Well, Twilight sounds like fucking what is his name?
Famous guy. Yeah.
No. The dude on YouTube here.
Fuck that. I
fuck
sound
it.
like me, yo. I'm distinguished. I don't know what y'all are fucking talking about.
The dude that makes Rant. He sounds like Rant the way he enunciates.
I can
I
hear
don't know if
that.
you guys know who Rant is.
Well,
Enunciate?
he's the same race as him, so it is what it is. I mean,
What, you talking about Italians now? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
the racist
about
thing
it.
now? You think I'm a fucking
Fucking
circus
forget
clown? You think we're all
about it.
alike,
We know
huh?
who Rain
You
is.
think we're all alike? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? You put me in a fucking box? You think I belong in a box? Eh? You think I like pizza and pasta? And that's what you think, huh?
Forget about it.
Forget about it, eh?
Forget about it.
Yeah, I don't
These
try. I try not to
Fugazis
use.
out here.
What, do I have an accent? I try not to let that come out.
You don't try very hard.
Really? For real? Really? Does it? Sometimes when I talk to my family, it comes out without me trying, but I really try not to let that happen. Shit.
Guy sounds like he's straight out of Brooklyn here.
Are you for real?
Yeah,
I try. I really try
He
for
might
that
be
not to happen.
exaggerating a little bit.
Because people get the wrong idea. They think I'm fucking aggressive and shit, and they think I'm like screaming at them, and I'm mad, and like they misunderstand my like passion for fucking aggression and shit.
Very
And so,
passionate.
Well, I must be Italian too then.
yeah, no, for real though, it comes out. Like I try not to let that happen. I didn't know that.
Oh, this is
Shit.
homie.
No, yeah,
Speak of the devil.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fuck. I guess it's not. It doesn't work too well.
Can't read that one.
I just came on to tell y'all that you're fat and schmelly.
Yeah.
Oh, are you spying on
I
me
might
again?
be smelly, but I'm not fat.
And sweaty.
And you're a fucking stunad. What about it? No.
Fugazi.
The end.
And that's it. That's all you're gonna do. Come back here, eh? Who was that?
Yeah, we're gonna get a debate going.
That was kind of funny.
One day, yeah, blessings. But yeah, let me do a little musical break, and then I'll find this video with Kurzweil, and yeah, it's about intelligence, and yeah, we opened up with Kurzweil, and we'll end with Kurzweil. This will be the last show we'll do with Kurzweil, and
For a while.
for a while, exactly.
The wild curse.
Yeah,
That dude is a loon.
yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, he's crazy, and
He's a religious fanatic.
yeah, definitely.
Wouldn't that be a zealot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he. Yeah, that's what he is. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
There's these things called similes.
Oh,
So what?
why am I here? I gotta be over here or something like that. But yeah, let's hear some of this music, and then we'll be right back in about 6 minutes.
Can
So,
we, when we come back, can we get you in the center of the broadcast where you should actually be? So we
maybe.
can all focus on you.
Yeah, they made me the monkey in the fucking middle.
I'm probably gonna turn my camera off after this. But yeah,
He's
blessings.
wherever he wants to be.
Yeah,
He made me the monkey in the middle.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna turn this camera off after this is over. So maybe not, but
He's like, nah, fuck this shit.
yeah. But enjoy this music, folks. Blessings. These are two of my favorite songs, really. You mean, but yeah.
Shut my balcony, because I do not want to hear the weeping. But from behind the gray walls, nothing else is heard but the weeping. The weeping is an immense angel. The tears muzzle the wind.
If a few caged pigeons and captured linnets are more able to interest the patients of Bethlehem than to remind me of their own loss of liberty, what interest would not these patients derive from hearing the free songs of the lark and the blackbird when he sings at his best in the Hawthorne.
Portraits of disorientation, unholy miscalculations, abhorrent stirrings, holding the hand of a dying patient. The fragrance of the feet of fly in the ice cube. What lies beyond, I decided to entice you. As she came along the path, stepping on all the snails, how they crushed shells drew smiles when all else has failed. Blue bells and vivid reflections of hell, get off me. The goldfinch on my arm, come sing it to me softly. There I was standing all alone in your thoughts again, surrendering, assembling all these moments you won't be remembering. How these aches became scars that never left us, as this gloomy contentment grew more infectious, and the precious heart is the muscle that never rests. A feather on my pillow now that all else is left. No utterance could obscure your creaking hollows. If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? Would you still be here tomorrow? If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? And from the other side, I will follow. I will follow.
I take with me where I go a pen and a golden bow. Poet and beggar step in my shoes, or a prince in a purple shawl. A crooning bird on a crystal ball, and oh, a sad, sad
Stop listening to me. Yo, what up, nigga? They can't tune me out. What up? They'll never stop listening to me. Yo, what up, nigga? They can't tune me out. What up, nigga? They're stop listening to me. Yo, what up, nigga? They can't tune me out. What up, nigga? They're drawn to me. Yeah, you gotta turn that shit up, drawn man. Like this shit is serious. To a flame. Keep it always official, man. Add on comfortably and shit. They wish they could say. Make sure everything is real for real.
This one's bloody too. This bloody too. This one's bloody too. Tell them this one's bloody too. This one's bloody too. This one's bloody too. Bronzeman too. This one's bloody too. Bronzeman too.
Serious, nigga. Official shit.
Your aspirations are exaggerated. Your lack of patience is written all over your face. That's why you can't make it. Listen with your mind. Explore with your spirit. If you can't stop time, you gotta purchase more minutes. Reliable power rap, recycle steam like nuclear tower stacks. I could rhyme for an hour on the track. Intoxicated, making obnoxious statements about top-rated MCs who somehow got jaded. The revolution is not an event, it's a process passed down from brick to cannabis to the bronzeman. Nazareth cannabis, me and the tribal chief vibing. And after you do the knowledge, you can sit right beside us. It's not about money, it's about interdisciplinary studies. That's why sometimes things get ugly. Dressing all bummy, fingernails black like I've been hunting. I brought food home from my little munchkins. Carve it all up like a pumpkin. Subwoofer pumping, cars ride by with the boom and system. What, man? Your sense of humor sucks, dad. Hip-hop should give up, man. Cause no rapper can out-rap the cannabis, man. And the whole planet knows it. Catalog spans from the land to the ocean. Billy Ocean in the passenger seat smoking. All broke cause his hero hosted the show, but nobody noticed. I'm having difficulty describing how I wrote it. Open mic, but now one open mind on sight. So I'ma fall back and pass Nazareth the
I'm
mic.
like the Unabomber, consuming a novel by the Dalai Lama. Artists pray I stay underground like a departed miner. Skated Satan's fire, my mirror is ganja. There goes the dope supplier. Sound of the opiate audio fire. Carved out of the hottest sonatas. I'm a Fujiyama, my sauna. Oblongata on a pine lager yacht too. Bird's eye view straight out the parlor. Count the commas in my bank account. Chasing Nirvana, tasting long burn white owls. My tails like iguanas. Pet llama shit, I let them out and chalk trace of artist. Pardon, I'm shouting more relish, I'm straight off the terrace. Routing shell, non-terrorist style to the sheriff. My bride's hair glowing the wind, eyes glaring. I brutalize air when I turn them to urn wearing. Burning ferns off camera with golden goat strands of potent stanzas. I rain hail, snow avalanches. Big plans, semi with Hemi, rig plans for enough land to grow and expand my own cess plans. My hands shine like diamond lakes and gold land. High chance of hailstorm, black and bright sun dance. Still advance my pawn till you lay by seaside. My family throw bullets like Archie Payton and Eli. I'm a zebra mixed with a demon, Hiroshima and streetlights. Dining at beehives, I'm a knight in shining Levi's. Skin sound like knives, chipping in thick glass. Sniffing tear gas, rolling Mack truck, rellos in class. The teacher looked at me, said if I pass, I pass. Splash tangerine spark drafts on black casket maps. Run laps around murder scenes and never leave tracks.
Hey, yo, murder with a flash, toast and kill him with the drafts. Nervous villain laugh, fitting in body casts for class. Sitting on a throne of glass, spinning microphones and ash. My cyclones is brass, when I spit them it's closed casket. Plate shift, new facelift. Bronze Man 2, can you taste it? Taste it, taste it, taste it.
That swinging swords, nigga. It's back to that sword shit. Special techniques, special effects. Y'all know what time it is, for real. Word up.
Your music is definitely interesting, and sometimes you play some bangers.
That was old school cannabis, man. Stop playing.
But even if all mental functions can be described, the great mystery will likely remain. What it feels like inside, the inner experience of personal awareness.
Damn right. You'll never figure it out.
Till you get out.
Never do that either.
Oh man.
They could try to convince people and themselves, but they'll never do it.
Alls I know is every time I ever died, I always show back up here, so.
Exactly. The only way is to escape reincarnation, but that's one of the biggest secrets of all. And I think every teacher taught it, and it's been misunderstood. That's my personal philosophy. Even Jesus. When it says you must be born again, it's not saying what people think. That's just my... yeah, I think you get what I'm saying.
I'm literally speaking like I've died multiple times when I was a child,
like
and every
T-Mel
time
might
I
have
always
crashed.
woke up.
Me too, brother. Me too.
You had that, SIDS?
Near-death experience. Yep.
Ah, SIDS out.
Yep. And I felt this incredible peace. It was wild.
I was too young to remember it, but
Yep. There's too many accounts of people remembering past lives and shit for me to not believe it too.
oh, dude, I've definitely rocked with some past lives bullshit. Like memories that aren't mine.
The great mystery.
Go ahead. My bad.
Well, that's one of the ideas that is part of the hard problem of consciousness, because it turns out that memories cannot be reproduced.
Right.
So if you could just hook up somebody's brain to like a video capture device and just play their memories, right? But you don't know where their memories are being stored, because they're part of the inner experience of consciousness, not the physical effects or the physical, you know, to borrow a word from Jordan Peterson, substrates, right, of consciousness itself, right? He loves this word substrates because it's totally vacuous, right? And it could be
Yeah.
used to intermediate between two different concepts that have no connection whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, you know, he uses it as a sort of what do you call it? Like, you know, when those kids swing from those bars, what is it called? Monkey bars?
Monkey
Yeah.
bars.
Right.
See, I think memory is held within the whole body. And what I mean by that is, like, for instance,
Yes.
you call me
Yes.
nubs because I have a nub. If my body didn't remember that trauma happened, that nub would have grown all the way back.
I would
And
say
it would
memory
not.
is throughout the entire universe, but
I
that's a
would agree
big.
there.
That's a big top. Okay, you know what I'm saying. It
Well,
seems
what's
we
the
have a lot of the
universe but
same.
one verse?
It seems we have a
Aren't
lot
we
of the
the
same
universe?
views.
Could be
Well,
quantum information.
we're
I mean,
mirrors. We're mirrors of nature, bro. So of course we are.
Right.
You know, the world, the whole world is in a drop of water. You know,
The world is mine.
the world is it's in the grain of sand. And then, you know, so yeah, it's just a fractal. It's a fractal. It's a hologram, but not in the sense of like an illusion or a simulation or anything like that. But it's just that, you know, you shatter the hologram into a million pieces. Those million pieces still have the whole in every piece. You know, so yeah, you know, Ein und Mavada. There's nothing but God. You know, so that's the, you know, lift the
Well,
rock,
that's
I am there. In the Gospel of Thomas, you know, lift the rock, I am there. You know,
Psalms 82.
you can't get away. Right. Yeah.
We are all gods, but we will die like men.
Right. Yeah. So rise and judge thy nations.
Right.
Yeah. It's become
And who are
aware
the
of who you
nations but
are.
ourselves? Yeah.
Become aware of who you are. That's really what it's saying. See, that's the thing. I have a lot of respect for the Bible. It's just it's been so twisted by and that's my issue. And that's what I was saying, Machine, and I'm pretty damn sure that's what Nubs is saying, because it seems we have a lot of the same philosophy from what I can tell from my discussions with him thus far.
Maybe it's just a SIDS thing.
But you know, there's evidence that Christianity at one time taught reincarnation, and it was just kind of stricken from the Bible. You know, that's a very controversial take, but there is evidence.
They did a lot in that canon of Mycenaean.
Yeah. The first 3 centuries, the first 3 centuries basically were very different, and there were about 100 different texts that were stricken from the canon before it became a Bible. And this is not even debatable. Like it,
But
whether or not it
wait. It
was
says don't change a jot or a tittle. They just
right.
removed the whole damn thing.
Well, here's the thing, man. The fact that verse was even written shows you that it was going to happen. Because why else would it be written? This is my argument to people that say like, "Oh no, it was never changed." Okay, well, why the fuck was it the verse written to begin with? Then why does it say that there would be the those who change it, the curses would be added onto them? Why was such a strict, admonition be written if it wasn't possible for it to happen to begin with? You know what I mean? Why does it say the whole world is under the power of the wicked one and that all are deceived? It doesn't say they could be deceived, they might be deceived. It says they are deceived. Present tense.
And then it
Many
gets
have
into
crept.
that.
Many
I have a very concise answer to all that. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Sure.
It's the Jews.
Well, okay.
You bring up
But
the
it's the Jews
Jesuit
that say they
European
are
warlocks.
not.
Do you even understand what the Jesuit European warlocks fucking are?
Space Jays.
But it's the Jews that say they are not and do lie. Because actually, I'm glad you mentioned this, because this is something I wanted to just.
You're right.
Because you just reminded me of something. You just reminded me of something really important. Have you ever heard of the Moses Scroll? I wanted to bring this up before, and I totally forgot about it because I got sidetracked. Have you ever heard? Has anyone ever heard of the Moses Scroll?
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are
No,
supposed to
no,
do.
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Right, yeah, knowledge is evil. Has anyone ever heard of the Moses Scroll?
I've heard of it. I'm not familiar with it.
You have?
No, I have not.
Okay, the Moses Scroll is the oldest text that we have. Okay? It's even older than the Dead Sea Scrolls, although part of it is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And get this, it's basically a copy of Deuteronomy, but, wait for it, it's an admonition against sacrifice.
Like animal sacrifice?
Like sacrifice, period.
Sacrifice, period. Come on,
I wonder.
it's only animal sacrifice.
Well, no, they used to sacrifice men and women and children, and like they would sacrifice their children to Moloch.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. Moloch isn't a god. Moloch is a type of sacrifice that they made.
So the
it's
Bible
also a
bans-
Mexican dish. Or
so
wait,
the
that's
Bible
Mole.
Has
so the
been
Bible-
manipulated by scribes and Pharisees.
Yeah, I mean they banned human sacrifice, right?
Well, that's the
Really
whole
need-
point of Jesus coming, was to wipe away the sacrifices, to be the ultimate
Exactly.
sacrifice,
Right.
the atonement, so that
There
they
you go.
stop that shit. So this is my point: is they
So you're saying
changed
it affirms Christianity.
It does affirm Christianity, and it also affirms that they have used
Well, that's what
their
the church
law.
says. So you agree with you basically agree with Unseen that there's a pre-Christian message in the Bible in Deuteronomy.
Well, I wouldn't say it was pre-Christian in that. I mean, I guess in the spirit of Christianity, yes.
Yeah,
But
that's exactly what Saint Irenaeus would say.
What I
But
would
he
what I
hates
would say
Gnosticism.
is that the original Judaism got corrupted by what came because when Jesus died, okay, the Judaism of the day that when he was still alive was no longer existent.
Well,
It ceased
Twilight,
to exist.
there's a problem with what you're saying is because Judaism came from Hebraic roots.
Right.
And that, like, if you look at what that word means, it means either the people from over there or the people of the feather. And that's personally, I think that's why you have such correlation between the Mayan Codex and the beginning opening chapters of Genesis.
Right. Right.
Because it's almost word for word.
Yes. Well, it's possible that it could have been the original Mayan could have been covered up, I think.
You mean like Prince Maya, where they got from Hindustan?
Right.
Or where it talks about the giant trident on the hill to the east. Well, what's to the east? The southeast. That's South America, and there's a giant fucking trident there.
Right. So the original so really I guess it would be more accurate to say the original Hebrew tradition, okay? Whatever that was. The reason why I say Judaism because there were like 7 types of Judaism before Jesus died. And then after that there was only 2 basically. But there's actually another type that exists. I can't remember what the hell it's called, but it's slightly different. It still exists in pockets, but it was a little less to do with the law, and they completely reject the Talmud, for example. Just as one example, which is already a huge example, a huge difference. So there were like all these different versions and flavors that existed back then, and all of them pretty much were wiped out. They ceased to exist after the Second Temple, and so this is what I'm saying. It became progressively more and more diluted and distorted. And so the idea of there being a biblical Judaism is complete nonsense. It does not exist, and it hasn't existed since the Second Temple. And so what?
Well, even even the worship of Yahweh was not a across the boards thing, to my understanding. I wasn't there, but
Well, this is
I would definitely say that Yahweh being a thunder god, much like Zeus,
yes,
in the sense,
yes,
you know, like,
yes.
come on now.
Well, this was what the Gnostics were really trying to say too, but that gets really heretical. But this is the thing. Yahweh is not the God of the Old Testament. This is what they were trying to say. If you really look at it, if you look supposedly Yahweh's grand rival, Baal, okay, if you look at the history of Baal, okay, first off, Baal was part of the Phoenician Canaanite system,
Pantheon.
which is the same exact pantheon that Yahweh is in. In fact, they're brothers, and
Yep.
they're sons of El. El was
Yep.
the father god, and El and Baal got basically conflated into one. And if you look at El and Baal, you'll realize that the two becoming conflated basically created Yahweh. If you look at Baal and you look at El, and you look at their attributes, and you look at Yahweh, it's almost indistinguishable.
I
And I'm
think
not
that's
kidding.
really, I think that's really made known where it was talking about the sacrifice and then the water being put over to show the power of one god over the other. If they were all living
Yes,
in the same community, they were obviously worshiping two different distinct gods, and it was a competition. It was a pissing match.
yes, yes. And there are some rabbis actually who are purists who actually concede to this fact, and they strangely enough will say, "Hey, like that's not God. Like we this is why we don't pronounce the name of God because we don't know it." Quite literally, we don't know it. And so it's not that it's unnameable, it's or not, that it's so holy we can't say it, it's that we don't know it. And so it's like it's like the blueprint of reality. It's sacred, like we
We
don't
can't
know.
Well,
know it
what's the
until we recognize that we can know everything we need to, and we recognize everything we need to when we fucking need to know it. I had to lean.
well,
I'm about to break my fucking screen on my laptop. I'm sorry for being aggressive.
what's the one thing that we don't know?
Don't lie.
Everything.
Not sorry. Just say oops.
But when he reveals it to Moses, it's I will be what I will be. So it's a dynamic, it's a dynamic existence. Meaning it
That
doesn't
sounds
stay
like
the
the way to the
same.
way.
Right. It's I will be what I will be. So whatever whatever the circumstance, whatever the time, which is kind of the same idea as Shiva, that which is not, so it's undefinable. Any real
Like I
mystical
said, what do we not
tradition,
know? Everything.
everything, right? Exactly. The no thing. It's defined by beyond the comprehension. So every true, you know, mystical tradition, it's the same way. And so that's the thing. And so when you try to put God in a box, that's when problems arise. So that's how I see it. Um,
Well, what are you doing when you put it in a box, but defining it? And what is a definition? It's the outer borders. It has nothing to do with the inside.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
If I referred to putting it in your mom's box, it's a little different.
Well, my mom's box is in the ground, so
Right. Yeah, that's kind of disrespectful, but
well, I don't really care. I mean, I'm all good with it.
No,
But
no,
if we're
dude, I
talking
didn't know
about
that. I didn't. I wasn't fucking with you. I didn't know that. I'm
no,
sorry.
well, you
I
never know
don't
that, and
really
that's why
care.
you don't really say it. But
I
yeah,
really
Well,
don't care,
I said
honestly. It
it to
was a
nuts
funny
for a
joke.
fucking reason.
It was a funny joke. I'm okay with it. You don't get any triggering from me there, Truth or Cop.
Good.
I'm not Queen Steven.
No, dude, I fucking
Stay off the
I said it in the
cocaine.
chat, dude. I was
Stay
glad
off
to
the
see you over here, dude.
cocaine.
I appreciate
Stay
you.
off the
And OTW was
cocaine.
here earlier, and
Was
I
he?
would actually appreciate his insight at the right time. He knows what he's doing.
Well, Do any of us know what we're doing?
Obviously.
No, but I'm just smarter than I am.
As much as we can, man. We
Did
know
you
what we're
just say we're
doing, but we
smarter than you
also
are? I disagree.
we know as much as we know, dude. That's as much as we know. That's it. You know.
I would say anybody that's out here saying I'm smarter than you, well, that means that you can do everything that I can do better than I can do it,
Well, we can
which is
do
an
as
impossibility.
we can
I just
do as much as we can do, and not any more than that. So, you know,
I
that's
think
my
that my
response.
conscious is smarter than I am by a
I
lot.
don't. Well, I mean that's subjective. So, you know, ultimately.
Right.
So
That gets into the Michelson Morley effect.
yeah, I'm kind of being a smartass, man. I thought you would catch it.
I'm picking up. I'm playing with it. Seeing how far you're going.
Yeah,
You should
yeah.
be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are
No,
supposed to
no,
do.
we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
We don't seek knowledge.
Oh,
Expose
oh
evil.
yeah, yeah. Oh, I seek knowledge, man. I definitely seek knowledge.
You know, I've definitely sat and just watched an orb weaver spider weave its web, and it truly, like, when I was in focus and in that moment, I saw the fucking universe being created right there in that one little spider webs.
They weave the most beautiful webs, and they're beautiful. They're the most beautiful spider, actually.
I think so.
Yeah.
So
and the one thing that I've ever saw, despite abusing my body with drugs, stealing, and this and that, doing what I do, everything that I do, and who I am, I seek the truth. Like and because I want to know the truth of the situation. That's literally
yeah,
like for like a decade, like
it's in you.
over.
It's in you. So let me give you a little bit of something I wrote on the Sophian Gnostic tradition. The living Yeshua is speaking in secret. This is from These Are the Secret Teachings which the living Jesus spoke, in which Didymus Judas Thomas, this is from the Gospel of Thomas, wrote down. And he said, whoever finds the interpretation of these sayings will not experience death. It's the very beginning of it's right before the first saying. This is how it starts. So it tells you, hey, this is heavy. The living Yeshua is speaking in secret within, behind your heart. Christ dwells there within you. This is my commentary on this. And when you go within, Christ will speak the secret teachings to you and lead you in the path of awakening. To listen and hear, you must be silent. You must empty yourself of yourself and let the Christ Spirit fill you. Dying to yourself, you must be conceived and reborn of the Holy Spirit as the living Yeshua. Indeed, you must experience the same conception, gestation, and birth as the living Yeshua, so that you also might be his twin, born of the same birth from the Holy Virgin Mother. Wisdom. Only in this way can you receive the light transmission from the Master and become a Gnostic yourself.
That's very interesting because if you listen to what you just said versus what was said in the Tao before,
exactly,
that's almost the same. Like the whole
Yeah.
I am the way, the truth, the light. I personally, if there's anything that it is, it's Christianity, in my understanding, is based off of Taoism because it understands like the whole concept of
Gnostic.
Christ.
The Gnostic text.
What? I wish Unseen was here now that you said that, because you should have said that before.
Well,
You
because
would
this
have
is the Gnostic.
clarified a lot of things.
This is the Gnostic Gospels. It's you know,
Well,
but I mean, even parts of the New Testament for sure. Like if you really pay attention to it without looking, no offense to Unseen, but if you really meditate on it yourself, you know, I think it's which it tells you to do, by the way.
But check out yeah, check this out for a second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go make some coffee.
It says
it is midnight where I'm at, and I know you're ahead of me. Why are you
yeah, it's
drinking coffee?
it's 1 a.m. where I am, and I'm gonna be here for 2 more hours. I want to look at this Kurzweil, I mean, actually, this closer to truth thing. So I'll be back in about
4 minutes here. Blessings. And
Okay.
then
You got three
I'm
and a
gonna read
half, boy.
this. I'm gonna read
Yeah,
this. 'Cause
yeah.
these
You
are,
read that.
I
Yeah,
actually
you read.
found it. These are
Yeah,
my
you read
notes.
that, and then I'll play some of the video I have here.
Yeah,
And
these are
then,
my notes.
and then I'll be right back. Yep. Thank you.
These are my notes on the Gospel of Thomas. So it says, Jesus said, "Let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds. When he finds, he will become troubled. When he becomes troubled, he will be astonished, and he will rule over the all. You must seek in order to discover the Spirit and truth, and must continue seeking until you realize the Spirit indwelling in you, and know the truth in your own experience. It is not enough that another person has discovered the truth. Each individual must seek and strive to discover it, and so engage in the divine labor of salvation of one's soul. That is to say, the awakening and liberation of one's soul in conscious union with God. This seeking is the sacred quest for the Holy Grail, which is not a physical relic or holy cup outside of oneself. Rather, the Holy Grail is a purified and consecrated heart, soul, and mind. And life, it is oneself, open and sensitive to the Christ Spirit, so that one lives the life of Christ. The Grail is the heart in which the Lord dwells. The person who has discovered an innate spirit connection and who lives within, it is the Christ self, the Logos and Sophia of God, the inner or higher self that is one's secret center and holy root.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Blessings. This is a legendary little tape here. Let me see if I can
Yeah,
find the
that's not
spot.
what I think. So I'm not just easy.
Rediscovered through trad culture. I have a copy of it too. But
This that tech was being
Maldef. So
Okay, okay, we're doing things that are contrary to our nature. Okay.
okay, I'm gonna make some coffee. I'll be
if I
right
could
back.
just synthesize some of the topics that have been presented here. First of all,
that is a great way to slide into the
well,
conversation.
first of all, one of the friends, thank you,
If I could just,
but yeah,
if I could just slide right in here and
if I
talk
could
about
just slide right in, but yeah, but one of the things he was saying was that there's been a technological movement that technology has made communications between the sexes in the modern age worse. Now, I think I see through this statement that there has been a considerable amount of monoculture and liberal ideology foisted upon us through the use of technology and through the pervasiveness of technology. It's pushing a secular culture, it's pushing a liberal agenda that Andrew Wilson and other people like his wife and other people are
My
very
God,
vocal.
you went right for the fucking.
No,
you
they're
went
very
straight to
vocal. They're very vocal about this agenda. They keep having debates about this liberal agenda that's being pushed through the mainstream. Yet they're saying, paradoxically, that this very same stage of liberal values and technology is going to lead us into some kind of cultural renaissance. I just don't fucking understand. I
Well,
don't.
that's because the reason you don't understand is because you're fucking
Because
lying.
it doesn't
That's
fucking
why you
make
don't
sense.
understand. Yeah, because you're lying about the position. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Well,
so when you lie about it, when you lie about a person's position,
no, if you want to
and
sit here, if you want to sit here and call me an accelerationist,
you
then
are an
maybe
accelerationist.
maybe you should stop
Okay, wait, hold
lying
on,
about other people's positions.
hold on.
You
Wait,
just pigeonhole
it's serious.
people,
I'm serious.
and then you claim that I'm the one doing that. You just
for the
said
dumb-
that.
Well, you
Hold on.
are doing it.
You just said that the current age of technology is going to lead to a
Definition
cultural
of time.
renaissance.
No, I
literally
didn't even bring up the word technology for renaissance, dude. Just making shit up.
So when
we could have a renaissance against technology, you know what I mean? Like you don't know.
So when we're talking about technological collapse, why then do you shift the topic to cultural renaissance?
What is an accelerationist?
Do you not see that those are two different things?
What is an accelerationist?
So an accelerationist is somebody that is trying to hasten a collapse that they think is imminent. So an accelerationist is going to vote for whoever they think is the craziest person in hopes that basically that this person wins, and so
like an anarchist.
Or you could view an accelerationist as an accelerationist thinks that a certain thing, that disaster of some sort, that basically a breakdown of the current system should happen. So we need to speed it up. We need to do whatever we can to make things worse.
Which would be greater for the the overall, like overall, it would be greater for the. What am I trying to
Yeah,
say?
this is like this
Right.
extreme form of the ends justify the means.
So they think if you think a building is rotten, instead of rebuilding the building, it's better to kind of doze it down and then build something new in its place. That's what an accelerationist would think.
Yeah, and that's not what I think, so I'm not an accelerationist.
Thank you. Hey,
So
whatever. I honestly
who's
don't know all
picking
these
holy
terms,
who?
and I'm trying to keep up. Patting myself on the back.
No, that's okay.
It is okay.
Anyway, yeah, the distinct difference between my position and I don't know if Trad Cultural Preservation Society holds this, but I know Machine Lies does, is he thinks we're enslaved to technology, where I think that technology is just a tool and it's our nature which we're enslaved to.
So are you thinking that, not you, Andrew, but Rob Zombie? I'm so sorry. What was your name?
So yeah, there it is. I put little water for my coffee. Yeah, but yeah, look at that. He doesn't know what an accelerationist is. Can you guys believe it? What a stooge.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
I'm offended. I'm personally fucking offended. You didn't even know what an accelerationist is. It took me fucking months of you explaining to me what accelerationism means. And I just admit, I laid very clear statements about why I recognize that it was. To you?
Yeah, it's just sad.
I'm fucking with you, but obviously, for those who aren't, I'm playing it up.
Wait, who left?
Zephyr.
Zephyr.
No, it's and Reddington somehow.
Oh no, Zephyr's still here.
I did want to make
Who
a
the hell is that?
correction. Where I think it was Zephyr that was being recorded on that video. She was saying a true anarchist is about personal accountability and personal responsibility. True anarchy is one of the greatest systems of self-governance that mankind has ever known. In my
Again,
opinion.
that's dogmatism. I mean, one could argue that. You know, you could. I'm
That's
sure you
where
could
I
put
came
forward
in
a
with
strong
my
case.
opinion.
Yes,
That's
no,
where I
no,
came
yes,
in
of
with
course.
my opinion.
No, of course. I'm sure you could make a strong case for it. You're a highly intelligent fellow, so you know.
But it is a dogma. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, in terms of you know, well, see, today there's extensions of it, like anarcho libertarian. I mean, no,
Right.
but
Neo Antifa.
yeah.
Oh
So
wait,
yeah.
wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak on. How do I know about that? What is that?
What? Neo Antifa? That's the homie.
No, I don't. If you want to speak on, I don't
That's the
know
homie
what I just
Star
said.
Fox. Yeah, I shouted him out earlier. Yeah, definitely. But we gotta go to yeah, we should have him on here. You know what I mean? You know, have a little. You know, he's welcome to take the floor here. You know, and explain his movement.
He'll swing by, dude. There's no way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
Of course he will. It's like I said, there's no way, dude. I'm sorry to misspeak.
Yeah, exactly. 33 watching. You know, so yeah, blessings. And yeah.
If I may make a commentary about technology and
yeah, definitely.
like-
Yeah, we're moving to the technology subject. So any statements you have about technology are pretty much welcome at this point.
Okay,
Yes,
pretty much. Pretty much. I love that statement. Pretty much.
Pretty
We are
much.
talking to nubs. No, if you
Well,
look
there's also
at
this
the,
guy here, you know, who's a faithful contributor, Fex Reedman. You know, I'm honored to have you here, sir. Blessings.
What? There's no way you have him on your panel.
The following is a presentation that I put together with a very honored guest. You know, please be silent and listen carefully.
I'm doing my best, Flex Friedman.
Average at best. Average at best. No, what I was saying is if you look at where the women's liberation movement started, it absolutely goes hand in hand with the increase in technology
What,
because
you talking about
basically
Frankenstein?
no Frankenstein. No, to my knowledge, women's liberation movement was started in France to sell more products to women.
Yeah,
In turn,
that's why they
you
call him
know, like,
Frankenstein, because he's a Frank. I'm just kidding.
oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, but like the whole concept of it was to sell more products. And how do you sell more products? You go into the place where you shouldn't be, which back in the day, like I wouldn't be going to talk to your wife. I'd go talk to you, even if I had an issue with your wife culturally at that point in time.
Well, I was about to ask if you're Talcotting, and then, Rachel Wilson came over on his panel and totally disrespected him, and that's a discussion left to be up to them. But we have fucking Flex Leadman up on here, dude, and you need to fucking show some respect, that motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, he's definitely a expert on consciousness, an expert on artificial intelligence. So we're happy to have you here. And yeah, let's go to Kurzweil. And I mean, it's not Kurzweil first. It's going to be some other people first. Yeah, let's see their views. And you guys are welcome to comment on the ideas. I mean, it's not really about technology, so to speak. It's more just about consciousness for now. And as I was saying, there's no place in the brain or where they can find the memories located. So there's an idea about your inner conscious experience, right? Cannot be replicated. It cannot, be understood what causes it, although there are correlates for consciousness. They don't know if those are causal in any form, right? Because they don't get to the inner, sort of quote unquote subjective experience. Okay, but yeah, let's go.
Will likely remain. What it feels like inside. The inner experience of personal awareness. Hearing music, seeing color, feeling love. All the obvious things which, when one thinks hard about them, are astonishing. There are so many theories of consciousness. Why?
You can think of as hard as you want all day long and try to crystallize that shit, and then you can point it out. But you can also, it's better just let the truth flow. As we're doing here. Other than my interruption, I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing is that, I mean, Aristotle basically said that the highest sort of reflection was a thinking about thinking, and this sort of epistemological straitjacket, is paired off with the idea that we're using consciousness to observe consciousness, right? So, obviously, empiricism and all of those other ideas, they have this hang up, right? That they're sort of explaining themselves more than they're explaining anything outside in the world. All right. So so this is the sort of hang up here.
So right, and they don't even understand that. They don't even know that the correlations they're making with the outside observances of their reality are who they are.
Right.
Exactly. You are. It's like the whole subject-object dichotomy is completely fallacious on the face of it, because you are an object of your own subjective experience.
Yeah, because because subjectivity implies relation, and relation implies unity. I mean, but yeah, go into yeah. But who is speaking? Blessings.
As someone who thinks hard every day, aren't you kind of just saying that we can have sex with a rock and it's no different than a human?
Of course.
Flex Liebman, you need to think a bit harder about your fucking position and where the fuck you're at in this panel verse.
Of course, you could marry one too.
Wait a second.
People are marrying bots and themselves and even worse things. I mean, it's getting really, really nuts. It's really disturbing.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Well,
There's
I mean,
no
that's
dead wood here.
that's
would
still
assume.
better. That's actually still better than what I'm talking about, which is pretty bad.
It's
As
kind of
far
weird
as,
that he's called the Crucible, and they're going on this witch hunt, and then he's talking about wooden dildos, and the witches have wooden dildos.
Yeah.
Very strange, right? But yeah.
Well, I mean, they rode the broom, but dude, what do you think that means? Anyway,
No, well, that's wow.
The only way to
extravagantly strange.
the
and
only
needs
way
to
to
be considered.
combat wooden dildos is to use wooden dildos.
well, I mean, dude, that's where the magic is. Come on.
Careful, you'll get splinters. Master Splinter.
I'm Robert Lawrence Kuhn,
Yeah, well,
and Closer to Truth is my journey.
You better bet if a woman
And in
shoves a dildo
parapsychology.
in her fucking vagina and she gets a splinter, that is the master splinter that fucking decides her life.
Ouch! Whoa! What a
Look,
horrible
dude, she
image,
flew.
Truther.
She went
Oh
to the
man,
alternate states, man. She
I'm
wasn't.
sorry. We're gonna fucking
she
bring the
didn't-
conversation here. Well, let's go.
She didn't.
that caused
she didn't-
me. That caused me
Where-
pain in my pracunt.
Look, she
Where
didn't
did the
care
Ninja
about no damn
Turtles come
splinter.
from?
She
Yeah,
was
let's not.
communicating.
Yeah, let's.
I will be.
I'm sorry. No, we're good, dude. We're
Wait,
good.
hold on.
We're
Wait, hold
good
on.
to the point.
Let's let Fex come in here.
I will be contacting the NAACP as well as the feminist group. I forgot their name, but whatever they are, I'll definitely make sure that we contact them and we discuss the tragedy that has been inflicted upon us all via Truth or Cops graphic depiction of, these things that we've just witnessed. Also, I love Joe Rogan. He and I have decided to IVF 14 babies to get ahead of Elon Musk. And next week you will see that there is no resistance. It is all futile.
Right. Right.
Thank you for that.
Don't forget the DEI.
That was deeply revelatory. But yeah, I'm sure there's stuff in this video. Blessings, guys.
Not
because there's some of that like techno music there.
because these are traditional ways
Get my
to
glow
study
sticks.
consciousness, but because these are not. Charles Tart is an iconoclast.
Tart. Okay, but you know it's funny. This guy is a parapsychology researcher.
Yeah,
so
looks like
he's-
Bill Gates. His dad.
Yeah.
Is he Egon? Is he Egon from Ghostbusters?
Charlie, why is consciousness seemingly so mysterious?
It's not seemingly.
It's really a good question why it should be mysterious, because every one of us experiences what it's like to be conscious. But then when you try to force it into a framework of explanation that fits into contemporary science, you run into all these sorts of problems. Especially if you take a mainstream materialistic position, you basically put a lot of meat together to get a brain, and then consciousness occurs. How in the world does that happen? It makes no sense. So a lot of people then try to basically.
So what's interesting about this guy is that he does all this parapsychological research, but obviously he's using the brain to study the world, right? So his whole notion is that he's a sort of a dualist, right? So he believes in empiricism. He believes you can use empirical research to study the mind, right? So but he thinks his mind is this other realm of experience, right? So
Which is
there
nuts.
is their average sort of run-of-the-mill sort of dualist understanding. Right?
Would you say that that's a Aristotelian model, or what
Definitely,
Would you...
yeah, definitely, yeah. Aristotle is like basically invented empiricism, correspondence theory, in way of correspondence theory. Now he thought there was a soul, but he thought soul was also related to complexity and development in the physical world. So,
Well, the one question I have here is why did Flex Liedman's voice just changed there. I'm not going to lay any objections out here about what happened, but what's happening there, dude?
I didn't notice anything at all. I think Lex read is that German or what?
No, it's Fex. So maybe that's your
Lex
confusion. Yeah, maybe that's your confusion there.
Lex
It's not.
Lex
Yeah,
Friedman Frex
yeah. It's much.
Frex
It's a
Reed
much more
Flex
astute.
Friedman Reed
No, it's much more astute than the previous
Fex Friedman
previously
Nero.
aforementioned. Yeah.
What? Yeah, no. I'm not German, so I don't.
Pretend that consciousness isn't really important since they
Or is
can't
that
explain
Jewish?
it,
Is he Jewish?
or they come
I don't
up
know.
with
Or are they a
far out
Nazi?
ways to say that consciousness just happens when you bring the right components of physical stuff together. But none of those explanations is really satisfactory. I don't think you can define consciousness, no matter how hard you try.
But I'm going to do it
Because
anyways.
defining is one of the things that consciousness does, but why should we expect the part to be able to define the whole?
So that's interesting. That kind of goes along with what was said in the Tao earlier, that, if you try to look for consciousness, you're using divisions in order to find it. So you're creating more divisions and actually looking for what you're finding. I mean, so
And you're
it's actually
using
funny.
consciousness to define it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he hit upon a major point there. Let's hear it again.
Thank you. I was gonna ask you. I wanted to hear that shit. Yes.
Yeah. Let's see.
None of those explanations is really satisfactory. I don't think you can define consciousness, no matter how hard you try, because defining is one of the things that consciousness does.
Consciousness defines itself, and consciousness is what is.
Yes, exactly.
That's the same argument that was made for the Bible. You realize that.
Well, because
The
consciousness is
Bible
God.
is. Nubs, fucking deal with it and stop fighting against it.
Consciousness is God. That's why it's so mysterious.
But why should we expect the part to be able to define the whole?
But then how do we then make progress?
We can make progress by finding out what consciousness does, how it can do it better or worse, what kind of variations you can do in it. One of these things, for instance, is if you want to look at what makes up consciousness, it's interesting to look at time and space. We ordinarily think that
Time and space aren't even real.
So these are the Kantian, these are the Kantian a priori, intuitive world, right, that exists so that you can have the intuitive, the experience, of the outside world. So these are basically empirical categories, right? And so that's why he has to be a dualist. But it's funny that he
It's a
doesn't
false
question.
dualism too.
Yeah, because he doesn't question his physical experience. He just questions consciousness, right? So he's more of a physicalist than I think he'd like to admit,
But his consciousness creates his physical experience, and he doesn't question that. That's what I don't understand about these fucking people. That's why I don't believe they believe what they say, because it takes 5 minutes to understand how bankrupt their
Yeah, well,
worldview is.
shout out to Crow 777. Belief is the enemy of knowing.
Absolutely.
Ah.
110%.
What to that statement specifically? What's your people? What is it? What's missing?
I mean, but beliefs are the police of the mind. I mean,
Right.
So I don't know.
The word
they-
lie is in between that word.
The government literally
Be
means
lie.
literally means mind control. To control the mind.
Yeah,
Government.
mente mind.
And I
to
see a lot of
steer.
uber mensch on this fucking panel right now, and we better fucking make sure that we show
Well,
that's true.
Well, we'll be reading Shang Tzu, to quote Shang Tzu. He says, if a mind made up counts as a teacher, then who doesn't have a teacher, right? But anyways, let's go to this. I mean, blessings.
Yeah,
we perceive things in terms of time and space, because space is really...
Truth is found through the imagination.
Uh-oh. We doing
Yeah.
Jordan Maxwell?
I
Yeah.
thought it was interesting that comment that look
Yeah.
within.
Rest in
said
peace, Jordan
that
Maxwell. Rest in peace, Jordan Maxwell. He was Italian and Jewish. He
Don't
was
you
a
mean
great.
rest in power?
Rest in power. Yes. Yes, I do.
Right.
Actually, thank you.
And rise in peace.
Rise in power. Rise in power. Rise in
Oh
peace.
damn.
Rest in power. All
Yeah,
of it.
I think
Yeah.
Truther won that fight. Yeah,
Either
blessings.
either way. Either way.
Did anybody
So
see Look Within's comment down there that the Bible stands for basic instruction before leaving Earth?
Yeah, have you
Oh
heard that
yeah,
before?
yeah. I
Have you heard
did
that
see
Frank?
that. I didn't
That's
see
what
I
that.
have heard that, and I would say basic would be the most simple.
No, but it's from
instruct.
the Jizza album, Liquid Swords. But yeah,
It
blessings. Thank
goes
you.
back before that,
be out
but
here.
yeah.
And time is really flowing
Yeah, probably does. Yeah.
on. And yet, when we have dreams, we perceive things as happening in a space and in a time that we don't think at all is real space and time. But it's not just that there's a real space and time that we happen to perceive. Space and time are constructed by the mind. That's one of its fundamental qualities. And I think it's especially dangerous to our ultimate understanding if we assume that the brain physiology is the whole story and not bother to look at other things in the mind that don't conveniently fit into that. It's like they will take care of it someday. Well, maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Meantime, human minds do things that it's very hard to attribute to human brains. And to just ignore those things in our total picture of reality, that's very parochial. That's very misleading.
Okay. Fair enough.
Over the years, I've begun to see.
Although many support Charlie's worldview that mind is more than brain, most brain scientists are confident that as research progresses, mysteries of mind will be solved.
Never gonna happen.
But a few brain scientists resist this materialist
Not
trend.
entirely, but that's the mystery of life.
But they're right. There is a difference
What?
between the brain and the mind, for sure.
well, see, what's interesting is like, isn't the whole point of science to?
Whoa, is that neuro?
No, this is Fexlriedman.
No, this is
Well,
not.
yeah,
Lex.
if you're gonna flex that voice, we're gonna
Wait,
fucking
no.
need to hear it.
This is like when Elon Musk called in to talk to David Icke. No. What happened?
So, if
Where'd Elon Musk go?
so if
Where'd Adrian go?
yeah, for real, where did Adrian go?
That was funny as hell.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because you guys kind of made me lose my train of thought. So they're kind of doing this weird thing, like they always have to say, well, we have to figure out, exactly what the brain is doing, or is consciousness attached to the brain or whatever. But isn't science the thing where you leave your assumptions? You make assumptions, but what's weird is like so many people just like they have to think that they're correct about their assumptions. Like there's no consciousness without a brain or whatever. I mean, why do you think that these people are so attached to that worldview, or is there some ulterior motive that they're making this argument when they know there's not? It's not only
Well,
no evidence, but there's counter evidence to that.
There's never an argument to be had when you know yourself. And
No.
hold on, one moment here, 1 second. Why
Yeah, go ahead.
why don't you change your name to Facts Lead Man? Ideally, well, I mean that maybe that's your middle name or something. Something else is deeper there.
Yeah, I was just saying no. I was gonna wait till you were done. But I was just saying that they say that that's their method and it's supposed to be, but no, they just use that as a cloak. It's all philosophy and religion now. They don't actually use the scientific method much anymore. It's more philosophy.
You mean there's a difference between scientism and science?
You got it.
No.
Well, but
Yeah.
my point is that there's something bigger than just like I don't think that all these people are just in some cult. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but
They really are.
yeah, but my point is that effectively the real scientists aren't like
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. There's plenty of real scientists, sure, but you're not going to hear about
So
them as
so my
much.
so my point is that these people are
Brilliant
obviously
ones.
selling a particular worldview. Like the fact, like
Yeah.
Elon Musk is the easiest example because he's like, well,
Well,
we're gonna.
well,
Well, I know that you and I can look on a deeper level, but at face value, at least, it
sure,
seems that
yeah.
they're selling this whole AI. Is
Yes.
can basically they're saying the processing power of this many qubits per second, 70 trillion, whatever calculations per second, is better than a human brain because it's faster or it has more processing power.
Right.
But
Right.
they're leaving out the uniqueness of you know what we are, which is
Yeah.
interesting because I don't think that they are actually. I don't think that whoever's running things is actually under that assumption. I just can't believe that they're
Yeah. Yeah.
throwing that out the window, right?
And Musk knows that
Well,
too.
if
And
AI is so smart and so intelligent, why can't it
it's not.
breathe?
It's not. And yeah, exactly.
Like if it could breathe, then it means that it has other functions than just to think.
Right.
Which would in turn make mankind smarter because we can actually fucking breathe.
It isn't because it can't think. It can't even do that. It's all
It
hocus
can only
pocus.
program.
It's all
Well,
Wizard of Oz. It's all Wizard of Oz. AI
but
can only do
definitely,
what it's programmed to do.
but definitely, humans don't all equally think as well. I mean, taking apart,
Well, that's true
but
too.
taking apart the
Nor
insult side
nor
of
would
it, like,
nor would you if you consider your childhood self to you now.
Right.
So
well, it's
But
debatable.
the
I mean, I think
truth
you
or
get
cop, a
you.
lot of us live as children just in adult bodies because we look at the tigers that are paper and think they're real.
Well, wait, you mean like how Jesus said to inherit the kingdom, you had to be like a little child? And he says, do not hesitate to ask a child of 7 days old about the kingdom and you'll be saved. I wonder what that meant. Anyways.
Maybe they're connected closer to the source because they
Right.
just came from the source.
Yeah. And the fact that he says that you will be saved. Well, I mean, they didn't have like doctrines and churches and all of that. I mean, they're 7 days old. So what does that mean? Just saying. Food for thought.
One is Roger Walsh, a psychiatrist at the University of California, Irvine. Roger studies Asian philosophies as meditative participant as well as neuroscientist. Roger, I, like you, have been fascinated with consciousness my whole life, and I, like you, did my early training in neuroscience. What do you feel when you hear some philosophers say that consciousness is just an illusion?
Well, I understand completely because that's exactly what I believed at one stage. I was like you, actually, trained as a
yeah,
hardcore
you have John
neuroscientist. I
Walsh
did my
who had
work on
a
brain.
what you have John Wall who was a fucking Walsh who was like
John
the
Walsh.
number we're gonna seek them out and get them that guy.
John Walsh.
What was it? It was John, right?
Yep, John Walsh.
How about I think that Walsh right here in this perspective might be delivering some brain mind walshing, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Neuroscientist. Okay, so he's trained as a neuroscientist. Let's see what he said.
Yeah, peace to God is real. I mean, get up here, homie. I mean, oh man, he's calling
everybody here is swines, or maybe just you
Great
guys.
Christian behavior. Great
No, he's not.
Christian behavior.
He's not a Christian.
Well, God is
Muslim?
real.
Seek or ye shall find.
Yeah. This fucking that guy, whoever you just put, I forget his fucking name and what he wants to go by. He's got to fucking come to some recognitions, but I appreciate his insight.
Yeah, I love that guy. That's a Punjabi bro. So yeah.
That's why I have issues with him.
No, I want him to get up. No, I want him to get up here. You know, because he's a good time. You know, blessings to God is real.
He brings great times wherever he goes.
Yeah, he brings a lot of energy. Yep, exactly.
So if we're all swine, would that make us bottom feeders?
Oh, that's
exactly.
Interesting.
I analyzed brains, and I pretty much thought that explained it all. Then a couple of things happened to me, and my worldview changed. One thing was I went into psychiatry, and of course found that there are social and cultural and inner subjective factors that are crucial. But what really turned my world around was beginning to explore a meditative practice. And as I turned attention inward and began to explore consciousness subjectively, directly, I came to feel that there was...
I would like to object to a few subjections.
That'll do it. Meditation will definitely do it.
Well, yeah, it's funny if you sit there and watch the breath for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, even a day, you will start to notice that things around you will start to slow down. You know, honestly, it'll feel like your thoughts are moving faster than things around you. You know, and it gets a little weird. I mean, so yeah, you start to funketeer with the consciousness. I mean,
you fuck around, you find out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, think about
Come
it.
to Philly,
If
man.
you were
Come
to-
to Philly, man. Come to Philly, man. No.
If you were to wake up every morning, whenever you wake up, and the first thing that you went to do was go to the bathroom, and then you brush your teeth and you look in the mirror, you breathe in deep, you're brushing your teeth, you're already doing something that benefits you directly, and then you breathe deeply, 25, 30 times with like something along the lines of the Wim Hof method. You're already 10 steps ahead of everybody that's still just waking up because they haven't done these things. And then you go in and make your bed, and you bring order to your room or your house on a exterior level, and you're bringing order and or cleaning your internal. You're doing it both external and internal. Your day is set up, and I would say you do think quite a bit faster than your world goes around you.
Nubs, sanity and sanitize have the same root word.
Right.
Same etymology. That's not a coincidence.
And when you clean your house,
and
you clean your
cleanliness
house.
is next to godliness.
That's right.
Right.
And that's
Right.
that's a clue to the same idea. It's your mental world is a reflection of your exterior world.
So what's wrong with brainwashing if it makes your mind clean?
Right. Well, see,
I'm
the
in
word's been manipulated.
I'm in the middle of moving, and it is amazing the shit that we keep, and like stupid shit.
It's because it has a double meaning. Brainwashing also implies to clean the brain, meaning to wipe it, meaning to, clean it, as in like to wipe it clean so that there's nothing there, so that it can then be programmed with something new. That's why. So it's not just cleansing, but also to wipe it clean so that then it can be programmed with something new to override what was there before.
Well, wouldn't it be to sanitize would be to remove Satanize?
Rather than look through the scanner darkly, can we consider what it means to look through a scanner lightly?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus calls himself the morning star. You
Yeah.
know, and before the story of Lucifer was created by the church, because it was,
Yeah.
by the way,
Yeah, but
and it
in
was
regards
based
to what
on the Divine Comedy. You know, Jesus was the morning star, and the morning star is Lucifer. That's what it is. So Jesus in his ascended glory was considered Lucifer. And this is why the Catholic Mass, everyone's like, oh, the Catholic Mass, you're talking about Lucifer. Well, yeah, but Lucifer is Jesus in his ascended glory.
so the Catholics are right.
Right. Exactly.
I never thought I'd hear that one, but all right. But yeah,
In that
check this
sense,
out.
in that sense, well, in that sense,
Yeah,
they
that's a
are.
sad trombone right there. I'll
I
say it for
mean,
Reddington. Yeah.
well, I'm not saying the Catholic Church is right about everything, no.
I know. I'm
But
just messing with you.
but they do have an understanding of the origins of things. I will say that.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say in regard to truther, what did you say again? Refresh me on what you just said.
Oh, rather than look through a scanner darkly, because I only what the revelations that brought me to that
Yeah.
can be revealed
Yeah.
whenever.
Yeah, I think
We can look through the scanner lightly.
Yeah, I think that's a great. I think that's a great thing, and that's why memory is so mysterious. And but the thing is that expectation will cause us to strain, you know, and that is the thing that I think Paul is saying when he's saying, you know, we will see then clearly what we see now through a mirror darkly. I mean, so the whole idea is getting rid of expectation, not seeking the idea of the future. That seems paradoxical because it sounds like what he's saying,
No.
like everything will become clear in the future. But he's actually saying is like, don't worry about what's going on now. All right. So
It's already
no,
the
actually,
future may become clearer in the future, but the present is always clear naturally.
yeah,
well,
That's
yeah. Do
how
you want
we're
to take a
able.
bite out of this, Twilight?
well, it's even deeper actually, and this is magical thinking, not in the sense of magical thinking in a bad way, but in a good way. And this is actually the goal of every meditation and every mystical philosophy that there is. Honestly, enlightenment has been really misunderstood. True enlightenment is simply seeing things as they are. That's all it is. The goal of
It's
all
removing the
enlightenment,
veil.
removing the veil, right? Removing Maya. It's not the world is
Yep.
an illusion, it's that you see through an illusion. You see through a veil. So
Well,
all
not
mystical teaching is to see beyond that veil.
Maya is amazing.
Maya is amazing because Maya is Maya
and you get
is
lost.
the
You get
well, you
lost in
can.
the amazing.
You can right. Exactly.
And if you
Someone
think
gets it.
about it, Maya is related to memory, and that's really what we're
Yes.
talking about because memory is
Yes.
skewed. Because
But
there's three versions
yes.
of memory. There's yours, there's mine, and there's what actually happened in between.
Right. And memory is not a actual like perfect it's not a perfect copy of what happened. That's another
It's
thing.
far
Memory
from
is
it.
very misleading. Yes.
It
It
is
is
the
not
illusion.
it's right. An illusion does not mean it's not real. It just means it's not what it appears to be. And
Well,
so
it's
that's what
dilution.
we get caught up in memory and Maya, and we mistake the map for the territory is another way to put it.
Yep.
And we get
Yep.
caught up in abstractions of abstractions and ideas of ideas. And this gets back to what we were talking about earlier too. You know, um, and this is again like about with the Tao as well, where this is really what it's all saying. You know, it's not really cynical or anything like that. It's just telling you that anything that you can grasp at, it's not that. In Buddhism, it's called neti, not this, not that. Anything you can grab, you've already mistaken it. You've already lost the teaching because consciousness is nothing that you can grab, it's nothing that you can measure, it's nothing that you can speak of, it's nothing that that can be quantified. Not this, not that. It is all things and no things. That's just its nature, and you are it. And so this is what Alan Watts is talking about as well.
Yep.
When you really understand it, and that is quote unquote God. It's unutterable, it's undefinable, it's ineffable. So that's really what it all is. And as for like not expecting results and all that, that is the main one of the main principles of any magic. If I do any kind of magic, okay, and I'm trying to achieve something, okay, I have to do whatever I'm doing, whatever right I'm doing, okay, and immediately after that, I have to go eat a sandwich and forget I did it. Otherwise, it's never going to happen because I'm going to be like,
And
oh,
you
I hope that
also
worked. I hope that worked. Like immediately, I'm defeating it. Because first off, I'm saying I don't have trust in my own ability. Okay,
it's the law of assumption.
I don't. Right. It's what's called the law of reversed effort. So
Yeah.
the more effort you put into something, and the more yearning you have for it, the more it the more it flees from you. So basically, it's all. And again, I could go back to the Bible. Ironically, the Bible even talks about this. If you really know what you're reading, it talks
Well, can
about people pray, for instance, right? And they pray to God like it's some kind, like he's some kind of like wishing well or some shit. Especially like in mainstream, especially like in Protestant, like evangelical Christianity, where they have like this prosperity gospel, which is totally evil.
I said some prayer earlier, and my feedback was, Douglas, it's already happening.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Jesus says, know that it has already occurred. Let go and let God. Where it's like, know that it is already done. So you pray and you say, thank you, God, like already in advance. And it's the same
Yeah,
concept.
praise God. Always understand your circumstances to the point where you're praising. Yes,
You
we're
let go.
alive. We have breath every moment, dude. This is why
Right.
dude, it's insane.
That's real to me. That's real. You want to call it Christianity? That's what it really is. It's like, okay, God, I need help with this. I'm really in a pinch. Da 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 da. I know you're there. I know you hear me, and I know that it's already done. Boom. Don't stress
is
on
it
it.
I
Don't think
need
about
help?
it. Don't. That's it. Done.
Is it I need help or is it I am help?
Right. Because you walk in Christ. Period.
Because you are Christ.
There's much more to this extraordinary phenomenon than I'd seen in any neurology textbook. And I began to appreciate the wisdom that we're all heirs to from the great contemplative traditions and began to explore those.
And you've kept both sides of your mental life very active. Do you find those warring against each other?
Well, I certainly did at first. I found it a very difficult marriage. It's obviously clear that consciousness is intimately related to the brain. If you bust up a brain, you don't see a lot of consciousness left. Yet, on the other side, we have a great tradition of inner explorers who tell us that actually, when you look very carefully, directly at consciousness, you find something else. You find that consciousness itself is creative and that it has enormous creative powers.
And in this process, do you find yourself sensing that consciousness has more of an independent reality or a derivative reality?
Well, I wrestle with that question. What I can tell you is that consciousness has much greater power, much greater plasticity, and certainly seems more independent than our contemporary scientific research assumes.
Contemplate.
Okay, I found very little wrong with what he just said. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, from my perspective, I think he was
From your
essentially.
perspective, you better fucking perceive everything as right, and you better know what's true, and you're doing it. That's why
Yeah.
you're saying that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because he's saying that if you look at consciousness, you figure out that there's a creative principle behind it, and that it's essentially not correlative of just simple brain functions. I mean, that it actually created those different functions for itself and not the other way around. Right. So I think that that is more on the right track of, what's actually going on, and it's funny that he said that, yeah, you have to go into, looking at consciousness on its own and not how it relates to these other properties like time and space, right, and all of these other things. So I just thought that was fascinating.
Let me ask you guys something. Have you guys ever changed your thinking from your brain, because we all think from our brain hypothetically, right?
Nubs. I'm gonna
But
give
move it
you.
to your
I'm
heart.
gonna really speed you through this. Neuroplasticity is a thing. You used to be
Right.
fucking totally retarded, and now you're actually like coming with some excellent points.
Well, total retarded would not be anything but just slowed down. So I had to slow my thinking down in order to be able to think at your level.
And I thank you for doing so. So think beyond my level. Let's go.
No, but what I was saying, have you ever taken the time to stop thinking with your brain and move that consciousness thought to your heart and experiencing through your heart as opposed to your mind?
Synthetically or organically?
Yes. There is no difference. Anybody doing that?
I was told that actually earlier today. I was actually told that I do tie my mind into my heart.
All right, so that's correlation to what you experienced earlier, and here I am having that same thought. So did I slow down or did you speed up?
You're in the right place at the right time, bro.
Or the right mind.
And you do have the right mind. Like, I find this difficult to believe with you. Like, your fucking panelverse conversations behind the scenes. Like I said the same fucking thing to Talcott earlier. It's like, dude, I disrespect it. You're making so much sense right now. You're so on board. You're so perfect and right and correct that it would be a failure or a lapse of my judgment to admit that. So thank you.
I think that personally, I think that the only thing that separates us is our discipline. What is the discipline that we are giving to ourselves?
See, I meditate daily, so I would have to agree with that.
That's a discipline.
Discipline is everything. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, discipline, if you look at the etymology of that word.
Before I meditated every day, my head was all over the fucking place.
Right.
And the having the holistic intelligence of the mind and the body, which obviously would include the heart, is integral to everything.
Yes.
The integrity cannot be synthesized.
No, it cannot. And just like discipline cannot be synthesized. And if you look at that word discipline throughout history, it started as disciple and it goes down through the ages. And in the 14th or 16th century, it gets to the English terms, which it literally means to scour one's soul or something along very close to that.
To plumb the depths of one's soul. Yes. No, yeah, that's right.
Yes. And that's exactly what you're doing when you're doing meditation and
reach the bottom.
you're looking inside. Yes. Because you have to go to the bottom
Not
in order
only
to
to reach
rise
the
up.
bottom, but to bring the bottom to the top and make it make sense.
Yes. Yes,
Which
and I know
gets
damn
to-
well that Machine is fucking disciplined as hell. So this again proves the concept. Like it's
Well,
all
to put up
around.
with you and I on a fucking panel, he has to be disciplined.
As well as me, dude. Yeah, he's been fucking dealing with me. God forbid.
This is true. This is true. I mean, anybody that comes around claiming they're a cop, I mean, we love cops here.
Well, he's a truther cop though, so I mean that's cool.
I'm just going back to the conversation that he and Queen Stefan had.
I mean, I don't know if that has a double meaning, but I hope not.
Well, the truth was prevalent, and there was some like details of lore that we don't need to get into it.
All right, enough cocaine.
I'm doing my yeah.
I mean, just don't hurt
The one
anybody.
time I ever did cocaine,
Don't
I
hurt your
was gifted
family.
it
You
one
know,
time.
be responsible. Don't hurt your family. I don't care what
I've done a
anybody
lot
does.
of
Just don't.
other drugs, and you want to get it. I'm not just going to unleash it. You know, if you want to be as excellent as I am, I'm not going to like encourage you to do what I did. Please,
just don't
Well,
hurt nobody.
Truther cop, Truther, think about it, man.
Don't
You
hurt yourself
had to
either, really.
go. You had to go to the depths
not anymore.
in order to be risen up. I mean, it's the hero story.
Yeah.
How else would you establish your
I
root?
don't, dude. I've seen so much crazy shit. Like, I don't judge nobody. I'm a true Christian, even though I'm not Christian anymore.
Right.
I've I'm like Jesus. I used to hang around fucking strippers and prostitutes and drug
Scum.
dealers and like so I don't judge anybody. Like everyone has their story, and sometimes going through hell is part of getting to where you are. So
It has to be. It
it has
has
to
to
be
be.
right. Exactly.
There is no
Exactly.
way
Exactly.
around it.
I agree. A lot of people
Uh,
can't understand that because they've been sheltered their whole fucking life. And that's nothing to
Well,
them. But it's just it pisses me off when people judge and they have no fucking clue because of that reason. That's why I say it like
it
that. It's
it's
because
because
they've
we
been sheltered.
live
They
in
don't
Maya.
have right. Yeah. And so they have no like understanding of what other people have gone through, and so they just point fingers and they don't understand like that sometimes people have to go through the flames in order
You
to.
must be a devil.
Will Maya truth become what everything is for everybody else, or will it become my experience?
Well, it's Maya, so it's all mine.
Well, it's also mine too.
Yeah, absolutely, because
It's
you and
always
I are.
mined and available.
I mean,
Yes.
It's
I could
available
have.
to be
Yeah.
mined correctly.
Think about that.
Always.
Oh, that you listen to what you just said. It's a veil able, meaning
I
it's
mean,
able to be covered.
by the
Mhm.
grace of God and the goddess, I could have been a fucking career criminal the way I grew up. I won't get into the details, but
And by the grace of God, you're able to mine minerals, and that's where grease
Right.
comes from. Go figure that fucking out.
no, but seriously, man,
Right.
I should be fucking dead. I should be in prison. I should be like the way my environment was growing up. I was tempted by so many things. I was exposed to so many things. Like I could have easily went on so many bad fucking roads.
All I want to say right now is that I'm grateful you're here now, and you brought the perspectives that you brought. Thank you for being
Yeah,
here.
man. Well, it's all all glory to the gods, man. Like for
Well,
real. Like I shouldn't be here, bro.
other than
For real. I'm
mindfulness,
serious too. I'm dead serious. Like I've
Did
had
you just mention the Vril Society?
I shouldn't like I shouldn't be here. I had two near death experiences, Um I've seen really I've been in really hostile environments, uh and
And you become
yeah.
hostile yourself, and yet you're here.
Yeah.
And you become hostile, right? Dude, you are ready to host the IL, the inner loser. Oh, the host IL. Let's fucking spin it that way. You could, or like you're hosting the inner vision of the Most High God, and you
but
know
what
that.
is hostile but hostile? You're hosting it.
I see. Like I don't even know what is the etymology of a hostile.
That's a
Ouch.
good question. I'm not sure, actually.
That I'm gonna look that up tomorrow.
I'm gonna look it up right now because I'm curious. I usually am pretty on top of the etymology, but I really don't know on that one.
Etymology is so fucking awesome because you learn what
It
words
is.
actually mean.
Right.
Not
Yeah.
and you learn how
Because they can't cover that shit up.
Right, and you learn how fucked up our language really is and how we really languish in our language.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Which is suffering. Yeah.
Yes.
House of entertainment. Okay. It's dwelling. Okay. Let's see.
It's the
Shelter
mind, I
for
bet. I bet you it gets
hospital.
back to the brain or the mind.
Yes, the sense of charitable
Well,
institution.
I mean, hostile. It starts with host, and so when you host a broadcast, like
We all
TML
host
doing
broadcasts.
excellently with perfection right now, like you become the host. Like I was bragging about being Jack Talcott's co-host earlier, but what? I'm not his co-hostile. I'm not going to go against people that go against him. I'm gonna. Well, so I don't know. I don't know where to go. I need to know.
Can you get out of your disagreement, sir?
Yeah. I'm trying. I'm getting out my disagreements, and I'm asking for panel feedback on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we're gonna come back with some more in terms of Kurzweil, but I'm gonna take a little musical break, and then after I'm done looking at Kurzweil, I'm essentially gonna end the show in terms of the panel experience and the presentations for today and this week. But the whole idea that I'm gonna leave with in terms of Kurzweil is going to be this long trek we've gone on looking at the feasibility of his worldviews versus Kaczynski's views. Now, he had some critical takes on Kaczynski and the manifesto. He even quoted the manifesto, right, which we saw. So, surprisingly enough, Kaczynski is actually going to respond to it from the jail cell. You know what I mean? So, it's going to be dope. I mean, but here's some music. And before we get into that little saga, you know what I mean? And we're also going to look at Kurzweil's views on why we'll never get to the bottom of what consciousness actually is. Now, he said in the other presentation that we saw that he actually claimed that, you're not able to find out what consciousness is. So he actually claimed that, trying to get to the bottom of it is not scientific. It's not a scientific question. He said it's a philosophical question, not a scientific one. Now, the bifurcation between these two modes is itself based on falsehood, I believe. It's based on the presumption.
These people may not be able to define consciousness. And I jumped.
Yeah, but just to say that it's philosophical and not scientific, that goes to the idea that that there's it presumes that there's a compartmentalization of modes of knowledge in the first place. I mean, but yeah, anyways, we'll come back with some of that, but here is some music. We'll be back soon. Blessings.
And despite what the enemy may want, we will always be back with the truth. So fucking relax and deal with your fucking actual position.
Exactly.
Proven that's how truth against the world.
Try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. Hey mother, don't let them know you. They hunger to hold you down and control you. Hey lover, don't let them love you. They'll lay on top of you to stay above you. Try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. We all need something we can stake the blame on. It can't be your dance that made this rainstorm. It must be the alcohol. And you hate this place cause the town too small. And everybody there so fake. Be a brand new day if they was half awake. Smile in your face like, yes sir. Wait until you turn your back so they can whisper. And you ain't trying to love none of them. Nah, you know better, right? You learned something. But even if the first few burst through, they only pursue cause they wanna hurt you. It comes with the smoker's cough. Gonna turn it on until it's broken off. Cause suffered and crushed is just not enough. They wanna hold you down until they lock you up. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. You can try to change to make a new life. Don't mean we gon' do right tonight. Hey sister, don't let them touch you. So friendly when they're close enough to cut you. Don't let them break you.
That's all it is. Life is a line. Take a number. Life is a line. Take your place. The end of the line, if you please. those ice cold eyes foretold my fate. I knew I had arrived an hour late. Was that to say? No jobs today. I'll see you next time. Right here in the line.
Contemplative practices no doubt produce inner sensations, but I'm skeptical whether anything real can follow from feelings. Inner sensations cannot prove that consciousness has an independent existence. I'll shift paradigms from inner subjectivity to computation theory. I go to Boston for this radically different view of consciousness. Ray Kurzweil, inventor and futurist, forces us to rethink what it means to think by considering non-biological intelligences.
Ray, how do you look at consciousness?
I think fundamentally consciousness is its own sense of our own awareness and is a synonym for subjectivity. And scientific inquiry is a synonym for objective observation. And then
So I think right off the bat, I think that's false, because, how can you get to objective experience through subjective experience, right? You're relying on the empirical modes of observation to prove themselves, right? So the fact that one is subjective and the other is objective, and you're defining one as purely subjective, well, how are you going to get to, something subjective through something that is a synonym for objectivity, right? I mean, it just seems, no, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, nobody ever says that science is objective. I mean, science is, it could be 99.9% truth. It doesn't claim to be 100%. So I mean, this is just completely, I think, just erroneous from the beginning, right? So obviously we talked about before that, subjective and objective, these are obviously Kantian frameworks. They presume that there's a correspondence, between the mind and the outside world, right? So you're already presuming so much to begin with, right? So yeah, I mean, he's making so many presumptions just with that one statement that people don't realize how much, he's sort of, smuggling in there,
making deductions from there. We may look at an entity and look inside its brain, which may be biological, non-biological. We may see that it's building models of it.
Okay, so if it's non-biological,
How does it have a brain?
Wait, that's exactly what I was about to say. Why would it need one? Right. So,
I heard you before you said it, man.
yeah, right. You know what I mean, right? Because like, it just sounded weird when he said non-biological, and then he said a brain. Like literally, like together he said those things. So I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. I mean, why would non-biological entities require a brain in order to function? And if you have to recreate a brain, in order to get non-biological consciousness, right? Then what it's just a fabrication. Of something that's already made. So I don't know where he's getting this idea, right? And then also he hasn't defined what's different between biological intelligence and non-biological intelligence. If there is no difference, as we saw earlier, that they're saying that, well, like Weiner and Descartes, from Descartes to Norbert Weiner, animals are deus ex machina. They're machines. So how would they be different in terms of, why would biological be the thing that separates it? I mean, if everything's mechanistic anyways.
Its own experience. It may be making decisions just like the way a human does. But is that just a simulation of a human being? Is it really have a conscious experience, or is it just some automatic process? Some people who assume that, no, you have to be biological will say no. Other people will say yes. But fundamentally, there is this gap between objective observation, which is science, and subjective experience. And there's no consciousness detector, objective scientific consciousness detector we can even imagine building.
I think what you're saying is there are two kinds of consciousness. One is sort of the apparent aspect of consciousness that a third party could judge, and another is the internal experience of it, which is beyond science.
That's right. And my prediction.
So science can measure everything, it's objective truth, but it can't measure the thing that it's using to study all of that? And that's not scientific. Great solution.
Right.
I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. But all right.
Right. No. We're just not evolved enough to understand it. Yeah. Clearly.
Yeah,
We're the
that's
experts.
just.
They're the experts,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he gave up. I mean, and why even say biological and non-biological intelligence if you don't, if it's not objective? I mean, you just admitted it's not objective because it's not scientific. Scientific isn't, is objective. And so, I mean, he pretty much wrapped it up for himself, but I don't know where he's going to go from here.
Is that the apparent consciousness, seeing an entity that is really very convincing when it exhibits these emotional reactions, that will occur within about a quarter of a century.
In non-biological entities.
Non-biological systems. So we'll have systems that can pass the so-called Turing test because they're really convincing when they talk.
So this is why he's billed as a futurist. This is the idea of futurism, right? Versus the other idea, accelerationism, right? As we were talking about, right? It's a little bit different, right? Transhumanism is very much like futurism, right? But essentially, he's making bold proclamations for how the future is going to be, right? So he's a visionary who thinks about and extrapolates that in terms of the current rate of exponential growth of technology, what is going to come around the corner given the current advances, right? So, yeah, I mean, so he says that, soon in the future, they're going to have non-biological intelligences, right? Of course, he's presuming that doesn't exist now, right? But, obviously that's just his presumption because, of course, he doesn't have an objective fact that he could lay on the table and say, well, right now we have biological intelligences and there's no such thing as non-biological intelligence because he said it's not a scientific question, right? So how is he going to determine that non-biological intelligences don't already exist, that they're going to exist in the future? Okay. Anyways.
About having the human range of emotions. But if you talk about fundamentally, philosophically, there's no way to prove that it's conscious.
And is this something just beyond our technology, or is it in principle impossible forever, no matter how strong our technology becomes?
Fundamentally, there will always be a philosophical gap because there's this gap between subjective experience and objective observation. And people really need to realize that and not talk
Okay, so Kurzweil and Epstein Island, I haven't looked into it. I will look into it soon. But definitely Marvin Minsky went there. So Minsky, the notable AI researcher, he definitely went to Epstein Island. So
Yes.
that's sad. Because the guy's obviously a genius, but yeah, he's got some demons, and he should be removed from society. I mean, right? Like a lot of these people. So and I won't say in what way I think they should be removed, but yeah, I'll just say this: I think Islam is right about women, and right, but I'll just move on here. I mean, blessings.
glibly about consciousness as if it's just another biological process like digestion or lactation, and we can just discover the biological basis for it.
Ray is sure that in
Wait,
the
I missed that last part because this music is so jarring. Give me a second here. Let me
I've done a lot of research on Epstein in general as well. So if you want me to share some of that with you, I will.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
We can have a presentation on that for sure.
Yeah, I
As
don't
if
know how
it's
much
just-
we can share publicly.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want you to get striked, but I mean, I got.
I was a fucking encounter about this issue. Oh, why is your channel getting struck down now? My original channel got struck down because I started to point these things out. And
Really?
yes, that, and that's also, well, I could get into really deep optics about the incredible support that I received along the way. And I
Yeah,
continue to
blessings to
receive
King
incredible
James.
support. So what?
Yeah, blessings. Go check out King James.
Oh, yeah,
KJ.
dude.
Yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. He's got a new video. Oh, definitely.
And the incredible support I meet along the way. I didn't know what the fuck that meant. And Lilith, I've never like actually spoken to you, and you're fucking kind of like, perhaps, you're doing your fucking thing, whatever. You keep things sharp and in perspective. You develop light in a great image, as far as I've seen, and I hope you continue to do that. And TML, obviously, you allow that space, so thank you.
Yeah, blessings. I mean, they're wrapping it up here. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna really say next. I'm just
Yeah, need to realize that and not talk glibly about consciousness as if it's just another biological process like digestion or lactation, and we can just discover
Oh my
the biological
god,
basis for
that's
it.
so anticlimactic, man. It's like digestion or, oh my god, dude. Yeah, you just like fart
Yeah,
and queef and think and I mean,
yeah,
what is this stuff? I mean,
yeah. I always saw you in
totally.
the chat, Truther. So it's good to finally be able to talk.
Well, I'm not. You either seen or in TML fucking was so respectful to play it on his panel. But I made my first piano video about and Jim Bob happened to flex on me that I need to release a music video, and I was already on the case to do it. And you're featured in the beginning there. You have a lot of great commentary about life, what's happening. So thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty off the cuff.
So please feel free to respond to this. I'm looking this up where it is in this book.
I recently started doing live streams again. I was absent for
Oh
about
yeah,
a year.
definitely. Yeah,
About a year.
check out Twilight's channel. Let me go ahead and
And we're
find
going
that because,
to start doing stuff together as well.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've seen
but
you live a couple times.
I got
Last
shadow
time, what
banned.
happened? It seemed like your stream abruptly just
Yeah, I was having problems because I was
fell out.
out.
Yeah,
I was out and I was trying to do streams, and
yeah, I
the
was watching. Yeah.
network was kind of messed up because I was kind of out in the boondocks.
Yeah, let me look that up a second.
Yeah.
And I'll
But
put
yeah,
that up here.
I'm gonna start doing more live streams. But I got shadow banned to the abyss because I was talking about some really controversial stuff. And I lost a
Wow.
ton.
Are you Jewish at all? I'm asking for a reason.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, it's like so. Like you can create a YouTube channel where you speak openly, and that you can actually be completely free to be you when you continue to be real. until the well, unless the fucking opposition. And I'm not saying it's Jewish. It could be not. It could be Jesuit, European warlocks. It could be all sorts of things that might come in and experience it against you. However, I was getting somewhere else with that, and I didn't complete that thought, and I will one day. But
No, I'm mainly Italian. I'm my my dad's side of the family is 100% Italian. Going back centuries, like mom, you know, his mom and dad, their mom and dad, their mom and dad, going way back. And then my mom is kind of a question mark, and that's why I say not that I know of. It's kind of a joke. But
so you know your dad, but not your mom.
well, it's kind of a question mark. Like I can only go back so far. Uh, eh, I was kind of. I mean, even my dad is kind of a question mark. Like I know they're Italian, but like I don't really know a lot of my history. Like my last name was changed. My
Look
last
into
name was
yeah,
changed. Like I
yeah,
went to ancestry.
yeah.
Like I went to ancestry and all that. Like I am not sending them my DNA and shit because I know that's bullshit.
Mhm.
But like I like looked up my information and it's like I can get to my grandparents and then after that it's like we have no information.
If you want to get deeper on my genealogy, I kind of like laid it out for the first time in a long time on Talcott's, and because of perspectives brought from this panel here and the conversations. But you should look into the first king of Italy, and
Yeah, I know that. I just know that. I just know they're Italian, but like my actual genealogy, like in detail, like it.
but so like I'm like half Italian, and then like
Okay,
there's definitely some
my
half
family
Italian.
came from Naples.
Yeah, my family came from whatever part I rate bitches about. But then like the rest on that half, and then like I have like Germanic, and then like
Yeah,
whatever. There's
yeah,
a fucking mix on the other side, so I don't even
right,
know.
right. So you're like me then. Okay, yeah.
So like,
So
what is it? So like, TML lays this out. He says it often. He's like, I would love to see white people like talk about their traditions.
sure, yeah,
I'm like a quarter German and half Italian, and so what the fuck do I even represent myself as, other than American?
right, right. Yeah, well, we've kind of like lost our traditions. It's unfortunately, um, you know, uh, my mom is Ojibwa, Native American. I know that. Uh, and
She's very, that whole tradition line was very in tune with nature, being
right,
present, not being present.
yeah, yeah,
Obviously.
yeah. I think that's part of the reason why I'm so connected to nature.
Mhm.
Uh, and Irish, and those are the main ones I know. Um, so Italian, Ojibwa, and Irish, along with the Italian. Or yeah,
I mean,
Italian,
Italian
Irish.
supremacy. Let's get real, but we're not going to get. Yeah, everybody wants to
Well,
talk about
my
the
dad tells me,
when
when when I ask him about my other heritage, he says you're half Italian and half embarrassed. He says I don't. The rest of it don't matter. But that's he's just fucking. He's a joker. But
I'll
he's
never
also
be
like very
embarrassed about
proud.
being
He's also very
Italian.
proud. Like they're all Roman Catholic, and you know, he's like that's all that matters. You know, he's like he's like the rest don't matter. He's like you're more Italian than anything else, and so that's all that matters. He says I'm more than half. So I don't know. Whatever. Uh. He says I'm more than half. I don't know. From what I understand, I'm half. He says it's more than that. But I'm like, well, how is that possible if I'm also Irish and Ojibwe? But you know, I don't know.
I've had one rabbi ever, and one like spiritual leader ever that I was like, hey, that's my spiritual leader, and he pointed to Noble Drew Ali about declare your nationality, dude. Like, don't be black, white, whatever. Stand firm in the nationality. What does that mean? Like, what is that? Nowadays, that meant something different when he introduced that back then, but now,
Right.
now it means something different.
Well, I mean, I would say if anything, I would be because it's the most. You know, I'm Italian. If anything,
I like that.
definitely. Yeah, I mean, because I mean that's what I'm the most of. You know, for sure, and it's the most obvious. But yeah, it's kind of a question mark. And my last name was changed before I was born, so there's a lot of strange.
Wait, before you were born, my last name was changed when I was born. Then
Oh,
after I was
really?
born,
Oh,
then
really?
it was changed
Yeah,
several times
it's an
legally.
Italian thing, apparently. I'm not even kidding. So you know what I mean? Like it's weird, man. Like it, and then like I looked up my actual birth name, the original one, not the one on my birth certificate. And there's like an 8-pointed star, which is like the seal of Venus. And I'm like, whoa, is this why I'm like attracted to the goddess and all this shit? I was trying to figure this out, and I showed my parents, and they're like, so what? You know, because I'm looking at all this,
Were you
and
attracted to the goddess, or was she attracted to you, dude?
well, yeah, she was. That's why I work with her. That's a whole other story because you know, I was raised evangelical, you know, and I was on fire for the Lord, you know. And I still, you know, as I said, I have no problem with Christ. I have a problem with religion. But you know, she basically came to me. Yeah, that's exactly right. And after I kind of got fed up with religion, and I started to like try to understand my pagan roots, you know. And when I was doing that, I realized that paganism no longer existed, and that it was basically Abrahamicized. You know, it was turned into something else. Like true paganism really doesn't exist anymore. It was kind of wiped out, and I kind of threw my hands in the air, like, what the fuck, you know? And that's another reason why I get pissed off at the church, because they destroyed paganism. And you know, it's just like, well, that's great. Like, how am I supposed to get back to my roots, you know? And that's when she came, and you know, I did my first ritual and called her.
Can we
and-
not
and-
can we not get into coming and rituals, dude?
Huh?
Can we not get into coming and rituals? I would prefer to like you know, that's when she came, you said. And then you immediately jumped into some ritual. How do you establish your roots in today's foundation? Well, I mean, well, I'm not
I
gonna,
mean,
like,
pagans
totally
always. Well, that was the way, man. Like the old ways. I mean, that was a normal thing. Like, you know, it was lost, and it was considered something that was abominable and evil. But back in those days, it was a normal way of communicating with. You know, the only thing that the only thing a ritual really is it's a way of establishing communication, and really, like,
yeah, and it takes other people who were aware and vigilant of those levels of communication to even understand. It's a different level of speaking. Yeah.
Well, yes, but the ritual itself isn't really doing anything. This is what a lot of people don't understand. It's just establishing a link between you and whatever you're communicating with. So, in other words, the ritual is just opening a door that is creating that. You could say, in modern terms, you could say it's creating a quantum entanglement.
Well, I would say why even go to seek to open a door when so many doors are open to you, and so many perfected doors have opened themselves to you to bring your experience. It might be time for you to, like, create a new doorway.
Because it works. Because it works. Because it makes the connection stronger. Because I can have telepathic communication with something that I can't see. It's enthralling. You have to experience it to understand. It's. I don't.
Well, listen. If I was a woman, I'd be envious of the woman who gets to experience you opening those doorways. But I'm not, and I'm thankful that I had to have this experience with you. Regardless, you have a beautiful mind. You have like intelligence. Clearly, like something is coming through from you. It isn't explainable through some sect of Christianity. However, like you have a certain understanding of life and what is.
Yeah, I understand people are you know, I mean, shit, at one time I thought it was all evil and you know, stay away, and especially that term I just used, opening doors. Like, I'd be like, oh, no, you know, but when you experience it and you don't have fear or trepidation or, you know, a certain, you know, outlook on it, and you just let go, like it's something else, and it's just, like I said, it's impossible to put into words, and
yeah, that's what ultimately referred to as like the Raha Kodesh, the Holy Spirit that flows through us all. Like there's no like.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can have that with when you have like communion with it's similar. It's when you have those like experiences where you have that, like you said, like with the Holy Spirit, like I've had that, and it where you know that you know, and a lot of like more rigid, you know, expressions of Christianity would probably deny that. But
they would people first. No, you said like a lot of more rigid perspectives of Christianity would deny it. No, it would be a human being pretending to represent what they think they know.
Well, that too.
Well, nobody else is going to meet you. There's no rigid perspective of Christianity without a man or a woman stepping in to represent.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it would be rigid, because if it's not somebody telling you, then it wouldn't be rigid, because it would be left to the individual, and if it's left to the individual, then it's not going to be rigid, because it's going to be someone having a personal experience, a personal relationship, which to me is the only authentic, really, honestly. That's just my perspective, but you know, when they talk about a personal relationship, like I agree with that. You know, 110%, and I've had those experiences myself, so I can give, you know, God forbid, testimony, you know, of that, because I've had it myself.
You're a man. You have plenty of what? Hold on, what testimony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, believe it or not, yes, I could give plenty, for sure, and very supernatural experiences, where, like I said,
and then what is it like? So like, there's the testimony, and then why we're gonna test his money, we're going to test him about it too, and test his testimony. There's all sorts of there's paragraphs in that word.
Right. But it's just like things that were clearly divine intervention, shall we say. That are just undeniable.
I totally agree with that. Good. What else we have?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I have no issue with God, none at all. It's the God of man that I have issue with. It's man creating God in its own image. You know,
Well, it's man's concept of God.
Yes. Yes.
Not the living God.
Right. And it's because I've met that God face to face, so to speak. And I know it exists. I don't have to believe in it. I know it exists. I've spoken to it. I've felt it. So that's why no one can tell me. And yeah.
Respect to that, dude.
Yeah. And it's it would take a lot. But yeah, like I said,
we don't have to. It's going to unfold in front of us in the way we focus our vision upon and what we keep our eyes upon.
Let that eye be single and thy whole body be full of light.
Amen.
Single pointed, not wander, from here to there. Just let your intentions, be one. Let your desires be one. So you don't have conflicting desires and scattered thoughts and have your focus in one direction, like a laser pointer. That's what it's about. And it's just, if your body, your eye is full of light, then you're good. But if that light is darkness, then how great is that darkness?
And regardless of what your eyes perceive now, the scanner is darkly or lightly.
Right.
What is the future we're looking towards? What is the vision we're perceiving and developing?
Right. Yeah, see, I'm glad we were able to talk. And like I said, man, I'm gonna start doing live streams again. I lost my whole tribe. I had a whole tribe that was like regulars. I was getting hundreds of views. I don't really give a damn about views. What I care about is my people that I lost. I went from hundreds of views to getting like single digit fucking views. It's crazy. No one gets notifications anymore.
Well, they'll come back when the time is right. You're gonna rebuild the right people back in.
Yeah,
it's gonna be perfect. And that's okay. Like, you need to be prepared to be in that position anyhow, because whatever you start next might pop off and then get shut down. So be ready to build again and again and again.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be getting a computer soon, and I'm gonna be starting an Odyssey or a Rumble as well, because it's more decentralized and all that. So I have some things planned, because when I have a computer, it's gonna be a lot easier to do what I want to do, because all I have is a phone right now. But they're all live streams, just like Machine Lies. But I'm also telling you, because they're all live streams, and of course you're welcome.
Of course, as a email, obviously, without stating that, but I'm not trying to take over the server with him or you. Like, this is TML show, the Machine Lies. We're on the Machine Lies, on the machine that lies, and y'all better fucking straighten up in the we have the greatest audience right here, but the rest of people really need to fucking bring their inner vision and the focus properly, and stop fucking up so much, me included.
Right. Yeah.
I look forward to whatever you create, dude. You're doing awesome. You've always been on the nose about shit, dude. And that's not just because I'm not a Jew. I'm not.
Shalom,
keep
bro.
me.
I don't
Keep
care.
getting on me. I got a big nose. I'm sorry.
Shalom, bro. I don't care if you are.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. Shalom was Shabbat was yesterday. Well, me
One
and
of my low key, one of my best friends is Jewish.
I love the Jews anyhow. Whatever, dude. Like
Most everyday Jews have nothing to do with any of this shit, man. They're used as fucking shields.
if you're actually a Nazi, not me, not you, just people in general, including me, because I'm getting these accusations against myself. You're enabled to. You perhaps are enabled to see certain things, and I just want to. I do want. I am like this is quite like. I want you to consider this, dude. There's this movement and this organization happening out there, and I have an open invitation. I've had it for a long time. It's this movement called Neo Antifa. I'm not promoting it. I'm not I'm not a part of it. I'm considering what it means, and I encourage. I want your feedback and perspective there. And there's a lot. There's all we're talking about right now. We both have a lot to say. There's 3 months of discussion here minimum based on what we've already.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I told you about my channel, because I want to continue talking about all this, and I don't want to take over, Machine's entire show.
Amen. Respect. Yeah, I will tune in. Please, we'll be in touch. We will that.
Yeah, for sure.
TMO, the machine lies. I want to give him a moment here. Make sure whatever. No, I appreciate it, dude. Oh, you have a question for him? Sorry. Because you guys were gonna you guys are doing a show sometime.
Oh yeah, for sure. We've already talked about it. We're gonna do a few different things.
Yeah, shout out to the homie. Says fuck the Balfour Declaration. Jesus looked like Palestinians, not Netanyahu.
Facts. Facts. Jesus was probably black. No.
Yo, what's going on, DeFreak? Blessings.
What up, dude?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's a chance, I want to talk to Twilight.
Oh yeah, there's opportunity.
So, you're.
Go ahead, sir.
You're like maybe only the second other person that has said or claimed that they've seen God. So I would like to ask you about that.
Well, I meant it allegorically, but yeah, in the sense that it was like a direct experience with the divine, meaning it touched me in a way that was undeniable. It was supernatural, divine intervention, to where, there were things that happened that were unexplainable, that, could not be explained in any way irrationally. There was no other explanation.
Was it like a vision, or was it like something that happened?
It was like I shouldn't be here. It was like synchronicities that were supernatural. We'd be here a while. And it's happened more than once. Just crazy stuff. That, protection and just like messages and just wild stuff.
Cool. Have you ever owned like a dog or a cat?
Sure.
And so how it feels to love a dog and have them love you.
Yes.
And everything. That having a partner or a spouse, another human is love, but sometimes I feel those kind of animal type loves are even stronger in terms of intensity. Yes. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's not that it's more. It's just that dogs in particular, they don't judge, and so they don't see you as you appear. They see you as you are, and so it's different. I really do feel that.
They somehow are so considerate of you that God allows them to shine a perspective through them. that they're going to develop you to be better.
Right, exactly, and they can heal. So they don't see your ego bullshit. They see you as like at your essence, and they see like what you can become. And then this is why they'll like bark at strangers and shit. It's not just because they want to bark at everybody. I mean, sometimes, but a lot of times also they can see someone for who they are, so they can tell if somebody's fucking shady. You know what I mean?
Well, they also see their owners as who the owners are in their perspective, and they see their perspective and who that person is to them, and what the relationship ought to be for their owner. They're very loyal.
Right, because that's why they're man's best friend. You know, because they have an unconditional love. You know, which is what Jesus taught. You know, really, when you understand, you know, what it's really all about, before it got corrupted.
When you had that experience with God, I don't know if it was like one event, if it was something strung out over years, if it was like, you know, however it was. Did you feel that kind of love during that event or that?
Yes.
I mean, like the on high spirit realm, God of love.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Would you say it was the Holy Spirit? Would you go that far?
It was a peace that was hard to put into words. Like, it was, and it wasn't like in any way, like there were a few. There was one I had that I would call an experience with what I would call the Christos. I wouldn't call it like Jesus. It was like, and this was a separate one. It was a little different. This was in an altered state though, but I didn't like, nothing I saw was different than normal. It was, and it wasn't a dream and it wasn't a vision. It was really bizarre, but I wasn't, I basically went out of body.
Were you able to control conditions that made it feel like it was the same? In other words, in that state, it could either get out of your control and get evil really quick, or you know, if you have experience or if you have power, you can control that and make it what you want it.
Well, I was walking around and everything looked the same, but it wasn't the same. Like, it looked the same, but I clearly wasn't where I was before, because I know where I was before, and it wasn't the same place. So it was very bizarre. Okay, so I'm walking around, and I was talking to people, okay, that for all intents and purposes weren't there, because it wasn't where I was. So this is what I'm saying. I went out of body, okay? And I'm talking to them, and you know how it talks about you may, you know, you entertain angels unaware? Well, I don't know what the hell they were, but they looked like you and me, okay? And, you know, at first, this is all it was. It was like nature looked the same, you know, everything looked the same. And then at some point, it changed to like this vision. All I can call it is like a vision quest. And it was like someone took a 6K Blu-ray and shot it into my third eye. And all of a sudden, time ceased to exist in the normal way that we would perceive it. And it was like past, present, and future started to blur. And it was like I was being shown things like out of order, or at least in the way that we would normally perceive them. And so,
out of order of time, but not perception.
Yes. So it was like I was seeing things as they really were. Is how I would really say it. The way I would explain, the way I put it at the time was I got a taste of eternity.
Excellent.
It was like,
congratulations everyone who's attending this fucking circumstance. You're getting a taste of eternity right now. You better fucking make the best of it.
So this is why I'm like passionate about my stance on things. And this is why I also don't judge anybody. And I just don't, I have issue with the church and nothing against anybody in particular. because I've had these crazy experiences and no one's gonna tell me. You know, I'm not trying to convince anybody, but I'm not gonna, you know, I've had too many experiences where it's just like, whoa, you know? And so I had this experience, and I had something that was almost like an apocalypse, a personal apocalypse. Let me try to explain this. This was an 8-hour experience, mind you. Yeah. Okay. And basically, it was like everybody was panicking, right? And what I mean by this is I was like being shown these like visions, okay? But remind you, everything was normal. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like I said, it was like this 6K Blu-ray. And all of a sudden I was no longer in control. Okay? So it was like I was being shown these things, and it was like out of order, and I would hear things, and as I would hear it, it was like an echo. Okay?
Hold on 1 second. We need you to echo back on that because he was trying to interrupt you.
That's right.
But before this,
echo back to it.
You were the things you're talking about right now. That was all like you were seeing like the earth, or was this like heaven?
No, this was Earth.
Okay, go
ahead. This was all Earth. Okay? But at some point when I was walking down the street, okay, I was crossing the street, and then everything changed. Like as I was walking, it was like the fucking Truman Show all of a sudden. Okay, so I was walking, talking to these 3 people that look like human beings, and as I'm walking, I look up in the sky, and the birds look like they're like machine-like. It was fucking weird. And and what I mean by that is I was watching them, and they were like flying normally, and then all of a sudden it looked like they were all flying like at the same time in the same way. And then I'm walking, and like
there was purpose and meaning behind. Like there was a synchronistic event moving them that you could see from your perspective.
Right. And then like the cars, all of a sudden, like the way they were driving, it was like, and it sounded like that too. It was like something was speeding it up and then slowing it down. And then as I crossed the street, it was like everything was like that. And it was like, as I was crossing the street, I had to be careful because it literally was like changing speeds. It was like, what the fuck? I was like, whoa, like I need to get across the street now, because it was like I was playing a video game, and like it was like changing the parameters of the game. Like it was like, you know, like you're playing like a platformer or some shit. And it was like one of those games where like it changes the speed. And so you had to like really think about what you're doing in order to cross. If you get what I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Here's my deal. Is I've crossed the road. Like my experience with crossing the road is like I've walked across the road blind. Like I close my eyes and like knowing that's how that's the revelation that came to me. One of the many.
Truth or frog?
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go across this fucking thing. I'm gonna be alive. I'm gonna win the game, whatever the fucking game is.
Hey, real quick, Truth or man, I gotta say you've been on fire today, man. You really had a great day. You know, Jack Talcott, that question at the end, man, that was a badass fucking jam right there. That was like slam dunk. Anyway.
Well, we're getting into a better one right now. You guys are like hitting the mark right. You're getting something here. There's something.
So so he's walking down the street. You know, like, were you able to know the people's thoughts that they were going to say to you before they said it to you?
Oh, dude, don't get me started with that shit. I was thinking things, and then the stuff I was thinking about, people would start talking about it. That was another thing. I had shit like that happen for like months at a time. It was wild. Or I would meet people, and they would start talking about things that I was like researching, and like there was a lot of weird shit like that. I would talk to people for like hours, and they would be like, a spirit wants to talk to you. I'm like, huh? The fuck? And like they would go out, and like people would start, you know, something would start talking through them. And it was like they would do this to like atheists and shit. Like it was some wild shit, man. This was something separate. But this is just another example of the stuff I'm talking about. Like, and it was, because some of this wasn't always, like, it was different kinds of, like, I had an experience when I was like 9 years old where someone got like possessed by some crazy shit.
Wow.
Too, yeah. So I've had a lot of really wild experiences that led me to where I am. Almost out of necessity in the beginning. It's a lot to get into, but yeah.
I already knew that when we finally started to speak. It's like this is not a conversation. It's not gonna fully be recognized tonight, but it's something to look forward to across all the channels.
Yeah, I was actually told that I was going to be a part of the apocalypse when I was a kid. And at the time, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? You know, and it kind of freaked me out. I was 9 years old, you know? And now that I'm here, I kind of understand what that meant from a different perspective. And I'm like, oh, well, apocalypse is the tearing of a veil. Like, oh, okay. I'm okay with that. Like, bring it on, you know?
Hey, so, your experience with God and everything, like, how do you feel the love of God like that? And then also, like, how did Lilith step into it? And like,
because I don't believe that this is all really, it's simple. Because, okay, it goes back to my experience that I had that day too. Because the experience I had with the Christos, it basically told me that we're all in this together and that religion has divided us. That was part of the experience itself. The experience I had was basically like an apocalyptic experience, and everybody was like panicking, and I was like being shown like visions of people panicking and like everything going wrong. And like there was a point in this experience where I was coming to basically, and I found myself walking around and I was like telling people like we're all in this together. This was like this was like when I was like conscious, like back in my body. And apparently I started talking like in fluent Italian and Gaelic, I guess, or whatever the hell, which I don't know how this happened, which I guess isn't that speaking in tongues? I guess, right? I don't know, because I mean, that's what that means. Now that I think
you
about
understand
that,
what you're saying?
I didn't even think about that till now. Yeah, apparently I did. Yeah.
That's good.
So I don't know what the hell that means, but I didn't actually think about what that was until now, because I'm like, I was speaking a different language. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? Oh, right. So I was saying like we're all in this together, and like, well,
Is Lilith Italian?
well, because of course she is. No, she's actually Sumerian. Well, if you actually go
Okay.
to the Judaic understanding of Lilith, she's actually she was the first wife of Adam, supposedly. But if you dig deeper, she's actually she's actually the wife of Yahweh as well. She takes the place of the matronette after Adam's sin, and she's like rejected and all this other shit, but she's still the wife of Yahweh. And so it's kind of like, okay, what is this saying? You know, so there's a deeper story here. And also, if you look into the Judaic understanding of Satan, Satan is an angel of God who does God's will. According to them, there is no way that anything of God can fall. It's ultimately doing God's will. Even if it thinks it's not, it is doing God's will. And if you look at Job,
Right, but and then like what the apocalypse says is that the angels, a third of the angels, including Satan, fall from heaven. Then has that happened? I'm not asking these questions right now, but like,
so here's the thing, okay? The
context.
church created this idea of Lucifer, okay? It came out of a mistranslation of Jerome, okay? Lucifer only exists in the one verse in Isaiah. That's it. There is no other verse, okay? And it's Lucifer is Venus, which is the goddess.
Yeah. Oh, dude, there is 2 references to the morning star in the Bible.
Yeah, the other one is Jesus.
Yeah, and one, yeah.
Right. Yeah, he says, Those who persevere through my ordeals, I will give my morning star. Yeah, in Revelation 22.
It's actually Revelation 3:21.
Yes, and then also in Revelation 22. This just says
Okay.
morning star, though. I meant when I'm saying Lucifer is addressed, I'm talking about in the context that it yeah, no, it's in there a couple times, but I'm saying in the sense of, you know, ye who did us weakest the nations and all that. That's only, and it's referring to the king of Babylon, and it's also and it's comparing the Lucifer as Venus, as in the morning star, because it comes before the sun. So if you get up around 5 o'clock in the morning, you'll see a light that comes up
Yeah,
before the
because
sun comes up.
actually, you
That's
know,
Venus.
Lucifer is the light bearer until he fell and became Satan. And I posted the book of Melchizedek, a link, and I don't know if you've read that yet or anything, but it explains a lot. I would definitely recommend.
Yes, but what I'm telling you is this idea of Lucifer being Satan wasn't until later on, and
Well, how could it be
Satan,
later on? Well, hold on. How could it be later on if it's in Isaiah?
because it being interpreted that way isn't till later on. Is what I'm telling you. It
But
was
if it's in
never.
Isaiah, then it wasn't later on. It was there.
Oh, okay, but the interpretation wasn't till later on. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That interpretation wasn't there until later on. That's what I
So
mean.
anyhow, do you know the Quran pretty well, or like just
I don't know it as well because it's been a while. And because I wasn't raised on it. Like it's been a while since I read. Well, recently I've been reading the Bible more, but until recently,
Yeah.
it's been a long time. But I like knew it because I studied it a lot when I was a Christian, and so it was kind of like, you know, in my heart, you could say. So I
Yeah.
know a lot of verses about having to read it even after years and years and years.
So
but
there's
the
a lot of
Quran,
parts
I
that say
know.
not to join, or associate others with, the Most High. So if you know the Most High, and you're adding Lilith, that goes against kind of like the scripture of the Quran. And how do you reconcile that? Like,
I could be guilty of this. God created a lot of people. He also made a lot of angels. He made a lot of spirits in nature. He made a lot of names. So many. So many. So like then it's like, do we like
let me
how much do we honor that perspective with like Lilith? You're representing on YouTube, but I'm not gonna attack you on that. I get what you're saying there. To some degree. I don't know who Lilith is still. But that's
Well,
okay.
Well, well, see, I know I understand all of these questions because I would have asked the same ones at one time. So it's completely understandable. It's just a matter of, you know, I don't follow a religious perspective anymore. I see God as beyond any religion, any book, any temple, any synagogue, any, you know, any human comprehension really. And so I don't really see there being this battle between good and evil per se like that. I see good and evil as existing within the heart of man, and I see these archetypes as something that can be used to explore the light and darkness within, you know, yourself, and what you do with that, well, that's your, that's on you.
hey,
So
I've enjoyed you coming on the show and stuff like a lot. Like, I just want to let you know. So like,
oh
my
well,
questions
yeah.
might start getting a little like, hitting, kind of hitting into like I'm antagonizing or something, but
Not at all, bro.
I want it to come off that way. But
You're being very respectful. People have been a hell of a lot more disrespectful. I don't mind it
so
at all because I would have asked the same questions, brother. You've been very
cool.
respectful, so I'm totally cool with
So
it.
when you go back and forth with people, sometimes things are flying around and things are being said, and someone said something about do you go to Lilith often, and like do you counsel with her often? And I think I even heard you say that you can manifest her somehow, some way.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what that
Yeah.
means.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about, the rituals and stuff. Yeah, I have telepathic communication with her. I don't do it because it's fun. Like I do it because it works. It's real. It's wild. It's supernatural. It's I still talk to Jesus too. I know what how I know it's crazy, but it's true. That's what I'm saying. Like,
do you worship Lilith?
I don't worship anything. Lilith doesn't want worship. Lucifer doesn't want worship.
In my opinion, your word and your relationship, your prayer should be your worship against the enemy in your life. So like that.
Right. Well,
so,
see, my greatest enemy to me is myself.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I mean, and
obviously
of
with
course,
you
like,
didn't need to say it. It's also true with me though, and possibly the free.
and of course, like the same enemy we all have, because we have the same enemy.
Funny, that was the question that Truther Cop asked at the end of Jack Talcott's yesterday.
Best believe that we definitely have the same enemy at the end of the day. And if something were to manifest, if I were to have some kind of epiphany, like I've been reading the Bible more, and I honestly believe I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of the little season. I'm really starting to believe we're in that, and that everyone has been fooled.
Oh yes, I understand what you mean. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
certainly. Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, you actually think so? Oh well, everyone I've talked to thinks it's totally insane, and it's really interesting to me that like every other interpretation of Revelation is freely taught, and it's just like this one little one is never ever even considered possible. And you could say I don't know if you want to say
talking about the elect.
I don't know if you're
short time of the elect, and then during the end times.
It's basically that the essentially what I'm saying is that our history's been messed with. Okay. 700 years has been added to our calendar. Okay. And we're farther in Revelation than we're told. So it talks about in Revelation 20. Okay, let me grab my Bible.
Matthew 24:22. And except those
days
we're waiting. Shortened, there should be no flesh to be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So imagine if Donald Trump didn't get elected and you're living in the communist utopia where everything is backwards and everything is upside down.
Right. Well, check this out though. That's not quite what I mean. I mean that like everybody is waiting for the second coming and the mark of the beast and all of that, right? Well, what I'm saying is all of that might have already happened.
And not only from God's perspective, it certainly happened if it's true. And it's happening now. Appreciate your life and develop a better perspective. And I'm not saying you need to.
So well, I mean, yeah, that could be. And so this is the thing. It's interesting because this all just like all this other
That is,
research
that
that
is,
I
that is.
all this other research that I've been doing for years and years, somehow like dovetailed into this other concept. And I've known about this idea for a little while, but I had some other research that kind of smashed into it, completely unrelated. And it just all kind of came together. And, you know, it just kind of like threw me back. I was like, wait a minute now. Because this goes back to things that that I've been thinking since I was a child. And especially when I was a Christian, I was like, whatever this conspiracy is, it's spiritual in nature. And, you know, it's just interesting. So it says, then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer, until the 1,000 years were ended. When I was a kid, I was always like, what the hell does that mean? So, and that he must be released for a little while. Originally, it says a little season. So I'm like, when I was a kid, I always asked, like, what the hell does that mean? And why in the world, after he's finally sealed up, would they allow him out again? Like, what would be the purpose of that?
That's proof. That's proof that God gives every single person, every single being, every single thing, every Satan, whatever.
Even
He gives
Satan.
them every
Right.
single chance to repent.
Right.
Before they die.
Which means it's possible. And so here's the thing. If that is so, okay, and but this is the wild thing, okay? So if you read, there's about 70 verses I found out, okay? And I would ask this when I was younger, and everyone always used to say, "Oh, you should pray about it. Oh, don't look into that." Da 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 da. And I always wondered, like, why? Even then, you know, there are so many verses where it says, "Here, I actually made a list of this because again, I don't know why this is. I don't say I'm conflicted, but like I've honestly been giving this some thought."
Well, while you're looking real quick, you know, I understand what you're talking about when it comes to like the church and the people and stuff. But
Yeah.
something that was revealed to me a while ago was that, you know, God has use for those pew riding popcorn Christians, and so I don't bash on them so hard as I used to.
Sure. Well, I don't
Like,
bash them until
even
they
if it's
bash
just
me.
paying tithe, or even if it's
if-
just being, active, somehow, some way, even though they're like, kind of like zombie Christians, he still has a purpose for them. So I'm not so hard on them anymore.
Well, I mean, I don't bash them till they bash me. You know, that's
Oh yeah, I hear that.
that's basically how I feel. You know, okay, so here's an example. There's constantly the apostles and Jesus himself are constantly saying, okay, like Matthew 10:23. It says, but when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another city. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. Okay? Matthew 16:28. Verily I say unto you, there will be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Standing here. Right now. Right here. Matthew
Yeah.
24:34. Verily I say
Wait a
unto you.
second.
This
Hold on. Pause real quick. Go to the next chapter after 16:28.
All right.
And 6 days after, Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John, his brother, and went up to the mountain and was transfigured. So that was fulfilled. Go ahead.
Right. Exactly. And so this is what I'm trying to say. Most of it is. So Mark 9:1. And he said unto them, verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here, which shall not taste of death, till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power. Mark 13:30. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things shall be done. Luke 9:27. But I tell you of a truth, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the kingdom of God. Luke 21:32. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled. So where does this all come from that it's some time in a remote future? Well, it comes from futurism. Well, what's futurism? Well, futurism is a Jesuit doctrine. That's what it is.
I'm not sure. There's so many is and isms and stuff. You know, I forget what some of them are when I hear them.
Right. Well, John Nelson Darby, C.I. Schofield, William Westcott, and something Hort, I can't remember. But they basically created the whole thing. And it basically goes back to the fake Israel and, Zionism, essentially. Because the whole idea of the third temple, which isn't biblical at all, it's only the second temple, okay? And all of this. Like, that's really what it is.
All right, but there's no way for the animal sacrifice to take place in the holy place without a temple in Jerusalem, according
There's
to
not
Daniel.
Well, there's not supposed to be. That's the thing. This was added later. This is one of those things that was added later. This is what I
Well, the
mean.
interpretation may have been, but in Daniel, I think 11 and 12 talks about the Antichrist standing in the holy place, the abomination that makes desolate. But that could
Who's
only
the
happen in the
Antichrist?
Holy of Holy, which is
Who's
the
the
temple in
Antichrist?
Jerusalem.
Who's the
Right.
Antichrist?
Probably Donald Trump.
No, this idea of there being one Antichrist as a supernaturally charged human being is again a Jesuit doctrine. The
Well,
Antichrist is
okay.
seen as the Roman Church or the Temple of Jerusalem.
Right. So, but there has to be an entity, you know, there has to be a one concentrated frequency maxed, being like us that actually causes the abomination that makes desolate, right?
Why? Who
Why?
says who?
Because that's what the scripture says in order to
Are
be
you
fulfilled.
sure?
That's what Jesus said. He said
Are you
about Daniel.
sure?
Absolutely. That's what I mean. It's written down, so I'm pretty sure.
The Antichrist, according to the original, the Antichrist has been a lot of things throughout history. I don't know. I think there's something to this idea that,
We've got Daniel 9:27, and we've got Daniel 11:31. Another interesting thing about like Daniel 11:12 is and 10. It talks about forecasting devices at the end times. Like the king of the north, the king of the south, king of the north, whatever. And they're forecasting devices more than once. Like obviously some technology reference is very interesting. But anyway, the abomination that makes desolate is one of the things that Jesus actually references. I think it's in Matthew 24, right? And so where does that, you think that's going to be in a tent somewhere in Tel Aviv? Or like in a temple in Jerusalem?
No, I think it already happens. And I think it was covered up. And I think that we're farther along in Revelation than we're told.
So like a partial preterist?
Yes.
Partial,
I guess.
okay.
I wouldn't say
I can dig it. Hey, I can
preterism.
dig it.
Okay. Yes. I think this is the time of deception, and that's why the world is so crazy.
So you think that Lucifer or Satan, excuse me, has been released and we're in the 1,000 years or at the end or somewhere in the, in the 1,000?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Does Lilith tell you any of this stuff, or you come up with everything on your own, or?
I guess I don't know. I mean, not that I know of, but
Like, could you like call on Lilith right now to like manifest, you know, somehow
no,
in you? Or
I don't think so, because I mean, I didn't like have the words for it, but I had ideas like this when I was younger too. So I wouldn't say so. Could I call Lilith? Yeah, I could call Lilith. Yeah.
like, would she talk to me through you or something? Or you like would pray to her, and then she would like reveal something to you, kind of like, you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I suppose if you were sincere in your,
Yeah, I'll talk to her. I mean, what, you know, she'll know who I am.
right. Well, yeah, she
In
will.
theory.
She will. As long as you're not like antagonistic towards her, she'll be cool.
So when you were Christian, you know, in theory, your kind of
Oh
mission
man,
is
you would have
to.
told me, if you would have told me then that I would be doing what I'm doing now, I would have told you were out of your mind.
Yeah, I hear you. It's
Absolutely.
you know, it's definitely unique. You know, it's definitely unique.
Yeah,
But
no,
what I
I
want to
never.
ask was, you know, as a Christian, your goal is to kind of lead souls to Jesus. What does Lilith want from you know, her flock, or you know, from you or from whatever?
That's the craziest part. Nothing. Lilith
Do
is
you
all
think she's
about
on
equality.
assignment from Jesus? Like, could she be on assignment from Jesus to certain people?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that
Does she fall under the authority of Jesus Christ?
I would say probably. Um, I don't think that. I think she's like a event. Like, I mean, it's kind of like I said, it's kind of like Job, you know, where you know, God has a right hand and He has a left hand. You know, is kind of one way. Here, let me read something from my grimoire. Maybe you can get
So
an idea
wait a second. Okay,
what I'm
let me see if I
talking about.
understand. So
Let me
if we're
read
talking
something
about
from.
Job, when God was talking to the devil, and the devil was like, you know, oh well, Job is covered. You know, you know, he's favored, whatever. You're saying that Lilith could replace Satan in that scenario, but wouldn't necessarily destroy him. She would basically like just talk to him.
Well, she would test him. She would test him. She has a mask, okay? And when I say mask, I'm talking about a deific mask. And when I say a deific mask, I mean a archetype, okay? So my grimoire that I have of her has 300 different masks. So there are different aspects of her. Because she goes back to Samaria, as I mentioned. So she predates, she's actually a pagan goddess that was brought into Judaism, okay? So she's in one verse in the entire Bible, but not under her name. It just says the screech owl. But if you take it back, it is her. And she's also in the Zohar and in some other Jewish literature.
She has
So
a like a human form type of, or you know, she could take a human form type of, you know, womanly.
yes, she can
Okay.
take a lot of forms. Yes. So one of those masks that are very unknown, even to a lot of occultists, is called the messenger of God. Okay, and listen close, because this is language that's used for initiates. So it's going to sound really odd and really dark. but just let me finish it and it'll make sense. Because it's written for initiates. Because this is a grimoire. This isn't a book. This is a this is a this is for magical purposes. Okay? And so we use inverted language to keep people who don't understand out of it. This is part of the occult. All right. So it says she is called the messenger of God when she enslaves a man, not literally, to wickedness. She leaves him and rises up to the highest reaches of the firmament and proclaims her victory to the aeons. She denounces him before the throne of the Father of all. He gives her permission, and she descends and slaughters her lover as the sheep is sacrificed and consumed in fire upon the altar. Then she carries his soul into Gehenna. Also, she sends demons to plague mankind for its transgressions. The sigil displays the face of an eagle and eagle's wings, showing that we are dealing here with a higher force that travels through planes and dimensions. In the bottom of the image is setting sun, typifying the fire of Gehenna, the underworld which consumes souls that are not to be saved and redeemed. The sun is pierced with the sword, representing the open gate to the realms below. The sword is sharp with a black and white blade, which stands for the harsh character of this initiatory ordeal. This mask of Lilith is very interesting and unique because, unlike in the majority of her myths and legends, here she is not an adversary or a force defying God and his laws. Instead, she is an authorized messenger of God acting on his behalf and representing the divine law on earth. From the description in Liber Lilith, which goes back almost 2,000 years, we learn that that's another grimoire that was hidden and then discovered. She tempts people through acts of sex and pleasure, and when they fall for her seduction and turn to wickedness, she denounced them before God and with his permission slays them and casts them into Gehenna, which is a realm of fire corresponding to the Christian hell. This is highly reminiscent of several other stories or mythological characters. First of all, if we look at the Judeo-Christian paradigm, we find the story of Satan and Job, where the adversary is given God's permission to test the faith of men. The biblical Job is righteous and pious, which draws the attention of God, but also of Satan. The latter challenges God by saying that Job is only faithful because he enjoys God's protection, and he would not be so religious if it was otherwise. God then gives Satan permission to test Job's faith, which happens through a series of terrible misfortunes. Satan takes Job's wealth and property, kills his children, and inflicts him with illnesses. Eventually, he is restored to health and good fortune, but this comes after the harsh ordeal, in which he has to prove that his faith is strong enough to prevail. A similar motif is seen in the description of the messenger of God. We might be wondering how it is possible if Lilith is one of the main adversaries of God. This, however, is explained in several ways. One of them is that Lilith has never been God's adversary. After all, he even takes her as his bride and absent of the matronette. That would prove that her whole mythology is wrong, though. Another explanation refers to the role of evil in God's plan, claiming that both good and evil exist for a purpose. Therefore, evil spirits like Lilith lead mankind into temptation to test people so they can prove to be worthy of God's presence and the restoration to the Garden of Eden. Okay. Okay. In this sense, we can look at the ordeal of the messenger of God as a reference to a test on the individual's path. In rites of magic, she comes as a warrior. She is dressed in armor, and sometimes in this armor looks plain, while other times it is silver and ornamented. Sometimes, okay, this is more of a magical thing. But yeah, I think you get the point. It's a lot longer. Yeah.
So, do you ever feel the love that you felt with, like the puppy love that you felt with God, with Lilith ever?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I have.
How do you know that you're not one of the ones that she's lifting up to God before she dumps you into the fire?
Well, I mean, it's again, this is initiatory though. It's not.
All right.
See, like, okay, it says the key to understand the nature of this mask is the meaning of Gehenna. In the Hebrew Lord is a place of fire and purification. eternal suffering and absence of God. The messenger of God is like the Greek nemesis, the lady of retribution, who ruthlessly severs all that binds us on the path. Through her initiatory ordeals, we are thrown into the fire of inferno, purified and stripped from mundane attachments. Nemesis is presented with a sword and bird wings, and so is the messenger of God. Nemesis rides in a chariot pulled by griffins, half lions, half eagles. The solar symbolism is strong here. The messenger of God is also solar and fiery. She knows no mercy and she cannot be escaped. The gate to Gehenna is the setting sun. The concept is connected with the valley where worshippers of such gods as Moloch sacrificed children who were burned in fire. In Jewish mysticism, it is the place of fire and torment, temporary before the soul ascends or ceases to exist. It is a very harsh ordeal, brutal and violent, but giving what is due. This is like the ordeal of Golachab, the burning one on the tree of Cliffoff. That's a lot to get into. Where we have to confront the fiery forces of the apocalypse. Been there. One of the ruling forces of Golachab is Nemesis. It is she who opens inner gateways for the flaming force of the burning ones to enter and transform the initiate's consciousness. This is the force of the apocalypse, the rage of the gods, the ultimate destruction of the world through the cycle of death and rebirth, and the initiatory process of becoming. So this is an eternal thing. Nemesis is the one who gives what is due, mercilessly severing that which binds us in the progress of our path. Her actions may seem cruel and ruthless, but they are necessary for further growth. Once invoked, Nemesis has to be accepted with whatever she brings, as she is the one for whom there is no escape, and her work is irreversible. Yeah, no kidding. The act of casting the soul into Gehenna by the messenger of God is very reminiscent of this process. Like Nemesis, she is a furious goddess, embodiment of wrath, lust, and fury. Her eyes are flaming, and she breathes fire. This is the fire that purifies or burns to ashes. The fire of a volcano, fiery pit, flaming lake. She is as fast as an eagle, strong as a lion, uncontrollable and uncontained, like a raging inferno. This is a very dynamic force. Her armor is red because it reflects the red color of the setting sun. The gate to Gehenna and the portal to the western draconian current. Gehenna is the place devoid of God's presence. Therefore, this is another form of initiation. She takes the soul and throws it into fire. In a harsh and dramatic ordeal of strength, you will burn or you will be forged in the flames. The messenger of God comes when there's an injustice that needs to be made right, suffering that is undeserved, or when there is a need for vengeance. On the other hand, she may also come when power, prosperity, or good fortune are not deserved, and she may take it all away. Her force, however, is like the force of a volcano. It erupts uncontrollably and cannot be harnessed. It will destroy all shields, barriers, and protections. Therefore, it should be handled with caution, and you should not summon her if you are not ready to deal with the consequences of her manifestation in your life. And I learned that firsthand, but it actually worked out okay. So yeah, I've actually like gone through this initiation already. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I've been through multiple. Like I've been working with her for 8 years. So I have a lot of experience with it, and I've had a lot of positive experience. Has it all been sunshine? No, this path is not for the weak. Like it's an adversarial path. Most people should stay far the fuck away from it. Like I said, I ended up here out of necessity because my life has been chaos, and so I had to like embrace the chaos in order to uh navigate it. Almost I had to dive into it in order to be able to harness it, more or less. That's really what it's all about.
Does Lilith ever talk about Jesus Christ?
No, but I've talked about, well, I mean, I guess after I started talking about, because one of the first things I asked her actually was like, do you really have like beef? Like, is there really? And she like basically laughed. She's like, no, which I thought was really interesting because I'm like, wouldn't she have to like tell the truth about that, or wouldn't like she be like mad, or wouldn't like there be some kind of like, like the first thing I thought is like, is there going to be like poltergeist activity or like some kind of possession or whatever? None of the kind. Like that's the thing. Like it's 8 years. It's just I have an altar. I have, I have
Yeah.
sigils. I have I've never had any kind of negative, and I've seen people have bad, I've seen people possessed, literally possessed and shit. And honestly, I'm with my rabbi friends. I think people are possessed by fucking the dearly departed, not so-called daemons. I think that's what poltergeist activity is. He makes a case for that. That what people
Interesting.
are possessed by are actually humans that have passed on, that are malicious, and
Generational personalities.
right, that haven't well, I mean, like I said, nothing of God can actually fall because God is perfect in every way. And so there's no reason to rebel with God because there's no way to rebel to God. It's impossible. So it's a fool's errand to even try. And
The way you rebel to God is by denying Jesus Christ.
And so well, I mean, I guess to walk the other way, I mean, you could, but I mean, it's like you're just in denial. I mean, I
don't disbelieve anything you're saying.
I don't.
If that's what you.
It's nuanced because I get what you're saying and I agree, but it's just you have all of these different faiths, okay, and this is kind of what he had an epiphany because he's Jewish, right? So obviously he believes that his God is God, but he says he had this epiphany because he thought that Hinduism and all these other faiths were basically idol worship, and then he started reading the Mahabharata, and the more he started reading it, the more he became fascinated by it. And let me actually find this video. Let me play a few minutes of it, and you'll see what I'm saying. And the more he started reading it, he started realizing that not only was it not evil idol worship, but that all of these gods, these millions of gods supposedly, were all masks of the same God. They're just different aspects, which is true. And that really there was a lot of overlap between them, which is what I say.
Definitely.
That there's a perennial philosophy and that God has always been with us from the beginning, and that it's just used different names and different, through different times and different, so to say that, one religion 2,000 years ago had the truth and the only truth, and everyone else is lying and everyone else is evil, and I have serious problems with that. And so you're asking me, how do I reconcile it? Because Lilith isn't really evil. That's how I reconcile it. Because Lilith isn't
Understood.
really a demon. Because that's why. Because I'm not really, worshiping the devil in that sense. Now, there are people who really believe this shit and they really sacrifice animals and they're really edgy and those people are fucked up. And I have nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? And I'm, completely, I don't like certain sects of Judaism for that reason, because they sacrifice animals and shit, and I know
Yeah.
other Luciferians and shit that feel the same way. And you talking to them, you would think they were Christian because some of them are theistic and they talk about Father Lucifer and shit. Like people talk about, Jesus. It's fucking crazy. It's wild, but they're
Yeah. So
legitimately good people. And they'll talk about Father Satan or Father Lucifer and giving praise to, it's wild.
yeah,
But
it
they're
is
good
wild.
people. But they're good
Yeah, I
people.
hear you. A lot of atheists are good people too, actually.
Some of them aren't. Right. Some of them aren't, but some of them are, and they're theistic, and they're just having church. It's fucking trippy, and I'm like, whoa,
It is
bro,
trippy.
chill out, dude, chill out.
All right, so hold on. Like the Book of Melchizedek, it talks about it references God as so many different things just in that one book. It talks about
Sure.
the Eternal One. It talks about Yahweh. It talks about Ali. You know, it calls him many different names, which I find all in one book, which I find, you know, pretty far out there. But I mean, it's definitely true. Of course, you have to go through the Old Testament and realize all these different things, you know, but it puts it all right there. And the only thing I'll say to add on to that is, you know, it's because Zechariah 14:9 hasn't happened yet, which is when, you know, basically he returns, and it says that, you know, his there should be one Lord and one fold, you know, his name shall be one, and that hasn't happened yet, but it will. And the other one thing I want to ask real quick is, so Lilith only consumes or puts men into the fire and not women?
No. It's just the way it was written. It doesn't matter.
Do you know what Ezekiel 16 is?
Although she doesn't work with as many men, she's more picky with men. Because newsflash, Lilith is picky with who she will work with. That's what it's called. Like
she has high standards.
Yeah. She doesn't deal with most of humanity. That's why when you said, "Will she talk to you?" I was like, she doesn't deal with people like people that are judgmental, people that are. Well, I mean, she's all about equality.
Okay.
And that's why we vibe. Yeah.
Is she woke? Like, is she a woke thing?
No, real equality. Not the bullshit. No.
I'm just kidding. Does she want to talk to me now?
I know you are, but I'm just letting you know she despises it.
Does she want to talk to me right now?
I don't know. I've been keeping her. She's usually
lost audio.
She's usually around me like all the time, but I've been keeping her kind of in the background because it's kind of weird to have her around when everybody, you know, isn't, you know, attuned or used to that energy, because sometimes people can feel it, like even if they're not familiar. So I don't do that.
So do you have
I have a
like
lot
a
of friends that
boyfriend
are
or something?
occultists, obviously, that are practitioners. And
Have you
all
ever
that.
been married or anything?
I've been engaged twice. And I was technically I was married, just not like by the courts and the church.
Yeah. Do you know what red pill is?
Do I know what is?
Red pill.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, would you say you're kind of like a simpish boyfriend or whatever?
No way.
Cool.
No way.
So Lilith doesn't really have you like that, or
I definitely respect the feminine though. But I would say I'm anti simpish. I just believe that we're equal and that we should respect each other. I don't believe anyone is over anybody else. But I do believe that, you know, men and women have very different strengths and weaknesses, and that can never change. There's inherent strengths and weaknesses within each of us, and you know, we should foster those and encourage those within each other.
I got a question, a good one. How does Lilith reconcile being all about equality when she's supposedly, you know, or maybe, I don't know if it's seducing men or however she's getting man to up to the altar of fire? How could she say that she's all about equality if she's doing that kind of stuff?
Well, it's symbolic, man. Remember, I told you this is a cult language. It's symbolic. It's an ordeal. It's an initiation. It's throwing yourself into the fire. It means dying to everything you think you are, so that you can become what you always were. It's seeing through illusions. It's like if in the Mahabharata, where Krishna comes back at the end of time in order to, you know, dispel, you know, cut through illusions. You know, it was like Kali you know, she has like all these human skulls on her, you know, on her neck, you know, around her neck, you know, and it's
All
like,
right.
oh, she's killing all these people and wearing them as
You
ornaments. It's like,
know,
no. It's about losing your head, losing your, you know, not putting so much in your rational mind is what it is. It's you know, cutting through illusions, and so this is how paganism was. It used, you know, mytho-poetic language with it's parables in a way. You know,
well, but the language you used in that written statement was pretty okay. But what you just said right now, like, you know, going to the um, uh, what did you call it? The illogical, or what would you call it? The
mytho-poetic, parabolic,
no,
what?
something like the illogical part of the mind for clarity.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you're letting go of the rational mind. You're going beyond the rational mind into a deeper mode of you know, intuition and like the right brain. You're going beyond, you know, into higher levels of consciousness. That's what I'm
So,
saying. Like when you
do you know
meditate,
what? Do you
if
know
you've ever
what Ezekiel
meditated,
16 is?
if you've ever meditated, I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know what Ezekiel 16 is?
Ezekiel 16, not off the top of my head. I don't know the Old Testament as well as the New Testament.
That's where it talks about, like, you know, God is like the faithful husband, and then Aholibah and her two sisters, and, you know, one is equated with Samaria, one is equated with Jerusalem, and
Okay.
basically they abhor their husbands and their adulteresses, and he
Right,
kind of,
yeah, and they
you know,
whore
judges
after
them.
other. He calls them whore. Like, is that when he like calls them?
Yeah.
He says they're like whoring after other. Yeah. It's like a parable that
Yeah,
he
it's,
uses
you
the
know,
parable
it's
of the.
basically, it
Yeah,
seems like it's a judgment of women for the, you know. So
but it's not.
does Lilith have anything to do with that?
I don't think so. Not directly. No.
Is her main the way that she captures men or whatever, is it basically solely through seduction, or is it just, you know, many different means?
Well, see, this is the thing. What Lilith actually is and what they say she is are very different. That's the one thing you got to understand. Lilith was blamed for every imaginable problem you could think of.
Has she ever given you a blowjob?
Of course, no.
I mean, like, you know, seriously,
Of
like,
course.
is she the seductive? Is she the seductive messenger
Oh,
of
she can
God?
be. Oh, she can be. Oh, yeah, she can be.
All right.
She can be.
Okay. Now, one of the things that was mentioned at the beginning of your written
There's,
statement about her, or the initiation, it said that she
No.
reports to the Father on the throne. So, do you believe that Jesus is the Father on the throne?
I mean, do you mean that in a literal way, or do you mean that?
Well, who's sitting on the throne? Who's sitting on the throne?
Well, I mean, do you think there's a literal throne? I mean, I don't know if there's a literal throne. I mean, but I mean, in the sense that there's, I don't, how do I put this?
In other words, there has to be an authority over Lilith, right? It's just that you're having a hard time reconciling that at the moment. But what I want to know is, did the Father okay for you to be under her and you're going to be saved, or is this all a trick?
Well, see, I don't really see salvation like that. I see, I don't, like I told you, I don't really see it from a religious perspective, The only thing that I need to be saved from is my own ignorance and my own capacity for evil. You know, and self-deceit. That's the way that's really how I see it. Is my capacity for destruction and self-destruction, my capacity for deceit and self-deceit, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
That's really how I see it. This idea of needing salvation from some original sin, to me, I don't really vibe with that, because from what, an apple? Like, no, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I
I don't
mean,
look at the Old Testament from that perspective. It, it you know, I actually think that the Old Testament is very symbolic. Uh, so I look at that from a more mystical perspective.
sure. So, but like the apple represented the knowledge of good and evil, right? So
Well,
that's really
it's
what
like
it.
stepping into duality. I would say
Yeah.
it's a matter of perception being you know, altered, and so it's, you know, it's kind of like it's the knowledge of good and evil. It's not the comprehension. It's not the application. It you know, it's the knowledge. Well, okay, and it's not the knowledge of, you know, it's not like it was the knowledge of the good and the knowledge of the evil. It's the knowledge of the good and or the evil. So they're one and the same, is basically what that's telling me. That's how I
Okay.
read.
So,
So that
okay.
means that,
So,
like, so God is both good and evil, which it says in Isaiah. But God
well,
is beyond good and evil. So that means that even though God is both good and evil, okay, it is beyond it, so it doesn't exercise it
okay.
except through its agents, which then, you know,
Yeah.
through its you know, it utilizes it in such a way that it is, and this also gets to my point, that ultimately everything works on God's behalf. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. Let me clarify a couple things though. Earlier you said that God was perfect, and I agree with you 100%. But
Yes.
in Isaiah it says that he created the good and the evil. It didn't say that he is evil. It said that he created evil. So because
Yes.
you can't be evil, you can't be evil and be perfect. So you know, eventually, you know, since they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we are actually the testimony of that nuanced knowledge, right? Our testimonies is what is making the nuance of what is good and what is evil for the rest of eternity.
Well,
Okay.
no, I would say he would have to be evil, because all possible, if God is perfect, that means he has to be all possibility,
But
all
you can't have death
possibility.
and perfection.
But you know, as I said though, he's beyond it though, so he doesn't exercise it. That's how
Well,
perfect he is.
in
He
linear time,
could,
in the
but he
linear
doesn't.
time frame, we're going through that, but eventually all the darkness is purged out.
Right.
So that's perfection. So he's not actually evil. He created evil, but he is not he himself.
Well, maybe not anymore, but at
Right.
some point he had to have been, because he couldn't have created it otherwise. It had to have at some point been a part of him. So,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see
right.
that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But somehow he was able to, like you say, purify it. Yeah, I could see that. That's it's pretty much the same thing as what I'm saying. That
It's
makes
full
sense.
knowledge. It's
That's,
the
yeah.
the full knowledge of God.
I mean, yeah, that is basically, if I were to go deeper into what I was gonna say, that is basically what, yeah. Yeah, that is basically what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You just
So
gotta have.
did you get the one of the things I say, like, you know, when I kind of I'm hard writing on Catholics is like, you know, they
Have you
want
ever
to pray to
seen this?
Mary. Huh? No, I've never seen that.
Okay.
Interesting title.
Yeah. Yeah, look at the subtitle.
Secret teachings of original Christians. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff out there, man. There's a lot of noise, you know.
The first few centuries of Christianity. Well, I mean, you can decide if it's noise or not, but the fact of the matter is, the first few centuries of Christianity was quite varied, and you know, there was a lot of this is the truth. Well, according to who? You know, the fact of the matter is, it's really old. Okay, and a lot of stuff that came afterwards says this is heresy. Well, okay, according to who? Yeah.
Hey, wasn't your hair dark like about 2 hours ago? Like, you look gray now?
Yeah, man. I
By the
aged.
way, when I grow my hair out, it looks exactly like yours. Like it's totally curly and you know.
It's a total fucking mess right now too.
So anyhow, last time I saw you, I thought your hair was like jet black.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it's
aged.
Mandela effect or something.
I aged, man.
Yeah, getting old actually sucks. Anyway,
you want to talk to her?
if she wants to talk to me, I mean, I think she knows who I am. If it's if she's real and stuff.
Yeah, she's laughing actually.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll ask her. You think I won't ask her about Jesus Christ? Are you kidding?
No, she's not laughing at you like mockingly. She's just laughing because you're interested in her and you think she's like.
Well, I'm just wondering if she's got a hold of you in a way that's not going to be for your benefit because like I said, in the scripture, what's written, it says in the Quran that not to associate anyone with him. But if he gives you permission, that's your deal. Like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But if she's tricking you, then I've definitely got a problem with that.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If something came to me and told me that it was a trick, I would instantly throw it all away. But that hasn't happened. And I've literally said prayers about all of this in the past. I talked to her about it and I said, is there like and she laughed about it. And she's like, no. And I'm like, I've always felt like there's something to all this because this is like after I basically, pushed away from Christianity completely. I was trying to get away. This is what's bizarre. I was trying to get away from Christianity completely and completely embrace paganism. I wanted nothing to do with it. I'll be honest with you. And because I couldn't get to the roots of paganism, I threw my hands in the air. That's when she came to me. And I was like, even though I want to push away from this completely, I feel like there's still some truth to this Jesus guy. Like I can't shake it. And I'm like, I don't know what it is.
Were you running away from Christianity or from Catholicism?
Just the whole thing, all of it, the whole Abrahamic, all of it, the whole Trinity of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all of it. I was pissed off because I'm like, they destroyed paganism. They made me believe my the traditions of my ancestors was fucking evil. And, I had an axe to grind. Well, I wasn't an axe to grind, but I just, I guess I did with like the politics and the church and all that.
You're not like woke leftist, are you?
Absolutely. I'm as far as you can get. No, I just, like I said, I was just frustrated about that. If you knew the history, you'd understand. I'm not kidding.
That's all right. I'm getting the gist of what you're saying.
But for some reason, I would still like quote scripture and like when I would talk to people about like what's going on in the world, I'd be like, Jesus said this and Jesus said that. People would look at me like, huh? And my friends were like pagans or occultists or, whatever, and they're just like, why are you always talking about Jesus? I thought you weren't religious anymore. Da, 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 da. You know, and they get like frustrated with me and shit.
How old were
Like,
you when you like totally left Catholicism or like rejected it like as a mundane, mundane prayer, ritualistic, kind of a dead church?
oh, I rejected the church when I was a kid, but I didn't reject Christianity till I was like in my early 20s.
So did you ever pray to Mary? Like, did you think that you could actually talk to Mary and pray to her and stuff, or just briefly?
I didn't think. I did talk to Mary, but not in the way that they did. Although Mary is really just a cover for other goddesses. I'm sure you know that.
I can't say that,
Yeah.
I can't say that I do, but
She is.
like I know in
She is.
scripture in the Quran it talks about the mother of the book and stuff. So I don't discount like what you're saying, but for me it's the one who died on the cross for me is the identity of the God that I put above the throne.
Yeah.
But I know that God is feminine and masculine. So I don't discount
That's true,
anything that you're
too.
saying. It's just
That's
that was
true,
my
too.
interface to God was him.
Well, that's
So,
Sophia. That's Sophia, and that's also, the Holy Spirit was originally feminine. And that's what the Catholics understand, and they don't tell anybody.
Sometimes they do.
But well, I mean, they'll tell you in like subtly. They won't tell you directly.
Yeah.
But so I had a Gnostic Christian perspective, and everyone has all these ideas about Gnosticism, and the fact of the matter is, it's as diverse as regular Christianity. So they don't all believe the same shit, especially like Sophian Gnosticism, which is what I was into. And I was really into that. And honestly, I still kind of am.
Any little difference of anything in religion and you get a whole new sect, unfortunately. Like, they talk about water baptism and you're supposed to go dunk under the water completely, and some say you don't have to, and
Immersion,
boom, new
yeah.
sect of Christianity. So it doesn't take much, unfortunately. But the thing is that can be discouraging because
yes,
where's the truth, and who's right, and my doctrine is better than, and it starts to separate us from God and our relationship. So it's unfortunate, but I think Satan has learned a lot of tricks about how to manipulate the whole construct, basically, for humans in the flesh.
Yeah. And that's why when I was a Christian, that's why Gnosticism was appealing to me in its core understanding of it, because I mean, or even like non-denominational, because the whole core of it is a personal relationship and understanding it from like the heart, really, and the rest of it is it's accessory. It's like what the rituals and the doctrines and all that is like.
It could be bad, or it could be like some ritual. If you have the Holy Spirit and you're worshiping God in the Spirit and you're doing some kind of Catholic ritual, I think that's the most beautiful thing. It could be like the most beautiful thing. But if it's just a mundane ritual and you're saying the prayer and it sounds like a dead auditorium, in your church, that's
monotonous, right?
Monotonous, like
monotone.
God doesn't hear that prayer. It doesn't reach him like at all, like, because it's coming from the heart, not from a choir.
Well, you see how passionate I am. So what do you think I was like? That's the only damn thing that I liked about anyone who was actually real, that was like evangelical. You know, I always used to like mock it and shit. But anyone who was real, you know, that passion, you know, I loved that. You know, when they were actually talking about things that mattered. You know,
Yeah.
because for that very reason, because like you said, it's dead. There's no life. And it's like, what the hell, man? This is supposed to be about God. And they played this music that was dead. It's like, bro, I'd
Yeah.
rather listen to Creed. Like, at least that had meaning.
You
You
know,
know?
the fellowship is probably good, but like, um, unfortunately, it can get mundane, and then that's where, you know, God is barely there, but it's like, you know, yeah. Anyway, I'm not bashing on the Catholic religion. You know, I think they're great people. I mean, some of the most godly people I've known have been Catholic. You know, women especially, like Catholic
Yeah.
nurse. I know specifically that is probably the most righteous woman anyway that I've met. But anyway,
My grandma was one. And she was an
nice.
angel
The
for real.
nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
She was an RN.
how are you feeling right now about the fact that, you know, Lilith reports to a father on the throne and is under his authority? How does that tickle your fancy right now?
I think it's wild. When I found that out, I almost passed out. I was just like, this is wild. I was just like, this is a mind, like, it's just like, whoa.
I would if I would ask you as a friend, if you would, next time you talk to her, ask her if she's trying to put you into the fire or if she's, you know, helping guide you to the light, if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, I mean, when I asked her if she had any issue with Jesus, she laughed and she's like, no. And when I was telling her, like, I feel like he was real, but you know, his message got distorted or something. And I'm like, everyone thinks I'm crazy and everyone thinks that I should stop bothering, and you know, because I'm talking to mostly occultists and shit. I mean, no, actually, there are some occultists who actually do respect Jesus, believe it or not.
Well, yeah, I would hope so, because how can you
But
acknowledge Satan and then deny Jesus Christ? That's definitely not
well,
logical.
well, no, I'm saying occultists who aren't Luciferians, like just normal occultists.
Okay.
You know, who actually are like more in the right hand path, who consider themselves to be of the light. Um, you know, but they would still like get frustrated with me because I would be like quoting scripture and shit, and they're like, "Why?" But I wouldn't have I wouldn't have a Bible in my hand. I would just be like talking about what's going on in the world, and I'm like, you know, the Bible talks about this, and the Bible talks about that, and da da da. Look around you, and you know, everyone's like, "Why are you always quoting the Bible?" You know. And but I talked to Lilith about it, and I'm like, "What is there like really this battle between y'all?" And she's like, "No." And I'm like, I have some ideas about like why they can't find him in history and all this. I feel like it's been covered up, and that's why, you know, we can't find him. I said, or maybe we're
Well,
looking in the wrong time period. And so she's like, keep looking.
well, do you
I'm like,
think
are you
that
telling me I'm
you
onto
remember like
something?
in 2020 there was the whole summer of love with the riots and stuff and whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think George Floyd was real? Like, was he a real person on the earth? You know, the guy that died from the okay,
Yeah, you know, his father was a
so
Mason.
do you think that if he wasn't real, that there would be riots destroying cities in the United States and other places in the world?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if Rome burned and it was because of Jesus Christ, is it fair to say that he wasn't a mythical story?
I think that's pretty fair to say.
Excellent.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I think that's all I have to say, man. Do you have any questions for me or anything? Or
Not at the moment.
all right.
I'm sure something will come though. We've
See if
been
TML is there still.
chatting a lot, so a lot of things to process.
Why'd you drop down, Truth or Cop? Do do do.
Yeah, man, we're talking troops. No, this has been really enjoyable, man.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, you know, I just wanted like some clarity because it gets heated on the panel
Yeah.
with like a bunch of different personalities and a bunch of different
Yeah.
beliefs, and you know,
For
like
sure.
yeah, you know, like when you and like televised apocalypse or unseen warfare or nubs,
Yeah.
there's a lot of like personality clash, but a lot of like truth and a lot of what y'all are saying. And then there's also like, from my perspective, there's also a little bit of like a like, you know, but that's just me. But that's what makes it
Right.
interesting, you know.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
You there, TML?
I've been wondering that.
So, what was that figurine you were holding up before? Was that a wooden piece of what her image is like,
That
or
was that was my statue. Yeah. Yeah, of her. Yep.
Samaria is Samaria called Gaza now, or is it still Samaria?
Samaria, you know, where the Anunnaki are.
All right. Well, the who?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Samaria in Israel.
Mm-hmm. Where Abraham was.
Okay.
Yeah. Where Samaria, Acadia, all those fun places. The cradle of civilization, as they say. Although it's not really. But that whole area, Mesopotamia, you know, is. So, you know, because you have like Göbekli Tepe and all that is older. But that's
Look
like in
at
Turkey,
televised
Syria.
apocalypse trying to extort me for 30 shekels. he's a wild guy. He's a wild guy too. But
He's cool.
Once you break through the shell, he's actually pretty cool.
Oh yeah. No, we've had a lot of good talks.
So it's interesting. He said when you were 9 years old, you had some sort of experience, because his experience, I think, started when he was about 9 or 10 or something.
Yeah.
So you guys are probably like brothers or something. Like,
yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. I've met a lot of people. That's another thing with Lewis. I've met a lot of people. Kind of hard to explain, but
like it's a small world after all.
Like it. Well, I've met. Like, if you ever go on my channel, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how to explain. Like I have a friend. Like, okay, let me put it this way. I've met like 3 girls with daughters named Lily, as one example.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. Their first name was like Lily or Lilith or whatever.
Like
We're
Lily,
watching
like
Frasier,
their daughter,
right?
like their daughter, or like and like I have a friend that I met who's a practitioner who had no idea that I worked with Lilith, and then like after the first day we met, he like showed me a tattoo he had of Lilith, and then like yeah, like she told me, like, and like when I first talked to her, she told me like it wasn't I that called her, but she that summoned me. And she told me like the name I have, she gave
That's
to
a
me.
trip, dude. Yeah.
There's a lot of wild.
That's a trip, dude.
Yeah, I'm just scratching the surface. I had telepathic communication with somebody that my ex-fiance actually is who it was. That I wasn't able to get into contact with. We had lost communication because of COVID and like a bunch of other shit. So we had no contact, no phone communication, no internet communication, and absolutely nothing. We hadn't talked in months. I hadn't spoken to her, but like she had started working with Lilith as well, because she found out that she was like connected to her from the past or whatever. She didn't even know. She had like dreams about this spirit when she was younger or whatever. And she didn't know who it was. And then like after she met me, she started like making connections and whatever else. And like so she she drew out her sigil on this like arts and crafts board or whatever. And I had one and she had one. She made us like matching ones. And she had one and I had one and we were separated, right? And I had remembered that. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna like try to contact her. So I did. I went into meditation and I called and I'm like, all right, like I need to get a hold of her because I really want to get a hold of her. I miss her and I want to reach out to her. And so I went into meditation and I'm like, Lilith, I need to get a hold of her. And so I went into meditation and I cleared my mind and I'm like, I need your help. And all of a sudden my mind went super fucking clear. It was already clear. It went super fucking clear. I mean, there was practically nothing there. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm just like, you know, completely clear. And I'm just like, the way I say it, the way I told her is I'm like, I'm going to ping her. And I'm just thinking like, or not even really thinking, I'm just like, you know, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you know, talking like she's next to me. And, you know, I'm just putting it out there like, hey, you know, I need to talk to you. I need to get a hold of you. Da 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 da. This is the best way to get a hold of me, you know.
Yeah.
And I told her a little bit of stuff. Well, after that, about a couple of weeks later, I get a hold of her through another person, which is exactly what I said. Okay. And when I talked to her, she's like, I had a dream about you. And I was like, oh, really? That's one of her domains. She works through dreams, by the way. Another fun fact. So that's like I said, it's one of her domains. So she works a lot through dreams. That's a lot what she uses to do for initiations and also through message to give messages. And yes, she does work through what would be described as sex magic, but it's not what people think.
I have a story about dreams when you're done. Go ahead.
It's using sexual energy. It's not really about sex per se, but that's a lot to get into. But anyways, it's more like tantra, if you know what that is. But anyways, so it's really the controlling of sexual energy and the controlling of desire. So the mastery of it, so it doesn't control you anymore. Lilith is all about controlling those things. That's what all of this is really about. Now, if you're an idiot, yeah, it can control you and you can be, you know, seduced, and that's the other side of it. You know, and people do go crazy, and you know, this stuff can make you crazy. It can make you insane. It can make you evil. You know, but that's on you. It has nothing to do with does the spirit influence you? Does the spirit influence you? Yeah, it does. But whose problem is it ultimately? Yours. See,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Would you
it's
say
supposed
that
to be for self mastery. That's what the path is about.
Well,
okay?
wait a second. If so let's just say you mastered yourself, she would go away.
No, I don't want her to go away. I know that sounds crazy.
So your statement just now didn't make sense then, because
what?
If it's about the self mastery or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
then she wouldn't have any need to test you and she would go away. But you said that she doesn't go away.
I don't want her to go away. It's not because listen, because the initiation never ends. There are so many. She's not just one thing. She's multidimensional. There are.
Would you say that Would you say that you respected women before you met her?
Yes, that's part of why she loves me, because I've always respected. Okay, there are a lot of real life things that made me draw to her. The dark feminine has always been with me, to put it lightly. Okay, remember I told you about all those hostile environments and crazy situations?
Yeah.
Well, the dark feminine was always nearby when I needed it through real life people. And I have a very strong suspicion, and from what I understand and from what's been confirmed pretty much, it was her just manifesting in human form.
Okay,
So this
so
is
wait,
what I'm
pause for
telling
a
you.
second.
What I'm telling you is she's been with me from the beginning.
All right, did she help you in those situations, or she was the
Yes.
cause of those situations?
Yes. No. She was the sanity in the madness. When people were shooting at each other and overdosing on drugs and need I say more? Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because the scripture, tells us that we've got to watch out for, certain things. So that's all,
No, I hear
And
what you're saying. No, this was human. Now, was there another spirit behind that? Well, I can't say that isn't possible. But
that probably was the case, actually. It just wasn't her. Or
right.
well,
No,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I wouldn't doubt that at all,
But
because
obviously, when people get involved in that kind of
when people are
activity, there's usually something behind
yeah.
it. Unfortunately.
Yeah. No. I wouldn't doubt that at all.
So, what do you think about the red pill?
When people are engaged in criminal activities of that magnitude, yeah, I would say when you're dealing with the black market, there's dark spirits around for sure. I do not. I think those things go hand in glove.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean, I've literally felt an oppressive. Like, put it this way, I used to get sick all the time around the same time every fucking day when I was a kid. I would get like high fevers, and at one point I literally would see flames. Actually, now that I think about it, I saw flames, dude. I looked in the mirror and I saw flames everywhere. When I was a kid, I had like 104 fever for no fucking reason. Doctors couldn't explain it. I was like, what, fourth grade? But I would get
Anytime
sick.
there's chaos and death around, there's definitely some wicked spirits flying around.
Yeah.
But hold on, let's think about this for a second. So hold on. You're talking about you were young and you had 104 fever and you're seeing flames. Lilith is the one that brings people to the altar of the flame. You're having a problem with the authority of the one on the throne telling Lilith what to do. And it just, I'm worried about you, man. Maybe.
Well, I mean, this is when I was a kid, and I was there was nothing. I mean,
maybe she was fucking with you the whole time.
She wasn't.
I would just say next time you talk to her, ask her like a lot of questions about Jesus and stuff, because if you just asked her about Jesus, that she laughed it off like it was nothing, that doesn't mean anything. Ask her if she has to bow down to him. Ask her if she's doing his will. Ask her if she's taking you away from him. See what the bitch says. No offense.
You don't gotta call her that, but I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking jive, but like
I know.
Yeah.
I feel you.
It's just like I don't know how you feel about like gay people that are Christians or whatever, but I believe that those two can actually exist. Okay. And
you believe what? I have no problem with Christians. I just, like I said, as long as someone doesn't try to tell me that, the only salvation is through some doctrine of the church or whatever, or the church. I have issue with the church because
Yeah, I hear ya.
in the sense of like, and not even really the church, but like I said, when it's you're only saved by the church or only saved through my interpretation. It's not even just Jesus or not even just the Bible. It's my interpretation of Jesus or my interpretation of the scripture or where it becomes this like very specialized, narcissistic, that's my issue.
Yeah.
I have no problem with Christians. I have no problem with Jesus. I have no problem with the Bible. I have no, it's just the narcissistic, hypocritical BS that I have issue with. I have
Yeah,
friends that are
definitely.
Christian.
They're just
I have
trying to
friends
put
that are
God.
Muslim. You've
Yeah.
been completely respectful.
Yeah, they are trying to put God in their own box and
Right.
feel basically pious about it. And
Right.
I'm sure they're saved, but they're also short-sighted. And we don't have a cookie cutter God. Okay, we all
Right.
have individual fingerprints. We all have individual purpose for Him. And to put Him in your box to say that no one else is saved via your rose colored lenses is basically just short-sighted and kind of foolish. But if you're saved, praise God. That's all I'll say
Right.
about that. But
Right. Yeah,
oh,
you've been
100%.
respectful. So I in turn respect you.
Excellent. What do you think about the red pill?
You mean like take the red pill, take the blue pill?
Yeah, like the red pill in reference to like how it's referenced as like female nature and like picking
Oh, that
partners,
red pill, like
rights, all that stuff. Yeah,
hypergamy and all that.
yeah. How do you feel about that stuff?
I think it's a bit generalized. But I think there's truth there. It's just a bit generalized. I think that feminism and MGTOW and all that were kind of created to divide and conquer. It's true for modern society, but that's more a critique of modern society than the inherent nature of men and women. Because we've all been programmed. I don't think that that's really how people are inherently. It's just, a an adaptation of how things are in the world right now. And so that makes it true, yes, for the majority of people. I wouldn't say it applies to everyone. But in Western culture today, yeah, it's applicable to most people for sure. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
I think I agree with you. Like it's generalized, but there is some truth in there. So, okay, how about what do you think about Donald Trump?
hypergamy especially is true, unfortunately. That's
Yeah,
why I
I think I
mentioned
agree with
it.
you.
That's the most
Yeah.
true. That's like the most true part.
Yeah, I agree with
Trump?
that.
Ooh, that's an
What do
even
you think
more
about
nuanced
Donald
topic.
Trump?
That's a
Donald.
really nuanced topic because it's not really even Trump. It's what's behind Trump.
Well, okay, wait a
And
second. What's behind Trump? I mean, the guy they tried to snipe him out, right? He's got $10 billion. So
Yeah.
like who really, unless you walk into the office with 20 billion cash, how are you going to actually buy Donald Trump?
Right. Well, no, that's not what I mean. It's not about who owns him or anything like that. That's not what I mean. I mean, Trump is like a figurehead for something bigger. That's what I mean. Just like Elon Musk. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is they're like double agents. And that can be seen as positive or negative, and it's kind of both. And what I mean by that is they're in such a tough spot that they are basically forced to play both sides. Because I don't think people understand how dangerous the spot they're in right now is. That's the reality.
Okay, but we see,
especially with Israel.
Okay, but if you think about it, if you're talking about, say, like the Biden administration and the rogue CIA, which has been rogue since since a long time now,
yeah,
they're the ones that are always playing both sides because that's just what they do. But Donald Trump is actually someone who has the balls to make a decision and stick with it. So like when you say that they're playing both sides because it's dangerous, I don't know if I can't really buy into that because Donald.
You have to fool your friends to fool your enemies. You understand? Because there are things that Trump is doing that seems like he is, basically going along with what the powers that dream they are want to do. Do you feel me?
Not really, because
complying with Israel, complying with the Zionists, complying with the AI, and all these types of things. Okay,
I hear you.
because like Elon Musk. Okay, but the thing is they already are calling him Hitler. Okay, they already think he's a dictator. Okay, so. And he's not doing anything near what he actually wants to do. All right. And so he's meeting with Netanyahu. We know what he is. All right. So for all intents and purposes, it looks like he's going along with it. And he might be. But, okay, there's a lot of nuance. And if you look at what he's been doing lately, especially, declassifying, JFK and RFK and MLK and, looking into free energy and, dismantling the fucking FBI and all these things,
So
the fact of the matter is if he just dismantled everything like all these people want to do, all these truthers and conspiracy theorists, okay, all these alternative researchers, I say conspiracy theory tongue in cheek, okay, if he did that, he wouldn't have to worry about the elite. This is the sad truth that I don't think most people understand. So everyone please listen, for all the people who hate Trump, okay, and I understand why. I completely understand why. If Donald Trump just dismantled the entire system like everybody wants, most of the masses would have pitchforks ready to gut him because it would be such a shock because they're not ready. Do you understand? It has to be done successively, gradually. That is the truth. The average person is not ready. This is what people like David Icke and all them don't get.
Okay, but here's the problem that I'm having. You're saying that he's going along with it, which I'm assuming you're talking about with Israel. But then here you're saying he's dismantling everything, which is not going along with it.
Right.
So like there's definitely a conflict there. And so I can't get on board with what you're saying, actually. I think in Israel, the Trump administration offered Palestine twice full sovereignty, UN acceptance, infrastructure, financing, the whole everything they want in a peace deal, and they didn't even show up.
Well, okay,
the Palestinian leadership didn't even bother to show up for those talks. Okay, so that's bad faith in terms of negotiating with anyone. That's like basically dealing in bad faith. So of course Trump is going to be on the side of Israel, and of course he's got some in-laws that are Jewish and stuff. His daughter converted. But when it comes to the United States and his dismantling the stuff, it's not like he's dismantling everything as much as they're basically running an expense. Basically, all Elon is doing is tapping into the computer system, seeing the expense checks paid every month to whoever, and they're going down the list. That's really all he's doing right now. And, you know, that's really all he's done so far.
Well, no, I'm saying he wants. He's dismantling the fucking IRS and the FBI. These are good things.
Yeah, I agree.
But right, and so no, but I'm saying, like, look at all the fucking damn near genocide that's happened in Palestine. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do with your average Jew. This is the cabal, you know. The average Jew is as much a victim as anybody else. You know, this is yeah, what Not No just said. I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah,
It's
it's
the thing is, the way that Israel feels is they were offered full sovereignty and financing and infrastructure and everything it takes to have a running nation on the fly, be up and running and doing business, you know, as a package deal financed by Saudi Arabia and other countries, all on the table, and they didn't bother to show up. So at that point, when there's a false flag or whatever that happened on October 7th, I don't know, but
yeah,
that's going to justify them doing what they're doing, because they know that they're not going to be getting anything but bullshit on the other side. Okay.
Right.
So if anything, Donald is going along with that because he's the one that offered his administration put the package together, right? It kind of brokered the deal. And Israel refuses to live with the threat of rockets in their civilian population anymore. And that's like basically where they both stand at this point. And, you know, hopefully Donald will carve up Syria and everyone will get a piece of it and everyone will be happy, but who knows what will happen, you know? That's the way I see it.
He wants to relocate everybody, you know, so that they're not in perpetual fucking war. And people hate that idea too. And he also wants to make Canada, you know, part of the United States, so it's not under a dictatorship. And you see how people are reacting to that. And this is what I'm saying. Nobody understands, because at one time you had this idea of the North American Union, which is Mexico, Canada, the United States.
About that.
And so that's how they see it, because they saw this idea of, you know, all of that being under the UN, but they don't understand that Trump doesn't want to do it under the UN. So it's a different setup. But people
that's
don't see
over
that.
actually. You know, Donald asked them to help with the border for, you know, preventing fentanyl getting into the United States.
Yes.
You know, Canada said,
yes. And that's one thing that everyone really needs to understand. That's one of the biggest things people need to understand. Oh, he wants to build a wall. Why does he want to build a wall? That's stupid. If y'all understood how bad the fucking wall was, and our immigration problem, and what the immigration actually was, and it's tied to these cartels and the fucking black market, which people talk about, the Freemasons and all this other shit. That's the visible shit. The real sickness, the real power, okay, is all these black market cartels and organized crime and military intelligence, okay, that are working in as sleeper cells and in and around, or sorry, outside and around our borders. Do you know how you get across our borders? Until just recently, you know how you did it. People would go with children, okay, the child would say, "That's my father." They'd have a piece of paper, okay, with their identity, okay, or a fake ID. They would check it at the border. They would have their investigation. The investigation would consist of them looking on the internet, Google search. I'm not kidding, okay, and they would say, "Okay, does this match the country that they say?" Okay, yeah, that looks right. And then if someone were to say, "Hey, this don't look right," they'd basically be fired. And these were basically, not their parents, and they were usually
Yeah.
going to, be trafficked and tortured and sold into
Recycled.
sex slavery.
That
And
was definitely under Biden, though, because Donald
yeah,
Trump
no,
actually
that's
had
what
them
I'm
DNA
saying.
tested. But what I'm
No, no,
saying,
no, no, no. That's what I'm saying, the freak, is that was the entire point. That's why Trump wanted the fucking border so bad, because that's what was happening. They had 320,000 children go missing in 1 year under Biden. They didn't go missing. They were sold into fucking slavery.
probably,
And they knew what was going on.
probably.
There's absolute no. This is a fact. There's absolute. This isn't even a theory. There's absolute evidence of this. And this is why I'm saying it, and I'm saying it like I am, because this isn't even a theory. This is absolutely provable, and I can drop links to it because it's disgusting.
It probably
So-
is true, but I'm Republican and I voted for Donald Trump, so I'm not going to say that because then I sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Well, that's fine because I can prove it. I wouldn't say it if I couldn't, because I'm always clear on what I can prove and what's speculation. This is absolutely provable. So they were taking people that they said were their guardians. 9 times out of 10, they weren't. They were literally, the people that were trafficking them. And the child would say, yeah, that's my kid. That was my parents. But no, it was just they were being threatened to say it.
Right.
And
the Democrats used that to say that they were separating families, but they weren't even families.
No.
Yeah,
They're
I
traffickers.
understand that.
And then
So
you
anyway,
find out
talking
that
about
the
the
very
war with
people that
Canada.
were in, dude, this was in Congress. This is what I'm saying. That they had it
Yeah.
in Congress. They were doing investigations, and the people that were supposed to be doing the oversight for this were themselves convicted of trafficking.
Wow.
Yeah, so the hen was you know what I'm saying, like
Department of Homeland Security had a lot to do with it too. I understand.
Right.
Mayorkas and the even FEMA, I guess. But anyway, I just want to tie something up real quick. The quote unquote war with Canada is just rhetoric by Donald Trump because he asked them to help us on the border with officers and resources and stuff. They said no. And so he threatened to sovereign them basically financially. And then we would take care of the border at that point. But once he threatened that, they agreed. So there is no war with Canada. It's already over. We won.
Yeah.
That's the benefit of Donald Trump.
That's propaganda. It's quite the opposite. Canada had a dictator. And that dictator, they don't tell you he's a dictator, but he was.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's certainly under
basically-
C-19.
Yeah, they said that he said that he was resigning, but no, he wasn't resigning. He just was quitting because he was about to go to prison for what everyone loves to do, the same thing we were just talking about. And so he wanted to resign before he went away forever, essentially. And so that's why Donald Trump wanted to take over, because they're going to put another fucking lunatic in there. And so basically he's trying to put Canada under the Constitution.
Well, I think that's pretty much over because they already committed resources officially to the border. So that's all Donald wanted. So he got what he wanted. He's not going to sovereign them at this point.
No.
There's other fish to fry.
No, well, they already don't have sovereignty because they're under the fucking crown. Canada
Well, that's
is under
kinda
the
true.
British.
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
Especially Quebec, I think, like the French one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're all under the crown. New Zealand, Canada, uh,
Australia.
Australia, right. Yeah, they're all under the British crown.
What's up, Junior Busk?
How's it
What's
going?
Fire away. I'm sure you got a lot.
Well, actually, I was just listening to this conversation. I don't
Yeah.
know if anybody's
I
saying
get
anything.
heated with that shit, man. My bad. When it comes
This
to that
isn't my
topic, I get
specialty,
heated.
so I'll defer to you on this. It sounds like you know things that I don't.
It's all been really chill, but when it comes to this topic, I get really heated.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how long you've been here, but
I've only been here for a few minutes, so
oh, yeah. So you just saw
that's
the
coming into the.
you just saw the heatedness.
Well, I saw the Canada bit. That's where I came in.
Yeah, yeah. We're talking about Trump and how he wanted to make it the 51st state.
See, I don't want Canada, right? They can stay on their own, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, they're in trouble right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say a lot of places are in trouble right now. They have
Well,
been for quite a while.
yeah, that's true. But they're, I mean, why do you say that?
I don't know. I just most governments, probably all governments, I think, are just completely compromised and
Well, yeah,
modern
for sure.
states. Like they're just not working to the benefits of the public, or even pretending that they are, right? Because they used to pretend, kind of, sort of, that
Right.
they're working to the people's benefit, but it's like they don't pretend that even. Like they're just completely. There's so much of a fundamental disconnect in the world between the powerful and the subjects, right?
For sure. I would agree with that.
I think the mistake that somebody like Justin Trudeau made was that he was too on the nose about how much total contempt and hatred he had for his own citizens.
Yeah, and then he does that speech about how much he cares. It's disgusting.
Well, and the people that do that end up digging their own graves, right? Like,
right?
It's Marie Antoinette.
Right. Yeah.
Democrats like to talk about the the popular vote in terms of the United States elections. Well, Trudeau actually proves that the popular vote model, or the more than two-party system model, doesn't work, because as soon as you have a pandemic or something like C-19, and that president, quote unquote, prime minister, leader, whatever, declares emergency, it gives him all sort of dictator power. And the Canadian people, only 30% of the popular vote voted for Justin. And so that means 70% are upset about his authoritarian power given to him by a pen, whatever. Okay. So our model still is the best model. I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, the guy in the idiot in the UK that won recently, right? He got only 30% of the vote.
Yeah, I don't think he even got that much. That's a generous estimate. I don't think Trudeau even got that much. They fucking hated him.
Canada has like 8 parties that that they all vie for, like, their president or whatever they call their leader there, and people want to go to having more parties. I think that's fine, but essentially the two-party system actually is probably a better model, because at least if someone takes dictatorship, at least 50% or 49 or 51 or whatever actually voted for that person, and not the other 70% that were discontented by Trudeau. And that's why he's having problems now, is because those 70% didn't like what he did, even if he was right, but he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know. On the other hand, one could argue that theoretically, having a leader that's so awful and unpopular could actually lead to more revolutionary change when he fucks up, right? I mean, I don't think that's happening in Canada, but
True.
theoretically it could and should.
Yeah.
Thank you, Canadian truckers, by the way.
Oh, that was great. That was great. If only America could muster that kind of solidarity again, we'd be in a good place.
Right?
We'd be in a good
Yeah,
place.
right?
I
Definitely.
give Canada, I give Canada respect for that shit.
Me too.
Which is why I wouldn't actually mind them being part of the U.S. for reasons like that. Personally.
One of the things that what you were just talking about, Junior, there is AOC had a press conference in New York City when they were having a bunch of problems with immigration before the election. And she was talking about, she was basically talking down to the people or whatever. This was in public, and everybody started booing her. So when you say that they don't even blatantly hide that they're not working for the people, that is like the perfect example in my mind, how I image, the images in my mind that personifies that. Go ahead.
That's the thing, right? The problem is that when you start doing that, you do break trust, and eventually you just make everybody pissed at you, right? Like if you not willing to listen, it's just even, forget even being a part of the elite, just being like an ordinary person. If you're walking around being like a complete douche to everybody and having like no social awareness or something, you're going to end up basically a loser that everybody hates. They're not going to want to be around you, right? Well, that same thing works even more if you're seen as being at the top, because now you're seen as holding the privilege while also being an asshole. And so, yeah, you're really running a lot of risks. And, there have been times in the past when that's led to actual revolutionary change in a way that, ends up with the guillotine and that sort of thing, right? Like that's a dangerous game that people play. And the only reason why ultimately they play it is because of the fact that they're so sheltered and so stupid and out of touch that they think that there won't be ramifications, right? They forget human nature, and they think that like there really is like, oh no, the masses really are just stupid and sheep and they don't know any better. And they find out oftentimes all too late that that's not the case.
No, sometimes actually that is the point. Sometimes it's a game they play. It's a sick game of reverse psychology that they want to have a reason to tighten control even more. As sick as that is.
The thing is, though, that there's only so far that people even can be pushed, right? Like, I mean, we've gotten with the whole, COOF event, right?
Right.
We managed to get like people in China to start rioting against the government, right? Like that's
right.
Pretty amazing when the Chinese of all people start distrusting their government.
Yeah. They have a new variant now. I forgot what it's called. It's H something. They just discovered it like 2 days ago.
Really?
which we know is BS, but
We got to drop
they're
that topic.
saying,
Yeah, we got to drop
yeah,
that topic. Blessings. Yep.
yeah. So prepare. They might try some funny shit. Maybe they'll give us more money though. I don't know.
You guys know Old Joe, one of the panel guys that goes on different panels and stuff on YouTube. He's Canadian, and he said a lot of the rhetoric in Canada about hating the U.S. and booing the U.S. anthem and stuff. He says a lot of that is actually been overblown, and
Sure.
so I take his word for that, because if I was Trudeau, I would probably want to ramp up that kind of rhetoric myself for being
Oh
called,
yeah. Yeah, I have quite a few friends in Canada too, so that's another reason why I was like, yeah, they should be part of the U.S. because I have a lot of friends there, and
But like
I've
people
been
still
there.
talking about a war with Canada, like that's over already. Donald Trump already won. He's
Yeah,
using a lot more rhetoric this time.
yeah, and I've been there a couple times as well. Niagara Falls, particularly, it's fucking beautiful.
Cool.
Because I live right on the border. Because I'm in Pennsylvania, like North Pennsylvania.
I'm just glad we have a leader who knows how to use leverage in negotiation and get something in return.
Well, the art of the deal, man.
Yeah. God forbid you work in your own interest in a negotiation for a deal. The Democrats give everything away.
Yeah.
For nothing.
You ever read it? I actually
No, I
have it
never read it.
on
I
Kindle.
never read it.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's one of those books that you got to kind of read between the lines. Which, I mean, that's just Trump in general.
He's
Because he
using a
said,
lot of rhetoric,
yeah, well, I mean, you have to understand, a lot of people who hate him don't understand this too, is he's saying one thing to the masses and another thing to everybody else, either to, the enemy or to those who, like, understand, like, the nuance of what he's saying,
Right.
And so that,
Yeah.
that if you get what I'm saying,
I
like,
do. Like, he's the only politician that actually negotiates publicly.
well, because he's not really,
Well, he is. I mean,
Let
when
me
he's
put it
like,
to you. Let me put it to you this way.
we're gonna dissolve sovereign Canada because they're not gonna put any border help for us. So that's all rhetoric, and that's negotiating.
You ever read The Art of War?
No, yeah.
Okay, there's some similarities. That's all I'll say. There's some similarities. He's a strategist.
Yeah. Well, he definitely knows how to negotiate, and that's good enough for me. Like,
well, what did he say? About the storm.
About
what? When he was elected the first time, what did he say about the storm? It's the calm before the storm. And they're like, "What storm?" And he's like, "Yeah, this is the calm before the storm." And he's like, and they're just like, "What storm? What storm?" And he's like, "You'll see." And
but then he decided to play ball, and then he got burnt. And this time he's not doing that.
Well, that could have also been part of the. It's hard to say, but it's optics. It's like I said, you have to fool your friends to fool your enemies. There's a possibility that the Operation Warp Speed that everybody talks about, that it actually may have been a different ingredients, shall we say, than the other.
Yeah, we can't get on that. We can't do that at all. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but we can't do medical advice thing. They'll literally shut down the show. But
No,
yeah,
that's all I
it is
said.
what
It's
it-
just different ingredients. But
yeah,
good
I
to have you
mean,
back.
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
That's all I said.
Well, the thing is,
I'm not a doctor.
Donald did that and whatever, but he advocated for every type of solution. It wasn't just that. Okay,
that too.
So
Yes.
he advocated for
Yeah,
like
I mean,
the horse
he's a
pills.
total. I mean, the thing is that he used to be a Democrat. You know that, right, the freak?
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you think he was right then?
I think he was basically doing what he had to do in order to get a business deal done. At the
What
time.
business deal?
And whatever regulations he needed modified or regulation that he wanted imposed, he would pay those politicians, and that's what he would get his way. He didn't care.
What business deal?
I don't know specifically, but that's the way it
Well, you don't
goes
know.
when we're talking about real estate development.
You're talking about the banks lending him money to buy up
Whatever. I mean, it could be a
properties in
fire.
New York.
It could be a fire extinguisher mandate in New York City, and he greases the mayor and he greases the legislature as a Democrat to get that done, so that he doesn't have to pay
Well, he
money
didn't.
for it.
He didn't grease anybody, is what I'm saying. He went
Well,
bankrupt.
Well, yeah, but he also donated to many different politicians as a Democrat, right?
He was really an independent. That's kind of irrelevant.
He's
I mean,
a
he went.
salesman.
I mean, he went bankrupt and he got bailed out by the Rothschilds.
Okay.
To buy up properties in New York. So I don't see how he's a
Probably.
big move maker because of that. But you know,
Well,
seems
thing.
seems like his business that he was running went underground. It was mentored by Roy Cohen, the gay Jewish mobster. And
Yeah.
yeah, pretty strange there.
Yeah, that
Ties
is kind of
there.
strange.
Yeah,
That
ties to
stuff is
Israeli
strange.
intelligence. Yeah, ties to Israeli intelligence, and yep.
Um,
We covered it all on the show here, but yeah,
Yeah.
You know, and also Fred Trump and his ties to Shabbat Lubavitch and the KKK.
Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. Wait, what's going on?
I was saying, are you gonna wrap it up?
Well, no, not specifically. But
Okay,
like
cool.
in 20 minutes or so.
But yeah, there's no rush, really. Yeah. Because I do have to
Well-
play me and Trad Culture from yesterday at the end of the show. But other than that, yeah, there's no rush. But yeah, blessings.
Excellent. I hear there's a lot of rumors about his dad that are just at this point. I think most of it is bogus because some other person I talked to, they said that Donald Trump's father was a horse meat
There's no evidence about
processor in
Rothschild.
California during like the 60s or something, and it's like, are you serious? Because so a lot of this stuff I think is bogus.
There's no
so
evidence. There's
The
no
guy
evidence
is
of a
from New
connection to
York and he's going to
Rothschild.
be in the KKK. Come on, man.
There's no evidence of a connection to Rothschild. Zero.
With Trump?
None.
What? Wait, you're talking about? No, I'm talking about Wilbur Ross and the bailout.
No.
dude.
I'm talking about with Trump. There's no evidence of a connection to Rothschild.
With Trump, Trump is
Yeah.
connected to the Rothschilds.
No.
How not? Wilbur Ross and his.
Okay.
They bailed him out. The Rothschilds bailed him out.
Not Trump.
Yeah, he went bankrupt and they bailed him out. Yes, Trump. This is a well-known fact. He was bailed out by the bankers. This is why he put Wilbur Ross in the seat of power. This is a well-known fact.
How was he bailed out?
He
by
had a
Rothschild?
property. He had a property called the Taj Mahal Hotel
Yeah. I know about that.
that was owned by Meyer Lansky.
Yeah.
He went bankrupt, and the Rothschilds bailed him out to buy properties in New York. This is after the bankers took over New York City. in the
How did-
management of the city. They refused to buy the bonds back from the city. This is all historic shit where they literally, in a historic city deal, they took over the operations of the city, the bankers, and they put some of the properties when they bailed out Trump, they put him in charge of some of those. Watch the movie Hyper-Normalization by Adam Curtis. You'll find out all about it, my friends. Trump is connected to the banksters. 1,000,000%.
I think he's probably gone bankrupt a few different times, but you got to understand, he probably has a bunch of different companies, and that's just the nature of entrepreneurism. Some of them go off, some of them fail, or whatever. But one thing, as a business person, which I can speak of as firsthand experience, is that you definitely learn from your failures, and so that's why I have no problem with him being president, as opposed to some government official who's never even run a lemonade stand, because the guy actually knows how to negotiate a deal.
Yeah, I could show you guys very easily.
What do you think about mine and Twilight Lilith's conversation, TML?
It's pretty interesting. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I just let you guys go. I saw that you were restreaming, and I wanted you to have open range to ask as many questions because I know you haven't been up here since he started coming on the show. So
Appreciate that. Yeah. I thought it was pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. But yeah,
Well, he's an interesting guest, certainly.
yeah, but I'll show you guys some things when I could find it in a second here. In terms of our buddy, a couple of things that I actually covered on the show, right? Okay, I don't know why this is oh, okay, I get it. It's blown up to a maximum size. Okay, yeah, give me a second. Look this up for you guys. But yeah, it says okay, actually give me 1 second, folks. Okay, here it goes. Trump found himself in financial trouble when his 3 casinos in Atlantic City were under foreclosure threats from lenders, but was bailed out by senior managing director N.M. Rothschild's and son, Wilbur Ross, who he then put in charge when he became president, who Trump would later appoint as Secretary of Commerce. Ross, who is known as the quote unquote king of bankruptcy, specializes in leveraged buyouts of distressed businesses. In 1970s, Ross began 24 years at the New York City office NM and Rothschilds and Son, where he began the bankruptcy restructuring advisory practice. Okay, so there's the critical information. There's more as well. But yeah, he has connections to the Bayrock Group. He has connections to Wexner. He also has connections to Estee Lauder, who's a prominent Zionist supporter.
Well, obviously, I don't think
Does he still though? And it sounds like he got bailed out by a guy who worked with Rothschild, not Rothschild directly. These are nuances that are important. I'm not.
Right.
No, it is important. It is important. Does he still have connections with them?
Yeah, he put him in charge as Secretary of Commerce.
Who?
Trump.
The Ross guy?
Yep.
Can you send this to me?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's in the book.
Because you know I
It's
don't
in the book that
completely.
we sent each other.
You know I'm still critical of him, but I'm just very
Yes.
careful with the nuances.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you where it is. I mean,
Because there's like a dual game being played, and so it's because like he's dissolving the fucking IRA and the FBI and the woke shit and so there's like two games being played at once. So yeah, send this to me. And like there's I have a like 3 hour thing on all this that gets into like the nuances and like the military intelligence and the Maxwell
Yeah,
Ian
it says
Maxwell and like you
it
said
says
about Lex Wexner and all this type of shit. Yeah.
yeah,
Because
Lex Luthor. Yeah.
Maxwell, or sorry, Epstein and Epstein and Maxwell were connected to Lex Wexner was connected to Epstein
Yeah, I read all this stuff
directly.
on my show. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's definitely connected directly. Yeah.
So yeah, when we talk about that, that'll definitely come up. And Estee Water is directly connected as well, along with MOSSCD. Um, they're all connected because Ghislaine's father was a spy for yeah.
Yeah, look at this. It says in 1991, Charles Bronfman and billionaire Les
Right,
Wexner,
yeah, that's it. They're mafia.
who built Victoria's Secret, Pink,
Mm-hmm.
Express, and The Limited into one of America's all-time great retail fortunes, formed the Mega Group, a secretive group of billionaires to which belongs Ronald Lauder. Media profiles of the group describe it as a loosely organized group of 20 of the nation's wealthiest, most influential Jewish businessmen.
Yes.
Focused on philanthropy and Jewishness. That's a quote by them. With the membership dues upwards of 30,000 per year. Mega Group members founded or have been closely associated with most well-known pro-Israel organizations. For instance, members Charles Bronfman and Michael Steinhardt formed Birthright Taglit with the backing
All
of
mafia.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Leslie Wexner himself has documented ties to both organized crime and U.S. and Israeli intelligence. And yeah, it says that the past president of the World Jewish Congress was Edgar Bronfman. You know what I mean? And
Dirkless just dropped another video in this vein. Like as we've been talking.
Yeah, but it's all tied into this dude Roy Cohen.
You mentioned Mayor Lansky. Mayor Lansky was
Yeah.
responsible for the JFK, uh, among other things.
Yeah, Lansky and Cohen, they're like mafia dudes.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yep.
Straight up.
And
And they,
Bronfman, they're all connected.
yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
Bronfman
they
actually got famous in the Prohibition times with the
Yeah, I was about to
Seagram.
say, yeah. They
Yeah.
started working with
Yeah.
after the dawn of the old Italian mafia was murdered.
Yeah. And
They
then they
actually
made a
started
bunch of
working with the
movies.
Italians. Yeah.
Yeah. They made a bunch of movies and said it was Italians. It's some wild shit, dude.
Yeah.
Uh,
Don't get me started. Yeah. 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 I mean, not my favorite person to quote, but David Duke talked about this. Yeah. Yeah. Although, like later in life, he turned out to be not so bad. But yeah. There's a book called The Red Mafia that gets into this. Mm-hmm.
yeah, go take that. Yeah, go take the jabby talk to your buddies over there at the Crucible. I'm sure they'll enjoy that. You know, and then we can report their channels. Right? Blessings.
The Crucible.
Yeah,
The
because
Crucible is a clown show. If you don't know what they are, they're completely retardo, as they would say.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, the less you know about them, the better.
Okay, cool. Then I think I'm pretty good. 'Cause I don't know shit. I think I'm.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Look at
well.
the Crucible and made by Jim Bob, right? Where they literally never break TOS, right? And these losers come over here to tell people about the free speech and spurg about free speech, but
Oh.
they can't tell their performers, on stage, to actually talk about anything of significance, anything of crucial importance. I mean,
I
but
see.
they go around going, oh, the other
Well,
panel.
they do their part to push liberal ideas as conservative
Well, they
and
kicked me off
basically
of
make the world a worse place.
yeah, they kicked me off of Glenn Lawrence for for saying that the F word and all that stuff. So they're very, very PC over at Glenn Lawrence, over at Raging Tomato, over at the Crucible. And so while they talk about how they're like these hard boiled conservatives, they'll say anything to anyone. But they seem to mind TOS. They're very sensitive. They delete all of their videos. They have sensitive content.
Well, they're
and
very sensitive personally, right? Like, I mean, look at how butthurt Jim Bob gets when you ask him questions that he can't easily answer, right? Like, they're emotional children, and
Oh, great.
they're just not.
That's my
I mean,
favorite. Yeah.
they're not they're not the sort of people that anybody should be listening to because they betray their own psychological problems basically on a regular basis. Like, all you have to do is
Oh yeah.
go off script once and like ask them one question that they don't know the answer to, and all of a sudden you can see like what insecure babies they are.
Oh, that sounds like fun to troll. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should go over there.
Well, the problem is then they also, if you say things that they don't like, they start accusing you of being a PDF and threatening to dox you and threatening to go after your family. And
That's okay. That's okay. I know magic. I use a fake name, a fake icon, a fake, they try anything with me, I don't have to lift a finger. Like, they're just digging their own graves. They ain't gonna dox me.
Actually, you know what's funny? Bill Hicks says this. Last time he was on my panel, he literally said faggot and then said sorry. So, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
No,
what?
I wouldn't. I
Use your
wouldn't
brain.
do that. I don't use magic people online unless they
Yeah, but
actually really
it's like
tried to. Unless they really tried to like cause harm to my family or whatever else.
it's like we definitely allowed you to say that, but on the platforms that they watch, they don't allow you to say that type of stuff. So I just think it's very interesting that I don't even tolerate hatred towards the gays. I actually don't. Because I don't tolerate hatred towards anyone. Just
Remember
mind
when?
you.
Right.
Remember when EBT, who of course is the Crucible's butt buddy. Remember when he came on here and he started like dropping the N word a bunch of times?
Yeah, the N word, F word.
Man, that's not cool,
K.
bro.
Yeah, they'll say K. They'll say
That's not cool,
all
bro.
type of stuff about
That's not cool.
the Jays. So
That's not cool.
yeah, dude. So it is what it is.
The
It's
elite
just
are a different story. Like they're a different class. They're not even fucking human.
it's Fed
Practically.
post. It's a bunch of Fed posty stuff, and I
Yeah.
think they're trying to draw in a crowd so that people can drop a bunch of their extreme political ideologies and they can funnel them into their little community, and then they try to expose and blackmail
Yeah.
information on them, because that's all they do. They try to funnel people into their community so they can look up information on them. I mean, so it's obvious with that. It's a gatekeep operation, whether they know what they're doing or not.
So what you're saying in so many words is they don't really believe in equality too much.
Yeah, or just I mean, or even just leaving people
Okay.
the fuck alone.
Yeah, I think maybe I should. I think Lilith would have a good time with them. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she would like them too much. This is one of those avenging justice type things that she would have fun with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm allowed to. I mean, we're allowed to talk about what we want, but the thing is that we'll have to do it on an alternative platform, really. And we won't get a lot of traction on this platform, although we do appreciate the space. We appreciate YouTube, the corporation, for allowing us to speak here. But if not, I would just simply record this and transmit this through the various other mediums, or
Have you
with
thought about
megaphone.
using Odyssey?
Oh yeah, definitely. We could do.
Rumble? Yeah. That's what I've
well,
thought
we're
about. Once I get my computer,
Well, we're
I've thought
already
about
experimenting. We're already experimenting. We have uncensored shows that we try to do on the Neurojack channel, and then sometimes we play them here. So, we have improvised streams that we're testing out, and we're gonna be posting stuff on Odyssey and figuring stuff out as we go along.
Yeah, because
But
Odyssey is pretty. I mean, you could get away with a lot. It honestly kind of surprises me, at least for now. What you can get away with on Odyssey, because I mean, there's documentaries on there that you could never find on YouTube, and even Rumble to a degree. Rumble's pretty good too, but Odyssey is. I mean, I have a friend who's an occultist who does full blown rituals and shit. Like, and talks about some pretty controversial shit, and they don't give a fuck. So, and talks about like, stuff that happened in the war, and you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because this guy, Imran Khan, he was actually married to a lady named Jemima Goldsmith, and go look up the Goldsmith family in England and who they're connected to. So the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, he was married to a former J from England, one of the biggest families, Goldsmith. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they got their. Yeah. So Pakistan is complete. A lot of times they're completely controlled, right? So I mean, and it's sad to say because I'm from there. I mean, but but the thing is that Turkey and Pakistan, they actually do stuff for Muslim people way more than a lot of Arab countries, which is sad. That Pakistan and
Right.
Turkey and Malaysia actually do shit like give aid to Muslim countries, where like Arab countries totally dropping the ball out here. I mean, but yeah, but they're also been under attack. I mean, the Arabs have been genocided. It's true.
Yeah.
They have been genocided. And so,
I know.
so
It's
this is the
fucked up.
facts.
Israel and Saudi Arabia. I know. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. And a lot of people don't understand it either.
Oh yeah.
And they
Yeah,
blame
100%.
Muslim tea not understanding the reality of it.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. I'm with you, brother. Praise be to Allah. I know the truth.
Exactly.
I know the truth.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, and definitely thank you to the freak for coming through. Blessings, sir. And all you guys, I'm gonna go around and maybe let everybody have some closing thoughts. Please feel free, guys.
Thank you, GML. You're still the #1 show on the internet, as far as I'm
Blessings.
concerned. I mean, no
Thank
one
you.
is more in depth and does the work, and I don't have to double check what you're saying in terms of what you're talking about. The philosophy, all those different things.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. So I don't know what the deal is with the crucible or whatever. I think that in America there's a lot of Islamophobia just because of, I don't know, maybe perhaps 9/11, or just because Christian bully pulpits have always kind of been fearful of Islam. But there's definitely a bias there, unfortunately. And so I found that like Toilet Bowl Earth is probably a victim of that. The Crucible might be this. They see Muslim and they think they don't think good of it just because of the rhetoric in the United States, which is false, by the way. But I'll get over that because we're all actually worshiping the same God in terms of who He actually is. We're all children of Abraham, and so hopefully they get over it. Anyway, that's all I've got for tonight. Thanks again.
Yeah, blessings, my friend. We'll be back on Tuesday night, and yeah, I greatly appreciate you joining the panel, and thank you to everybody who's restreaming. See Reddington, the Freak, and yeah, blessings to all you guys. I mean, thank you, Bill Hicks, for holding it down, homie. I really appreciate you. Thank you to the sis Joanne Murder. I really appreciate you, sis. Blessings to you. Thank you, Not Know. Thank you, Kitty Comments. I appreciate you. Kitty Comments. Trump hints that you're going to find out something really soon. Very interesting, Kitty Comments. I enjoy the suspense there. I mean, we got televised apocalypse. No, it's just letting them go. Letting them go for a little while.
Shout out Televised Apocalypse.
Yeah. And we got Neo Antifa. Yeah, exactly. We're trying to get this Cyber Caliphate and Neo Antifa. Maybe we can make an alliance. I mean, let's figure it out. I mean, let's keep this moving. What you got from traditional culture? We're about to play our show here.
Ooh, nice. Well, I mean, I stand by everything that I said on our show last night. Thank you once again for letting me host it. I think that, we need to be having these conversations about like real philosophy and real traditionalism, because right now the big threat that I'm seeing is like pseudo traditionalism, fake traditionalism being repackaged as the real thing. And I think that's a psyop. Obviously, I think that these people are bad faith actors that are basically out here to make sure that you don't discover, actual traditionalism. You don't discover like the philosophies and the worldviews and the lifestyles of people that lived before the Industrial Revolution. I think that they're trying to twist things and make you think that, you know, what's not normal and what's new is actually normative and traditional. You know, I see somebody like Alexander Dugin doing literally the exact same thing, and it's incredibly problematic, and it's something that we need to be standing up against. And I think that, you know, I think you do a really good job of that. I think that, you know, we need to continue this fight because right now, um, some of the worst enemies of humanity right now are the people that are saying that they're trying to save humanity from the modern age, but in reality are just trying to push forward, like, of the modern psyop.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, and that's why we're brought together here. I think it's for a greater purpose, and yeah, definitely we're brought together for a reason. I could see that when I first met you in the Crucible Discord. So thank you for them for having the space. I mean, I'm appreciative to everybody, folks. I mean, but yeah, you know, blessings to all the people, you know, and yeah, you know, God be with you all, you know, really. And the thing is that I'm trying to open up a discussion. It's not about money. It's not about, you know, trying to form a community or trying to gain followers. Please, if you do like the content here, just repost it. It's free to repost. Um, you know, spread out the views or talk about it yourself with other people. That's what's important. You know, it's not important that, you know, you give me money or, you know, become my friend or any of those things. Although I really love you guys, I really encourage you to reach out to me and have personal conversations with me, you know, about any of these ideas if you don't feel comfortable coming on stage, you know. But yeah, again, you know, this is just a public conversation, nothing more, nothing less, between myself and everyone else. You know, so yeah, blessings. Yeah, what you got for us, Twilight?
Well, I just want to say that I completely agree with what Junior said. So shout out. Uh, you know, definitely we all connected for a reason. Um, and you don't have to worry about me becoming a friend because I already am.
Exactly.
And you can reach out to me anytime for anything, you know, whatever the hell it is. And yeah, like this idea that, you know, they want to save us from the modern world because they want to make they want to bring us into the postmodern world, you know. That's what it is. And they want to, you know, they want to dilute everything, you know, and give us some polluted version of philosophy or, you know, whatever it is, you know, some ready-made uh you know, version. But yeah, I think that as long as we stick to what's real, you know, uh, we'll be okay. And I feel like, you know, things are only going to expand, and this is only the beginning. And you know, just making connections, and it's not about, you know, numbers or influence or any of that. It's about quality and about, you know, making genuine connections and talking about things that actually matter, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, I'm happy to take a hit in the numbers just so I could have real conversations with serious people. And that's really what it comes down to. You know, that, you know, we could engage the circus and have the dramas and have big name content creators and
Oh
all this.
yeah.
But then we'll just be fulfilling the needs of the algorithm. We're slaves to the algorithm. You know, so, you know, the thing is that we like to stay independent. We like to, you know, obviously more is better, more people is better,
but and not in a rush. Quality is what I'm interested in, definitely.
Right. But it's only better if it's quality. Because if you have a bunch of idiots, then it's really not better. You know what I mean? It's better to have less people that are fucking in tune and have something to say than a bunch of people who are saying nothing. You know what I mean? So it's only better if it's proportional to the the intellect and to not just like they're smart, but they have purpose and have similar convictions. Um so and that's what I'm saying. I can tell, meeting more people and having like I had a really good conversation earlier, you know uh and so I could tell, getting to know more people that it's obvious that it's not for nothing. Like
Yeah, DeFreak has been here for a
I
while,
yeah,
so
right.
yeah,
I
he's been watching
always
for a very long time. So
him
I
him
greatly appreciate his input. Yeah,
him and Truther Cop I always saw in the chat, but we never actually spoke. And so I can tell,
yeah,
that
they're longtime viewers. Yeah,
talking
they're
to more people, that it's obvious we all came together for a reason.
yeah,
Because
those are
like
some longtime viewers, definitely. Yep.
because this all happened because of Annapurna. You know what I'm saying? It all happened because of beer. Because I saw the fucking. Because I lost. I wasn't getting notifications for Anna, and all of a sudden I got one because I was watching a Bjerknes video, and so she popped up, and then I saw you, and even though I'd seen your videos before, I never like made the connect. I never saw you live. It was
Yeah,
always like after the fact, and then boom, Neuro was there, and he was on my channel before, and so it was like boom, 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 and then Not
yeah,
No pops up. I knew him from before, and so it was like okay. So yeah, man, good things are happening, good things are coming, and even unseen, you know.
yeah, yeah. I love that
So
guy.
yeah,
That guy's
I do too. I do too.
yeah,
Just don't
he's an
tell him.
OG.
Just
Yeah,
don't
he's
tell
an
him.
OG. Yeah,
just don't.
because
Just don't tell
because
him.
yeah, there needs to be the type of explorations that he's having on his show about the role of the church, the role of modernism in the
Yeah,
church. I've looked long and hard to find, a mind to correspond with on those issues. So, he's a brilliant, and a humble teacher. And so, definitely, great respect for him and many blessings to him on his path and journey now at the monastery and all
yeah,
that type of stuff, that the thing that he's involved in, so we definitely support him on that journey.
for sure.
And yeah, so we're trying to and I'm excited more to learn about the process from the inside out, just having a homie that's going through that type of thing. But yeah, you know but yeah, anything else you guys want to say before I get out of here?
Praise be to Allah.
Exactly. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, I'll talk
Allah
to you very
knows.
soon. Yeah. Yeah,
Take care, man. Blessings.
yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, peace. And yeah, and blessings to you, my friend. JR Bus. Yeah.
Same to yourself.
Yeah, peace on me. And yeah, here is Godfather Don. And then I'll play this show here. Me and JR Busk. Killer show that we did. Panel is closed now. And yeah, we're gonna bring you guys more Kurzweil on Tuesday, more of the Tao Te Ching, right? Just as we planned, right? And there on Wednesday, yeah, it seems like we'll have to push the ending of Kurzweil to Wednesday. So we'll continue to explore Kurzweil's thoughts until Wednesday, right? And yeah, then on Saturday next week, we'll return to Kaczynski. Okay, look at technological slavery. Blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining us here on The Machine Lies. Okay? Where we talk about the lies of the machine on The Machine That Lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Anyways, you know, yeah, you know, believe in everything, I mean, believe in nothing, listen to everyone. Sorry, you know, until you can prove it for yourself, right? Getting a little sleepy here. I mean, but yeah, believe in nothing, right? Okay. Question everything, right? Okay, where does truth come from? It comes from inside of yourself, right? How do you know that something is true that somebody else tells you, right? It's because you agree with what is true, right? Okay, no truth comes from outside of yourself, right? Okay, truth comes from within, right? Okay, there is no truth, right, beyond, this world. You know, truth and reality are one, folks. You know, God is truth manifest. Yes, it is true, right? So, yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Voy. I appreciate you, my friend. I mean, but yeah, you know, yeah, we're engaged in many explorations here, but the major exploration is about the architectonic, right? About the method of symbol making. And I'm going way too long here. I'm gonna get started on a new presentation here pretty soon if I don't stop myself. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you for being here, and we're gonna be opening up the topics again, right? The topic is transhumanism, right? Defining it and fighting against it. Right, but yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. Oh yeah, and also techno-liberalism, defining it and fighting against it. Blessings.
Yeah. Sick thoughts, criminal in nature, sanity phaser, razor, blade that slater, major amount profound facer, eraser, Schwarzenegger, co-mega, leather feather, catcher, lockdown, mounts, stretcher, slash, black mass, showing the people, big type freaker, late night creeper, eureka, see your face, I T ya, Carrera, Herrera, Ice, DKNY, decayed my stash house, slash bounce till I crash out, wall to wall, polyurethane, acetate, probably more insane, decapitate, I watch the blood coagulate, the matter breaks down, a slow process, you go topless, mental rehabilitation shows me no process, I get ill on the Vic Terror shit, illiterate, never conceal a clip, now gorilla tricks to seal your lips, sessions of harshness and torture, misery style, splitting my enemies foul, letting your energies power, wetting with Hennessy now, I'm bent up, chemically laced up, straight up, in the face nut, connects spray nuts, copycat stalker, break off arms and bomb, calm, trauma, J-Dama, say mamas with the gray llama, I go sick, these seas of hate get iller, no love above, below, from a blood of thug killer, please, you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, refine the question until a dime lets me in, your breath be in my hands, you test me in the jam, I'm deadly and cold face, like Austria, black blood sip on my thoughts, be a force, and force me to talk, your gory remain, the court see the pain like smashed glasses, my mask slashes, trash asses, massive flame for fast ashes, the slasher, dasher, here comes the sirens and hobbies, my lean cadaver sheens like afros with a cracked nose and spleen, seem like dreams, untouched, green on the body, checkpoints throughout the city, constantly holding shotties, waiting, debating, saying, I work for Satan, true lies, who dies, pride like odds died with blue lie, you knew I was about to snap, you didn't act, now tracks on my maximum carnage, alarming, making you real back, attack women like a monster, no armor, protects, neck the sector, real extra blessed, still for honor, Unabomber, pursuing drama, worldwide with girls tied up, emergency lock up, two in the bottom, few in the got an emergency, cops they got a lot of words for me, I'm dirting 3 a night, genius like currency, swerves and murder sprees, the nerves of these, they put the word on me, purposely, and now I bet you heard of me, worse than purgatory, yeah, word to me, I go sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood of thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, I go sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood of thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, it's madness, somebody help me, I can't stop it, full of chocolate tie, victims locking lies in my pocket, I design your death to look atrocious, every minute details and focus, leave my calling card
croaking. The same night my man jammed in Commando Matrix. Say this philanthropist and this the Chris Famo DeSanto runs through my veins to soothe my pain. I had this super name after I had this fucking trooper slain. He got me close for comfort. My work is sacred. A 9 to bake with. 2 days later, found him kinda naked. I'm on the hatred, confused rationale. Do I foul schizophrenic that gets demented in the true style? Immersed, perverse. My birth was my first curse. At worst, I got the verse and buried the nurse under a ton of dirt. I lurk around town towards the sound of techno. The dreadnoughts, the catch holes in their best clothes. The expo, the stress grows. I let the legs flow, they let the legs show. The sweet mama negro, find us pelegro. I dead slow. The neck goes flaccid, body colder than plastic. Pull out the plastic facet, cadaver broke it down with acid. Tragic anonymous promises to put a stop to this. You get crushed by the hands of the non-against. I grow sick. These seeds of hate get iller. No love above, below for blood the thug killer. Please, you can't stop. What can't be stopped. Lyrically deranged but strange, so niggas get dropped. I grow sick. These seeds of hate get iller. No love above, below for blood the thug killer. Please, you can't stop. What can't be stopped. Lyrically deranged but strange, so niggas get dropped. That's how we do it. Yeah, that's how we do it.
All done. Yeah. Yo, Godfather Don, niggas be taping your freestyles, buying your production word like the Christians from since 1990, yo. Now niggas be trying to rap hard over them like supermarket ambient music, man. Fuck that. Yo.
The ill and tumor, doomer, Rand's mind a zoomer. Soon to flare, my mind's in tune. Boom, somewhere behind the moon, my tunes evaporate like concentrated solar. Rhymes inflated, holders of heat, sleep, mystique of a boa, throw the venom. Shot hot like Simmon when I'm in friend denim. Blue steels in them, send them straight to hell, Brennan. Women a lot like prisoners, real parishioners. Say no submission to bitches, snitches, and listeners. Missions to separate limbs is crucial. Not what you used to. Two tools used to bruise you, it's the true school literal. It's the physical damage, a lyrical ravage, a savage.
For about up to about an hour and a half the other day.
We'll figure it out.
Hit them with your lip and hit them with your kick.
Yo,
all right.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're
Okay,
quiet,
nice.
but I can hear you.
There we go. Okay, thanks. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we got that one figured out. Bingo. And yeah, so would you like me to share this this video?
Yeah.
Or you could actually share the video if you want.
Oh, do I have that power?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you see on the bottom there, present.
Oh, not on my phone. It says
Oh,
I
not on
can't
your
do
phone.
screen share on my phone, and
Oh, okay.
remember my computer doesn't have a microphone for some stupid reason.
Yeah, no worries. I'll pull it up. What's the name of the video?
It's like called "How to Rizmax" by Jay Dyer, and it starts at about the 56-minute mark.
Oh man, this is cringe. Okay, How to
Mhm.
Rizmax by Jay Dyer. We'll pull that up for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it started about like the first hour is literally like nothing of substance at all. So it's about like 1 hour in that the video really starts.
How to Rizmax for guys, advice on navigating women.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. All right. So 55 minutes into this so far, or something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. I remember you were at. Okay, here, let's see. All right, folks. This is Traditional Culture Preservation Society, J.R. Busk reading list. We'll put the channel in the description here. Blessings. Yeah, you want me to play this?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just let me know when you want to pause it.
All right, awesome. Will do.
Chunky gamer dudes. I mean, look at this dude. Here's an 800-pound gamer dude. What the heck? Or this, what's his name? Boogie that everybody talked about forever, who basically went insane, I think. This dude, right? I'm getting tired of the AI stuff too, but that's like all that comes up when you type this stuff. I mean, remember the Euphoria atheist memes? This guy's like this, right? So right away, this guy, the long hair is not working for you. You need to lose 80 pounds. Stop. Your diet is what's giving you all the acne. Like immediately we can tell this guy right away what to do, right? Anyway, so that's what I have to say on that. These are the archetypes, loosely speaking, that we want to avoid, right? We don't want any of these things to be anywhere near us. These are the toxic archetypes that we want to get rid of. And now Jamie is a big fan of facial hair. I know all Orthodox people want beards. Again, my opinion, and Jamie agreed as a female, if you
That was kind of a weird move where he's talking about archetypes. So he's going into Jungian psychology or something weird.
Oh yeah, he's going to do that a lot. He's going to say that he's going to talk about the James Bond archetype as the ideal man, which I think is a kind of silly, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the stereotypical ideal of a certain age or a certain generation, but that's
Yeah,
not
that
the
guy
ideal
was.
man.
Yeah, he was part of M16 too. Ian Fleming. It's a very nefarious
Yeah, I
character.
mean,
Yeah.
which is interesting because like Jay Dyer obviously is all about how espionage is, bad, right? Supposedly, but he's his archetype that he's going to appeal to, and he's actually even going to be like semi-self-aware about this. That the archetype he's going to appeal to is basically a lying con artist who's working for the British government.
Yeah. And he's saying that's a positive archetype for the modern age.
Yes. Or he's
Wow,
saying that
very
that's
strange.
true masculinity, right? Like Sean Connery's portrayal of James Bond is true masculinity, which is questionable.
Yeah, and he's got the golden eye music as his theme. Very strange optics with the spy shit. And he's constantly joking about being a Russian spy, by the way. So very strange optics.
Yeah, it is. It's a very clever whatever the hell he's trying to do.
if you're a dude and you
Oh, by the way,
are
actually,
not clergy,
I'd recommend going on like maybe 1.5 speed because he's gonna ramble a bit, and I mean he always rambles, right? So 1.5 speed is probably gonna accomplish more.
monk, it doesn't make sense to try to grow some massive church father beard. It almost just looks like you're LARPing, right? And her assessment was that, that's about the maximum length that a guy should have if he wants to be attractive to a woman, right? So we're talking about guys that are, we're not talking about 70-year-old men that are widowed, that are hanging out in their garden all day. Nobody's going to care. We're talking about if you're a young guy and you're trying to attract a mate. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so looking like you are not homeless, basically, right? I've got Orthodox bro friends, and it's fine if they want to do it. That's their choice. But, they've got homeless man beards. And Jamie's loud, I'm being serious. And in their mind, they're like, oh, bro, I'm like super spiritual with this beard. And look how ascetic I am. It's like, look at this beard. It's ascetic. It's like.
And that's a really strange move, right? You're kind of bashing the church fathers, right? You're saying they're not attractive to a mate. I don't think that's what they're worried about, right? I'm saying the church fathers look like homeless people, right? I mean, it's a very strange stance. I mean, even if you're trying to, talk to people, I mean, what's all this about, grooming? Now, where's the talk about love and faith? Instead of how you're gonna groom yourself, right?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, again, keep in mind I only listened to about half an hour of this, half an hour to an hour of it, but nothing that I saw or nothing that I heard really had anything to do with like how to keep a partner or have a successful relationship. It was all just like how to get girls, and it literally wasn't really anything substantively different from what like PUAs or the red pill would say, which is a problem.
Yeah, did you know that his wife used to be with some other truther guy who covered conspiracies, and he supposedly stole a lot of the guy's work in terms of like his conspiracy angles. Pretty weird stuff. But yeah, his wife used to be with some other dude who was a
I hadn't
famous
heard that
YouTuber.
in particular. I knew that she wrote like a book about like Russian witchcraft before meeting him.
Yeah. Yeah, she was like an occultist. So that's kind of weird for a Christian to be with an occultist, right?
I know the narrative is that she gave it up, but you know, I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know a whole lot about their personal life. I'm more familiar with the public persona that they're trying to go for, which is like holy, super spiritual, orthodox, and I don't really see this video as doing a very good job of promoting that persona.
But you're not, dude. You work at Krispy Kreme. You're not an ascetic. What are you talking about? You could be an ascetic and work at Krispy Kreme. Yeah, but nobody wants to get your donuts when you got hair like dangling and touching the donut dough, bro. Tammy's laughing. So point being, like, just be kempt. Even if you have long hair, you can look okay and kempt versus unkempt with beard or with hair. Also, I was just going to add, like, if you're a dude and you want to vary the styles, right, by what's appropriate. Obviously, yes, in warmer situations and climates, you don't have to always wear pants. For some reason, this is like, I think, you know, in places like Italy, like men are never supposed to wear shorts. Okay, well, those people have never been to Florida. Okay, so you cannot wear pants all year round in some sort of like ridiculously humid locale, right? So I am a fan of beach aesthetic, as you guys know. I like the Miami vibe, the Miami Vice vibe. I like the sunny.
I think I may have told us to go to the wrong part of the video because like this is not really substantive either. Like maybe try, I don't know, try like an hour and 10 minutes. Maybe that's where it starts. This is still kind of like basic, right? Like once he gets more sort of deeper into how you actually go about rizzing up the ladies, that's where it gets really weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cringe. You know, it's got the Miami Vice sort of aesthetic, you know, and yeah, I mean, he looks like a cop that'll like pull you over. I mean, yeah, I mean, literally, he's got that kind of look, you know. So, and he's wearing a purple jacket. You know, it's like, what are you, like Jack Nicholson's Joker? I mean, like, what kind of a look is this? It's like really strange type of look, right? But yeah, you know,
well, keep in mind he's also like 45, 50 years old, right? Like this is like not a young dude either, right?
yeah, like you're not black, like, you know, like I don't know how he could get away with that. You know, he's like Steve Harvey or some shit. Like, why is he dressed like that? But yeah,
Crockett vibe. I like.
Yeah, did you want me to fast forward in the video or?
Oh, I was just saying, try like maybe like an hour and 10 minutes or so because this is still kind of his like intro thing. I'm more interested in when he starts getting into like how you should actually go about meeting girls because that's where it gets really bizarre from my standpoint.
Awful. And after that summer, I decided I will never ever have a job like this again, and I will do anything in my power to not do this kind of. So that taught me a lot. It taught me how bad those kinds of jobs can be, but it was a learning. It was a massive learning experience, and it was super hard work. But there was actually positive to that, believe it or not.
If none of your friends have told you about the skip forever button, those aren't your friends. This is
Okay, we can't get rid of this whore. It's just because of the ad block. I don't have ad blocker. But it's kind of funny because this is a video for ad blockers. So, yeah, we'll skip this. Friendly Jewish gal.
Horrible scenario. When I was finished in the evenings, right? Because I think it was 9 to 5. We might have quit at 4. I don't remember, but like I was like so relieved when the day was over, right? And it was just an extremely intense experience I'll never forget. And it's weird to me.
The context
of never having had
what he's talking about
you know what I
here.
mean? That was a
What he's talking about here is this idea that like, oh, men need to go through this struggle, right? Like men, basically that you're not really good material for dating until you've participated in the capitalist wage economy system, right? He's saying that like no, really, like men need to go through like building themselves up and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, which is interestingly enough is, you know, that's the boomer mindset that he claims that he's against, right? He's always making fun of boomers. And then what I noticed in this video is that like pretty much every bit of so-called dating advice he gave was just boomerism. It's just like, oh no, see, no, really, you got to make something of yourself. You as a man, you got to be a man and make something of yourself and make money and get all this experience. And I was like, holy fuck, this literally sounds like what your grandpa would tell you, right?
A season of adversity. Because I mean, if you're like 14, 15, I don't remember how old I was, you don't want to be doing that. That's not, it was as bad as it sounds. But an entire summer of that, I think it was worth the bad experience, I guess I should say. It was an intense season of adversity. And so guys are going to have to figure out ways to challenge themselves, to take on types of adversities, and to persevere through. I'm not telling you to go to boot camp, by the way. This shit was probably worse than boot camp. That was like my own personal boot camp. Hey, Jamie, could you make me an espresso? Jamie, could you make me an espresso?
This is your reward, right? The prize that you're eventually going to win if you follow Jay Dyer's advice, that you get to have a personal maid servant.
Yeah, that was super cringe how he did that. Right? It was like, you know, here's proof that what I'm saying works. You know what I mean? So yeah, that seemed very strange.
Yeah, it is. If you felt weird, uncomfortable feelings, that's because you're a normal person.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think I seen another video that was talking about it was a video with Andrew Wilson, and it said why being normal is controversial or something like that. So yeah, it's this very interesting thing, like, you know, that like traditional is controversial or something like that, but it's not really traditionalism that they're sort of preaching and promoting. It's actually liberalism. Right?
Yeah,
so it's kind of weird.
That's the thing. This is fake traditionalism. And the reason why, you know, I decided to do this stream in the first place is because, like, this video is totally liberal. Like, this is one of the most liberal videos I've ever watched in my life. And these people, they're just eating this up, and they think this is what traditional orthodoxy is. Like, the things that he's going to promote in this video as being, like, normative for men and women and, like, the relations between the sexes is completely liberal and has nothing to do with what the church fathers or the medieval, you know, society would ever have believed or taught.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how is going along to get along challenging the system, and then how is challenging the system going to get us back to orthodoxy or traditions? You know?
Well, yeah, well, he's literally saying that men need to participate in like a capitalist economy, and he's calling it, quote unquote, challenging themselves and helping themselves to get better or whatever, so that they're worthy now of getting, you know, female attention, so that one day maybe they can have their own personal like maid making them coffee, right? Like that's what he's saying. Like this is just like fucking Mad Men 60s bullshit. This isn't traditionalism.
It'd be one thing if you're like a, you know, if you believed in polygamy or something like that, like, you know, but like if you're only trying to get one wife, like you don't really need to try that hard to get like a single female and try to live an honest life with them. Like I don't see, you know, it's never been hard throughout history. So I just don't know what's the big issue.
Oh no, see, but these people, they believe the dumb lie that like that like twice as many women have reproduced as men, and that most men have been inkwells, which is based on, you know, crap data that presupposes Darwinism in order to make itself work. But, you know, Jay Dyer he's not going to, and Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, who, you know, mentioned that lousy study in her book, right? They're not actually going to give substantive critiques. of this system because they're part of the system as much as they try to pretend that they're not.
We got homework tonight too, y'all. Gonna give you guys some homework. Let's talk about the archetypes, and then we're gonna talk about the ultimate awful archetype. I mean, we don't have to go to like images of these people. We can talk about this. Everybody's familiar with James Bond, but I mean, you know, some of the positives of James Bond without getting all puritanical and bitching about he sleeps with women. I know that he's a spy for the government. He's a complete psycho, and he's a killer. But there's certain things that James Bond has as qualities that are attractive to women, whether we like that or not, or whether we think it makes sense or whatever. And some of those are that he, in the situations that I know he's a fictional character, but in the situations that he's in, he's not actually very rattled by whatever's going on. Now, again, most dudes are not going to be that calm in the situation, but he's calm enough in the situations that they don't rattle him. He's not easily rattled, so he's able to control his emotions, right? So that's something that is a positive quality to James Bond. James Bond also dresses well, right? He doesn't...
Most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours.
Yeah, this is very telling that, you know, they want you to get yourself into these fitness arenas, you know, where obviously the men and the women are, you know, working out together, and it's this like Coomer adventure, you know. But yeah, I mean, that's really legitimately what he's promoting is this preening, posturing, you know, people that are like really well built, really well dressed, they have a lot of money, you know. And what does that have to do with being a good person or finding an honest woman or maintaining a stable relationship? I mean, if you become very attractive to the opposite sex, right, just so you could get a wife and live an honest life with her, right? I mean, how much are you going to be able to use that riz, quote unquote, right? So I just don't see, like, unless you're trying to hook up with multiple women, why would this advice even matter, right?
Well,
But yeah, it's
because
kind of weird.
again, this is everything he's going to say is just like cribbed from PUAs, right? Like he doesn't have anything original in these videos. It's all, or in this video that I watched, everything that I saw, and again, you know, keep in mind I didn't see the whole video, but everything I saw just looked like it was cribbed from like every other PUA from, you know, a decade ago, and is now being sold to a new generation. And the problem is that the PUAs from a decade ago were cringe as fuck, and it hasn't aged well.
Ever look like a slob. And even though James Bond is middle to low class, you wouldn't know that in the presence of James Bond. You would think this is some kind of, you know, dude that's got stuff going for him. I'm not saying you gotta wear a tuxedo, right? But James Bond is not
liar and a manipulator. So he's saying the archetype that you should strive for is a liar and a manipulator who uses women and is working for British intelligence to promote imperialism. And by the way, he's also the guy that's going to tell you not to trust the CIA and not to trust spies, right?
afraid of walking up to people and talking to them. He's not afraid of, even to a degree, dying. And if he's not afraid of dying, and if you've overcome some of these, you know, classic human fears, why would you be afraid of approaching and talking to a woman, right? And women are very, very hypersensitive to minutia or body language or microaggressions or micro expressions. And so if you betray nervousness and fear and you're trying to talk to her, your hand, and then your voice is shaking, like, she's going to know that, right? So that's a fear that you've not yet overcome. He's overcome this. He's talked to countless women. He's not afraid of talking to a woman. And why does the young guy feel that fear? Well, he's afraid of rejection. He's afraid of her not liking him, not finding him attractive. What if he says something dorky? What if he stumbles over his words? Well, guess what? Who cares? In the end, it doesn't matter. I've seen, for example, in my past, dudes that were not very bright, not very suave, kind of idiots, but they were still able to do okay with women just because they weren't afraid of them. So a lot of guys, especially young, smart guys, totally overthink this kind of stuff. And there's all the red pilly grifty people like trying to sell you a course and all this stuff. Like, all you gotta know is figure out, like, don't
how's
be
he gonna
fat,
call other
fix your
people
hygiene.
red pilly and grifty? Like, I mean, first of all, a lot of what he just said is just dumb, right? Like, I mean, there's some truth in what he's saying, but there's also like a lot of nuance that he's missing, right? Like, I don't think he realizes that there's like such a thing as like a halo effect and a phalo effect, right? Like the thing that he's talking about, he's talking about like guys who are maybe awkward or whatever versus guys that are confident, right? Like there are an ugly confident guy a lot of times will end up going to jail for his confidence, right? Like this idea that, oh no, you can just like become confident and supposedly suave and like not fear women and then all your dreams will come true is ridiculous, because you know a lot of the most confident guys are also the creepiest guys, and he's not going to tell you that because he's just feeding you the red pill narrative, even while he's claiming that he's against the red pill narrative, because this is literally just the fucking red pill narrative, is just try and become something you're not, try and project this air of like faking until you make it, right? This air of like false confidence, and be aggressive and pushy. And we're going to find in a little bit that he's going to promote things like cold approach that are completely cringy and maladaptive.
Yeah, I just think it's really like, it's like, yeah, confidence. It's like he's trying to say that confidence is sexy, right? Which is pretty cringe, right? But on top of that, it's kind of like you know, humility is also sought after, right? People who don't take themselves seriously, who could take a joke. I mean, so like somebody who doesn't get rattled very easily is somebody who doesn't take themselves too seriously. You know, so there's a sort of humility in the confidence. Right. So I don't know. I just feel like he's not really, you know, hitting on what the main, you know, what the actual thing is, even though he's trying to communicate something deep, but it seems like he's just communicating very surface level.
Well,
it's like reading Vanity Fair or something.
He thinks it's still the 90s, right? Like he thinks that he doesn't realize that the younger generation that he's trying to talk to are like way more fucked up as a generation than his generation was, and that things that might have worked for people his age, when he was young, don't work for young people today, right? Like today we don't live in a world where being confident and pushy and aggressive is likely to get you anything but a prison sentence. And by the way, that's not I'm not saying that to complain, right? Because like the stuff he's talking about is creepy as hell, right? Like this idea of the guy that just like the pushy, confident guy that quote unquote doesn't care, doesn't give a shit, the frat boy, whatever, like those guys suck. And I don't think that it's good for women to have to deal with uncomfortable situations with quote unquote confident guys that, are douchebag dude bros. And I've seen this, right? Like I saw this when I was in college, these like drunk frat boys, they were confident, and you know what? They creep women the fuck out because that their supposed confidence was just them being perverts, and people can see through that.
Try to be personal, make normal conversations, be yourself, stop trying to act like you're some Romanian weirdo. And if yourself is super nerdy, work on yourself. For example, James Bond's gait, the way he walks like a normal, confident man. He does not walk like a nerd who speeds across. If you've noticed how nerds walk, they walk stiff and quick, like they've got something in their butt, like they're scared, like they're little nerd mice running around. It's like, why are you walking like that? You're walking like a mouse. Like, dude, relax. Like, why are you walking like that? You look like an idiot. Like James Bond walks into a room and he looks like a normal guy, and he goes and he stands over at the bar and he leans back and he has conversations. He does not walk in and like speed across the room.
Yeah, that's super cringe. Like, what part of being a Christian philosopher is being like, yeah, you need to be cool? Like, what? Like, it's about not being a nerd, folks. Like, what? Like, no, dude. Like, what about like? Yeah, like, go ahead.
Being a Christian philosopher means you should be a nerd, right? I mean,
right.
Like what? Jay Dyer, isn't he? He calls himself a nerd. He literally calls himself that, and now he's bashing nerds. Very inconsistent.
Yeah, did you ever hear about Aquinas, where like he wanted to go like to the church and become like a Dominican like monk, and his brothers locked him in the room with prostitutes, and when they came out, they were converted to Christianity. And, like he refused to sleep with these women. Right?
Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting that Aquinas was like a social misfit, right? He was
Yeah,
the
he was a nerd.
nerd that
Yep.
got picked on, and people look down on him, and now he's a great saint. And something tells me that Jay Dyer will never be a canonized saint, right? Because I don't. This isn't orthodoxy, right? Like this, like you compare this to the monks on Mount Athos, and it's like, no, this is just like this is an American macho douchebag telling you to be an American macho douchebag. This is not orthodoxy.
Like a Krellboyne. If you've watched Malcolm in the Middle, then you know who the Krellboynes are, right? No Krellboyne is ever getting a girlfriend. And in fact, if you've not watched Malcolm in the Middle, it's almost worth watching just for that kind of stuff, right? Nerds have this spurgy, like, why do you, like, something's wrong with your body, dude. Why are you walking like something's stuck in your butt? It's weird. They walk like they're like on some little invisible motorcycle, right? And that's how the Krellboynes are in the show, right? Krellboyne in Malcolm in the Middle, they're the challenged children. And one of them like runs everywhere, like he's like, oh, he does everything on a motorcycle. That's how nerdy dudes, spurgy dudes act and walk. Okay, that type of body language signals to a woman that you're a freaking dork, dude. It's immediate, like, turn on. No girl is gonna find that trick. Okay, so there are archetypes that you should shoot for. I'm not telling you to go sleep with all the women. I'm just saying that think about the positive qualities that.
I love how he, the man, and by the way, you notice that like these guys all do this, right? Like Father Josiah Trenum is another one that does this horse shit. And you know, Tim Gordon and basically all the like fake trad dude bros that I roast on my channel, they do this shit where they like say that they're the ones that have the secret gnosis of what women are like. They're men, but they have the secret gnosis of what women are like, and they're going to tell you, well, no woman is attracted to X or Y. And the hilarious thing is that like most women actually find like the James Bond archetype gross, right? Like most women think that like a guy that's like a overly try hard womanizer to be extremely unattractive. So he's literally, what he's doing is he's pandering to the male gaze. He's saying like, this is the sort of guy that men admire enough that when they make movies, they have him be irresistible to women in the movies. And because movies are definitely real life, that means that this is the sort of guy that's irresistible to women in real life. And that's totally irrelevant to really the way that women actually operate and understand things, and particularly in the younger generation, right? So like if being a macho dude, bro, is the thing that like young women find attractive, then why the fuck do they all like these Twinkie BTS K-pop stars, right? Like none of these guys, none of these like PUA coaches can ever answer that question because it's outside their purview, because that question itself exposes them as snake oil salesmen who are basically 20 years behind the times.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty smart. I mean, I'd say more clever than smart, to be honest. I mean, there's people that are much smarter on the internet for sure. I mean, I'd say maybe he's like a low-level commentator on philosophy. That's my take on the issue. You know, there's definitely PhD philosophers and people today that are much smarter. You know, but I think like in the sort of debate circus, you know, I think he's a low-level performer there. I mean, what can I say, you know? And I mean, in terms of his intellectual achievements, I mean, he's written one book on conspiracies, and he's written another book that's a combination of a bunch of essays. Yeah, and I don't think the tag argument is very powerful if a Calvinist can use it too. I mean, yeah, I mean,
yeah, I generally agree with that assessment.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of intelligence, I mean, he's not like a really intellectual heavyweight. I mean, let's just face it. I mean, he's pretty smart. I mean, but I mean, that'll just get you so far in this world. And I mean,
Yeah, Jake Dyer's pretty much just theist Matt Dillahunty or theist Forrest Velkai. He's not really he's not doing anything monumental, and we all pretty much know what women want. They like height, they like face, and after that, like bank account, and then they have personal fetishes. It's pretty simple.
So I don't think that you say bank account. I don't think that money can buy actual attraction. Like, yeah, like maybe they if you want a gold digger that doesn't love you, you can try to get rich, but that's what you're going to get.
Well, it all comes down to personal preferences, and even if you're the prettiest guy in the world, they might actually love you, just love you for how you look. So we're not really. This mean there may be no actual love at all. And for certain, we don't have unconditional love. It's conditional.
I don't know if there is such a thing as unconditional love, right? Like everybody is on some level. Like you don't just, unless you're like a saint or something, right? Like one doesn't have like a strong bond with somebody based on nothing, right?
Exactly. And if it is the same, it's going to be agape and not lutus. So it may be completely irrelevant. So.
yeah, I agree with this Browns boy. He's definitely smarter than Jim Bob. Definitely.
Well, that's not difficult.
James Bond exudes that are worth bringing into your psyche, that archetype, so to speak. Because I guarantee you, if you're who do you think a woman would prefer? Sean Connery or the chunky gamer dude? I mean, it's like kind of, a lot of this is really obvious. It's not rocket science, okay? But for some reason, I guess a lot of people do need to hear this kind of stuff. If you've never asked out a girl, look, if you're above 9th grade, 10th grade, and you've never asked a girl out, okay, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Like you should have done this by now.
Okay, this is
I don't need to hear a million excuses.
Total bullshit. Like this is a really dumb take that honestly
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. That's very unchristian. But yeah,
that's the thing, right? Like there's so many layers of problems with this. Number one, he's presupposing, although he loves to talk about presuppositions, he's presupposing a modern liberal paradigm where where mating and dating is done in this particular way where like the guy, and of course it always has to be the guy, right? The guy is supposed to make the first move and like engage in this individualistic experiment where he basically humiliates himself and makes an ass of himself in order to win the approval of women. That's not the way that things worked in traditional societies, particularly in traditional Orthodox Christian societies, which tended to have arranged marriage. So he's saying basically you should bow to modern social programming, and that's normative. In fact, you should look down on and consider somebody a weirdo if they don't happen to bow to the social programming. And by the way, like, isn't this actually sort of an admission that you're not whatever high status, high value, right? Like if you're desperately having to win the approval of women like that, then that means that it's something that you need to win, right? Like if you're a Chad, if I would think, one would think that if you're really a Chad, then you wouldn't have to worry about, getting to 9th, 10th grade and having to ask women out or whatever, because they'd be chasing you. Right.
Yes.
But like,
if you were a Chad like J.R. Busk, if you haven't had the pleasure to see him on camera, he is a Chad. I'll certify it. He doesn't really have to chase women around.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, right? Like I would say that if you're like there's almost the sense like he's saying that there's something valuable and good and like manly or whatever about like having to work hard to get female attention. But wouldn't that not actually work, right? Like wouldn't it be more quote unquote Chad to not have to work hard to get female attention?
Yeah, that's correct. If you're a Chad, you don't have to work hard to get female attention because they're looking for you anyways.
Not according to Jay Dyer. According to Jay Dyer, there's something wrong with you if you're not actively pursuing women by 9th grade.
Yeah, if you're not sexually active by 10th grade, well, you got some real problems in this world. Like, what the fuck? Like all those kids on the Disney Channel?
Yeah,
You better be sexually active or they're fucking nerds, man. What kind of yeah, this is a very liberal paradigm.
Yeah, and even if we assume Jay Dyer's correct, he doesn't have any solutions, so he's just wasting our time at this point.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, what are 14-year-olds and what are 12 to 14-year-olds going to learn by hooking up with girls or guys, in high school? Like, what did anybody learn by doing that? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's kind of yeah, I mean, it's terrifying to promote that. And I mean, are there quote unquote relations being supervised by their parents? I mean, this seems like a program to have more pregnant teens in the world. I mean, this is totally strange.
Jay Dyer would just say to you that, oh, you're a Muslim, you're a prophet. Oh, that's what he would say to you, though.
Yeah, but, all those Christians were, they were getting married when they were 12, 7 to 12. Betrothal was at 7, and actually marriage was usually 12 to 16.
Yeah, but we made adults sooner. We had a shorter pipeline to adulthood. We extended it for some reason.
Yeah, sure, but see in Islam, you're allowed to have a bunch of wives. So the goal is to procreate and to produce many children who know who their father is, right? I mean, in Christianity, the goal is not to have a bunch of wives. Actually, it's fine if you live a life of asceticism. Further than that, you should probably only be with one woman, and you're definitely not allowed to get divorced, right? So, I mean, what is he recommending in terms of starting a relationship in terms of a Christian society where it was always, arranged marriage and the marriageable age was pretty young. Definitely people didn't have girlfriends when they were 14 to 16. Rather, they were thinking about getting married at that age, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? I mean, 16 to 14, you can get married with your, parents' approval in most societies. I mean, and, so, I mean, it's just interesting. Right?
Yeah, Jay doesn't know. He just doesn't go with whatever the Hollywood says the status quo is. Like,
yeah, there's a lot
right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sexual immorality among the teenagers. I mean, so I think he should be more worried about that. I mean,
well, his argument is it's more if Hollywood says it is. So, because that's why he's referencing a movie. He's referencing movies. So if it's in a movie, it's
right.
okay.
Right, like what?
Oh, but the girls are mean. Oh, the girls, they're all whores now. Oh, they're all trash now. All the girls are on OnlyFans. All the girls are... Stop whining. Dudes need to stop whining.
Hey, boomer.
Whining. Bitching on Twitter. That's pathetic. Okay, all your pathetic qualities, which we're going to talk about the pathetic dude in a minute, the archetype of the worst dude, all that shit's got to stop. None of that. Get it out of here. No more.
Yeah, stop whore shaming and go out there and get a chick. Maybe that is good advice, but I think what's wrong with requiring higher standards for the women, in society? Right?
Well, that's why I say he's being a boomer, because he's basically saying like, it's your fault if you're dissatisfied with the system. He's saying, no, actually, you should just grow a pair and grab the bull by the horns and just chase after women anyway, which is not the take that I would expect a legit Orthodox Christian living in 2025 would have.
No, he's right. Just grab him by the pussy, and if just too short, you get charges pressed on you, and it's your fault because didn't look good enough.
Well, I don't know if you were there a few minutes ago. He was saying a few minutes ago, just like be confident, and it doesn't matter how you look as long as you're not fat or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's factually wrong. I know this script. I debated it before, so he's just factually incorrect.
Well, the problem is that you can't say he's factually incorrect because you can't give a counter, a justification for the transcendental categories. You have to assume in order to be able to decide what's factually correct or incorrect.
No, we can just look at this empirically. We have the data in the dating sites, so we just do it empirically. We don't need transcendentals.
Oh well, see that's not sophistry enough for Jay, unfortunately. So I'm afraid that you lose that one.
Ah, damn it.
Every time you're tempted to whine and complain about women this and women are liars because they wear makeup. Makeup is a lie. What? This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard, dude. That is so dumb. There's actually dudes actually say this. Can you believe that? I don't know what's going. Like this is like the MGTOW incel type stuff. Which
Here's a troll. Here's a troll. We should call into Jay Dyer's show and ask him if he wears makeup. That would be hilarious.
I mean, makeup is terrible type of thing. It's clogs your pores, botulism. I mean, it's interesting that they're sort of, the types of makeup that they have now, you could really do a number, on just the original way that somebody looks. So I mean, I just, it's hyper modern, makeup. It's like, so I just think this is a very, very interesting,
Well, he likes modernity, though. Really, ultimately, right? Like these orthobros, they're not anti-modernity. I learned that the hard way with Jim Bob, and the fact that when I called him out on his cognitive dissonance, he spent like literally the whole rest of the day shrieking about me. This nobody on YouTube, right? Like these people, they're not against modernity. David Arhan, who's another part of this crowd, he used to go on Twitter, right? And he used to like roast people for saying positive things about Uncle Theodore and say like, oh, you're like he used to go after Anprim people and say that, oh, you're like some like cave monkey or whatever, right? These people are not actually interested in preserving any sort of tradition in a real sense.
Well, here's a trick. What they do is manipulate the timeline and say what they're doing right now was always a tradition. It's 1984 stuff. So that's how they get around this. But I do think Uncle Ted was a libtard, and I don't support his opinion though.
Well, it's interesting because what you talk about trying to gaslight people to saying that modern bullshit was always a tradition. That's literally exactly what they do, right? And with all the like evolutionary psychology and all that bullshit, like Rachel Wilson's stupid book about occult feminism, that was literally all it was trying to lie and gaslit men into believing that this stupid post-industrial narrative about like gender and things like that was just the way it always was, right? That like basically the male breadwinner, female homemaker bullshit, which didn't really start until like the 1800s at the earliest, was really just the way things were in the Middle Ages, which is preposterous and absurd.
Exactly.
I can't stand that stuff. Never have cared for that stuff. At least something like Neil Strauss's book would teach you how to dress nice, how to engage in conversation, right? I'm not advocating for everything the book tells you to do, because any positive trait or quality can be misused, right? So you can learn social dynamics, social skills, and you can misuse those. But you can also use them properly to your advantage. And these are skills that are kind of universal in other areas as well. For example, you want to be a teacher. Okay, can you dress nice and communicate effectively? Or do you have weird speech impediments and you talk like a retort and you're all fucked up? Like the Idiocracy line goes, that's a quote from a movie. I mean, it's just, again. So if you're a young dude and let's say you've never approached a girl or asked a girl out, okay, well, I would say, first of all, let's work on the physical appearance. Okay, I'm gonna be your Will Smith Hitch right here, right?
You're Kevin James, and I'm Walt Smith. Yeah, I'm joking. Actually, though, maybe you should. I mean, it sounds stupid, but like maybe you should watch Hitch because Kevin James is like a fat, nerdy dude, and it's a stupid movie. But I mean, at least like Will Smith kind of like shapes him up a little bit, right? And helps him out. And no, that's a foot fart.
So this is 2 instances where he's gone to literally Hollywood movies, right, to give advice on how to attract the opposite sex. Right? I mean, if there's enough information in these Hollywood movies, you know, then why does he need to give this presentation? I mean, it's just totally lame, right, to point out some movie with fucking Will Smith and Kevin James. I mean, this is pretty sad. I mean, in
Well, I
terms
told
of
you
social.
it's basic. It's like basic level. He's selling himself as like this advanced risology professor, but this is going at such a shallow level compared to like I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but like compared to some of the videos that I've made that have got absolutely no traction, where I'm talking about like on a deep fundamental level, right? Like this is such a like basic level, even when he gets stuff right? Like, because not everything he's saying is wrong, but like even when he gets stuff right, it's like such a like shallow level that he really is talking to inkwells. I think he really is talking to people that are completely clueless and don't know anything.
So the inkwells know the most because they've been trying everything. So.
Well, he's talking to like, I think his audience, honestly, is like the reason why he mentioned the 9th graders and the 10th graders, because I think that's his audience. I think he's talking to kids.
Yeah, like what kind of people are these? Like, are these absolute animals with like nose hairs sticking out of their nose and like armpit stains? Like, you know what I mean? It's like what was happening where, he's like, maybe you should go watch Will Smith movie and get some advice. I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend just what I'm watching here.
By the way, the comments to this video were all like buttering him up and telling him like, oh, wow, you really are like, where do you get all this amazing knowledge? Like literally he's just saying like shower and try to smell nice and lose weight. And people are saying, dude, this is like this amazing, like, wow, you got the secret formula. This is ridiculous.
Well, it sounds good to normies, but it's kind of not very much relevant to the actual process. But it sounds good to normies. This is just the zeitgeist. It's just repeating the zeitgeist narrative. It's irrelevant to actual wisdom.
Well, I would say you're not a normie though if like this is news to you, right? If you think that like it's okay to go around smelling bad and being obese, right? Then you're not a normie. Like you're a real. He's appealing to a certain type of like complete weirdo that thinks that like, oh wow, my mind was blown. I'm not supposed to be a big fat guy if I want to get women. Wow, I had no idea.
But everyone has an idea except for normies who just goes with whatever Hollywood tells them. And he's just repeating Hollywood's narrative.
Well, I can't argue with that. He literally is just repeating Hollywood's narrative.
Somebody said they wanted to see my calves, by the way. And I do have on shorts because I'm at home. So I'm going to show you my calves. Because they said, you do not have. So if you've never asked a girl out, you never approached a girl, you've never done this, you're going to need to go through this experience or you're never going to get a girlfriend. In fact, I was even talking to somebody, this is not appropriate for church people. I was talking to a cleric the other day. And he had said to me, I won't say who, but that he was talking to a bunch of this, he was talking to a bunch of the young dudes. And many of the young dudes have never talked to a girl or asked them out in person. I'm sure they've slid into DMs on something, but
Pants on fire lie. Pants on fire lie.
Yeah.
Well, no, like, why is this Orthodox priest complaining that teenage boys aren't hitting on girls? This is absurdity. Like, this is why I said, whenever that was, a couple months back, right? I said that like the American Orthodox are the biggest disaster to ever happen to the Orthodox Church, right? Because I mean, this is absurd. This is literally just like liberal Protestant ideas that are being shoehorned into, Trojan horsed into Orthodoxy. Because like, you think the monks on Mount Athos are like sitting there whining that teenage boys aren't like hitting on girls enough? This is insanity. And by the way, you know, because he's never going to give an actual cultural critique, right? Like, why, if it's so important that everybody gets hitched up and gets married, then why don't we try to work to affect a broader societal shift where it's not necessarily the guy's responsibility to do all this shit anyway? We know that it's not necessarily always the guy's responsibility to shoulder all these burdens, because of the fact that that's not the way it works in a lot of, you know, other societies, right? There's copious documentation, the ethnographic record of cultures where women are the ones that approach men and actively court men, and people can, you know, shriek about that and be like, oh my God, that's an inversion of the proper natural order. The problem with that is that those societies oftentimes tend to have like better mental health and better marriages and higher marriage rates than the societies that do things the way that Jay Dyer and this orthobro priest he might have made up or maybe is real is talking about, right? Like this normative narrative is a Western modern myth that doesn't really have anything to do with what's actually normal for humanity or what's healthy or what's adaptive. But he's not going to ask these fundamental questions. He's not going to think outside the box. He's not going to tell you maybe there's some alternative to Western social programming. But the problem is that he's a member of a non-Western church. He claims to be against modern Western social programming when it comes to things like epistemology, but then he completely defaults to modern Western social programming when it comes to things like relations between the sexes, which makes him look ersatz, fake, and honestly grifty.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's taken the jacket off, I mean, that might as well be like a blouse. I mean, at this point, I mean, you know, I mean, just what kind of a shirt is that? I mean, I've never seen anybody wear that combination of colors. I mean, or that colorful of a shirt and design. Right? And yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like this made by Jim Bob and this Jay Dyer guy and the David Patrick Harry guy. The way they dress is like they like shop at the mall. You know, it's very disconcerting. I mean, at least they don't look like.
If you ask me.
Yeah, you know, at least they don't look like Larry the Cable Guy, like Andrew, you know, Wilson. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you can continue.
It's not the real world, right? So if you've begun to fix your appearance and you've begun to lose some weight, you've begun to clean up, okay, the best thing for that kind of a dude to meet a girl or to at least get over this fear of asking a girl out and getting rejected is to try something that's day related, like a coffee shop. So take a book, and when you're doing your reading time, depending upon what you kind of think the crowd in this coffee shop might or may not be, you're going to take your book and you're going to sit in there for an hour every few days, and you're going to read in there. And you're going to watch and wait and see if you think a cute girl comes in. And maybe the first time you don't immediately just hit on her. Maybe you strike up a conversation, something like that. That could be very easily done and it's very effective for, rather than like trying to go to bars and pick up people. Okay. That's really annoying. Bars are loud. They're drunk people. It's just a mess. It's not really worth it. The only time that kind of a setting, I would argue, can be okay is if you have a group of friends that are already going out, say, to dance, and maybe you have, you know, a date set up through that, or, you know, your friends are arranging you to meet their friends. That kind of that can work, right? But the, you know, just you and your bro going to the bars out. I mean, that's just
like this is unreal.
What the hell? Like you're going out to you're going out to dance? Like what kind of setting is this? Okay.
Well, he's talked about fucking cold approach. Like this is what I'm talking about.
Who goes out with their boys to go and dance?
Like what? Like
This
what?
is consumerist nonsense. Just go buy crap. Go hang out and buy some more shit. This is
Like
consumerist
what?
nonsense.
Well,
Go
this
dance.
is, I mean, this is so at odds with
Go to
anything
the
that's like
disco.
remotely. Like, I would, just so y'all know, I would never ever tell anybody if they're like struggling to get a date or whatever to like go fucking cold approach. Like, this is the most like individualistic, dumb bullshit imaginable. No, 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 no. What you need to do is you need to use pre-existing social networks. You need to build a network of people that you know within your local community, and any dating that is done by you needs to be within the context of the broader network of people that you already know, like friends, families, right? Like maybe you have a group of guys that you hang out with and you date one of their sisters or something like that after you get to know her pretty well, right? Like that's how you do it. You don't fucking cold approach at a goddamn coffee shop. This is insanity. I mean, this is like one of the dumbest strategies that's ever been employed. And all the asshole PUAs tell people, no, you just got to like start going up to all the cute girls at the bar at the coffee shop. Like that's going to fucking do anything except make everybody think you're a creep and poison the well, which is what that does.
So here's where you're both wrong. So if you look good enough, either approach will work, and if you don't look good enough, neither approach will work. So you're both wrong. It's orthogonal.
Well, the problem with that theory is that do you think most men who historically have lived have been good looking?
Most men who ever lived, but most men didn't even breed. So
but I would say that that's only true because of infant mortality, right? Like because, a lot of people didn't make it to adulthood. Most men who ever lived, because I know there's that dumb study that I actually referred to earlier that people misunderstand that said that twice as many women as men in history have bred. That's actually much more complex than the simplistic soundbite version of it that we hear. But the truth is that most people historically who made it to adulthood did breed. The problem was just that like their offspring wouldn't have made it to adulthood, right? So like you can breed without actually passing on your genes.
So here's the thing. Most people who made it to adulthood did breed, but most people who did breed were female.
No, actually most men who made it to adulthood got married and had kids. The thing is just that like for many of them, none of their kids passed on their genes, right? Like maybe they had in a society of
exactly my point, because Chad passed on his genes and the cuck didn't.
Well, no, it wasn't because of their looks though. It was because like if you're poor, then you didn't have access to healthcare, and so if there's 50% infant mortality for your family, there'd be 100% infant mortality. That was completely just because of access to resources in like a medieval society.
Yeah, that, and it could be that she bred with the prince and you're raising the kid, and it's not, and so none of your genes are in there if you're male. That's a possibility. And
I
still
don't
happens
think that
today.
is very likely that happened in the majority of cases, though. I mean, unless you're talking about a society that was much more tightly and strictly structured and with much stronger social controls than our society has, where everybody knows each other. So I think that the situation you're talking about would be pretty difficult to actually do on a large scale.
Except it was a monarchy, so there was a caste system. There are higher people and there were lower people, and lower people can't discuss on the higher people.
Well, no, that's like a Whig history myth narrative. This idea of whatever they call it, the right of the first night, right? That like the nobles just get to grape whatever bride they want on their wedding night. Like that was just a fiction that was invented hundreds of years later. That never happened. So like this idea that like the peasants just didn't have any rights against the predations of the nobilities was just, that's like one of those myths that people told to demonize the past that's not actually historically accurate.
Yeah,
They had
I
entire
guess Genghis
forts.
Khan didn't exist either. Yeah, of course not.
Genghis Khan absolutely did exist, but that's a different situation. I mean, nobody's denying that in the past you had a higher reproductive success rate if you were part of the nobility versus like if you were a serf. But I'm saying that it was a lot more nuanced than like this red pill bullshit thing that we hear about. Like it's just no like if you're a guy you had to make something of yourself or else like you were an inkwell or something. Like that's a completely retorted understanding of the way things were in the past that no actual historian takes seriously.
50% of Chinese people are related to Genghis Khan. So
Okay, so what?
so what? Oh my. I can't believe you're this confused. We can just move on.
Well, you know, that fascinating thing, because I do want to actually get back to the video, but the last thing I'll say, the fascinating thing is that when I say that things are much more complex about the whole like issue of whether more men or women have reproduced in history, one of the complexities is that East Asians don't have this gap, right? So if you look at like East Asian genomes, roughly equal numbers of men and women historically within East Asians have reproduced. So the people that are descended from Genghis Khan, they're actually the ones that have the least of this imbalance.
It's just it's not the best. It's just a shitty situation. It usually never works out. Very few people have I ever even heard of who had significant lasting relationships that met at a bar. Like I've never heard of this. Maybe it does. Most of the time, people meet through other people, but not always. Sometimes you may not be in that situation. Maybe you move to some city for a job. You don't know anybody. Guess what? Time to grow up. Time to meet new people. When I was young, I didn't like moving all the time. My dad was in the military and we moved a lot. And as soon as I would make friends, we'd have to move again. I went through that experience many, many times in my youth, and it sucked. I didn't like it. It would have been nice to stay in one place and have the same friends all my life. And there are advantages to that. But one good thing that happened was that I got used to meeting people, meeting new people, being social, etc., and not being afraid of people in crowds. That was another big one. So if you can gain these skills, these are skills that will help you. For example, when I was in high school, I took public speaking classes. I took theater classes. I was able to act and do things in front of a camera. Never been afraid of it. There were times in my life where
I think that's a shocking admission how many of these YouTube celebrities also took acting classes. And they took some kind of theater course, some kind of art school. You know, I mean, it's just fascinating optics with the acting courses, right, that these people are taking. I mean, right? I mean, these people, I mean, they say these people are professional actors. I mean, it's an understatement at this point. These people literally went to art school. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing. This guy, he trained to be a stand-up comedian, and it was only because he, you know, wasn't funny enough to make it in stand-up comedy that he started doing all this fucking bullshit.
out of practice. Throughout a lot of my 20s, I didn't do a lot of public speaking and that kind of stuff. I was kind of lost in the world of books, and that was a season that worked out okay for me. There was positive to that season in my life. This season of my life is much more enjoyable than the 10 years in my 20s that I spent in books, but there are positives, pros and cons either way. But I would say, again, it is advantageous to try to learn these skills, right? To try to learn to walk like a normal dude and not like a spurgy stick, to figure out how to make small talk. And this is a difficult one for high IQ people because it is a waste of time to engage in small talk. I do not find it to be positive for me. And it is, who cares? Okay. You're going to need to be able to have small talk conversations with people to get along in this world. So it doesn't matter like what you like and what you don't like. Okay. We're doing like our boot camp training course for dorks tonight. And you can do it over the internet. No one has to know you're a dork. You can be a secret dork. We're going to fix you. I'm going to be your wall small. I'm your wall
If
small.
you're watching this, you're a dork. If you're not watching this and taking it seriously, you're a dork.
I'm going to come slap you.
We're going to know.
You got alopecia.
Right.
I'm just kidding. Thank you guys. Welcome everybody. Appreciate those super chats. You guys are being very generous tonight. You can also super chat through Streamlabs. Let's catch up on some of those before we look at some more of the archetypes. I got a little more archetype information that I want you guys to search or to contemplate, to meditate upon. As we learn Rizonomics tonight. We have it's a category 5 Riz tonight. Exactly. A great comment there, Marnie. Small talk is necessary to be able to suss out whether the person that you're talking to is somebody that you would like to progress to further levels of intimacy with, you see. So a lot of nerdy people want to bypass the things that they think are a waste of time or whatever. Okay. Nerdy dudes, you got to understand the way a female thinks and acts and works is not the way you think and act and work. It's very different.
Uh-oh.
So
Oh boy.
a woman, for
Oh,
example, is
boy.
going to be much more attuned to the way that you look.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Here's where the gender essentialism alongside modern Western ideas that don't replicate across cultures and that most people historically didn't believe comes in. Definitely like based orthobro here is gonna tell you that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and that everything that nobody believed until the Industrial Revolution is actually true because of evolutionary psychology. By the way, don't think that I'm straw manning or something, because he's literally going to go there. This is the point where I was like, this is the part where I decide I need to make a video about this, was the stuff he's about to say.
Yeah, so don't go with what Jay says. Just go with what the women does. Use your eyes.
Look, your composure, your communication skills, your body language, your smell, your hygiene. All she's going to read all that first, right? The same way that a dude looks at a girl's face, boobs, and butt. A girl's going to gauge you. She's going to run that Terminator scan, right, to check all those things. And so
human behavior is just autistic, robotic,
and
clearly
with a conversation is way more important from the get-go than all this other stuff. For example,
she's gonna look at your face, boobs, and butt too.
Well, that's the thing. That's where I was coming to the realization something is seriously up with this guy, right? Like he's basically saying that there's like some fundamental, I guess, disconnect, right, between men and women, where like men are just focused on the physical, whereas women are like what, like, because women have this superior social sense, right? They're attuned to all these social cues that you don't even know that you're giving off about, like, your quote unquote communication skills. By the way, the problem with all this is that like none of these guys, and I mentioned this earlier, right? None of these guys that say any of this bullshit can figure out why it is that like shy, awkward, dorky guys are oftentimes irresistibly attracted to women, right? Like they can't actually deal with that fact because of the fact that they have these preconceived notions that come out of evolutionary psychology, and further than that, they come out of like post-industrial ideas about gender and gender roles that were created by men, not women. And they just tell fibs and stories that just aren't true. And we know that this isn't true. We know that like this idea that like there's some magic sense that women just have that men don't about like social cues or whatever. We know that that's not true because it doesn't replicate across cultures. If it doesn't replicate across cultures, then it's not some biological universal. It's not something that's hardwired into us. But of course, again, you're not going to get this level of analysis from these guys because none of them have studied anthropology. None of them know anything about the ethnographic record. None of them have lived in a non-Western culture in their life. None of them actually know how non-Western cultures operate, including the ones that claim that they're anti-Western, like Jay Dyer. He's never actually had any awareness or understanding of how the vast majority of the world has thought.
Jamie was talking about a tweet that she saw from some dude saying that he went on it. No, it was a girl complaining about a date that she had with a guy, and she said that the guy was acting really weird. And like some of the first stuff that was said was, I want you to know right away that I am intending to marry, and I would like you to be open to having at least 10 children, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like totally wrong. Okay. The first date, the first time you're meeting somebody, this is not a legal contract. This is not a transaction, art of the deal, Donald Trump thing. Okay. That's business world. Okay. I know Spurgs think everything's mathematics, but in this domain, it's not. Okay? This is more like biology. You would actually learn more from Ev Bias.
Yeah. So he clearly didn't read art of the deal either. So.
By the way, did anybody notice the big, like, this is the big, like, flashing red lights moment? What was the last thing he said? You need to, instead of learning from, evolutionary biology, the creationist, the young earth creationist. Keep in mind, he calls himself a young earth creationist. He says he opposes evolution. He is appealing to Darwinian theory, and all this crap is Darwinian, by the way. Nobody believed this before Darwin. Nobody believe. You don't go back to the Middle Ages and find all this fucking stupid bullshit about like men are from Mars and women are from Venus, right? You don't find this stupid fucking bullshit about like men are the ones that chase and pursue and women are the ones that sit back and choose. That literally was an idea that was created by Darwin. That was created by the evolutionary biologists and the evolutionary psychologists that he claims he doesn't believe in. And now his entire paradigm, not only is his entire paradigm come from Darwin, he acknowledges his entire paradigm comes from Darwin. He acknowledges this is evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology. So he's now contradicted fundamentally his own worldview. He's admitting he's no longer actually in keeping with the medieval views of the church fathers and the saints and the people that lived before Ev Bio and Ev Psych. So he's exposing himself. He's literally exposing himself in real time right now.
Oh man, let's hear it again.
Art of the deal Donald Trump thing. Okay. That's business world. Okay. I know Spurgs think everything's mathematics, but in this domain, it's not. Okay. This is more like biology. You would actually learn more from Ev Bio.
So if he ever says dating's a numbers game, clip this with that. I know he's gonna say dating's a numbers game because that's part of this narrative. So we clip those together because that's gonna be hilarious. Clip those together and probably play it back at him on his show.
This is the freeze frame literally after he says F bio. Look at his face. It's crazy.
And Ev Psych than you would from like math and those kinds of abstract disciplines. For example, as we're going to see from one of the videos from a girl who actually talks about what women find interesting and attractive in men. And I watched this video earlier and I thought, actually, she's really good. I read an entire book just on the topic that she's going to talk about in terms of indicators and signs that women are interested in. It's not even necessarily just about sexual stuff, but even like engaging in a conversation with you, right? And I know a lot of you in the audience think, why is he talking about this? I'm telling you, man, you guys don't understand. There's like gaggles of dudes, 18 to 22, who don't know this stuff.
But well, you know what a
good sign? Now I know.
You know what a good sign that a girl is interested in you, right? Is if she's makes it clear that she's interested in you, right? Like this bullshit about like, oh no, like women are like passive, men are the active principle, and women are just like gonna passively sit by and wait. Like, if that's your mindset, then women don't find you attractive, right? Like, because the truth is that like guys they've invented this myth that that like, oh, they're supposed to be the pursuers, the persistent pursuers, the pushy guys. But what's going on is that not only is that annoying to most women, but you know, if you're actually bringing the goods, if you're actually like doing things right instead of just like listening to Jay Dyer, you're not going to have to work as hard, right? Like, I don't think these guys understand that like you're actually creating too much work for yourself by not trying to become like a better man that is actually able to attract women.
So here's the thing, JR, your Chad, you really don't have to do all that much. Anyone else, it's like an insurmountable hurdle. You could literally be a superhero and won't be attractive. So.
No, but I'm saying that like there are, I assume even you would agree with this on some level, that there are things that one can do to work on oneself to the point where you can become a lot more attractive, right?
No, you can't be a lot more attractive. You can be a little more attractive. You can't go to a lot more attractive. Well,
even in your worldview where everything just comes down to looks, you can looks max, right?
Yeah, you can looks max, but that's going to only move you like a point.
How's that only going to move you a point if it's all about looks?
Because genetics. I can't grow any taller than I am now. But some women have like a height minimum, which I won't be able to surmount no matter an infinite amount of effort on my part using current physics and biology.
Well, hang on, but even with that, again, and this is even assuming that, you know, this sort of radical black pill view that I don't subscribe to is true. Like, even if you assume that that's true, you can get like surgeries so that you can get taller, right? Like, I mean, it's going to be a pain in the butt and it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's theoretically a possibility.
Yes, but we don't have the technology to do that properly yet. Just like you can't change sex, it's out of, or we don't have the technology to do that.
I mean, admittedly, this isn't something that I've researched in detail, but I was under the impression that we do have the technology to do that.
We don't. They could hack at your body, but it's not gonna make you significantly taller. Just like they can't change your sex for real. We just don't have the technology yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, this is not something that I have expertise in, so I'll take your word for it.
No, the boomers are like, all you got to do is go to the dance and walk up to her and ask her to dance. It doesn't work like this anymore. People are like goblins now. They're retorted now. Okay. So boomers don't even understand how crazy it is. Okay. But here's my thesis. We're still men and women. No matter how much propaganda is pushed and all the inversion that's pushed, people are still going to revert back to their normal biological functioning as male and females. And all the propaganda saying there's no such thing as male and female is just that propaganda intended to destroy human pair bonding and to make sure that men and women don't produce more people. That's what it's all ultimately about. So let me give you another example of something that I realized when I was in high school, that in ninth grade, I dressed like a slob. Then I realized that the guys that dressed nice and preppy, all the girls like those guys.
Well, can't the same thing, because he was talking about how like, oh, this is all a psyop to keep the population down, but you know, can't the same thing be said about like shitty dating advice that doesn't work, which is what is happening right now on this in this video. I mean, he's giving shitty dating advice that's not going to help increase the population at all.
Yeah,
Like,
but it helps increase GDP. That's what he's trying to do. He's going to buy more crap you don't need and repress women. He's trying to help the GDP.
yeah, I mean, he's certainly trying to help himself at the very least. He's trying to increase his own GDP by getting like impressionable young men to buy his bullshit. And you know what? And these are he's turning into Tim Gordon. And a lot of the shit that he's spouting right now is literally just what Tim Gordon says. And, you know, I've covered Tim Gordon on my channel and what like a grifting fraud he is and what a liar he is and what basically a piece of shit human being he is. And Jay, of course, is good friends with Tim Gordon. And no wonder that they're basically now both pushing the same fraudulent advice.
Guys. So guess what I did? Did I whine and complain about girls? Who girls is like the top 2%. Now the problem was in me. The problem wasn't the dudes that I was envious of or the girls I was mad at because they didn't like me who dressed like a damn slob. I changed my wardrobe entirely and I started dressing like a nicely dressed dude. And guess what? All that changed. I mean, it wasn't just that.
That's a good joke. Now, this is very legitimately funny.
Well, you know what's interesting is that a decade ago, or probably close to a decade ago, he did a video where he was talking about his own relationship experience in the past. I guess this is before he met Jamie. And he was basically talking about like how he was in a constant state of insecurity and paranoia because he was getting with women that were higher attractiveness than he was, and basically it was making him like paranoid that he was being cheated on, and it just sounded like a very miserable way to live.
Involved as well, but like just the appearance was like a huge one. And then all the other nerdy dudes and slobby dressed dudes, they never, I had a friend, for example, who was a good friend of mine for a long time. One of them never had a girlfriend until around towards the end of college. And why did he never have a girlfriend? He would never, ever change the way he dressed.
And we had a lot of arguments over this. And I would be like, why don't you dress this the way this is? This? He's like, screw it. If they don't like me for who I am, then they don't like me. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. Now, eventually he met a person, they got married and so forth. I'm not dissing that, but like, I have other friends who had the same attitude where they were unwilling to do anything on their part, unwilling to make any changes. And they still think they deserve like a 9 or a 10, or they're going to get a 9 or a 10 with absolutely no changes on their part. No.
So hold it.
A lot of people are delusional, men and women. I've seen the clips of where, forget that black dude.
So pretty much Jay just said he was wrong, but then he's assuming he's still right. Because he found someone, he didn't change the way he was dressed, so Jay was wrong, but Jay's still insisting that he was right in this example.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just going to, he's not going to go out of the narrative. And if the narrative is, you know, typical red pill malarkey about how you're supposed to just follow, jump through certain hoops and follow certain rituals and do like certain basic things and you'll have success. He's going to abide by that narrative, whether it's actually empirically true or not, because he doesn't like, you understand, you have to understand that like Jay did not make this video because he's actually sincerely interested in improving the lives of these like desperate young men. He's doing it the same reason that Tim Gordon has like a dating course where he charges guys thousands of dollars and rips them off with a promise that they'll get like trad base wives, right? Like this is all about the Benjamins. This is all about trying to just like grift off of vulnerable people. And you know, and there's no what's the word? There's no shortage, right, of vulnerable young men that are desperate and are willing to allow themselves to get grifted by smooth talking salesmen that are promising them milk and honey.
Exactly. So don't buy access from him. He doesn't have any. Just go to the chick themselves.
But he died or whatever. But he used to ask the black women, like, what do you think you deserve? I deserve a man that's 6'6" and makes $600,000. And she's like 500 pounds and got like 6 illegitimate children. Okay. There's famous clips of that. I don't remember the guy's name, but, and then you got the same thing going on with nerdy dudes.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, you know, I thought it was really funny because he does this black guy voice, right? But he was on a stage with God Logic today, and all these black people were calling in, and he never mocked them with the black guy voice because of God Logic was hosting. So I just thought that was really funny.
Become all things to all people, I suppose.
Yeah, no, he's kind of embarrassed to do the black guy voice on God Logic, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did do the black guy voice on God Logic, but yeah, I just think it wouldn't go over very well.
Why is he on God Logic anyway? When God Logic is like an evangelical and they
like a Protestant,
yeah,
yeah, right.
No, it's still Christianity. Well, he wouldn't say it's still Christianity though. So that's actually a good question because the Orthodox narrative said all other Christians are fake Christians. So which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean he has really, really heated debates with Protestants all the time. And he tells them basically that like everything that they believe is false and stupid and ridiculous. But now he's going to go on podcasts with them and act like everything's just fine. It's the same thing that he did with Apostate Prophet, right? Like he went on this atheist podcast to bash Islam, and it's like all of a sudden it's like it doesn't matter the fact that his entire MO for the last 15 years has been jumping on atheists. Now all of a sudden he's got no problem, you know, uniting the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and apparently to him it's a more immediate threat. The rise of Islam is a more immediate threat to whatever he's trying to promote than the rise of atheism.
Well, I have no issue with that, except the fact that he has to come clean with, well, the priority isn't my church, it's myself. And that's so I don't have any issue with that, but he has to be honest with his priorities.
I deserve I want Margot Robbie or whatever. Like she's super hot. Like I don't understand. Like women should like me. Like they shouldn't like sports guys. Like they shouldn't like rich guys. Like they should like me or whatever. Why don't they like me or whatever? Well, why would they? Right? What do you bring to the table? Now, most dudes at this stage get butthurt and they want to complain. That is lazy. That is weak. That is oppression narrative. All the right-wing nerdy dudes that bitch about all this stuff all the time, women shouldn't be wearing makeup because it's a lie. It's a lie. Dude, look at you. You're in a basement. You're eating Hot Pockets. You're eating chicken tendies in a microwave. And
so hold it.
You're not in that game.
So there are men that can just sit in their mother's basement and eat the Hot Pockets because they look good enough. And they can still get checks.
They won't look good enough.
There's literally teachers going after non-adults. So they're literally in that position and they can still get checks because it has to do with how you look.
Well, wait a second though. But if they're sitting in their mom's basement and eating Hot Pockets, they're not going to be very attractive for very long. That's kind of a way to fuck yourself up looks wise.
Well, yeah, it could fuck yourself up looks wise, but if you have the looks right now, you can get the chicks still right now, just because it's still women. There's literally women going after non-adults. They're going after that are literally sitting in their mother's basement eating Hot Pockets.
They're what now?
They're literally sitting in their mother's basement eating Hot Pockets because they're non-adults. You can look for news articles on this.
So what you're talking about, like women who are PDFs?
Yes, and then they're not going after adults. They're going after, I guess, some men sitting in their mother's basements eating Hot Pockets.
Well, now we're talking about just like spiteful mutants. Now we're talking about just like people that have something fucked up in the brain, right? Like if you're a PDF, you're not normal. So I don't really count that as part of the general population.
Yeah, you could count whatever you want, but then you're in Jay Dyer's categories too. He's just counting what he wants. So,
well, no, I'm saying I don't think you can learn very much about human nature by looking at like the most deviant examples of humans.
But isn't Jay Dyer himself one of the most deviant examples of humans?
I wouldn't say he's one of the most deviant. I mean, I think he has a lot of issues. And I think that his big problem is that he's misleading and misinforming people with his platform, though. I don't think it's his personal life or whatever.
You're not in that tier. And I know this might sound like Wes Watson or whatever. You ain't in my level. I'm just making fun of Wes Watson, but I mean, that part is true though, right? Like dudes and girls can be super delusional, right? Fat dudes, gamer dudes, and fat chicks, they can be super delusional. I deserve a man with an Escalade and $6 million and a six-pack, and he's 6'6". Because I got 6 kids. I'm all about that 666. No. So everything, let's put it this way. Everything.
By the way, did you guys see this new song where the girl actually says 666 in the pop song? I just heard about this earlier today. It's a song called 360 by some girl called Charlie or something like that. And yeah, the girl actually praises Satan in the song and then tells girls to be sewer sluts. Pretty wild stuff. Right now.
Yes, because they get suckers like you to advertise for them. So they play on satanic panic narrative because it sells records.
Yeah, he's telling 10th graders to hook up with each other. Meanwhile, this is what's going on in the culture. I mean, super crazy stuff. I mean, yeah. And yeah, just wild.
Think man-child, get rid of. What are some other man-child characteristics beyond whining and complaining all the time and bitching on Twitter, this and that, and just stupid stuff like women shouldn't wear makeup? But that's
To me, it's just weird, man. It's bizarre. Who cares if women wear makeup? I mean, if they're like crazy looking like clown or something, I guess that's weird. But like this
Traditional
crusade of
Orthodox
weirdos, and
people,
it starts to
peasants
get
in Eastern
Muslim.
Europe
Okay, it
cared.
starts turning into like Salafi.
Like this is, I mean, this is unreal. Who cares if women wear makeup? Do you think that if you went to 19th century Bulgarian peasant society, you want to talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, that's an actual Orthodox culture. You think if you went there, all of a sudden everybody just, who cares? Live and let live. Let everybody do just whatever they want as long as it's not hurting anybody, right? Like this is so out of touch with the old country, right? This is such an American attitude. Like people like this, they're not, again, it's like they're not orthodoxizing the United States. They're just Americanizing orthodoxy. And they're destroying traditional cultures, right? Again, you know, Traditional Culture Preservation Society was the name of, wasn't until recently the name of my channel, right? Like I'm all about trying to actually preserve traditional cultures alongside some sort of adaptive, healthy, functioning lens. And I'm not seeing that these supposed based orthobro chads are interested in doing that at all.
Yeah, but well, what they're prioritizing is preserving themselves, their monetary success. So that's what their priority. That's what he's selling courses. So that's what they're preserving their household. Yes, that's a way, in a way, it's preserving culture, but they're prioritizing preserving their own household.
Well, yeah, well, they're preserving a lousy culture that isn't a real culture, right? Like they're preserving a culture of like fucking Hollywood movies and modern technology and Bitcoin.
Oh, so what's the difference between a real culture and a fake culture?
A real culture is something which can actually last through the hard times and is built on actual like sort of like folk traditions that have developed organically rather than popular media that's fed down to the masses.
So it largely follows that
too,
if
right?
traditional cultures get erased, they were fake cultures the whole time.
Nope.
But they won't be preserved, and the real cultures are ones that get preserved. So if they get erased, they weren't real. Logically.
No, it's not logical.
But your definition of real cultures are ones that just last through the hard times. So
No,
if they
well, I
don't
said they could last
through
through the
these
hard
times,
times.
if they get hard, they were fake cultures.
I said last through the hard times. The problem with traditional cultures is that they're not lasting through the easy times, right? They're not lasting through the times when everything is when basically they're just getting gay opt and fucked. And that's by design, that they're specifically the emerging monoculture is specifically targeting these traditional cultures by destroying everything that allowed them to survive historically and traditionally, and creating this just like fake world. And the idea that if you capitulate to the fake world, that you're no longer preserving your traditional culture.
So how rugged can they be if they can last through the hard times but can't last through the easy times? But I think that's actually rugged to last through both times.
I don't think that culture ultimately is able to last through this horrible Kali Yuga thing that we've got going on now. I mean, like I said, I don't think that this Kali Yuga crap is going to succeed. So ultimately, I think a lot of traditional cultures will be preserved, but I don't see that that there's any way that you can make peace with the emerging system of modern, globo techno.
So what I'm saying is, at least if we follow your definition strictly, the cultures that get erased in these easy times weren't traditional in the first place.
Nope, that has nothing to do with my definition at all.
So, do traditional cultures have to do with how good they last, or not?
Well, traditional cultures just have to do with, are they something that arose organically, right? Adaptive traditional cultures are ones that were able to last under harsh conditions.
Okay. So, how do we tell the difference between a real culture and a fake culture?
if a real culture is something that arises organically, and a fake culture is something that's like imposed upon the masses via some sort of like elite group that get to decide what the masses are allowed to think and believe, and what media they're allowed to consume, what music they're allowed to listen to, etc.
So if a traditional culture had a tribe leader that enforced the policies and codes, then it's a fake culture because it's hierarchical.
No, that's a traditional culture having like a leader that oversees like certain legal whatever, right? Like that's not necessarily imposing a completely fake inorganic culture, right? Like that is first of all, typically it's being done as part of a larger network, well, right? Like if you look at tribal society, the tribal chief isn't like the dictator who just gets to arbitrarily pull whatever shit he wants, right? He's supposed to be specifically chosen in order to be in keeping with the traditions handed down by the elders, right? Like there's this sense of continuity that's lost in the modern age. The modern age, we just want to engage in these fads, and we just want to replace one fad with another, and one generation dies off and the next generation doesn't give a fuck what they think, right? Like that's a new idea, really. And it's an idea that could only occur when you get industrialization and atomization and hyper individualism.
No, because the Hollywood has multiple studios, it has a what's it called, senior management stuff, so it's still hierarchical too, just like the tribes.
Well, sure, but I don't see what that has to do with. I don't see how that would make Hollywood in any way represent some sort of traditional, authentic culture creation.
Yeah, that's because you're special pleading. Your whole argument's special pleading.
How so?
You don't have a definition that's consistent that can have a distinction between a real culture and a fake culture.
Well, I think I do, and I think I made that point multiple times. I mean, I don't really want to get bogged down in this, so I would say I think that I have a coherent definition. You can feel free to disagree and think that I don't have a coherent definition, but right now I'm more interested in hearing what Jay Dyer has to say about whatever the heck.
Like women need to wear a burqa. Like that's just crazy, man. Some kind of weird cult. It's bizarre. So I'm getting off.
Yeah, and there's the old trope, the Western boogeyman, right? Obviously, taking the the propped up, Wahhabi, sect as the be all and end all of the Islamic doctrine, and then using it to scare white people into liberalism.
Right?
It's that old trick.
Interesting, and I'm sorry if you wanted to continue.
No, go ahead.
Well, it's interesting and amusing that like he actually knows that, right? Because I've seen other videos where he admits that like the Salafis and the Wahhabis were just pretty much creations of British intelligence anyway. So he's aware of that, and he'll talk about it on Alex Jones's show.
Yeah, it's just like the black thing with God logic. It's not that kind of audience right now, so we'll just go ahead and.
I'm getting off track. Let's get back to our archetypes. I apologize. Trying to remember if there was another characteristic that Bond had. I think we covered most of that. Let's look at another archetype, which you might think this one is funny, but there are some elements that this type of an archetype, we're going to use the Jack Sparrow archetype here, is worth looking at, because now Jack Sparrow is the wild pirate, crazy bro, right? Who doesn't care. He's sort of the trickster fool archetype, if we were talking about archetypes again, right?
He's carefree, right? He is goofy. He's funny. He loves life. He jokes around. That type of a guy, that type of an archetype, is much more attractive than a nerdy gamer know-it-all. Okay, so again, we're thinking the good elements of James Bond, the good elements of Jack Sparrow. Okay, not that he's a pirate or whatever, but the good elements, right? The carefree aloofness, right? In the storyline, the women all like Jack Sparrow because he's, again, fun, goofy, and he's aloof. I told you guys that I had a friend in high school that around this 9th, 10th grade era, I started realizing all the girls like so-and-so. What does he have? What's his characteristics that he's got? And he was much more of this kind of an archetype than a James Bond archetype, right? So,
like, these stories were all like created by men, right? So he's saying that, like, again, he's appealing completely to the male gaze there. He's saying, like, these are the sorts of guys that, like, the male directors in Hollywood that are making movies say this is what women find attractive, right? Like, I mean, Jack Sparrow is Skittles from what I can tell, right? He doesn't strike me as like a guy that, I mean, obviously, like, a lot of women find Johnny Depp attractive, right? But, like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't like this ideal man, I think, from the perspective of most women. Like, most women are not like thinking, man, like, my ideal, like, dream boyfriend would be fucking Jack Sparrow. I think that's preposterous.
You think it's preposterous, but you also said a lot of women are attracted to Johnny Depp. So which one is it?
A lot of women are attracted to him because he's attractive, but I don't think that a lot of women ultimately are interested in having a boyfriend or a husband who's like a crazy Skittles guy that acts like Jack Sparrow.
Yeah,
And
so elaborate why Johnny Depp is attractive. Elaborate on that, please.
Why Johnny Depp? Because he's physically attractive, or at least not maybe so much now, but right, like in his prime, right? But I'm saying that like, I don't think that Jay realizes, though, that, like, that's not foundational for actually having a successful relationship. Just being like peacocking or whatever, and being crazy and getting yourself noticed, whatever the fuck, like, that's not actually going to create like real love, right? Like, that's going to create, like, it's going to get you noticed, and maybe for better or maybe for worse. And if you're not smooth about it, and if you're like, again, like, heaven forbid, you're like fucking Quasimodo looking dude and you act like this, you're not going to be successful at all. You're going to look like a freak and you're going to creep everybody out, right? So, like, he's already ignoring the fact that most guys can't even pull this off. And even if you can pull it off, if that's all you've got, then sooner or later, the women that you're with are going to figure out that you're a nobody, basically, right? Like none of these guys, like, you notice none of the archetypes he's talking about are like, you know, protective, nurturing sort of like guys that are able to like show women that they deep down care for them, right? Like, that archetype hasn't been discussed yet, even though that's the sort of archetype that ultimately has successful relationships with women and ultimately creates, you know, situations where women are actually fall in love with them, right? But like,
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
provably false. That's provably false. Just use your eyes. Just watch Flow State. That's a provably false argument. We just watch the panelists long enough. You know it's false.
Why would I watch somebody that I fundamentally don't take seriously that lost a debate to me?
Oh, it's quite simple, because he disproves your notion. Your notion's
He's never
false.
disproven anything that I believe, because he had the chance to disprove it and he lost pathetically. He's one of the worst debate opponents I ever went up against.
Yes, but the fact that he exists, he meets this Johnny Depp archetype, and women are still throwing himself at him to this day, disproves your notion. You need to be a nurturer to attract women. That's false, and you know it.
No, I don't think that at all. That whatever you, first of all, I don't even know if that's true, that women are quote unquote throwing themselves at him every day. Is your source for that Flow State himself? Like, yeah, like a liar.
No, you just need to watch the show. You just need to know about the controversies again with Lindsay. I mean, so the sources that you just observe it. You don't need to give references. You just observe it.
Okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm not watching his stupid show because I have zero respect for him.
What are you saying with
just about all of his beliefs?
Wait, what are you saying with Lindsay, Hank?
I'm saying that being a nurturer doesn't attract women either. It's about how you look, just like JR said with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, but my point is with talking about Johnny Depp was specifically to say that if all you are is good looking, then all you're gonna get is like basic level attraction is gonna die there. You're not gonna be able to hold a successful relationship. You can be a good looking guy that attracts women, and then you're actually terrible at having a relationship with them, and you're gonna end up with a poisoned well, and people are gonna think that you're a weirdo. Ultimately, you're not gonna be that successful.
Yes, and if you're a nurturer but don't attract women in the first place, then you're not going to keep women because they didn't come to you in the first place.
If you're a nurturer and what now?
If you're a nurturer and women didn't come to you because they weren't attracted to you, you're definitely not going to keep them because they didn't come to you in the first place.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, I would say you should not just work on being nurturing and emotionally intelligent, but you should work on also being attractive. I don't have a problem with the idea that you should be working on multiple things at the same time in order to be the best possible version of yourself. And by the way, don't do that just because you're trying to attract women, because don't say that your entire self-worth is based on approval from women, right? Like, try to be a well-rounded person in general and try to be the best possible version of yourself in general.
All right, now you're taking Jay Dyer's position. This is hilarious.
No, I'm not taking Jay Dyer's position. Jay Dyer's position isn't that at all. In fact, I'm critiquing his position because it's quite emphatically not that.
So you have like the super, preppy dudes that a lot of the girls like. That's the James Bondish archetype vibe. And then you kind of have the wild party guy, Dionysian, carefree type of dude. And a lot of the girls like that guy from different.
Whoa, he just went full occultism right there. Did you notice that? Dionysus and Apollo? Pretty weird, right? Sort of Nietzschean dialectic he just presented there.
Yeah, it's interesting how he you're right, like there's not really anything explicitly, I mean, Christian, has he talked about anything Christian at all in this video? No, I think about it.
The Dionysian archetype. I mean, that's overtly satanic. But yeah, pretty strange. Luciferian, prototype there.
The machine lies, are you really claiming that Dionysus is Satan? Are you kidding me?
No, but I'm saying that if you say in an archetypal fashion, then it's very much attributed to modern Satanism. Yes, it's got a lot there. I mean, look at the pan with the horns and all that type of stuff. I mean, there's connections there. I don't know if you've ever looked into it.
I'm looking into it, but this is just I forgot the terminology for this. It's cross-referencing.
I know. I know.
You're making the claim that Yahweh's Jupiter, but it's still it's this cross-cultural thing. This is a modern interpretation.
No, I'm not actually going full with it. I'm just saying that it's very strange for him to bring the archetypal mainframe and Dionysus of all things within a Christian paradigm. Don't you think that's true? Or do you think there's nothing wrong with it?
I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I'm sure there's Christians who would disagree with you. But
there's Christians that say it shouldn't even exist because my skin color is wrong.
Yes, but is that from the Bible?
No.
Is Dionysus in the Bible?
Dionysus in the Bible. Actually, I double checked. I'll get back to you on that.
that's gonna be a no too. So let's go with that. All right.
Is Satan in the Bible?
Wait, what'd you say?
Is Satan in the Bible?
Satan in the Bible, yes. Luke 10:18.
Excellent. Dionysus is not in the Bible and Satan is in the Bible. So you just lost your point.
No, I never made. What was the claim I made, Hank?
Oh, that Dionysus is satanic.
That's false.
Oh, okay. So what was the claim that you made?
I'm saying that the modern reference to Dionysus as an archetype, okay, when the Apollo versus Dionysian thing, that's Nietzschean and satanic.
So your claim is that Dionysus is satanic through a modern lens.
Sure. There's a lot more nuance to my point. It wasn't just a one-to-one relationship between Dionysus and Satan. I mean, neatly, if I put neatly that, then I would be foolish. I understand it's foolish to claim that he's made a logical leap, that he's saying that Dionysus and now he's following Satanism because he said that. That's not the claim I'm making at all. Rather,
just want to get it clear.
Yeah, of course. No, rather my claim is that, he is alleging, within a context, right, within a Christian paradigm, which I believe there's many things wrong with that, right? Because there's no reference to Dionysus in a biblical context, right? He's now referencing Dionysus and Dionysian archetype as a reference point for dating advice within a Christian paradigm. I'm not delusionary when I'm saying that is very, very strange, right? Yes, it's very relevant to modern Satanism, definitely. And we are dealing with modern issues here, right?
Circles, but maybe more the alternative hippie type chicks, right? Like resonate with this guy. But even some of the preppy girls would like these kinds of guys, right? Because it's a bad boyish, edgy kind of vibe going on. Those are characteristics that you could ingratiate from this archetype if you are imbalanced, so to speak. So let's say you're a super nerdy, uptight, type of dude, and you're on a date, and it's your first date or something. And
by the way, for people who think that I believe, right, or from that discussion that I think that the ancient Greeks who believed in Dionysus, that they were satanic, that is absolutely false. I've said nothing of the sort. That's not my belief. All right, but definitely within a modern context, you're bringing up archetypes, the archetypal mainframe. This is from Jungian psychology. Jung himself was a Gnostic, right? So this is very relevant to Satanism. But I don't know why he's claiming that. Actually, I got to go back and see exactly what he said again, because this is very relevant, very strange. He brings in evolutionary biology and now Dionysus. Very strange.
This guy. But even some of the preppy girls would like these kinds of guys, right? Because it's a bad boyish, edgy kind of vibe going on. Those are characteristics that you could ingratiate from this archetype if you are imbalanced, so to speak. So let's say you're a super nerdy, uptight, type of dude, and you're on a date, and it's your first date or something, and the discussion comes up of paying for the meal. I don't know how or why this ever became some kind of huge debate all over podcasts and Twitter and gender sphere. To me, this is utterly ridiculous. First of all, it's not a big deal. Like paying for somebody's dinner. So what? Well, you don't know. I don't make that much money, and so I don't want to pay for a lot of money. So what are you signifying right away? You're a loser. You're bitching over paying for a $30 meal for somebody. Like what? You don't even know meals are like $50. Okay, whatever, $50. Like immediately you're signifying that you're petty. You're annoying. You're whining and bitching. Well, it's the
saying basically just be complacent.
Why? No, it doesn't. Like,
be complacent, right? Like don't bother actually questioning silly norms that why do we have these ideas in the first place, right? Like why do we have this bullshit about like men make the first move and they're the ones that go out and like try to charm the woman and stuff, right? Like that's not a consistent feature of humanity, because like I said, you get a whole lot of cultures, especially like matrilineal cultures, where it flows in the opposite direction, right? Where women are the ones that court the men, right? And I'm not saying that, therefore we should all like do the thing that they do in matrilineal societies, but I'm saying like the fact that there are these alternatives means that there's not just some clear hard and fast rule that every society has to follow and everybody has to follow, right? These are things that are open to debate and negotiation. And he's basically saying don't actually have these debates and negotiations. Don't actually start asking questions about your own culture. Just assume that what your own culture does is the normal thing to do. So he's teaching complacency. He's teaching complacency to the whims of a maladaptive society at the same time as he also, goes on Alex Jones and critiques how maladaptive our society is. He's a liberal who, just like every other liberal that calls himself a conservative, all he wants to do is he just wants to artificially freeze time to like a slightly older and slightly less decadent version of the liberal paradigm, instead of actually deconstructing the liberal paradigm, which is the thing that he pretends that he's doing.
Yes, and ask yourself, how many meals does Jeremy Meeks pay for? Just ask yourself that.
Like, it's not a big deal. In my vast time of many dates, I don't ever remember an argument over who would pay. I would buy. It's not even a big deal. And then guys will be like, "But with a lot of these girls, they are actually mooching off of you, and so like you're just giving away money for free to mooches." Okay, well, guess what? That's immediately a disqualifier, right? Like, if I've identified red flags with this chick that
I have an
she's
idea.
so weird and bizarre and messed up that she's.
I have an idea. How about Jay Dyer starts sponsoring dates? He can pay for all the meals. It's not a big deal, right? That should be hilarious. He can sponsor dates. It's not a big deal who pays, so Jay can pay.
Well, it is a big deal because he's claiming that it's got to be the guy, right? Like, and again, why?
Jay's
I
a
mean-
guy. He can pay for everyone's meals. It's not a big deal, and Jay's technically a guy, so he can pay, right?
Well, maybe he should. Maybe it should be like, you know, the Arunachal Pradesh in northeastern India, where you got this group called the Paroik, who were the indigenous hunter-gatherers, and then you got a group that came in called the Nishi and basically conquered them. And what they did was they inflated the bride price so that when like Paroik families got married, the groom's family, by the way, it wasn't like a transaction from the groom to the bride, like this modern individual's bullshit he's talking about. It was from the groom's family to the bride's family, and they inflated the bride price to get the Paroik in debt so that they would end up having to become the slaves of this other tribe, right? And it was this went on for over 1,000 years, and it was only abolished in the 80s.
Mooching a meal off of me and not even really into the date, there's not going to be another date. Like, cross her off, right? So like, lesson learned, not a big deal. It's just bizarre that like on Twitter and in this domain, people will argue over anything and everything, the most idiotic things. Should a guy pay for the meal? Yeah, who cares? So the Jack Sparrow archetype would just throw the gold coins down. He doesn't give a shit. It's not a big deal.
If the idea is who cares, then wouldn't that mean that it shouldn't matter if the guy doesn't pay? Right? Like, this in itself, again, he's teaching complacency to arbitrary, silly rules that don't replicate across cultures. And if they don't replicate across cultures, then that means that they're arbitrary and silly. And there's not a specific reason why we should actually follow them, except it's just ma tradition, except it's not even ma tradition because 1,000 years ago, we didn't even do dating.
Yeah, and if it doesn't matter, then he can just pay. It's not a big deal. He can pay for all the meals. But it may matter after he sees the bill, but he doesn't matter now because it's not his money.
And to a woman that exudes the confidence that like you're not hung up on little things. How are you going to be a good mate or a good partner if you can't handle and you get hung up on and lose your shit over something innocuous? It signifies a weak man and a weak character. And also, like, you ought to be able to make enough money that even if some girl was mooching a meal out of you, it's not a big deal. Like, so what? So you took one girl out and it didn't go well, and you don't have another date. You don't call her again. It's just like,
Here we go.
it's
You
not a fight.
ought to be
It's not even worth
making
having a
enough
fight over.
money, right? Like, you're supposed to be serving the capitalist system and participating in the worship of mammon to the point where this isn't a big deal. And by the way, that's like the most boomer take imaginable, right? Like, imagine telling like young guys in a society where most young people are poor and are struggling to get by and are struggling to get like fucking Mickey D's jobs, that like it's your fault that you're not making enough money, where this is not a big deal. Like, he's so out of touch with the younger generation. It's amazing, right? Like, I mean, because keep in mind, like, he's supposed to be wise and seasoned and have all this awareness and knowledge because he's in his 40s, right? Like, he's more than a decade older than I am, but like, he knows so little, right? He knows so little, and he specifically knows so little about like what anybody younger than him is actually dealing with. And that's why all the people filleting him in his chat, I guarantee you that they're all people his age, right? Most of his audience, yeah, he gets some of these impressionable kids, but most of his audience are like Gen Xers by his own admission. He's talked about this, that, you know, he doesn't actually reach that many young people. Most of his audience are like these fucking 40-year-old people that basically just like to hear him affirm the things that they already believe because it's their own like narrow tunnel vision experience. His Gen X mindset is really no better and no less completely boxed in than the boomers that he makes fun of.
I mean, in my lifetime, I probably have paid for 100 meals for dates. So what? None of them even like, it doesn't even register as a problem. Like, so why would you even argue with someone? It's just bizarre. Like, people are like almost not people anymore. It's like humans aren't even humans anymore. They don't have normal human experiences. It's just some kind of a weird Mandela effect alternate universe. I'm joking, but halfway. Okay. So aloofness, carefree, fun. Okay. If you're black-pilled and miserable and whining and bitching, you cannot be aloof, carefree, and fun. And every girl likes dudes that are aloof, carefree, and fun.
Here we go. Every girl, right?
So try to
the man
ingratiate
is
that
going to tell us what every
other
girl.
archetype. This is a fun.
So every girl likes the Jack Sparrow archetype. This is such baloney. Like, I mean, this is insanity. This is complete insanity. And once again, you know, this is such a like basic level analysis. Like, you get the sense, I don't think, you know, I'm sure he's correct that he's had plenty of relationships. I know he has, but like, I don't think he's had like a good quality relationship if this is the deepest that he'll go, right? Like, if the deepest he'll go is like, well, you got to like pretend to be some archetype so you can win this prize, so that this prize can sit there and make coffee for you, right? That's not you're not winning ultimately in the dating mating game if that's what you're doing. And that's what he's teaching these guys to do. He's teaching these guys to like fucking turn themselves into these artificial archetypes that he claims every woman finds attractive, and basically allow yourself to stagnate and don't like develop past that. And the reason I'm saying he's saying not to develop past that is because we're more than halfway through this video and he's not actually saying anything about how to like help maintain a relationship, to be a good lover, to be a good partner. He's not talking about, you know, being good in bed, obviously. I mean, we knew he wasn't going to do that, but he's not even talking about being like a good like source of emotional support, sort of gently guiding the woman that you're with, which is something that women actually find attractive, right? Like much more so than being like some weirdo loser like Jack Sparrow who can't actually make women feel safe and trust him, right? Like he's not talking about any of these sorts of things like building emotional safety, trust, protection, nurturance. He's saying none of this. All he's saying is like become like some douchebag that gets noticed by everybody and make an ass of yourself. This is and you know, and that's all he's done pretty much his entire career is like make an ass of himself with cringy comedy crap. And I guess to him that's peacocking, right? He's doing that for the Riz.
Yeah, I can snipe both of you with the same statement. Not all women. So, there you go.
Yeah, not all women.
Funny one. And this one is going to be very relevant for theology bros and conspiracy bros. Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. He's calling out theology bros and conspiracy bros. I mean, I'm 2 out of 2 here. So I mean, my ears are perked up. I mean,
well, isn't he both as well? That's an interesting.
And that's why I call this the aluminium age. Put on your freaking aluminum hats, tinfoil hats. Put it on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, you know, You know, 2 out of 2 in these categories. Let's see what happens, man. This is crazy.
Now, in the movie Conspiracy Theory, I want to recommend you guys watch it. It's a great conspiracy classic movie. If you've never watched Mel Gibson's Conspiracy Theory, I recommend watching it. And the reason I want you to watch it is that we're going to contrast some of the characters and their psyche and their modus operandi with others to see the good and the bad. So here is a bad character archetype, right? Jerry is a highly intelligent person, but Jerry has had, as we know from the movie, MK Ultra things happen to him. And that's unfortunate, right? It is. But the way that Jerry interacts almost entirely through the first 3/4 of the movie with Julia Roberts is utterly spurgy, idiotic, creepy, weird, and wrong. Okay. So you don't want Jerry game. The way that he interacts, and Mel Gibson plays this perfectly, right? Like he shows up one day at her office at some place and he's all spurgy and like all talking about conspiracies and acting like a loon, right? And I'm applying this to theology guys too, because apparently young guys don't know that you should not strike up a conversation with a girl at church and take her out on a date and start talking to her about the essence of energy distinction. Okay. That is not what you should do, because girls are not boys. Girls are not into the things that boys are into.
Oh boy. Oh,
so a lot of
fuck.
young guys, instead of bitching and whining,
He's doing it. See, I haven't even seen this part of the video. He's fucking doing it. He's doing the thing, the gender essentialism thing. Guys are autistic, women are socially skilled, right? And this is the exact same thing, you know, talk about flow state earlier. This is the exact same thing that I had the debate with flow state on, where he lost pathetically, right? Like once you start doing this shit, you start showing that you're really just a Western liberal. You're showing that you're not actually based at all. Like, I mean, this is such a cuck mindset, and this is such a like modern and Western mindset too. Like this idea that like there's some sort of like just this social power that women have that us autistic loser guys just can never even comprehend or fathom. You know, by the way, there's basically no scientific documentation about any of that, right? Like the studies that purport to show that don't replicate. They don't even replicate well in our culture. They actually are rejected in a lot of other cultures, which indicates that none of this is a biological universal. But again, Jay Dyer, and by the way, nobody in the medieval world thought that way either. So this is a modern idea. But Jay Dyer, he's not going to give you any of that nuance. He's not going to actually think outside the box of his own culture, because here he is just like giving you like this soy cuck narrative that was created by the Industrial Revolution, that doesn't replicate across cultures, that doesn't even replicate consistently in our culture. That's a myth and a narrative that is being promoted by the pseudo right like him. You know, Tim Gordon does the exact same shit, and Tim Gordon's also a scared little boy that was afraid to have a discussion with me when I called him out on all of this.
Yeah, and we can get some counter examples, conspirators with girlfriends or progeny. We have Alex Jones, we have Joe Rogan, we have Elon Musk, we have such a long list. Most of the flat tards. We could probably find hundreds of counter examples if we did the research. So you could totally be a tinfoil hat conspirator and still breed. So it's irrelevant.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's completely at odds with reality, and it's oddly enough, it's autism in itself, right? Oddly enough, he's actually being the spurgatron that he's telling people not to be, because he's creating all these like rigid rules and regulations surrounding human behavior and social interaction, when in reality it's a lot more complex and nuanced than that.
In fact, we can't even call it autism, because there's autistic people who are more like Jack Sparrow. So he's an INTP. He's an MBTI INTP. He's using his little TI on the rest of the world. That's what's happening here. That's a better description.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's basically, I mean, I don't even know if he believes half this stuff though, right? Like he's playing a character that oversimplifies things that are actually a lot less simple, because he knows that like that's what his audience needs, because he knows that his audience is not they're not like deep thinkers really. I mean, some of them might style themselves as that, but he knows that like they just want like a quick, easy sounding solution, and he's going to give it to them. And you know, he's not going to provide nuance, right? If you provide a nuanced and multifaceted understanding of the world, then you end up spending several years working hard to try and get 260 subscribers, and you get like clown assholes accusing you of being a PDF, and you get, you know, people feds running after you and clipping everything you said, and just making your life hell, right? Like that's your reward if you actually try to enter this with some semblance of good faith.
Excellent. So I pretty much meet your requirements. I have 200 subscribers right now. I have people call me PDF and trying to do something in life. They don't have the power. In fact, I'm probably going to ruin their life if they keep this up. So I meet your requirements.
Well, I still have I'm still reaching out to the Irish anti-discrimination / doxing agency thing about Teriak. He might end up getting it some jail time for the bullshit he tried to pull with me last year.
And moaning and complaining, just accept biological reality as it is. You are never going to get girls interested in metaphysics, interested in your figurines, interested in war history, interested in male things. It's not going to happen, and that's okay. Women can be interested in women things and being women. That's the way it should be.
Oh, well, I'm male.
You
I'm
don't
not
need
interested in
a wife
metaphysics. That's
or a
bullshit.
partner.
Yeah, he doesn't understand any of this. He doesn't understand that like macho shit is a psyop. And by the way, you know, earlier in the part of the video that we didn't listen to, he talks about like how dumb like the sports ball obsession is with like men, right? So on some level, he does understand that like this stuff is a psyop, but he doesn't actually want to go very far because he doesn't want to like jeopardize his audience's idea of like fragile womanhood or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I mean, I did a video yesterday about Yuri Berezkin's analysis of folklore across all these cultures, and how like in a huge number of tribal societies, women just are not viewed as being like soft and fragile at all, right? Like this idea that like, oh no, there's like a tough, hard manhood and like soft womanhood. Like that's a specific cultural construct that doesn't exist in a huge number of like Native American cultures or African culture, places like that, right? But he's just saying like this is the way that it should be. Boys are boys and girls are girls and all this crap. But like the problem with that is that, again, if this isn't the way that it is in large swaths of humanity, then that begs the question of why